On June 16th, it is deemed auspicious for weddings and funerals. Strangers, keep your distance, do not obstruct the path of wandering spirits. The master of yin and yang, with a piercing voice, shouldered a soul-recalling banner, scattering paper money, while 8 robust men carried a superb coffin made of golden silk. Nama wood. They bore the coffin, leading the way to offer a final farewell to the departed. Following the coffin was a long procession of mourners, a dark throng of individuals. This funeral procession emerged from the urban area of Caophedian, making its way towards a mountainous region in the east, where the family's ancestral grave lay. Historically, affluent families adhere to the tradition of ensuring that the coffin does not touch the ground, believing that it should be laid to rest peacefully. Even when transported by vehicle, there is a certain superstition. Hence, the coffin is carried by designated bearers to the family's burial site. Pause at the bridge, where life and death do not meet. As the procession reached a bridge, the master turned to the crowd and called out, "Descendants, step forward and bow thrice to escort your ancestors across the bridge to the realm of the living." That a middle-aged man, sporting a slick-back hairstyle and clad in mourning cloth, led a group of at least 30 men, women, and children, all bowing in unison towards the bridge, reminiscent of a thriving family lineage. After the 3 bows, the master waved the soul-recalling banner and shouted, "Strangers, keep your distance, do not obstruct the path of wandering spirits." Half an hour later, the funeral procession exited Caophedian, progressing towards the old burial ground on Dongshan. The weather in June is as fickle as a child's face. Dark clouds gathered on the horizon, and soon, a light drizzle began to fall, the raindrops pattering against the golden silk Nanmu coffin, forming rivulets that cascaded to the ground. Ahead of the procession, a young man appeared on the mountain path, dressed in a deep blue robe, with an old canvas bag slung over his back. Each step he took resonated with a crisp clink, and peculiarly, a common kitchen knife was tied to the bag. Moments later, as the robed youth crossed paths with the funeral procession, he suddenly halted, frowning as he glanced at the ground beneath the coffin. After the procession passed, he crouched down, running his fingers over the earth, where 2 of his fingers became stained with a drop of blood that rapidly congealed into a solid form. With a swift pinch of his fingers, the hardened blood clump shattered, releasing a plume of black smoke. The robed youth then rose and followed behind the funeral procession. After a brief interval, the master of yin and yang led the group to the old burial site on Dongshan, where a grave pit had already been prepared. The master looked up at the sun obscured by dark clouds, calculated a few moments, and then turned to say, "Let us place the coffin in its resting place." The mourners at the front of the procession stood sorrowfully, with cries of grief occasionally breaking forth. The slick-back man and a woman clad in black respectfully bowed thrice towards the coffin. "Father, grandfather, may your journey be smooth." As the coffin was lowered into the ground, the master of yin and yang scattered paper money around, bowing towards the surroundings, and proclaimed, "New souls passing through, I beseech the spirits to make way. Please accept this humble offering from your devoted descendants." Point 8 bearers, with hemp ropes tied around their waists, positioned the coffin. Directly above the grave, the geomancer inserted the soul-calling banner into the ground and proclaimed, "8 flowers, raise your heads. Shake your waists gently. Wait." As the coffin was about to be interred, a youth in a long robe approached from behind the funeral procession, catching the attention of both the geomancer and the middle-aged man with slicked-back hair, who gazed at him in astonishment. The youth unfurled a knife tied to his bundle and placed it on the ground, softly stating, 3 days hence, should any unusual occurrence transpire in your household, you may take this knife to the inn near the train station in the city to find me." The middle-aged man's expression darkened, while the geomancer, as if scalded, sprang up with a yelp, hopping in agitation and cursing. "You little brat, are you implying that the feng shui of the grave I sought is flawed?" The youth shrugged, saying, "I did not assert that your chosen grave is problematic. I merely indicated that there will be an anomaly concerning this coffin. 2 different matters. Do you comprehend?" The geomancer ground his teeth and retorted, "Is that not the same? An anomaly with the coffin signifies a flaw in the grave. I have spent 3 years locating dragons and 10 years pinpointing graves, with over 2 decades in this field, and the graves I have marked have never tarnished the reputation of my lineage." The youth bypassed the fuming geomancer, directing his attention to the slick-haired man. I shall remain here for 3.5 days. The 7th day after the passing will be in 3 days. Should there be any change in your household, bring that knife to find me. Remember, only with the knife will it be valid, as that is my token of payment." After the youth finished speaking, he disregarded the peculiar glances from those around him, turning to descend the hill with his canvas bag slung over his shoulder. The middle-aged man cast a doubtful glance at the knife on the ground, and the geomancer, infuriated, raised his leg to kick the knife away, exclaiming, "You child," spouting nonsense without sense at that moment. A young woman walked past the middle-aged man and halted the geomancer, addressing her father. "Dad, he's clearly from out of town and hasn't even arrived at Feedian yet. How would he know that 3 days hence is Grandpa's 7th day?" The middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback, and after a moment of contemplation, his suspicion deepened. The geomancer huffed. "Your elder's passing is not that of an ordinary man. If he had the desire to inquire, would he not know the precise date? This boy is merely speaking without thought, and you truly believe him?" The middle-aged man turned to the geomancer, his tone steady. "Sir, are you certain that this grave poses no issues?" The geomancer pointed skyward. Speaking with conviction, "I swear by the name of my ancestral master, if this grave is not a grand feng shui burial site blessed by fortune for future generations, I shall henceforth sever ties with my family's lineage and cease my involvement in matters of yin and yang." After a brief pause, the middle-aged man decisively declared, "Very well, let us proceed with the burial." The geomancer turned to the 8 bearers, saying, "Shake the flowers. The flowers are eager. Lower the coffin and prepare to scatter the blossoms." The flowers, akin to the hemp rope tied upon the coffin, signify the act of lowering the coffin into the grave. The term shaking the flowers refers to this very act, while scattering the flowers entails withdrawing the hemp rope from beneath the coffin after it has settled within the burial site, signifying that the coffin has been securely placed. Following this, only the final task remains: preparing to fill the grave with earth, as the soil begins to be laid upon the coffin. A circle of mourners stands solemnly around the grave, their expressions steeped in sorrow. Among the crowd, a humble kitchen knife, unremarkable and rusty, is thrust into the ground, seemingly forgotten as if it were merely an everyday utensil. Suddenly, a delicate hand, pale as jade, grasps the knife's handle and lifts it from the earth to the foot of the eastern mountain. A young man clad in a long robe descends from the old cemetery, glancing back at the gravesite above. At that moment, a dark cloud drifts ominously toward the mountaintop. More than 2 hours later, in the city of Feedian, near a small and close to the train station, the robed youth enters, carrying 2 pounds of pork head, a bag of peanuts, and a bottle of aged liquor. "Room, please," he requests, producing his identification card. The innkeeper, upon receiving it, casts a quick glance and instinctively utters, "Wang Jingzhe?" The young man beams, revealing a set of pristine white teeth. "I was born on the day of Jingzhe, hence my name, Wang Jingzhe. That on June 16th, it is deemed auspicious for marriages, funerals, and other significant events. Strangers, keep your distance. Let not wandering souls obstruct the path." The yin-yang master, with a piercing voice, hoisted a spirit-calling banner and scattered paper money, followed by 8 robust men bearing an exquisite coffin made of golden silk, Nama wood. They carried the coffin, leading the procession to honor the deceased. Behind the coffin trailed a long line of mourners, a sea of dark-clad figures. This funeral procession originated from the urban area of Feedian, making its way toward the eastern outskirts where the family's ancestral grave lay. Traditionally, affluent families adhere to the belief that a coffin must not touch the ground, as it symbolizes a peaceful return to the earth. Even when transported by vehicle, it is considered taboo. Hence, the coffin is carried by designated bearers to the ancestral burial site. Pause at the bridge here. Life and death do not meet. As the procession approached a bridge, the yin-yang master turned to the crowd behind him and called out, "Descendants, step forward and bow thrice to escort your ancestors across the bridge to the realm of the living." Among the mourners, a middle-aged man with slicked-back hair, donned in mourning cloth, was followed by at least 30 men, women, and children, who all respectfully bowed in unison towards the bridge. This family appeared to be one of considerable lineage. After the 3 bows, the yin-yang master waved the spirit-calling banner and continued to shout, "Strangers, Keep your distance, let not wandering souls obstruct the path. Half an hour later, the funeral procession exited Kaophedian, traversing the winding roads leading to the old burial ground at Dongsan in June. The weather is as fickle as a child's temperament. Dark clouds rolled in, and soon a light rain began to fall, the droplets striking the golden silk Nanmo coffin and cascading in rivulets to the ground below. Ahead on the mountain path, a young man suddenly emerged on the horizon, clad in a deep blue robe and carrying an old canvas backpack. Each step he took resonated with a distinct clang sound, and curiously, a common kitchen knife dangled from his pack. Moments later, as the robed youth crossed paths with the funeral procession, he abruptly halted, furrowing his brow as he glanced at the ground beneath the coffin. Once the procession had passed, he crouched down, his fingers tracing the earth, where two fingers collected a drop of blood that swiftly congealed into a solid mass before his eyes. With a swift motion, he pinched the hardened blood, shattering it instantly, releasing a plume of black smoke. The young man rose and subsequently followed behind the funeral procession. After a short while, the Inyang master led the group to the old burial site at Dongshan, where a grave had already been prepared. The master looked up at the sun obscured by dark clouds, calculated a few moments with his fingers, and then turned to say, "Let us place the coffin in its resting place." The individuals at the forefront of the procession stood in sorrow, their lamentations echoing through the air. The slick-haired man and a woman clad in black beside him bowed reverently 3 times towards the coffin. "Father, grandfather, may you journey peacefully." As the coffin was lowered into the ground, the Inyang master scattered paper money around, bowing in all directions, stating, "New souls passing through, I beseech the spirits too. Make way, please accept this humble offering in honor of you." 8 bearers, with hemp ropes tied around their waists, maneuvered the coffin directly above the grave. The geomancer planted the soul-calling banner into the ground and declared, "8 flowers, raise your heads. Give your waist a shake, wait." Just as the coffin was about to be interred, a young man in a long robe, who had been following the funeral procession, suddenly approached from behind. The geomancer and a middle-aged man with slicked-back hair exchanged bewildered glances at him. The young man untied a kitchen knife from his bundle and laid it gently on the ground, speaking softly, 3 days hence, should any disturbances arise in your household, you may use this knife to find me at the inn near the train station in the city." The middle-aged man's expression darkened, while the geomancer, startled as if scalded, sprang up and exclaimed, "You little brat, are you implying that the feng shui of the grave I selected is flawed?" The young man shrugged and replied, "I never claimed your chosen grave is faulty. I merely stated that this coffin may harbor anomalies, 2 distinct matters. Do you comprehend?" The geomancer gritted his teeth and retorted, "Is that not the same? If there is something amiss with the coffin, then the grave must be incorrect. I have spent 3 years seeking dragons and 10 years locating graves, and in over 20 years in this profession, I have never tarnished the reputation of my lineage with any of the hundreds of graves I have examined." The young man bypassed the agitated geomancer, turning instead to the middle-aged man. "I shall remain here for but 3.5 days. 3 days from now marks the 7th day after the passing of the individual within this coffin. Should any changes occur in your household, bring that knife and seek me in the city. Remember, only with the knife will it hold weight. It is my receipt for payment." Without regard for the peculiar gazes of those around him, the young man turned and descended the mountain with his canvas bag slung over his shoulder. The middle-aged man cast a glance at the knife on the ground, his expression revealing doubt. The geomancer, infuriated, raised his leg to kick the knife away, exclaiming, "You young child, spouting nonsense without knowing your place." At that moment, a young woman passed by the middle-aged man and stopped the geomancer, then addressed him. "Father, he clearly just arrived from afar. How could he possibly know that 3 days hence is grandfather's 7th day?" The middle-aged man paused, taken aback, and after a moment of contemplation, his skepticism deepened. The geomancer snorted disdainfully. "Your elder's passing is not that of an ordinary person. If he wished to inquire, would he not know the precise date? This boy is merely speaking nonsense. Do you truly believe him?" The middle-aged man turned, his tone steady as he inquired, "Sir, are you certain there is nothing wrong with this grave?" The geomancer pointed towards the heavens, his voice firm. "I swear by my ancestral master, should this burial site not be a grand feng shui grave for the descendants of the fortunate, I shall henceforth renounce my family lineage and never again concern myself with the matters of yin and yang. After a slight pause, the middle-aged man decisively stated, "Very well, let the interment proceed." The geomancer turned to the 8 bearers and commanded, "Shake the flowers, tighten your grips, place the coffin, and prepare to scatter the flowers." Flowers are akin to the hemp ropes tied to a coffin. The act of shaking the flowers signifies the placement of the coffin into the grave. The scattering of flowers occurs once the coffin has settled into the burial site, at which point the hemp rope from beneath the coffin is drawn out. This marks the completion of the coffin's secure placement, leaving only the final task of filling in the earth as the soil is piled upon the coffin. A circle of mourners stands solemnly around the grave, their expressions heavy with sorrow. On the ground, a nondescript kitchen knife is thrust into the earth, appearing as if it belongs to an ordinary household, its surface marred by rust, unnoticed by those around. Suddenly, a delicate, porcelain-like hand grips the knife's handle, lifting it from the ground. At the foot of the eastern mountain, a young man in a long robe descends from the old grave site, casting a glance back at the burial plot, where dark clouds are now drifting towards the mountain's peak. Over 2 hours later, in the vicinity of the train station in Caophidian City, the young man in the robe enters a modest inn, carrying 2 pounds of pig head meat, a bag of peanuts, and a bottle of aged liquor. "Room for the night," he exclaims, producing his identification card and handing it over. The innkeeper, upon receiving it, glances at the name and instinctively murmurs, "Wang Jingzhe?" The young man in the robe breaks into a broad smile, revealing a set of perfectly aligned white teeth. "I was born on the day of Jingzhe, hence my name, Wang Jingzhe." As Wang Jingzhe ascended to the 2nd floor and pushed open a door, a wave of dampness mingled with the musty scent enveloped him. The floor creaked beneath his feet with a soft groan, revealing a sparse room furnished only with a bed, a chair, and a rudimentary toilet that exuded a sharp aroma of disinfectant. Setting down the pork head and wine he had brought, Wang Jingzhe carefully removed a canvas bag from his back, extracting several ordinary-looking kitchen knives and scissors, which he laid out upon the bed with meticulous attention, his eyes reflecting a profound reverence. Wang Jingzhe was a debt knife bearer, a title denoting a unique profession linked to a legendary and enigmatic organization. Though this vocation has gradually faded from public consciousness over the ages, it has not ceased to exist. The debt knife bearers continue to inhabit the world, perhaps tucked away in a corner, possibly on bustling streets, or beneath bridge piers, laying their vintage knives and scissors atop tattered cloths. They traverse the land, their backpacks laden with blades, encountering curious individuals or situations, often leaving behind cryptic, bewildering prophecies. In the early spring of the following year, when the Yellow River swells, "You shall keep this knife. When the river floods and your village has evacuated, I shall return to claim my fee." During a time of natural calamity, a debt knife bearer visited a village in the parched Hebei Central Plain, instructing the village chief, who was leading the villagers in digging for edible roots to stave off hunger, to keep this knife until the disaster passed, and everyone could feast once more, at which point he would return for payment. Such prophecies have echoed throughout the annals of history, with the debt knife bearers leaving behind countless predictions in the folk memory. Should you choose to believe and accept a knife or scissors from them, they will assuredly return on the day the prophecy is fulfilled to collect their due. If the prophecy does not materialize, the knife shall be yours as a gift. Throughout history, the predictions of the debt knife bearers have never faltered. However, one year, this profession mysteriously vanished from the public sphere. At the stroke of midnight, just before 12, 2 pounds of pork head, a handful of peanuts, and a bottle of liquor found their way into Wang Jingzhe's stomach. He belched and pushed open the window, gazing toward the east. Earlier that day, he had driven a knife into an old grave and left behind a message. "Should any strange occurrences transpire within your household in 3 days, you may find me at the inn beside the train station with this knife." Days prior, an elderly gentleman from a prominent family in Caophidian suffered a tragic accident on the highway during a trip. The Volkswagen Phaeton he was riding in was violently struck by a trailer, transforming the sedan into a mere shell of its former self, resulting in the demise of all occupants. The elderly gentleman's body was grotesquely contorted, torn apart by the twisted wreckage, with some limbs reduced to mere fragments. His remains were eventually transported back to Caophidian, where his influential son, leveraging local connections, arranged for the body to be buried in the family ancestral grave without cremation. Today marks the day of the funeral. In 3 days, it will be the 7th day after the passing. Wang Jingzhe stood by the window, counting on his fingers while softly murmuring, "The malevolent energy is soaring." Time swiftly passed, and 3 days later, according to tradition, this night was the 7th day for the elder of the wealthy family in Chaophidian. It is commonly said that the 7th day is the night when the soul returns home. On this night, the spirit of the deceased would revisit, and the family should burn a heavenly ladder or send up lanterns to guide the soul into the underworld, facilitating its reincarnation. Failing to perform this ritual would lead the departed to believe their family wished for them to stay, potentially resulting in their lingering presence, which could burden the living. Thus, burning the heavenly ladder on the 7th day is of paramount importance in mourning customs. That evening, under a dark sky and gusty winds, in front of a villa in the Chaophidian Guanlan Lake Garden, Lin Yuan, after sending his wife back to her family, called upon his only daughter. He set up a heavenly ladder made of yellow paper in front of their home, alongside offerings, intending to burn the ladder after paying respects to his late father around 8 o'clock. With a flick, Lin Yuan struck a match and told his daughter, "Once we finish this, we cannot remain at home tonight. You and I shall stay at your grandmother's, Xinyu, and remember to pay your respects to your grandfather." Lin Xinyu, clad in simple attire, appeared somewhat sorrowful as she prepared to bid farewell to her grandfather with a bow towards the offerings on the ground. Suddenly, a light breeze swept through, extinguishing the match Lin Yuan had just struck. Unperturbed, Lin Yuan struck another match, but just as he approached the heavenly ladder, the breeze returned, extinguishing the match once more. The father and daughter exchanged glances, their bodies stiffening. Some occurrences may be mere coincidences, yet repeated instances suggest something is amiss. Lin Yuan retrieved a lighter from his pocket, skillfully igniting it, and cautiously lowered the flame towards the heavenly ladder. But alas, the third time, a gust of wind snuffed out the flame, this time carrying an unmistakable chilling aura that sent shivers down their spines. A sense of dread enveloped them. "Is your grandfather not planning to depart?" Lin Yuan remarked, his brow furrowed, seemingly in jest. "Dad." Lin Xinyu suddenly pointed at the offerings on the ground, her voice trembling, almost breaking. The offerings comprised longevity cakes and various fruits, all favorites of the elderly. Lin Yuan glanced down, noticing that the fruits, once fresh, had inexplicably turned dry and withered, as if scorched under the sun. The longevity cake appeared particularly shriveled, clearly crumbling at the slightest touch. It is said that in the northeastern regions, if offerings to the household deity lose moisture within a day or two, it signifies that the deity has drawn energy from them, indicating the presence of a guardian spirit, considered a fortuitous sign. The chilling wind in the Lin family's yard intensified abruptly, lifting Lin Xinyu's hair, yet curiously, this eerie wind seemed confined to their home, leaving the treetops of neighboring households undisturbed. Suddenly, Lin Xinyu felt a chill as a hand rested upon her shoulder. The sensation was icy and piercing. At the same moment, she sensed a faint sound near her left ear, reminiscent of someone exhaling softly beside her. "Dad, did you call me?" Lin Yuan, initially facing away, turned upon hearing his daughter's voice. An immediate jolt of fear coursed through him as he noticed a grotesque figure, its head contorted, pressed closely behind Lin Xinyu, obscuring its face. A peculiar, drooping eye hung from Lin Xinyu's shoulder, moving eerily as if it were fixated on him. Barking erupted from 2 Labradors belonging to the neighbors across the yard, their raucous yelps echoing through the night. Lin Yuan, trembling, raised his arm to point at the shadow behind his daughter, but his voice faltered, caught in his throat. Lin Xinyu, on the brink of tears, saw her father standing before her, yet the being whispering in her ear and resting its hand on her shoulder remained a mystery. Daddy!" Lin Xinyu cried out, her composure disintegrating. Despite the terror, the bond between father and daughter prevailed. Lin Yuan, steeling himself, grasped his daughter's arm and pulled her forcefully towards him. In that instant, Lin Xinyu collided against her father's chest, and the ominous presence behind her seemed to dissipate. As the figure became clearer, it revealed a disfigured head and a body that appeared to be stitched together haphazardly. "Dad, is that you?" Lin Yuan asked, his voice laced with fear. "We are your family, here to honor you tonight. What do you intend to do? Have we ever been unfilial to you in life?" The shadow, however, seemed oblivious to his words, hovering before them with an air of hesitation. Holding his daughter tightly, Lin Yuan gasped for breath. a sudden realization dawning upon him as he reached for a piece of yak horn bone hanging from his neck, an artifact he had obtained from a llama years prior. The barking of the Labradors grew more frantic, their cries resonating through the night and rousing the neighbors. "Old Lin, what is going on?" A neighbor approached. Noticing the two Labradors pawing at the fence, Lin Yuan pointed at the disheveled figure, stammering, "Did you not see?" The neighbors, taken aback, glanced around and noticed only the father and daughter in the yard. They frowned and asked, "What is there to see? Isn't today the 7th day since your old man passed? Shouldn't the ceremony be underway by now?" Lin Yuan swallowed hard, unsure of how to respond. "Nothing. Nothing at all." The shadow in the corner seemed to regard the yak horn bone with trepidation, swaying slightly before vanishing into the night. The two Labradors next door fell silent, chastened by their owner, and were led away. Lin Xinyu and Lin Yuan collapsed in exhaustion. In such situations, one might express disbelief. Yet the implications could be unfavorable. The ladder in the yard remained untouched, and the dried offerings lay neglected nearby. In the living room, Lin Yuan was puffing on a cigarette, the ashtray already filled with several butts, while Lin Xinyu curled up on the sofa, her gaze somewhat vacant. In an era where information flows freely and supernatural thrillers dominate the bestseller lists, encountering perplexing phenomena, while met with skepticism, still evokes a degree of understanding. Lin Xinyu buried her head in her arms, her voice trembling as she asked, "Dad, was that a ghost?" Lin Yuan's hand, holding the cigarette butt, stiffened, and he responded, somewhat bewildered, "It must be. Sigh, what sins have we committed? What could grandfather have done? Dad, do you remember?" Lin Xinyu lifted her head, her tone urgent. "On the day of Grandpa's burial, a young man appeared at our family's old grave, saying there would be strange occurrences at home on the 7th day after Grandpa's passing." Lin Yuan pinched the cigarette that had burned down to the filter, frowning as he asked, "The one who threw the kitchen knife?" Lin Xinyu sprang up from the sofa and rushed to her bedroom, retrieving a seemingly ordinary kitchen knife from her bag. At that time, she found it odd that a stranger could know when Grandpa's 7th day was, and although no one paid heed to the knife, she instinctively kept it. Returning to the living room, she placed the knife on the table. He said he would wait in Kaophidian for 3.5 days. And if anything happened at home, we could take this knife to the hotel near the train station to find him. Lin Yuan pursed his lips, staring at the knife on the table, then took out his phone, dialing a number. "Help me find someone, about 24 or 25 years old, wearing a dark blue robe, with short hair. He should be staying at a hotel near the train station. Call me back immediately once you find him. I need news within half an hour." Lin Xinyu pulled out the car keys from her bag, saying, "Let us go now." 20 minutes later, the father and daughter arrived at the roadside near the station square. They had barely parked for 5 minutes when a man approached, glancing at their license plate before knocking on the car window. Lin Yuan rolled down the window. The man bowed his head respectfully, saying, "Mr. Lin, the person you are looking for has been found. He is at the hotel just ahead and has been staying there for 3 days. The hotel owner mentioned that he rarely goes out, only leaving for half an hour in the morning and evening, and otherwise remains in his room. His room is the first one on the 2nd floor. Thank you." Lin Yuan nodded. Lin Xinyu reached into her bag, pulling out some cash and quietly handing it over. The man waved his hand dismissively and turned to leave. "No need to mention it, Mr. Lin. As long as we can fulfill the instructions given, that is sufficient." After driving to the side of the train station square, Lin Yuan parked the car and hurriedly opened the door, heading towards the hotel with Lin Xinyu. They swiftly crossed the lobby and ascended to the 2nd floor, arriving at the door of the first room around the corner. Before they could knock, the door creaked open. Wang Jingzhe remained clad in his long robe, a canvas bag slung across his shoulder. He cast a glance at the kitchen knife in Lin Xinyu's hand and extended his hand, demanding, "Hand over the knife. And I require the money as well. No nonsense. I am a man of decisive action, a practitioner of the Tao. There are spirits haunting my home." It seems Lin Xinyu allowed the other party to reclaim the knife without resistance. When your elder was buried without a complete body, how could you not harbor resentment? Suddenly, Wang Jingzhe pushed Lin Xinyu, turning her back towards him and yanked open her collar. Lin Xinyu gasped in surprise, instinctively attempting to turn. But Wang Jingzhe pressed down on her shoulder, admonishing, "Stay still, behave yourself." The collar at the back of Lin Xinyu's neck was pulled down, revealing her left shoulder, where 5 distinct dark fingerprints marred her fair skin. Tilting her head, Lin Xinyu caught sight of the ominous handprints on her shoulder, her countenance paling in fear. She rubbed at them repeatedly, but the marks would not fade, and her distress only grew. If you have not come to find me by noon tomorrow, prepare to be haunted daily by this entity. There will be no escaping it, Wang Jingzhe declared, shutting the door with a swift motion. Let us visit your family's ancestral grave. At the newly buried grave on the slopes of Chaophedian, Wang Jingzhe crouched down, brushing aside the loose earth atop the grave. Behind him, Lin Yuan and Lin Xinyu witnessed a long crack forming from the grave's surface extending deep into the earth. Lin Yuan frowned, stating, "The feng shui master we consulted said there was nothing wrong with this burial site. The grave is indeed good, and the feng shui here is relatively favorable. Yet the issue lies not with the location but with your elder," Wang Jingzhe replied, dusting off his hands and turning to face them. "When this elder passed, the body was not fully recovered, and you hastily buried him in a coffin. Have you ever heard the phrase from films and television, 'I want you to die without a complete corpse'? This is not merely a threat. If a person dies without a complete body, the king of hell will not accept them, and they cannot enter the cycle of reincarnation, doomed to wander in the netherworld for generations. Thus, your elder will continue to haunt you until you gather his remains." Lin Xinyu, tears streaming down her face, lamented, "My grandfather died in a car accident. The vehicle was mangled beyond recognition, and it was only after the car was cut open that his body was retrieved. Some parts were reduced to mere flesh, and we could not find them. Sir, since it is impossible to recover the remains, is there any way to resolve this?" Lin Yuan asked, a look of worry crossing his face. "I did not part with that knife without reason." Wang Jingzhe looked up at the sky, saying, "Bring someone to excavate the grave before 11 o'clock, and prepare red cinnabar, fresh lotus root, 9 holes precisely. Let me write it down for you. I fear you may not remember all of this. But remember one thing. The coffin must be unearthed by 11, and nothing I require must be missing. Can you manage this?" Lin Yuan nodded, declaring, "Whatever it takes, we shall make it happen." "Then let us hasten," Wang Jingzhe urged, waving his hand. Lin Yuan stepped aside and began making urgent phone calls, issuing instructions with great intensity. Lin Xinyu stood hesitantly behind Wang Jingzhe and inquired, "This evening, during the ritual for my grandfather, the fire failed to ignite several times. Then, a gust of wind swept through our home, and the neighbor's dog barked incessantly. My father and I saw a shadow lurking behind me. Was that my grandfather? While he was alive, he was indeed your grandfather. The entity you encountered is merely a manifestation of his lingering resentment. He clings to you because you were the closest to him in life, seeking your assistance to locate the remaining parts of his body. If you fail to find them, you shall never escape his grasp," Wang Jingzhe replied, his gaze fixed on the grave. As he brushed away the loose soil atop the tomb, the crack in the grave became glaringly apparent. Lin Xinyu interjected, "I have heard that a cracked grave is an ill omen, signifying great misfortune." Wang Jingzhe ignored her question and took a few steps forward, tilting his head and wrinkling his nose. Lin Xinyu instinctively mimicked his actions, taking a deep breath, only to gag violently moments later, drool pooling at the corners of her mouth. "What is that smell? Why is it so foul?" "That is the stench of decay, your grandfather's." Lin Xinyu paused, her large eyes blinking in disbelief, before she squatted down and began to retch once more. Suddenly, the scent of decomposition overwhelmed them, even reaching Lin Yuan, who was still on the phone nearby. The crack in the grave widened ominously. With a gurgling sound, dark, viscous blood seeped from the fissure, spreading toward Lin Xinyu, who stood before the grave. Wang Jingzhe swiftly pulled her back, the noxious odor causing both of them to gag. In a sudden motion, Wang Jingzhe thrust a cleaver into the ground at the grave's edge, burying the blade deep, with only the handle protruding. He then retrieved a piece of yellow paper from his bag, bit his fingertip, and inscribed a series of talismans upon it. With a flick of his fingers, the talisman adhered to the handle of the cleaver. Gradually, the flow of blood from the crack subsided, though the air remained saturated with the foul stench of decay. Lin Yuan and Lin Xinyu gazed in astonishment at the scene before them. Had they not experienced a haunting earlier that night, they would have been paralyzed with fear. "This is unbelievable. The malevolence is palpable," Wang Jingzhe muttered darkly before turning to Lin Yuan with a frown. "What was your grandfather's profession?" "He was a businessman. During the economic reforms in the late 80s, he took over a sundry company and began trading in small goods." "Incorrect. Delve deeper," Wang Jingzhe pressed. Lin Yuan reflected for a moment before responding. "My father started working at 18. His first job was at the county meat processing plant. where he worked for over 4 years as a butcher before moving to the sundry company. Wang Jingzhe pointed at Lin Yuan's chest and stated, "In the future, should there be another death in your family, please seek the services of a more reputable practitioner of the supernatural. The one you consulted is nothing more than a charlatan." "What? What do you mean? Did you not say that the feng shui of this mountain is quite favorable?" Wang Jingzhe's words were rather biting. Yet Lin Yuan had no time to contest them, as the matters concerning the grave were evidently of greater urgency. The hilltop possesses favorable feng shui for the average person, capable of bestowing blessings and prosperity upon future generations. However, your patriarch, having spent 5 years as a butcher in a meat processing plant, undoubtedly dispatched countless animals. Every creature bears a spirit, and the lingering resentment of those animals as they met their demise has surely settled upon your elder. Thus, it is no wonder that he met an untimely end, a fitting retribution for his actions. The geomancer even assessed the burial site for you. And I suspect he did not even consider your father's birth date before hastily arranging the burial. Wang Jingzhe remarked, "Your elder must be interred in a location that dispels malevolence. Only then can the negativity surrounding him be alleviated. Do you understand? Burying him here could bring misfortune to your descendants." Lin Yuan's expression darkened at these words, and he nodded, acknowledging, "Thank you for your guidance, esteemed sir." Shortly thereafter, 3 vehicles arrived at the foot of the eastern hill, one of which was a truck laden with several workers wielding tools. This clearly indicated that the Lin family wielded considerable influence in Chaophedian, as they managed to summon a good number of individuals to assist at this late hour. Bringing along the items Wang Jingzhe had requested, commence digging from the base of the grave, but be cautious not to disturb the kitchen knife resting atop the grave. It should remain embedded in the earth, Wang Jingzhe instructed, pointing towards the grave. Lin Yuan reiterated his words with particular seriousness, reminding the workers, who then began their task of excavating the grave. A few of them commenced digging from the edges with their shovels. Moments later, the grave was unearthed, revealing a coffin made of precious golden silk Namu wood. Wang Jingzhe ordered them to halt and quietly advised Lin Yuan, "Have these individuals wait at the base of the hill, but do not let them depart. Tomorrow morning, the coffin must be relocated for reburial." "Understood." Lin Yuan called over the leader of the workers and issued a few instructions for him to guide the others down the hill. Wang Jingzhe rolled up his long robe and secured it at his waist before descending into the grave, using a crowbar to pry at the coffin lid. After several attempts, the lid loosened, and with a swift motion, he lifted it, unleashing a pungent stench of decay and blood. Lin Yuan peered into the coffin and immediately furrowed his brows, while Lin Xinyu, mustering her courage to glance inside, turned pale and promptly retched. In the sweltering heat of June, the body buried underground had long since decomposed, especially given that the elder had perished in a traffic accident, resulting in a dismembered corpse teeming with maggots. Suppressing his nausea, Lin Yuan inquired, "Is it possible to piece this together? It will be a bit troublesome, but it is manageable. Please hand me that bag of lotus roots." Wang Jingzhe muttered in discontent. "This task is evidently less than pleasant." The remains that could be assembled were arranged within the coffin, positioned as a typical human body would be. Yet several parts were missing. A segment of the shin bone, half of the right hand, and the chest had caved in, with the left side of the skull also shattered. Wang Jingzhe retrieved several lotus roots from the bag and meticulously sliced them into sections with a kitchen knife, matching them against the missing portions of the corpse, and then sculpted them to fit the body. In Taoist practice, there exists a technique known as the lotus root substitute, employed to replace the missing fragments of a deceased individual. In Investiture of the Gods, there exists a passage where, after the demise of Neza, his master, Tai Zhenren, sought to resurrect him by reconstructing his physical form using lotus roots. Historically, the Taoist texts describe the 9 holes of lotus roots as possessing an innate spirituality, owing to the resemblance of their veins to the human body structure. From a contemporary medical perspective, both the human body and lotus roots exhibit a porous nature, with cells and blood vessels being remarkably similar. Thus, in Taoist practice, there exists a technique for reanimating the deceased, known as the lotus root substitute. It is said that skilled morticians possess a craft known as corpse stitching, wherein they meticulously sew together the fragmented remains of the departed. Among these techniques is the utilization of lotus roots to replace missing parts. However, few modern morticians are adept in this art. Over a century ago, a profession known as wuzwa specialized in such practices, adeptly combining the roles of mortician and examiner. After Wang Jingzhe carefully trimmed and arranged the lotus roots, he retrieved several talisman papers, affixing them to the roots. He then took a brush dipped in vermilion and began to sketch upon the blank talisman paper. Lin Yuan and Lin Xinyu, present at the gravesite, observed as the brushwork effortlessly brought to life the elder's missing features. Upon completing his strokes, Wang Jingzhe removed a nearby kitchen knife, and suddenly, Lin Yuan and Lin Xinyu perceived the once overpowering stench of decay dissipating as the chilling, ghostly winds ceased their howling. Wang Jingzhe glanced skyward, noting that the hour had not yet passed midnight. This timing was fortuitous. Once the clock struck, it would herald the next day. And with the seventh day of mourning concluded, suppressing the lingering resentment within the grave would require considerable effort. When the rooster crowed, he instructed those at the foot of the mountain to retrieve the coffin and relocate it for burial elsewhere. He then placed the coffin lid atop, stating, "This hillside boasts favorable geomancy. Near a source of fortune, there exists a place of turbulence. Simply dig a hole anywhere on this slope to inter it." "Is that all?" Lin Yuan felt the conclusion was rather abrupt. "Shouldn't you consult a compass or perform some calculations? After the coffin is buried, it would be prudent to hold a ceremony in the elder's name, reciting scriptures to quell his wrathful spirit. Although you may feel safe, he might still haunt your dreams, causing distress," Wang Jingzhe advised. He brushed off the dust from his robe and continued, "It would be wise to perform acts of charity in the elder's name 100 days posthumously, lest King Yin of the underworld judge him harshly for his past transgressions, complicating his reincarnation. In life, one may not perceive the weight of their deeds, but the nether realm keeps meticulous records. Upon death, these accounts will come to collect." At this, Lin Yuan and Lin Xinyu exhaled in relief, and as they absorbed Wang Jingzhe's counsel, they noticed he had paused, prompting them to glance at one another with inquisitive expressions. Wang Jingzhe then remarked, "Thus, what I have imparted bears no relation to me. You must handle it yourselves. I am solely responsible for the task at hand." Lin Yuan hastily bowed in gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your guidance, but we hope you will take greater care. If we encounter any uncertainties, we kindly ask for your further insights." Wang Jingzhe, growing impatient, fidgeted with his fingers, prompting Lin Xinyu to inquire in surprise, "What is this? Money, please. Are we working for free at this late hour?" Wang Jingzhe rolled his eyes, finding the two rather lacking in perception. Lin Yuan promptly acknowledged, feeling a bit embarrassed, and said, "My apologies, in my haste, I forgot about this matter. How about this? You wait until we finish the burial tomorrow, and I will personally deliver the payment to you. There's no need for such inconvenience. Just give me whatever you have on hand. I'm not specifically overseeing this matter. I merely stumbled upon it. You may decide on the amount based on what you have with you." Wang Jingzhe replied nonchalantly. "That seems inappropriate," Lin Yuan earnestly countered. "It's rather late now, and withdrawing cash is quite inconvenient. When the bank opens tomorrow, I can arrange for a check to be prepared for you. You should find the amount satisfactory." Wang Jingzhe replied coolly, "In matters like these, it wouldn't be proper for me to accept an excessive sum. Regardless of how much you offer, I cannot take more than what is warranted. One must take only what is necessary to alleviate a burden. The situation concerning your elder is worth only so much, and should you offer more, I would find it unwieldy." Noting Wang Jingzhe's steadfastness, Lin Xinyu tugged at Lin Yuan and then pulled out a wallet, revealing a stack of loose change amounting to roughly 1,000. She handed it over to Wang Jingzhe, who accepted it and tucked it into his bag, stating, "Do not forget what I mentioned earlier. Let this suffice." With that, Wang Jingzhe turned swiftly and departed. Lin Xinyu whispered to Lin Yuan, who seemed hesitant, "Father, he will be at Kaofedian for the rest of the day. After we lay grandfather to rest tomorrow, we can visit him then. Upon reaching the capital tomorrow, don't forget to bring 2 jin of pig's head meat," Wang Jingzhe said, while snapping his fingers, counting the cash. The following day, Wang Jingzhe awoke well past noon, having indulged in a long slumber. After a hasty wash, he began to sort his belongings. Describing his luggage as minimal would be an understatement. It consisted of an old canvas bag containing merely a few kitchen knives, a towel, and a toothbrush, nothing more. His life had always been quite austere. Stepping out of the inn, he stood on the street, closed his eyes to bask in the sunlight, and stretched lazily. With his left hand, he retrieved a pack of cigarettes, withdrew one, and placed it between his lips. After lighting it, A sleek black 750 came to a stop before him. As he glanced down, he noticed Lin Xinyu's face peering through the lowered window. Seemingly having shed the previous day's distress, her expression now appearing relatively composed save for a hint of sorrow. As you mentioned, we have reburied grandfather's coffin last night. Today, father is arranging for a ceremony. Lin Xinyu recounted Wang Jingzhe's instructions from the previous day before adding, "Where are you headed? I can give you a ride. It would be a good opportunity to clarify some uncertainties along the way." "To the capital," Wang Jingzhe replied, still holding the cigarette. "Kofidian isn't far. Only a couple of 100 kilometers, about 3 hours drive," Lin Xinyu noted, demonstrating her keen intellect as she pointed to Wang Jingzhe's bag, quickly getting to the point. "However, the contents of your bag may not be suitable for public transport. If security checks it, it could lead to complications." With a flick, Wang Jingzhe sent his cigarette butt flying, then opened the passenger door and settled into the seat. After Lin Xinyu took the wheel and drove off, Wang Jingzhe suddenly remarked, "Is there still a small alley near Sun Jiadong where Sun Laosen's stewed dish is open?" "Indeed it is. My grandfather used to relish his stewed dish when he was alive." "You seem quite familiar with Kofidian. That establishment is a time-honored brand. My old man took me there several times during our travels." After a brief drive, Lin Xinyu arrived at a narrow alley close to Sun Jiadong. Once they parked outside, the two entered a modest stewed dish shop within the alley. The establishment featured merely 4 tables, with a stove directly opposite where the proprietor prepared the food. Wang Jingzhe approached a table stained with grease, pulled out a chair, and adjusted his long robe before seating himself. Lin Xinyu, clad in pristine attire, nonchalantly took a seat opposite him. "Boss, I'd like a portion of stewed dish," Wang Jingzhe called out, stretching his neck. "Please add extra large intestines, extra lungs, and a few slices of pig kidneys." The owner lifted his gaze, casting a sidelong glance, and remarked, "Should I just toss in a whole pig for you then?" Wang Jingzhe awkwardly twitched his lips and replied, "Well, then just add more chili." Lin Xinyu turned back with a smile, "Uncle Sun, please prepare 3 bowls of stewed dish for me, with extra chili." The proprietor squinted his eyes and grinned. "Oh, Miss Lin is here. Splendid." Wang Jingzhe scratched his nose and inquired, "You have quite an appetite. Ordering 2 bowls for yourself? One for me. And the other is for the extra large intestines and kidneys you requested." A woman's intelligence and emotional acumen can often be revealed through small gestures, and her approach undoubtedly enhanced Wang Jingzhe's perception of her. Moments later, 3 bowls of stewed dish were served. Wang Jingzhe picked up his chopsticks and dove into his meal with gusto, while Lin Xinyu ate more delicately, lifting a piece of lung and seizing the opportunity to ask, "I still don't know your surname?" "Wang," he replied. "I was born on the day of Jingzhe." "What if you were born on the day of the winter solstice?" Wang Jingzhe looked up and replied, "That would be my sister. Her name is Wang Dongji." Lin Xinyu was momentarily at a loss for words. She had merely intended to find a topic to bridge the gap between them. In no time, the 3 bowls of stewed dish were consumed. Before Wang Jingzhe could reach for his wallet, Lin Xinyu proactively paid the bill. After exiting the shop and returning to the car, she steered towards the capital. Initially, the road was quite tranquil, and Wang Jingzhe seemed rather taciturn, with their exchanges consisting mostly of questions he answered. However, as they merged onto the highway where the traffic thinned, Lin Xinyu could no longer suppress her curiosity and blurted out, "Do you believe in ghosts?" Wang Jingzhe remarked, "The tales of ghosts and deities have circulated for countless years, spanning millennia from ancient times to the present. I cannot definitively provide you with an answer, but I can offer you this. Existence itself is the principle. What you perceive and have experienced may not necessarily be the truth, while what remains unseen and unexperienced by you is not inherently false either. Regarding your grandfather, if you do not believe in ghosts and deities, you may dismiss it as a mere false alarm, and thereafter, he shall not seek you out again. However, if you choose to believe, exercise caution and remain vigilant when encountering anything sinister. Do not dismiss it lightly." "How could I possibly not believe?" Lin Xinyu sighed. "You have lived over 30 years without belief, yet you have navigated through life just fine." "Who has lived over 30 years? Lin Xinyu turned away, exasperated. "I am merely 23, just past my early 20s. What are you seeing that makes me appear to be someone in their 30s? Wang Jingzhe awkwardly nodded, admitting, "I might have a slight face blindness." "Face blindness pertains to failing to recognize individuals. Your issue seems to be one of perception," Lin Xinyu retorted. 2 hours later, the vehicle exited the highway. "Where to?" Wang Jingzhe suddenly expressed a hint of excitement. Tianhe prison. Excuse me? Lin Xinyu looked at him in confusion. Wang Jingzhe elaborated. I have a friend who is to be released from prison in a few days. I am going to see him and inquire about his release date. Then wait for him. If you had mentioned this sooner, we could have avoided exiting at this highway junction and circumvented several extra kilometers. Lin Xinyu frowned while examining the navigation. You did not ask me where I was headed, Wang Jingzhe replied nonchalantly, shrugging his shoulders. Lin Xinyu rolled her eyes, inputted the new direction into the navigation system, and began driving towards Daxing Tianhe. By around 4 in the afternoon, they arrived at their destination. At the prison entrance, Wang Jingzhe opened the car door and turned back, sincerely stating, Thank you for saving me a great deal of trouble. I should be thanking you, Lin Xinyu replied, tucking her hair behind her ears. At just 20-something, she exuded an air of maturity that belied her years, likely due to her family background. Her presence radiated a striking elegance, making her a conspicuous figure wherever she went. As Lin Xinyu adjusted her hair, Wang Jingzhe turned to speak with her, momentarily captivated by her graceful gestures. What are you staring at? Lin Xinyu questioned, noticing his lingering gaze. Wang Jingzhe instinctively replied, You can flirt with your hair. But why are you captivating my heart? Lin Xinyu was taken aback, momentarily stunned by his words. Coupled with Wang Jingzhe's long robe and the shabby bag slung over his shoulder, the statement felt quite incongruous. At Tianhe prison, within the high-security inmate area, a stifling atmosphere pervaded the entire cell block. It housed those who committed serious crimes in the capital or were residents of the city, with sentences ranging from a minimum of 5 to around 15 years, including life sentences and death row inmates awaiting execution. The majority of the prisoners were convicted of murder, large-scale robbery, drug trafficking, or substantial fraud. Petty thieves and minor offenders did not even qualify for incarceration in this facility. Inmate number 201258 stepped forward. The prison guard approached one of the cells and called out to an inmate lying on the bed. Upon hearing his number, the inmate sprang up instinctively, legs together, and with a resolute gaze shouted, Report. Come out. There is someone waiting for you in the visitation room. With a clang, the guard opened the cell door and fitted the inmate, numbered 201258, with leg irons and handcuffs, before escorting him towards the visitation room. In a visitation room at Tianhe prison, Wang Jingzhe had been waiting for some time when he finally saw Ding Wu being brought in by the guards. A broad smile broke across his face, revealing a set of small white teeth. Ding Wu, whose face had been tense until that moment, surprisingly displayed a hint of a smile. If any fellow inmates from the same block had witnessed Ding Wu smiling, they surely would have been taken aback by the unusual sight. The notorious 201258, known for his ruthlessness and a figure no one dared to provoke, was capable of smiling, an utterly astonishing occurrence. Ding Wu was Wang Jingzhe's childhood friend, one of the few he had. They had known each other since birth, having been born merely 3 days apart. During their infancy, they played together, their little bodies engaged in innocent mischief. At that time, Wang Jingzhe lived with his father and sister in an old house on the hillside, while Ding Wu resided in the village below. They remained inseparable throughout their adolescence. Eventually, Ding Wu moved to the capital with his parents for work, but unexpectedly, 2 years later, he was incarcerated for a manslaughter case, sentenced to 8.5 years for excessive self-defense. We, of the Shidao lineage, are often regarded as having an unerring judgment and an uncanny ability to predict fate. Yet, regrettably, I could not foresee your calamity, Wang Jingzhe lamented through the microphone, his voice choked with emotion. Wooer, if only you hadn't come to the capital. Ding Wu leaned lazily on the table, responding through the phone. I received a sentence of 8 years, but had it reduced by 1.5 years. I'll be out in just over half a month. Let us not dwell on the years wasted. They are in the past. Coming out is what matters. I'll be waiting for you in the capital. Call me when you're out, Wang Jingzhe replied. Ding Wu scrutinized Wang Jingzhe for a moment before asking, Where have you been all these years? Why are you still wearing that robe? You could at least change it. You're barely in your 20s. Yet you look like a 30-year-old man trying to act mature. There is no alternative. My father insists that in our profession, this attire is our trademark and must not be altered. Wang Jingzhe, grinning broadly, recounted, In recent years, I have been wandering the world, visiting various places. I am rather sentimental. Upon hearing Zhao Lei sing about Chengdu, I felt compelled to go there, and after listening to Bai Gu's Hello Zhengzhou, I made yet another trip. Now, I dare not listen to Han Hong's songs, for fear that she might sing Tian Lu. Ding Wu, scratching his head, replied, "You are just like your father. When I was young, he deceived me, earnestly claiming that kissing would lead to pregnancy. Once, while I was eating, our dog approached me to snatch my food, its snout brushing against my lips. Not long after, the dog gave birth to 5 pups. I rushed to ask him if they were mine, and he absurdly told me they were my offspring. From that moment, I silently resolved that as long as I had food, I would never let them go hungry. Consequently, my mother prepared meat for me, and I saved bits of it at every meal to feed the dog. You were so innocent as a child. How did you grow up to be someone who would draw a knife at the slightest disagreement?" Ding Wu remarked, pointing to a scar on his head, upon arriving in the capital. "I realized it was tough for outsiders. Without money or skills, one is easily bullied. I was so mistreated that I could hardly lift my head. And I vowed to myself that as long as you didn't kill me, I would ensure you lived in fear during your slumber." The sentiments expressed by Ding Wu encapsulate the essence of his life journey, marked by an extraordinary and unique dedication, one that no force could retract. Wang Jingjia had previously urged him to reconsider, but Ding Wu firmly responded, "Do not bind me with talk of what happens after death. I only focus on the living and the present. Matters beyond that are too distant for me to concern myself with." After conversing for a while, they were nearing the visitation time. The prison guard urged them. Only 2 minutes remaining. Ding Wu then inquired of Wang Jingjia, "What plans do you have next? Once I am released, shall we embark on some venture together? Perhaps you could set up a stall selling kitchen knives, though it seems you might not receive a single order in a month. 2 men relying on such a livelihood would surely starve." "I do not sell kitchen knives," Wang Jingjia retorted emphatically, then furrowed his brow, adding, "I still have 2 debts to collect, one in the capital and another in Longxi. Before your release, I will settle the debt in the capital, after which I must travel to Longxi. You should accompany me, and once we complete our tasks, we can discuss our future endeavors. But your father used to handle the debt collection, did he not?" Ding Wu queried, puzzled. Wang Jingjia replied, "I have not seen him in 3 years. 3 years ago, he told me he was going wandering and then vanished without a trace. I have yet to even call him, as I cannot locate him. Moreover, I must personally collect the debt in Longxi. No one else can do it." "Very well, then. I shall await your return." Ding Wu stood up and waved his hand toward Wang Jingjia, saying, "Wait for me for half a month, and your brother Wu will once again see the light of day." After meeting with Ding Wu, Wang Jingjia stepped out of the prison. As he crossed the street, he noticed Lin Xinyu's 750 parked at the roadside. Upon spotting him, she lowered the car window, waved her hand, and beckoned him over. "Are you waiting for me?" Wang Jingjia inquired. Lin Xinyu opened the car door and stepped out, explaining, "My father just called to tell me that historically, prominent families would invite a master to reside at home to ward off misfortune. If something like what happened to our family were to recur, it could have been avoided. This master might not be knowledgeable in all matters, but he would certainly have some understanding of feng shui and exorcism. He doesn't necessarily need to be at home all the time. It suffices if he can be contacted when needed to provide solutions. I heard this was once called worship, but now it's referred to as consultation." "Ah, what do you mean by telling me this?" Wang Jingjia asked, tilting his head in confusion. Lin Xinyu, with her crescent-shaped eyes, replied, "My father said meeting you signifies a connection between us. I am merely a seller of kitchen knives. You are overthinking it." After tossing out that remark, Wang Jingjia abruptly turned and walked away, leaving Lin Xinyu, who still had much to say, in his wake. Hey, how can you just leave like that?" Lin Xinyu called after him. "I haven't finished my thoughts. My father said the price is negotiable, and you can propose any terms you desire. Goodbye, no time for handshakes." Wang Jingjia waved his hand without looking back. "Where is your grace, your charm?" Lin Xinyu muttered in frustration, then took out her phone to call Lin Yuan. Upon hearing their conversation, her father responded nonchalantly, "It's fine. If people like them were so easily retained, then anyone could hire them, and they would lose their value. We shall find a way to invite him later. But you must maintain contact. Start by getting to know him first. Do you have his number?" "Not exactly, but I'm certain he will return in half a month." "I'll just wait for him," Lin Xinyu confidently asserted. Lin Yuan was not mistaken. A century ago, affluent households often had masters or scholars knowledgeable in feng shui and exorcism residing with them. However, with the passage of time and historical changes, especially after the Cultural Revolution, such practices gradually faded away, particularly in the northern regions, where they have all but vanished, leaving only northeast China with some remnants of ancestral guardians. In contrast, Along the southeastern coast, particularly in Guangdong, Hong Kong, Macau, and Fujian, people still hold these beliefs and practices in high regard. However, the masters no longer reside permanently. They maintain contact and are invited only when necessary, transforming the notion of worship into that of consultancy. Much like the wealthy individuals in Hong Kong and Macau, who are acquainted with various masters or sages, they treat them as esteemed guests, bestowing generous red envelopes annually to ensure their connections remain intact. Whenever a child is born, someone passes away, or a relocation occurs, or for the inauguration of a company or construction site, they are called upon for guidance. After the recent commotion at home, Lin Yuan's thoughts turned to hiring help. Unfortunately, he encountered a wandering knife salesman, a practitioner of the art of credit, who never operated from a fixed location. Such itinerant knife sellers roam the countryside, unbound by any specific place, and their origins and destinations remain a mystery. One might seek them out with great intention, yet they could be lurking in the most obscure corners, displaying a few kitchen knives before them, silently waiting for someone to approach and request a blade on credit. When the time comes for the prophecy to unfold or an urgent matter arises at home, the knife seller would return to collect what is owed. Wang Jingjia has been traveling among the people for the past 2 years. As he himself put it, whenever he hears someone sing of Chengdu, he ventures into Sichuan. Upon hearing a tune about Zhengzhou, he finds himself in central Hunan. His life has been quite carefree, allowing him to go wherever he pleases, living a nomadic existence for years on end. This time, Wang Jingjia came to the capital not only to see Ding Wu released from prison, but also to settle a debt. After addressing matters in the capital, he planned to head to Longxi. He remarked that he had little else to do this year, merely focusing on collecting these 2 debts. The debt in the capital dates back to his grandfather, a legacy spanning over 40 years. It is evident from this that the Wang family has been in the knife business for generations, and the lineage has persisted through many eras up to his time. Daxing Tianhe prison is located at the southernmost edge of the capital, nearly beyond its borders. After visiting Dingwu, Wang Jingjia needed to make his way to the city center. The area was rather remote, and he walked 2 kilometers before boarding a bus, which took him through several stops until he reached a subway station. Around 6 o'clock, the city was bustling with activity, teeming with people jostling for space. Wang Jingjia, donned in a dark blue robe and carrying a worn bag, certainly drew attention. However, he was accustomed to this attire and paid it no mind, blending into the throng as he entered the subway station. Yet, he encountered some difficulty at the security check. His bag contained several kitchen knives, considered dangerous items in the capital. As soon as he passed through the security checkpoint, a guard detained him. "Sir, what do you have in your bag?" The security officer inquired, pointing at the screen. "Kitchen knives, as you can clearly see," Wang Jingjia replied, opening the bag for inspection. "I sell kitchen knives." This line had been uttered countless times over the years while using public transport, as he was often questioned wherever he went. It worked in other places, but here it was ineffective, for this was the capital, where carrying such items was prohibited. "I'm sorry, sir, but you are carrying a dangerous item and cannot enter the subway." "But I can do so in other places," he protested. "Other places are not the capital." The security officer replied with an almost infallible logic that rendered Wang Jingjia speechless. Nearby, 2 security guards eyed him menacingly, ready to pounce at the slightest provocation. Wang Jingjia knew all too well that even if they apprehended him, he had no recourse, for this was the capital. As Wang Jingjia held his backpack and turned to leave, a young man in his 20s, with a somewhat dazed expression, observed him from a corner. It was only after Wang exited the subway that the young man regained his senses and hurriedly followed suit. Unable to take the subway, Wang made his way to the nearest bus stop when he noticed someone jogging up behind him. Suddenly, Wang turned sharply, colliding with the figure behind him. "Why are you following me?" he inquired, eyeing the young man, whose dark circles suggested fatigue and disheartenment. I wanted to ask," the youth stammered, visibly anxious. "Are you a loan knife dealer?" "I deal in kitchen knives, not loans," Wang replied curtly. No, I mean, are you one of those loan knife people?" the young man insisted, urgency evident in his tone. "I heard my grandfather mention a profession called loan knife dealer that not only offers guidance, but also understands feng shui and the balance of yin and yang." Irritated by the disruption to his day, Wang dismissed the young man, adhering to the unspoken rule of their trade that one must let the blade do the talking. Yet, as he turned to walk away, the youth, now nearly hopping in desperation, exclaimed, "Master, I've encountered a spirit. I've been haunted." I've been waiting at this subway entrance for nearly a week, hoping to find someone who can help me. Please assist me. Wang could discern the telltale signs of spiritual disturbance. The dark circles around the young man's eyes indicated a significant drain on his vitality, likely due to prolonged haunting. If this continued, the young man's life force would be severely depleted, leading to illness and ultimately a decline in health. Seeing that Wang remained unresponsive, the young man lamented, "Master, saving a life is more valuable than constructing a towering pagoda." "I'm no monk," Wang retorted with a smirk. "Then, how about payment? Would that suffice?" The youth quickly rummaged through his wallet, producing a stack of cash to offer. "Is this enough? If not, I can withdraw more from the bank. Please, save me." "If you had mentioned this sooner, we could have had a more fruitful discussion," Wang stated as he glanced at the money in the young man's hand. The young man's pleas abruptly ceased, his eyes filled with confusion. After accepting the cash, Wang asked, "Now, tell me, what exactly is happening?" With half a month remaining before Ding Wu would be released, and given that the debt collection was not urgent, Wang was open to the opportunity for business, especially considering the pressing financial needs from his recent collection in Longxi. The young man swallowed hard, and after regaining his composure, he spoke, "I took the subway from here a week ago. It was past 9 in the evening when I entered. I had consumed quite a bit of alcohol at a class reunion, and upon entering the subway station, I urgently needed to relieve myself. After using the restroom, I was so exhausted from drinking that I fell asleep while seated on the toilet. My name is Wang Qing, a student at a university in the capital. After the gathering with my classmates, I took the subway back to school, and midway, I fell asleep in the restroom of the subway station. When I finally woke up, I had no idea what time it was. Groggily, I emerged from the restroom to find the subway station deserted, though the lights above still illuminated the space. In my inebriated state, I failed to notice the clock on the wall indicating it was already past 11. After a brief wait, I heard the sound of a train approaching the platform. When the doors opened, I stepped inside, assuming the emptiness of the carriage was merely a consequence of the late hour. However, after the train traveled 2 more stops, I became increasingly bewildered. For not a single soul occupied the entire carriage, the silence sending shivers down my spine. As the train continued for another 2 stops, while glancing around, I suddenly spotted a figure approaching from the rear of the carriage. I felt a wave of relief wash over me. As the figure drew closer, I discerned it was a woman clad in a long dress, her hair disheveled, obscuring her features. At this point, my voice trembled as I recounted the events. The woman approached me, holding a stack of maps of the capital, and inquired if I wished to purchase one. Initially, I declined, but she remained steadfastly in front of me, refusing to leave. Considering I was alone in the subway, I decided to buy one. When I asked the price, she said it was 5 yuan. Lacking change, I handed her a 50, and she returned me 45. After the transaction, she departed. I waited for 2 more stops until I reached my destination, set the map down, and exited the subway. Upon returning to school and taking a nap the following morning, when I went to the supermarket to make a purchase, I discovered that the 45 yuan she had given me had vanished, transforming entirely into paper money. "You boarded the subway after 11, didn't you?" Wang Qing replied. "At first, I was too inebriated to realize. By the time I returned to school, it was already past 12. Wang Jingzhi sighed, saying, "Haven't you heard of the strange occurrences in the capital subway?" Wang Qing, with a sorrowful expression, lamented. "When I discovered the joss paper, I was utterly terrified, realizing that I might have encountered something sinister. I then searched online about the subway in the capital and learned that after 11 o'clock, it is best not to board the train as the station's close. However, I thought it might just be a mere encounter with the supernatural, nothing too serious. To my surprise, that night as I slept, I dreamt of the woman selling maps. She inquired about the whereabouts of the map." Wang Jingzhi furrowed his brow and interjected, "Surely you spoke with her in the dream and told her you had discarded the map. Encounters with spirits can often be avoided. Had Wang Qing not purchased the map from her, he would not have later discovered the joss paper. Moreover, if he had refrained from conversing with her in the dream, he would not have been ensnared. For instance, when one is alone and walking at night past the witching hour, if someone calls your name from behind, it is imperative not to respond. If someone touches your shoulder, do not turn around, lest you find yourself in peril. Reflect on it," he continued. "When a loved one or friend passes away, there are times you dream of them, and they may beckon you to follow them. Most often, you refuse and do not comply. Had you followed, you might awaken to find yourself gravely ill." Wang Qing nodded thoughtfully and recounted, "Indeed, I told her I had thrown the map away, and suddenly she lunged at me. It terrified me. Her face was drenched in blood, and she gripped my neck tightly. Just as I felt on the verge of suffocation, I awoke. You are merely residing in a dormitory at school. Should you change your surroundings? The outcome could be quite different. Schools are typically places imbued with a strong yang energy. National treasures are seldom overrun by malevolent spirits. Look, he said, pulling down his collar to reveal 2 deep crimson finger marks on his neck, which appeared quite alarming. Since then, I have encountered that woman in my dreams every night, demanding the map. In desperation, I bought numerous maps from the subway station and kept them close as I slept, yet it proved futile. She still clung to me relentlessly. The capital is notorious for 2 locations reputed to be sites of supernatural occurrences: the Forbidden City and the subway stations. A popular web novel titled Legends of the Ancient Well vividly depicts the supernatural events surrounding the Forbidden City, considered a literary masterpiece. In addition to the Forbidden City, the subway stations are notably intriguing. It is said that after 11 o'clock, the last train is dispatched to transport wandering spirits from the underground, and during this time, ordinary people are advised not to enter the stations. Otherwise, they risk being haunted by these ghosts. This is the enigma of the last train of the subway in the capital city. It is said that during the construction of the subway, various lines faced significant obstacles. Be it worker accidents or unforeseen dangers, solutions were often elusive. Those involved in the construction claimed that while excavating the subway tunnels, they unearthed skeletal remains or encountered ancient graves. Others suggested that the project interfered with the dragon veins beneath the city. Regardless of the multitude of theories, one outcome remained constant. After 11 o'clock, the subway in the capital was believed to be haunted, with an array of supernatural occurrences reported. Subsequently, it was said that Taoists and masters were invited to assess the situation, leading to the establishment of a peculiar rule: every night after midnight, the subway trains would run empty to escort the wandering souls of the underground. Officially, it was stated that this was for the purpose of line testing after a full day of operations. After this decree, all subway stations closed their doors at 11 o'clock, prohibiting entry to passengers. On one occasion, a man named Wang Qing, who entered early, ended up dozing off in a restroom, unnoticed by the staff, and thus managed to catch the last train. After recounting his experience to Wang Jingzhe, Wang Qing, with tears in his eyes and a tremor in his voice, said, "I have searched online for countless solutions, yet none have proven effective. I know no one knowledgeable in Taoist practices. I have been waiting here daily, hoping to encounter someone well-versed in these matters. To my astonishment, I have found you, master. It must be fate." The appearance of Wang Jingzhe felt to Wang Qing like a lifeline. Hailing from Liaoyang, Wang Qing recalled a tale from his village during the invasion, where a debt-collecting knife master had visited. The village head had asked when the invaders would be driven away, to which the master lent them a kitchen knife, promising to return for payment 5 years later. Wang Qing's grandfather was that village head. When the invaders departed in August 5 years later, the master returned to collect his due. As a child, Wang Qing had heard this story more than once. Aware of such figures in folklore who possessed the ability to navigate the realms of yin and yang, to encounter a legendary debt-collecting master in his hour of need was nothing short of miraculous. Wang Jingzhe glanced at the time. It was just after 7. "I will accompany you underground tonight to investigate. Your issue should not be too difficult. It appears you are merely entangled with a vengeful spirit," he stated. Wang Qing exhaled in relief, eagerly grasping Wang Jingzhe's arm. Thank you so much." Wang Jingzhe regarded him with a sidelong glance. After a moment, Wang Qing began to feel uneasy under his scrutiny, sensing a multitude of implications in that gaze: assertive, inquisitive, and tinged with a hint of desire. Wang Qing, feeling a rush of anxiety, whispered, "I have already paid you, master. You do not wish for anything more, do you?" "That would be unacceptable," Wang Jingzhe coolly replied. "Isn't it time for dinner?" In a nearby restaurant adjacent to the subway station, Wang Jingzhe and Wang Qing ordered several dishes. Perhaps in an attempt to curry favor with the master, Wang Qing chose hearty meat dishes accompanied by soup, hoping that a gesture of generosity would elicit goodwill. Wang Jingzhe nodded in satisfaction, but made no move to pick up his chopsticks. Cautiously, Wang Qing inquired, "Master, if the dishes do not suit your taste, I can order more. Tell me, what else do you desire?" Wang Jingzhe mused, stroking his chin. "Is something lacking?" "What is lacking?" Wang Qingtian replied. "Without wine, the meal seems wasted." Bring 2 bottles of beer, or perhaps a dozen. It would save us the trouble of ordering more later. Wang Jingzhe suggested with a hint of restraint. Wang Qingtian was momentarily perplexed, his expression a mixture of confusion and disbelief. Sir, are you not afraid of overindulging? Not at all. A little drink to warm up is harmless. Wang Jingzhe waved his hand dismissively. You may not comprehend this, but there is a saying, wine fortifies the timid. In essence, one might interpret it as drinking emboldens one's spirit, rendering them less fearful in the presence of ghosts. Consider this. Ghosts, much like humans, tend to be intimidated by those who exhibit greater resolve. When your demeanor surpasses theirs, they may very well be the ones frightened. Do you understand? That seems somewhat plausible. Wang Qingtian pondered for a moment before responding, but I encountered misfortune precisely because I had drunk too much that day. Wang Jingzhe retorted earnestly, then you simply did not drink enough. To be frank, Wang Qingtian was beginning to have second thoughts, sensing that his mentor might not be entirely reliable. They were on the verge of confronting a ghost, yet here they were, indulging in alcohol, and in excess no less. In truth, Wang Jingzhe's previous remarks were mere fabrications. He simply felt it was still too early for their rendezvous at 11 o'clock and wished to pass the time with some drinks, lest the silence between them become awkward. After consuming several bottles of beer, Wang Jingzhe's face began to flush, and his image, clutching a cigarette while holding a glass, was enough to make Wang Qingtian's heart race. In the end, he could only reassure himself with the thought that the actions of a wise man are often inscrutable. At 10 o'clock, Wang Jingzhe, burping from the alcohol, prompted Wang Qingtian to rise. He left his bag at the restaurant, instructing the owner to keep it until the following day. Upon exiting, they hurried to the subway station. After passing through security, they boarded the train, which was considerably less crowded at this hour. I shall rest a bit. We will take this train back and forth, yes? At 11, please wake me, Wang Jingzhe instructed, not waiting for a reply as he leaned against the railing and dozed off. The subway rattled along. Undeterred by Wang Jingzhe's desire for repose, Wang Qingtian sat beside him, his gaze vacant, his heart racing, perhaps a psychological effect. As he felt beads of cold sweat forming the moment, he stepped into the subway. As time trudged on, the number of passengers dwindled. This train would make its final journey before returning. As 11 approached, Wang Qingtian anxiously fixated on the time displayed on his phone. The last train was now completely empty, and the safety officer on the platform began to inspect the carriages for any forgotten passengers. Suddenly, Wang Jingzhe awoke, seizing Wang Qingtian's arm and pulling him beneath the seats. As the subway doors clanged shut and the train lurched forward, the two emerged from their hiding place. Abruptly, the lights inside the final train extinguished, leaving the carriage desolate and dark. Visibility diminished to mere meters, as if they had been transported to an entirely different realm. Wang Qing's heart suddenly raced, and the sound of his hurried breathing irked Wang Jingzhe beside him. Relax, there's someone here with you. Feel my presence. How can you still be afraid? Wang Qing was at a loss for words, desperately wanting to convey that it was precisely due to the other's previous unreliability that his fear had intensified with their presence. Ding dong. The subway arrived at the station, and as the door slid open, Wang Qing stretched his neck to peer onto the platform, finding it deserted. Moments later, the subway doors closed slowly, and the train resumed its journey. After several stops, beads of sweat unexpectedly surfaced on Wang Qing's forehead. Although he had indulged a bit too much that day, he recalled that after 1 or 2 more stations, he would reach the place where that woman had appeared. Wang Jingzhe grunted. The emergence of such entities follows a fixed pattern. They generally appear in the same locations and rarely change their positions. Without Wang Qing's reminder, Jingzhe furrowed his brow slightly as the temperature inside the carriage dropped significantly. However, the chill felt more sinister than frigid, reminiscent of the bone-deep cold of southern winters after the coldest days had passed. Ding dong. As the subway halted once more at the platform, Wang Qing instinctively turned his head for a glance and was instantly jolted by the sight of a woman clad in red, her head bowed, the long hem of her dress cascading down to her ankles. Holding a stack of paper resembling leaflets, she stepped into the subway car. With a swift motion, Wang Jingzhe grasped Wang Qing, who was on the verge of collapsing, pulling him closer. He then retrieved his phone from his pocket, illuminating the ground beneath the woman's feet. She did not walk in. Her skirt swayed not at all, as if she floated into the carriage. She has no shadow, Wang Qing gasped, terrified, yet he noticed that the phone's screen revealed no trace of a reflection on the ground. Sit still and pretend nothing is happening. Just speak to her normally, Wang Jingzhe reassured. Wang Qing thought to himself, are you joking? How can I act as if nothing is wrong? I can barely move my tongue. The woman drifted before Wang Qing, her long hair veiling her face, obscuring her features entirely. When she spoke, her tone was unnaturally stiff, each word emerging in a monotone, devoid of any emotional nuance. Sir, would you like to buy a map? Wang Qing swallowed hard, stiffly turning his head to glance at Wang Jingzhe, who remained unresponsive, simply staring at the woman ahead, as if she were unaware of his presence. Sir, would you like to buy a map? The woman mechanically repeated her earlier inquiry. How much? $5. Sweat poured down Wang Qing's forehead, his heart racing as the dialogue mirrored that of a week prior, word for word. Trembling, he fished out his wallet, extracted a $100 bill, and extended his shaking hand toward her. As the woman reached out to grasp the money, she suddenly froze, leaving Wang Qing in a state of bewilderment. In an instant, she lifted her head and asked, did I not seek you out for 45 before? Wang Qing was instantly overwhelmed, his face contorted in despair as he exclaimed, it's her. It's really her. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground, horrified. The woman's face was a ghastly sight, drenched in blood, devoid of any recognizable skeletal features. To describe it accurately, her visage resembled that of someone crushed beneath a vehicle, utterly mangled and irregular, rendering it impossible to discern that it once belonged to a living person. What about the map I sold you? Did you throw it away? Did you? Suddenly, the woman lunged forward, seizing Wang Qing by the throat, her voice a menacing growl as she reiterated, did you throw it away? Why did you discard it? Gasping for air, Wang Qing struggled in vain, flailing his arms in an attempt to push her away. Yet, she remained immovable. Within moments, his face turned crimson, his tongue lolling from his mouth, clearly on the verge of asphyxiation. Help me! Wang Qing managed to croak out, casting a desperate glance at Wang Jingzhe, who remained unresponsive. Why are you panicking? Wang Jingzhe replied, irritation creeping into his voice. Wang Qing felt a surge of frustration. He was on the verge of being choked to death. How could he not panic? This was a grave miscalculation on his part. Under normal circumstances, Wang Jingzhe would have been unable to exorcise the female specter, as such an action would merely address the symptoms without resolving the underlying issue. Saving Wang Qing today would only lead her to torment him further until she claimed his life. However, Wang Jingzhe could not simply obliterate the ghost, for doing so would not benefit him either. In essence, every living being in this universe exists for a reason. To deprive another of their existence would only invite karmic retribution. This is precisely why both Buddhism and Taoism discourage the taking of life. With each life taken, one accumulates a burden of karma that necessitates further atonement to alleviate. This is akin to why affluent individuals often engage in philanthropy. They understand that the more good deeds they perform, the more merit they accumulate to counterbalance their past transgressions. Just as Wang Qing was about to succumb to the grip of death, Wang Jingzhe let out a heavy huff from his nostrils. The ghostly figure's arms stiffened momentarily as she turned her head, blood streaming from her mouth as she bared her teeth and let out a guttural roar. He did not intentionally discard your belongings. Choking him is futile. Wang Jingzhe flexed his wrist and stated, release him. Do not compel me to take action against you. Upon hearing his words, the ghost did indeed release Wang Qing, only to pivot and lunge at Wang Jingzhe, who remained still, allowing her to grasp his throat. In an instant, however, Wang Jingzhe's tongue became a weapon of eloquence as he uttered a single word. Begone! The ghostly woman, who had gripped Wang Jingzhe's neck, suddenly released her hold, her body soaring through the air and crashing against the glass of the rear train compartment. The train car jolted to life, and Wang Jingzhe urged the incapacitated Wang Qing, we must go, let's get out. With a firm pull, he dragged Wang Qing out of the carriage just as the sliding doors sealed shut behind them. In that instant, a loud thud echoed against the window. Wang Qing, filled with dread, discovered that the woman in the crimson attire was pressed against the glass, her blood trickling down the pane. Her grotesque visage was horrifying, marred by crimson streaks, with her eyes and tongue grotesquely squished together like a mass of decaying flesh. With a swift motion, Wang Jingzhe retrieved a crumpled yellow talisman from his possession, flicking it onto the glass with precision. He quickly inscribed several characters upon the talisman with his finger, uttering a single word, seal. This Taoist soul-sealing mark would effectively confine the spirit within the train car, allowing Wang Jingzhe to return the following day to confront her, thus avoiding complications should the ghost become restless in the days to come. She can't escape? Wang Qing inquired, anxiety etched across his face. Not for now. Let us leave this be. Will she haunt me tonight? He gestured to his sunken eyes. I haven't slept in days. I can't bear it. The moment I doze off, she invades my dreams, and I feel as if she will be the death of me. It's not over, but for tonight. She is trapped here and won't seek you out. Go home and get some rest. Tomorrow morning, wait for me here. I will find a way to deal with her. Wang Jingzhe instructed. Wang Qing glanced at the time on his phone. Tomorrow morning? In just a few hours, dawn will break. Never mind. I won't torment myself further. I'll find somewhere nearby to catch some sleep. The two discreetly exited the subway station, the streets eerily deserted at this hour, save for a few 24-hour establishments still aglow. The dim streetlights cast a chilling ambience, and a sudden gust of wind made Wang Qing shiver involuntarily as he warily scanned their surroundings, hunching his shoulders in trepidation. Once a person develops a psychological scar, they often fall prey to conditioned responses. For Wang Qing, even the warm breeze felt like an ominous chill, reminiscent of the fright he had just experienced in the subway. I doubt I will manage to sleep, he muttered disconsolately. If you can't sleep, I must, Wang Jingzhe replied, furrowing his brow in contemplation. If you choose not to rest, I have a task for you. Investigate whether there have been any fatalities at this subway station, murders, accidents, anything involving a woman. Wang Qing suddenly grasped the implication. Are you suggesting that the incident could involve that woman? More likely than not. In places plagued by hauntings, there is often a specific connection. Spirits typically linger where they met their demise. I suspect this ghost may have perished here, hence her restless spirit wanders these confines. The two subsequently found a nearby budget hotel and booked a standard room. After washing his face, Wang Jingzhe lay down on the bed and promptly fell asleep. Meanwhile, Wang Qing, with his bloodshot eyes, lay on the bed, nervously retrieving his phone to search for the phrase accidental death at Li Gaizhuang subway station. Upon hitting search, several pieces of information immediately sprang forth. The results included advertisements for the Xuanwu Min Urology Hospital, infertility treatments, and painless abortions at Mary Hospital. What on earth is all this? Wang Qing muttered in frustration, his gaze wandering downwards until he stumbled upon a news article. On June 17, 2015, a woman, while riding the subway in the evening, climbed over a barrier and jumped onto the tracks, just as a train was approaching the station, tragically being crushed beneath it. The subway at Xuanwu Min is not entirely enclosed. It only has a barrier over a meter high. The article stated that a woman in a red dress swiftly vaulted the fence and leaped onto the tracks, coming into contact with the incoming train. Below the article were several images, obscured but still revealing a horrific scene. The train's front wheels were caught on the woman's head, blood spilling everywhere. Subsequent reports indicated that this was a clear case of suicide, as the woman had lingered for a long time, ignoring several trains without boarding until this particular one arrived, prompting her to finally make the fateful decision to jump. Wang Qing was drenched in cold sweat, swallowing hard as he realized that the body in the images resembled the female apparition that had been haunting him recently. Her physique, height, and long hair were all identical. He scrolled further through additional information, encountering various rumors of uncertain veracity. Some claimed that the woman was an outsider who had come to Beijing for work, living a life of hardship, barely scraping by through distributing flyers. Others suggested that she had been deceived by a boyfriend, losing both her money and her dignity, leading her to this tragic end. Overall, the narrative painted a picture of profound despair, illustrating a life so wretched that survival felt impossible. Despite his fear, Wang Qing felt a pang of pity for her. If the reports were true, her suicide was a desperate act, born of sheer hopelessness. She had lost the will to live, a state of misery that was unfathomable. After finishing the article, he sighed and glanced over at Wang Jingzhe, who was snoring loudly and rhythmically, a cacophony of sound filling the room. Had it not been for Wang Jingzhe pulling him out of the train car at the last moment, they would have left unscathed, and Wang Qing might have been tempted to imprint his size 42 foot on his face. This person was far too carefree. Not long after reading the news, Wang Qing fell into a drowsy slumber. That night, he slept particularly soundly, perhaps due to the comfort of having Wang Jingzhe beside him. Once he found peace, he dreamt of nothing, the exhaustion accumulated over the past few days lulling him into a deep sleep until dawn, ultimately roused by Wang Jingzhe nudging him awake. Awake! Rise and shine. Wang Jingzhe nudged his companion a few times, and Wang Qing, rubbing his eyes, finally sat up. How did your investigation from yesterday turn out? Wang Jingzhe, having donned his clothes, made his way to the bathroom to freshen up. Wang Qing, still clearing the sleep from his eyes, yawned and replied, believe it or not. You were right. That woman indeed met her demise at Schwanda Gate subway station. It was a suicide. I knew it was suicide. If it were an accidental death, she wouldn't have transformed into a vengeful spirit. At that time, she happened to be wearing red, which contributed to her lingering resentment, thus causing her to cling to you. He continued, why does wearing red make death so severe? Wang Jingzhe explained while drying his face with a towel, why do people use red cloth to provoke bulls? The bull goes mad and charges because it's believed that tears from a bull can reveal unclean things. Red is particularly associated with gathering malevolent energy. Now that we know how she died, what should we do next? Should we find someone to exorcise her? Wang Qing inquired. Let me put it this way. Once you've identified the cause, you must follow the clues to find a solution. Just because she is a ghost doesn't mean you have to obliterate her spirit. After all, she was a person in life and likely did not commit any heinous acts. Therefore, there's no need for excessive force. No exorcist would annihilate her. It serves no purpose. The best resolution is to guide her willingly into the afterlife. How she is handled thereafter is the judge's responsibility, not ours. Wang Qing blinked, his expression a mix of confusion and understanding. I think I grasp what you're saying, but I'm still a bit lost. Wang Jingzhe rolled his eyes, understand why she died, and help her fulfill her unfinished wishes or concerns. The reason her spirit lingers surely has significance. Didn't you find out she was involved in some small advertisements? Start there, identify those who knew her, and continue your investigation. I'm heading out for a meal. You keep researching. I might be back late. Take this day to thoroughly digest what I've shared. With that, Wang Jingzhe departed. And Wang Qing instantly felt invigorated, realizing he had a way to prevent the female ghost from haunting him. He was filled with renewed energy and quickly fell into his work. Wang Qing lay on his bed, reviewing several posts he had found earlier, identifying a few individuals who had posted messages and attempted to leave comments, eagerly awaiting responses. Meanwhile, Wang Jingzhe emerged from the hotel with a pancake in hand and headed to the restaurant where they had dined the previous night to retrieve his belongings. After collecting his things, he proceeded to the bus stop and boarded a bus heading towards the city center. He planned to resolve Wang Qing's troubles later, but first, he needed to address matters he had to attend to in the capital, besides waiting for Ding Wu's release. His primary purpose for coming to Beijing was to settle a debt. This account was left by Wang Jingzhe's grandfather over 40 years ago. At that time, the elder Wang had bequeathed a kitchen knife to an individual, for whom he had once performed a divination. The person had offered payment, yet the elder declined, merely informing him that, after 42 years, someone would come to collect the debt. He instructed that if he were no longer alive, his descendants should settle the account, and the knife must be returned. Those who lend knives place great importance on promises. Much like the king of hell who would not allow one to linger past their destined hour, the knife lender would collect when the time came. And if the prophecy shared with you were to come true, you must fulfill your promise punctually. A word holds the weight of gold and cannot be altered. Some may wonder what happens if the prophecy of the knife lender does not materialize. I can assure you that a true knife lender's prophecies are never unfulfilled. Others might ask, what if, at the time of collection, the other party denies the debt? Given the passage of time, the original parties may have passed away, leaving their descendants unaware of the transaction. In that case, the knife lender's rule is clear. If you acknowledge the debt, all is well. If you deny it, you must return what you have received in kind. Fate is sealed by iron words, and the cosmos is determined by divine calculation. For inquiries regarding affairs after death, consult the knife lender. This phrase is often followed by a lesser-known adage. Should the affairs come to fruition but one turns their back on the agreement, the knife lender will ensure you understand the meaning of being thrust back to a state of liberation lost. Around noon, Wang Jingzhe transferred buses 3 times, ultimately arriving in the Dongqing district. After disembarking, he followed the street signs to a location known as Mauer Hutong. This hutong is a renowned spot in the capital, featuring a few residences and 3 Sihiyuan courtyards. Nowadays, Sihiyuan are synonymous with wealth, their prices often exceeding hundreds of millions, leaving many in awe. And they are rarely on the market. It is uncommon to hear of anyone selling a Sihiyuan, and even if one is available, the prices are exorbitantly high. Therefore, if you know someone who possesses a sihiyuan, it is certain that their status is either affluent or noble. Upon entering Mauer Hutong, Wang Jingzhe strolled leisurely until he reached the innermost part, where he paused before two grand vermilion doors flanked by stone lions. Above the entrance hung an aged plaque inscribed with two prominent characters, Feng residence. Wang Jingzhe glanced at the plaque and then grasped the door knocker, tapping it several times. Shortly thereafter, an elderly man in his 60s answered the door. Upon seeing a young man in a long robe at the threshold, he hesitated and inquired, "Whom do you seek?" Wang Jingzhe smiled politely and asked, "Is this the residence of the Feng family?" "I am looking for Feng Yuan." The elder furrowed his brow in surprise and asked, "You're looking for Feng Yuan?" "Yes, I am." "You may be disappointed. It's rather difficult to find him." Wang Jingzhe inquired, "What do you mean?" 3 years ago, my cousin passed away. How do you expect to find him?" Wang Jingzhe furrowed his brow and sighed softly before continuing, "Since Feng Yuan is no longer with us, I can seek out his children." The elderly man scrutinized him for a moment, perplexed, and inquired, "What exactly is your purpose here?" "Many years ago, Feng Yuan owed my grandfather a debt, and I have come to collect it. With his passing, I intend to retrieve it from his offspring," Wang Jingzhe explained slowly. The old man was taken aback, shaking his head in disbelief. "Impossible. The Feng family could never owe anyone money. Please do not jest." "It is not about money," Wang Jingzhe replied, narrowing his eyes. "Feng Yuan made a promise to my grandfather. You may not be aware, but simply inform Feng Yuan's children that a man named Wang is here to reclaim a kitchen knife from 42 years ago, and they will understand." The old man, astonished, uttered a surprised "oh," and replied, "Very well, I shall convey your message." "Good. I will return the day after tomorrow at this same time," Wang Jingzhe said with a smile before turning and exiting the alley. After his departure, the elderly man returned to the courtyard, entering the living room, where he picked up the phone and dialed a number. The members of the Feng family no longer resided there, and this old man, a distant relative of the Fengs, was merely overseeing the property. Once the call connected, the old man informed the other party, Tianliang. Today a rather peculiar young man visited the courtyard, claiming to be here to collect a debt. Upon hearing this, the person on the other end dismissed it curtly, "Nonsense. I know nothing of any kitchen knife. If he comes again, send him on his way." In the afternoon, as Wang Jingzhe meandered back to the hotel, he found Wang Qing had not yet returned. Feeling drowsy, he succumbed to a brief slumber. When he awoke, night had fallen. He washed his face, preparing to head out for dinner when the door was suddenly flung open with a loud bang. Wang Qing burst in, his face alight with excitement. Spotting Wang Jingzhe at the sink, he exclaimed breathlessly, "You won't believe it. I actually found someone who knows that woman and gathered information about her." Wang Jingzhe responded. Intrigued, Wang Qing gestured animatedly, "It's all true. The rumors online were accurate. I left messages with a few people, and to my surprise, someone replied, her former colleague. She used to work in advertising, having moved from the countryside to Beijing. She struggled to make ends meet, earning just over 2,000 a month. Furthermore, she was involved with a man, and they cohabitated. It seems she had a pregnancy that she terminated, and right before her tragic end, this man deceived her. They had planned to marry, but he suddenly reneged on his promises and broke up with her, unable to cope with the heartbreak. She took her life by jumping onto the subway tracks." Wang Qing frowned and pressed, "While that is all unfortunate, the key question remains. Have you located this man?" "I have indeed," Wang Jingzhe replied. "He was present at the scene when she died and was quite shocked. Her colleagues have also seen him around, and I have obtained his address. He resides in a nearby apartment complex." Wang Jingzhe expressed his surprise. "You managed to uncover all this in just one day?" Wang Qing sighed and said, "Life is of utmost importance. How could I not be anxious about my own fate? Let us eat first, and then we shall seek out this man," Wang Jingzhe remarked after wiping his face. "No, how can you think of eating at such a critical moment? Can it wait?" Wang Qing retorted impatiently. "Life is at stake. If I starve, who will assist you in exorcising the ghost?" Wang Jingzhe replied nonchalantly. Wang Qing nearly spat out a mouthful of blood, lamenting the lack of responsibility. After exiting the hotel, the two hastily consumed a meal. By around 8 in the evening, following the address he had gathered, Wang Qing led Wang Jingzhe to a nearby residential complex, where they found a residence based on the door number. Knock, knock. Wang Qing rapped on the door a few times and, after a moment of silence, knocked again. Eventually, a sound emanated from within, and after a brief wait, the door creaked open, releasing a pungent, sour odor. A disheveled man with unkempt hair and a scruffy beard leaned against the doorframe, clutching a bottle of liquor, clearly inebriated. "Who are you looking for, and what do you want?" he asked, his eyelids drooping. Wang Qing, with a face full of yearning, inquired, "Are you not Zhu Jiang?" The drunken man raised his eyelids slightly and slurred, "I don't know you." Upon hearing his response, Wang Jingzhe forcefully pushed him into the room, then kicked the door shut behind them. "Hey, you too." The drunken man swayed unsteadily, pointing at them. Wang Jingzhe frowned at his condition and instructed Wang Qing, "Go fetch a basin of water and splash it on his head." What are you hesitating for? Hurry up," Wang Jingzhe urged impatiently. Wang Qing filled a basin with water from the bathroom and emerged, splashing it over the still-dazed Zhu Jiang. Splash! Zhu Jiang was drenched from head to toe, and, wiping the water from his face, he incredulously jumped up, exclaiming, "Are you both insane? Coming to my home to splash water on me? Do you believe I will call the police? Are you sober yet? If not, I can give you another round." Wang Jingzhe motioned to Wang Qing. "All right, splash." After the second basin of water was thrown, the drunkard was bewildered but indeed more alert. Wang Jingzhe pointed at his chest and asked, "Do you remember that you caused a woman's death?" Zhu Jiang instantly gasped, shaking his head vehemently. No, I didn't harm her, I really didn't mean to. You drove her to commit suicide by jumping in front of the subway. And you still deny it?" Wang Jingzhe pressed on relentlessly. "I didn't intend for it to happen. I truly didn't know she would be so extreme." Zhu Jiang suddenly collapsed to the ground, clutching his hair, weeping and shouting. Who could have known she couldn't withstand the blow? "I didn't mean it. I never intended to deceive her. I wanted to marry her, but my family opposed it. My mother cried and protested against our union. What could I do?" Wang Jingzhe paused at Zhu Jiang's words, looking down and asking, "What do you mean? You didn't intend to deceive her and genuinely wish to marry her?" Zhu Jiang lifted his head, tears streaming down his face, and said, "She was truly wonderful, adept at household chores, understanding, and unlike other women, she was not extravagant. She cooked and shopped without complaint, and she never judged my circumstances. How could I have disagreed? It was my mother who insisted that her family was too poor and earned too little, demanding that I break up with her. She even threatened to take her own life if I did not comply. What could I do? These past 2 years, have you seen how I've lived? The only thing I want to do is drink. I'm haunted by the thought of her. I never expected her to pass away so suddenly, and I cannot forgive myself for it." Wang Jingzhe glanced around the room, littered with empty bottles and leftover food, the air heavy with a foul, sour odor. It was evident that Zhu Jiang was a man on the brink of despair, having lost all faith in life. Zhu Jiang wiped his tears and said, "For these 2 years, the only solace I've found is in alcohol. Whenever I'm sober, thoughts of her consume me. I regret not fighting harder for her. I should have stood my ground and not ended our relationship." "You must sincerely feel that way," Wang Jingzhe asked, narrowing his eyes. Zhu Jiang forced a bitter smile, replying, "What does sincerity matter now? She has gone, and words are too late. If you truly wished to marry her and had a chance to remarry her, would you do it?" "Huh?" Zhu Jiang was taken aback, incredulity etched on his face. "What do you mean?" "I'm asking if you would be willing," Wang Jingzhe reiterated. Yes. Zhu Jiang nodded eagerly. "But is that even possible?" "Whether it's possible is not for you to worry about. Just affirm your willingness," Wang Jingzhe said, nodding. "Now, tidy yourself up, change your clothes, and then accompany me." As Zhu Jiang went to change, Wang Qing quietly asked, "What did you just say? Let them get married?" This woman's restless spirit indicates that she harbors unresolved feelings, and it is evident that the key to her peace lies with this man. Their relationship is intertwined. If he genuinely regrets his past and truly wishes to marry her, then it becomes feasible. But what if he was just deceiving you? Wang Qing questioned. Wang Jingzhe shot him a sidelong glance. Deceiving with such conviction? What kind of acting is that? Do you think I lack discernment? After pondering, Wang Qing nodded in agreement. Once Zhu Jiang had changed, the three of them set out, but instead of heading directly to the subway station, they stopped at a store to purchase various supplies. They waited until around 11 at night before finally entering the subway, anxiously anticipating the last train. At 11, the final train arrived, and the trio boarded the carriage. By this time, Zhu Jiang had sobered up and, somewhat dazed, asked, "Why are we taking the subway so late? Are we waiting for someone? Or are we waiting for a ghost?" Suddenly, the lights in the carriage went out completely, and Wang Qing's breathing grew tense, pressing close to Wang Jingzhe. Despite having experienced this for the third time, he instinctively began to tremble once more. A chilling breeze suddenly swept through the air, sending shivers down their spines. Wang Qing and Zhu Jiang clasped their arms tightly, swallowing hard. After a moment, Wang Jingzhe abruptly turned his gaze towards the distant train carriage. Following his line of sight, they beheld a woman with disheveled hair, clad in a crimson dress, slowly approaching them. She's coming, Wang Qing stuttered, trembling. Zhu Jiang, startled, exclaimed, "Oh my goodness," and slipped from his seat to the ground, terror-stricken. A ghost? We've encountered a ghost. Wang Jingzhe firmly grasped his shoulder, pinning him to the ground. As the woman drew closer, she held a stack of flyers, monotonously repeating, by one, by one. Zhu Jiang was on the verge of collapse, struggling desperately to rise. Most would be petrified in such a situation, yet Wang Jingzhe held him down and shouted at the spectral figure. "Do you even know who this is?" The woman slowly turned her head, revealing a face marred and fragmented. Upon seeing Zhu Jiang, she appeared momentarily stunned, then let out a piercing wail, causing the flyers to flutter down like leaves. Wang Qing distinctly noticed that those which landed transformed into paper money and joss paper. Suddenly, the ghost extended her arm and clutched Zhu Jiang's neck, snarling, "I have waited for you. I have finally waited for you." Coughing violently, Zhu Jiang struggled to pry her arm away, the imprint of her grip appearing on his neck. "Aren't you going to do anything?" Wang Qing asked, fear gripping him. "Don't worry, he won't die," came the nonchalant reply. Just as Zhu Jiang seemed on the brink of asphyxiation, the woman released her grip. Her bloodshot eyes fixated on his face, repeating in a haunting tone, "Why did you deceive me? Why? You promised to marry me. I even terminated our child for you. Why did you lie?" Coughing again, Zhu Jiang gasped. You are Yuan Xiaoya? Why did you deceive me?" Wang Jingzhe interjected, "Repeat what you said before to her." What did I say?" "Tell her you didn't deceive her. Speak from your heart. Hurry, if you don't, she might truly kill you. And no one will be able to save you." Zhu Jiang was taken aback. "You lured me here to kill me. You're not dead yet. Let us discuss that when you are. Hurry up," Wang Jingzhe urged impatiently. The woman suddenly lunged forward again, and as she was about to seize Zhu Jiang once more, he instinctively reacted. Gudu Zhu Jiang swallowed hard, twisting his neck stiffly, and spoke in terror. "Xiaoya, I did not deceive you. I truly did not. At that time, I intended to marry you, but my family opposed it, and I was powerless to change their minds. I never anticipated that you would suddenly take such a drastic step. Since your passing, I have been consumed by guilt and remorse, living a life more torturous than death. I deeply regret it. I have always loved you." As the woman's hand was about to grasp Zhu Jiang's neck, she paused, murmuring, "You lie to me. Even in death, you continue to deceive me." "No, I swear it's the truth. If given another chance, I would most certainly marry you." Wang Jingzhe glanced at the time. It was 11:15. Suddenly, he stepped between the two and declared, "If you wish to ascertain whether he has lied to you, why not have him marry you once more?" Zhu Jiang, bewildered, asked, "What do you mean by marriage? She is already dead. How can we marry?" "By a ghost marriage," Wang Jingzhe exclaimed. "Isn't your lingering spirit here because you feel abandoned by him? If you too partake in a ghost marriage, you shall discover whether he deceived you." Zhu Jiang, with a vacant expression, nodded slowly, saying, "I am willing. I agree. My existence has become unbearable, and marrying you would provide me some semblance of relief. Otherwise, I cannot endure this life any longer." Typically, a person with even a modicum of kindness would feel guilt for causing another's demise. Some individuals carry the shadow of such guilt throughout their lives, unable to escape its grasp. Zhu Jiang evidently fell into this category, and the tragedy was compounded by the fact that the deceased was a woman he once cherished. Upon hearing Zhu Jiang's sincere willingness to engage in a ghost marriage, Yuan Xiaoya gradually began to calm. Wang Jingzhe produced a talisman and said, "I shall seal it within. Tonight, I will orchestrate a ghost marriage for you both, allowing you to transcend and reincarnate in the underworld." Suddenly, two streams of blood welled in Yuan Xiaoya's eyes as she replied, "Very well. I wish to see if you are truly sincere. Come forth," Wang Jingzhe instructed, sealing Yuan Xiaoya's spirit within the talisman. Ding dong, the subway approached, and as the doors opened, the three stepped out. Wang Qing suddenly felt a chill at the nape of his neck. Turning around, he spotted a child with braids peeking from the subway car, blinking and grinning broadly. "Wait, there's more." How can there still be more? Wang Qing exclaimed, clutching Wang Jingzhe's arm in panic. Wang Jingzhe frowned and glanced at the subway car, commanding, "Get lost." With a whoosh, the small spirit vanished. "Get lost." Wang Jingzhe shouted again, and the specter promptly fled. Wang Qing and Zhu Jiang stared at him in bewilderment, inquiring, "Why are there still such entities?" "You are fortunate to encounter a newly deceased female spirit. After merely 2 or 3 years, her malevolence is not overly intense. Had you crossed paths with a more seasoned malevolent ghost, you might not have had the opportunity to confront me at the subway entrance." Wang Jingzhe elucidated. The subway lines in the capital traverse some peculiar locations, and the historical significance of this area is profound. The excavations were so deep that they unknowingly disturbed countless ancient graves. Who knows what entities might have been awakened? The last train departs at the witching hour, precisely when restless spirits are most active, resulting in a plethora of malevolent presences on board. Exercise caution on your future journeys. Wang Qing, trembling with trepidation, inquired, "So if someone like me inadvertently boards the last train, will they inevitably encounter a ghost?" "Not necessarily. Others might evade such an encounter," he replied. "Why is that?" Wang Qing asked, somewhat bewildered. Wang Jingzhe cast a sidelong glance and remarked, "You may possess a certain aura that invites misfortune, making it easier for spirits to latch onto you." Wang Qing's expression fell, and he retorted, "Could you speak more kindly?" The phenomenon of ghost encounters is indeed contingent upon the individual. Some may brush past spirits unnoticed, while others, like yourself, may find themselves ensnared simply by boarding the last train. To illustrate, a person's vitality can render them impervious to malevolent forces. Those with strong moral integrity or resilience, such as police officers or soldiers, tend to repel spirits. Wang Jingzhe pointed at Wang Qing's chest and continued, "Individuals like you, who often stay up late or indulge excessively, possess a weakened constitution. Coupled with a slightly devious nature, it's only natural for spirits to seek you out." Wang Qing's face flushed, and he began to protest. "Don't speak nonsense. Who indulges excessively? Huh? Your hands have developed calluses. Surely you must be indulging more than you admit?" "That cannot be. My frequency is not as high as you suggest." Wang Qing instinctively glanced at his right hand, finding it quite smooth and devoid of the exaggeration Wang Jingzhe claimed. Wang Jingzhe turned to the still-dazed Zhu Jiang and said, "You must consider this carefully. Should you proceed with this ghostly union, it may significantly impact your life." Zhu Jiang pondered for a moment and resolutely replied, "As long as it alleviates my guilt, I seek complete liberation." Upon exiting the subway station, the trio returned directly to Zhu Jiang's residence. Wang Jingzhe instructed Wang Qing to wait outside. "Why? I also wish to witness what a ghostly marriage entails." Wang Qing protested. "If you wish to spend the next few days bedridden with illness, you may enter. I won't stop you. But I must warn you, the atmosphere inside is laden with negative energy, and should you inhale even a hint of it, you will be beset by misfortune for months to come." Wang Qing, alarmed, stepped back, saying, "Please convey my best wishes for their eternal happiness. I shall refrain from entering." With a resounding thud, the door closed. Minutes later, Zhu Jiang's home was shrouded in darkness, with all windows tightly sealed, allowing not a glimmer of light to penetrate. The living room, adorned with 2 lit red candles positioned against the wall, emitted a faint glow amidst the profound obscurity. Wang Jingzhe placed the talisman on the table, and instantly, Yuan Xiaoye's vengeful spirit surged forth from within. He swiftly picked up a red cloth and draped it over her head. The custom of binding the birth dates of both parties on that talisman to facilitate a ghost marriage is still preserved in many places today. To be candid, such practices are rather unethical. They do not affect the deceased, but can significantly shorten the lifespan of the living. In families where unmarried young individuals have passed away prematurely, it is common for relatives to seek a spouse for them, and in some instances, the bodies remain unburied, solely to arrange a ghost marriage, fearing that the solitary spirit might disturb the living. In modern society, such occurrences may be rare or less exaggerated. However, a century ago, some affluent households would go so far as to murder someone to ensure a match for the ghost marriage, or even entomb the living alongside the deceased, which is indeed a grave transgression. Your lingering spirit is merely a reflection of your feelings of betrayal. He deceived you in life, and now he wishes to wed you in death. Therefore, I must advise you, once the ghost marriage is completed, you must surrender yourself to the underworld. Do not linger in the realm of the living and cause mischief. Should you persist in your attachments, do not blame me for personally escorting you down. My patience may not last forever. Wang Jingzhe admonished with a furrowed brow. From beneath the red veil, Yuan Xiaoye's voice floated out softly. Thank you, sir, I understand. First, bow to heaven and earth, Wang Jingzhe remarked, glancing at Zhu Jiang, who remained unresponsive. Zhu Jiang and Yuan Xiaoye stood side by side, turning to face each other for their bow. As they bowed, the flames of the two candles on the table flickered, shrinking momentarily as if they might extinguish. Second, bow to the ancestors, Wang Jingzhe instructed. Just bow towards your home. After their bow, the candles appeared on the verge of dying out, with only a faint flicker of flame struggling to survive. Wang Jingzhe pinched the talisman and held it over the candle, which ignited with a puff, transforming into a flurry of ash that drifted down. Now, bow as husband and wife, Wang Jingzhe stated coolly. After this bow, neither of you can turn back. The ghost marriage is formalized. For a fleeting moment, a look of conflict and struggle flashed across Zhu Jiang's face, but it quickly vanished. He gazed at Yuan Xiaoye, covered in the red cloth, and confessed, I truly wished to marry you back then, but I was forced to part ways by my family. I never intended to harm you, Xiaoye. Today, I offer you this wedding to prove that I never deceived you. Without hesitation, he bent low. A tear slipped from beneath the veil and fell to the ground. Wang Jingzhe observed Yuan Xiaoye without prompting her. After a pause, Yuan Xiaoye suddenly lifted her veil and softly declared, as long as you never deceived me, I have no regrets about my death. When Zhu Jiang looked up again, Yuan Xiaoye's face had returned to its former state. He trembled as he reached out, but she floated back and turned to Wang Jingzhe, saying, I do not wish to proceed. Knowing he did not deceive me is sufficient. Have you come to a realization? Wang Jingzhe inquired with a nod. In the realm of yin and yang, why entangle oneself in confusion? A lingering obsession kept Yuan Xiaoye's spirit wandering in the last subway car. Once she realized that Zhu Jiang had not deceived her, that fixation dissipated like smoke. Her ultimate destination was the underworld, and her reluctance to remain in the mortal realm would eventually lead to her being claimed by someone, be it Wang Jingzhe or another. However, the lineage of the Sha Dao people is known for its reverence for fate. They seldom strike down any living soul, even those once malevolent spirits. The Sha Dao practitioners are particularly attuned to destiny, stemming from their excessive revelations of celestial secrets. Their ability to predict with certainty is seen as a transgression against the natural order. Each person's fate is predetermined, yet the Sha Dao can unveil these truths, thus incurring the consequences of violating the cosmic balance. The five misfortunes, widowhood, solitude, and loneliness, are counterbalanced by the three deficiencies, wealth, life, and power. This world operates under its own rules, yet the Sha Dao lineage alters this order. Once they glimpse the celestial truths, they must face divine retribution, inevitably falling prey to the five misfortunes and three deficiencies. Those who truly possess the gift of foresight often find themselves blind, for the heavens disallow their clarity. By revealing the paths of many, the repercussions ultimately befall them. Thus, the Sha Dao practitioners do not act lightly, avoiding the shedding of life and spirit, lest they become ensnared in the web of karmic consequences. When a problem can be resolved through reason, there is no need to resort to violence. Conversely, when reason fails, sometimes force becomes necessary. Ultimately, the Sha Dao hold a blade in their hands. After Yuan Xiaoye's essence faded away, Zhu Jiang untangled his own hardest knots, and Wang Qing no longer had to fear being haunted by a ghostly woman in his dreams. The following morning, after a restful night, Wang Qing and Wang Jingzhe emerged from the hotel. In just one night, Wang Qing's complexion improved significantly. The dark circles under his eyes had diminished, and he appeared more vibrant. Upon returning, Wang Jingzhe advised him to eat something to restore his vitality, warning that neglecting his health could lead to illness for several days. After imparting this counsel, he turned to leave, as their brief encounter seemed to have reached its conclusion. Excuse me, sir, may I ask you something? Wang Qing hastily followed. Wang Jingzhe cast a sidelong glance, but remained silent. Wang Qing continued, Are you in need of an apprentice? Do you not see in me a distinguished visage and unique talents suitable for learning from you? Honestly, I do not see it, Wang Jingzhe replied. Well, if I am not fit to be an apprentice, perhaps I could assist in some capacity. I am not picky. Just being fed while following you would suffice. Wang Qing said, his demeanor eager. Wang Jingzhe, exasperated, responded, "You may not be picky, but I certainly am. I do not find you suitable. I will pay. How much do you want?" Wang Qing insisted, but Wang Jingzhe, disinterested, quickly made his way to the bus stop, needing to head to Mauer Hutong. Wang Qing, unwilling to relent, trailed behind, persistently chattering. "We have a bond of fate. Is that not significant in your line of work? When destiny brings us together, let us not miss this opportunity. Please, take me on. Indeed, I find it rather troublesome to see you traversing the world all alone. I could certainly assist as your aid. Would it be so difficult to accept my offer?" Upon reaching the bus station, Wang Jingzhe crossed his arms, waiting for the bus to arrive. Wang Qing, feeling disgruntled, remarked, "Could you spare a moment from your busy schedule to humor me?" Wang Jingzhe sighed in resignation and replied, "Do you not see that I am not busy at all? I simply have no desire to engage with you. Perhaps you could exhibit a bit of perceptiveness?" After a prolonged silence, Wang Qing weakly suggested, "If all else fails, could you at least provide me with a phone number? That way, I can reach out to you when necessary. If you refuse, I shall follow you indefinitely. Must you not possess any sense of dignity?" Wang Jingzhe exclaimed in exasperation. With a resounding slap to his own face, Wang Qing shamelessly inquired, "What is this worth per pound? It holds no value. Why would I want it?" Ultimately, Wang Jingzhe could not withstand the audacity of this fool, who could repel 100,000 Xiongnu from the Great Wall. He relented and shared his phone number with Wang Qing, who then departed in jubilant spirits. Having preemptively resolved the troubles involving Wang Qing and Zhu Jiang, Wang Jingzhe found himself with an entire day to spare. He arrived early at Mauer Hutong. Believing that the elderly man overseeing the Sihiyuan had likely communicated with the Feng family, so he came to settle the accounts today. Upon entering the Hutong and reaching the innermost Sihiyuan, Wang Jingzhe knocked on the door. After a moment, the elderly man opened it, and, upon seeing him, frowned and inquired, "You are back again? You have relayed my words to the Feng family, have you not?" With a smile, Wang Jingzhe asked, "Are you causing trouble, my child? What does a 20-year-old kitchen knife have to do with this? Begone and attend to your own affairs. Do not stir the pot here. I have inquired of my conscience, and the old man has never imparted anything. Please leave now." The old man urged impatiently, attempting to shut the door. Wang Jingzhe propped the door open with one hand, frowning as he said, "Have you passed my words on verbatim? Did I not tell you to cease this nonsense?" The old man replied. Narrowing his eyes, Wang Jingzhe stated, "Then I have one more message for you to convey to the Feng family. If they refuse to acknowledge their debts, they shall face the consequences. 300 meters to the right, there lies the Mauer Hutong police station. If I were to report this, the police would arrive within 2 minutes. Do you believe that?" "Huh," Wang Jingzhe retorted, releasing his grip and stepping back a couple of paces. With a swift motion, he drew a kitchen knife from his bag and hurled it with force towards the plaque above the doorway. With a whoosh, the knife flew through the air, striking the plaque with a dull thud, embedding itself approximately 20 centimeters deep. The finely crafted wooden plaque was pierced as effortlessly as tofu, with the blade precisely lodged between the two large characters of the Feng residence. The elderly man stared at him in astonishment, momentarily at a loss, before looking up at the knife and the plaque, his expression morphing into one of fury as he shouted, "Are you looking for trouble? Bear the consequences yourself." Wang Jingzhe declared emphatically before turning on his heel and departing, paying no heed to the elderly man's furious rebukes. Moments later, his figure in the long robe vanished at the mouth of the Hutong. The lineage of the Shadao is one steeped in tradition, where inquiries into the future are met with the understanding that while debts may be incurred, one must never default on repayment. The elder, in a fit of exasperation, cursed for what felt like an eternity before returning to the courtyard to retrieve a ladder, intending to remove the vegetable knife affixed to the plaque. However, despite his persistent tugging, the knife remained steadfastly in place, refusing to budge. Feng Tianliang is a merchant of considerable repute in the Jingjinji region, a figure so prominent that his presence graces financial forums and economic reports with alarming frequency. Searching his name online yields an abundance of related links, enough to fill several pages. Indeed, the term business magnate is hardly an exaggeration when applied to him. His influence can be attributed not only to his own savvy navigation of the business landscape over the past decade, aided by a certain influential figure, but also to the early signs of prosperity that began during his father's era. The Feng family once belonged to the esteemed elite, having been prominent salt merchants in the Lianghuai region, even forging familial ties with the salt transport officials of the time. In those days, the Lianghuai salt merchants were synonymous with wealth. Some were so affluent that they could rival nations in their riches. However, with the overthrow of the Qing dynasty, the Feng family's fortunes dwindled, compounded by the chaotic state of affairs that left them in disarray. It was not until the period of Feng Yuan, during the late 1970s, that the family experienced a resurgence, capitalizing on the wave of economic reform to transition from small vendors to proprietors of private enterprises. When Feng Tianliang succeeded his father in managing the family business, he serendipitously found himself amidst a real estate boom, amassing substantial land holdings that propelled the Feng family back into the realm of influential business leaders. In recent years, Feng Tianliang's influence has extended beyond the Jing-Jingji region, with his company spearheading one or two of the most significant real estate projects in various areas. Their ventures now encompass not only real estate, but also the realms of technology and insurance, firmly establishing them as titans of the business world. Given this context, would Feng Tianliang truly be concerned about a threat from an unknown young man? Certainly not. The notion that he should heed the warning of all consequences are yours to bear, as articulated by Wang Jingzhe, seemed utterly laughable to him. After hearing it, the words barely registered before they evaporated into thin air. He had numerous meetings to attend, flying across various locations within a single day. How could he possibly occupy his mind with a story about a knife from over 40 years ago? Hello? Tianliang, it's your cousin. The young man I mentioned yesterday has returned, the elder fumed. He has inserted a knife into our family's plaque, declaring that if you refuse to acknowledge this, you shall bear all consequences. Feng Tianliang, taken aback by this revelation, instinctively remarked, "Isn't that akin to kidnapping and extortion?" Indeed, that rascal fled quickly, otherwise I would have reported him to the authorities, the elder retorted. Handle it, would you? Have someone repair the plaque and inform the nearby police station. If he returns, apprehend him without hesitation. I must travel to Lingnan for a meeting shortly, so please do not trouble me with this matter again. Had it not been for the fact that the elderly gentleman on the other end of the line was a distant cousin of Feng Tianliang, he would undoubtedly have launched into a reprimand. His desk was cluttered with a multitude of documents awaiting his signature, while his secretary and assistant stood outside, poised to report on a dozen itineraries. The trouble brought about by a mere kitchen knife was hardly worth his precious time. With a decisive click, the phone call ended, and Feng Tianliang rubbed his temples, the fleeting thought of the kitchen knife dissipating as swiftly as it had come. He briefly contemplated whether the old man had ever mentioned this matter during his lifetime, but his train of thought was quickly interrupted by the pressing documents on his desk. Within the confines of the Feng residence's courtyard, the old man, after hanging up, promptly dialed the nearby police station. Hello? Director Li, this is Feng Tianliang. I have something to discuss with you. To put it succinctly, the Feng family had never taken Wang Jingzhe's admonition of consequences borne by oneself seriously. That very afternoon, Feng Tianliang boarded a flight to Lingnan, casting aside the inexplicable young man who had suddenly appeared. The old man, Feng Tianqing, however, afforded a modicum of seriousness to the term extortion, and after contacting the police station in Mauerhatong, he awaited the return of the young man clad in a long robe. Meanwhile, Wang Jingzhe, having exited Mauerhatong, had no intention of returning, for he felt compelled to bear the consequences of his own words. In the lineage of the Sherdao, one may borrow or owe, but there exists no principle of evading repayment. For days swiftly passed, and at a construction site on the eastern Fourth Ring Road of the capital, Wang Jingzhe gazed up at a sign hanging at the entrance, emblazoned with the words Jinxiu Shanhua Real Estate. The construction site within was one of the major projects underway this year, comprising several upscale residential buildings and a 33-story office tower, along with a star-rated hotel and shopping facilities, with a total investment from Jinxiu Shanhua Real Estate, in addition to several other shareholders holding approximately 40% of the shares. The project had progressed to its mid-stage, with the 33-story office building and several luxury apartments already half-constructed, the site bustling with activity as construction vehicles moved to and fro, and tower cranes swung overhead, hoisting building materials. Having conducted a brief online search, Wang Jingzhe quickly familiarized himself with the ongoing projects of Jinxiu Real Estate in the capital, and after transferring through 2 routes, he arrived 3 days prior, spending the subsequent days circling the vicinity of the construction site. Over the course of these 3 days, Wang Jingzhe meticulously traversed every inch of the land surrounding the site, pausing only for the necessities of life, until, after 3 days, he squinted at the words Jinxiu Shanhua real estate, curling his lip in disdain. As night descended and the clock struck midnight, tranquility enveloped the surroundings. Less than a kilometer to the south of the Jinxiu Shanhua construction site, Wang Jingzhe ascended a raised bridge. Upon reaching its peak, he surveyed the brightly lit construction site in the distance and gazed up at the starry sky above, relishing the clear weather, a rare reprieve from the usual haze, with the stars twinkling vividly against the backdrop of the night. In the due south, under the auspices of the fourth star of the Big Dipper, Wang Jingzhe, in the midst of daylight saving time, recited a few incantations with a tremor of his lips. Afterward, he retrieved a seemingly unremarkable prism from his bag and affixed it to the elevated bridge, its reflective surface facing the construction site to the north. Some 20 minutes later, Wang Jingzhe descended from the overpass and journeyed southeast, several miles away, where he beheld a locust tree standing 8 or 9 meters tall. With a flourish of his robe, he grasped the trunk and nimbly ascended to the treetop. In the southeast, aligned with the fifth star of the Big Dipper, he hung a second prism from the apex of the tree. To the east, governed by the seventh star, he noted the midday hour was not suitable for construction. To the north, under the sixth star, he cautioned against human presence during the evening. In the northwest and southwest, under the third star, he warned against the sight of hearth fires at dusk. In total, 7 prisms were meticulously positioned by Wang Jingzhe around the construction site of the splendid landscape, each one corresponding to a specific direction. As the first crow of the rooster echoed, he deftly leapt over the surrounding wall into the site. Calculating his steps, he arrived at the precise center where the prisms converged, pinching a talisman with 2 fingers of his left hand and with a forceful stomp of his right foot. He declared, "Summon the dragon, gather the energy, with the dragon's head unraised, let the 7 apertures remain sealed." Suddenly, a gust of refreshing wind swept across the ground, fleetingly, and the talisman vanished beneath the surface. The entire site trembled imperceptibly. More than 2 hours later, before dawn broke, the distant call of roosters began to rise outside the capital. At the moment the first crow sounded, a sudden drop in temperature enveloped the construction site in the east fourth ring of the splendid landscape. Workers who had spent the night involuntarily curled into themselves in slumber, as the summer heat of late June typically called for air conditioning. Yet, those in deep sleep remained oblivious to the anomaly. At that moment, the fifth star of the Big Dipper flickered to life. As dawn broke around 7 o'clock, workers began to awaken in succession. In one dormitory, the sound of sneezing resonated multiple times, prompting one worker to rub his nose and exclaim, "In the middle of summer, I can't believe I'm catching a cold. Do you feel like the weather is a bit chilly?" Another looked up at the sky and remarked, "There's no mention of rain today, but it does appear overcast. Perhaps a storm is imminent?" The weather forecasts have been rather unreliable lately. The workers paid little heed, gradually commencing their tasks. The timeline for this construction project was tight, with work beginning at dawn and continuing until 9 or 10 in the evening. As midday approached, operations on site proceeded in an orderly manner, everything appearing normal. Yet, newcomers entering the site inexplicably sensed that the temperature felt slightly cooler than outside, even causing goosebumps on their bare arms. At high noon, beneath the 33rd floor of the commercial building, the foreman, armed with a walkie-talkie, shouted upwards to the crane operator, lower it down, release the steel cables. This batch of materials needs to reach the 15th floor promptly. They are waiting on the other side, and time is of the essence. After you deliver this load, come down quickly. It's almost time for lunch." "Understood," came the reply from the crane operator over the walkie-talkie. A moment later, the 2-ton construction materials were hoisted by the tower crane and transported to the under-construction 15th floor. The crane creaked as it swung its arm, lifting the materials steadily. When it reached the 13th floor, the arm suddenly halted, and the taut steel cable began to sway erratically. The foreman hastily shouted into the intercom, "What is going on?" "I don't know. It might be an issue with the motor," came the reply, but before the transmission could conclude, the cargo hanging in midair suddenly plummeted, the 2-ton materials crashing down from the 13th floor. In an instant, cement, rebar, and other materials struck the ground, sending nearby workers fleeing in panic. Dust erupted, but fortunately, that area was unoccupied, otherwise, the impact would have been catastrophic. After a brief silence, the foreman wiped the cold sweat from his brow and tremulously picked up the intercom, saying, "Get down here quickly. Have the maintenance crew check what's wrong. Wasn't he the crane just serviced last month? How could this happen? How would I know? Those kids must have cut corners during the inspection. The crane operator cursed under his breath, preparing to exit the cabin. However, as he stood up, several bolts in the crane's midsection exploded outward, causing the previously stable tower to tilt slightly. The operator was left dumbfounded as those below watched the towering crane begin to lean perilously towards the building. Mere seconds later, the structure crashed onto the staircase. Sliding a short distance before the cabin was lodged against a protruding section of the building, halting its descent. After a moment of bewilderment, the crane operator swallowed hard, wiped the sweat from his forehead, feeling a fiery sensation in his throat, utterly speechless. Within 5 minutes of the incident, the project supervisor and the overall manager hurriedly arrived at the scene. A middle-aged man in his 50s, visibly distressed, inquired, "What happened with the crane?" "It seems there was a malfunction, possibly due to a missed inspection during the maintenance," the foreman explained. "Were there any casualties?" "No, but the operator is still trapped up there. However, we've assessed that the crane won't fall further. Someone has already gone to organize a rescue." The manager's expression eased slightly. The worst fear on construction sites is the loss of life, and as long as there were no injuries, the situation seemed manageable. "Quickly organize a rescue and investigate the malfunction. We'll resume work this afternoon," he urged, frowning. "Understood. I'll arrange that immediately," the foreman replied, nodding vigorously. Before long, the trapped crane operator was safely brought down. Upon reaching the ground, he trembled on his legs, clearly still shaken by the earlier ordeal. Subsequently, the maintenance team began their inspection, while work continued as usual on other sites. Although incidents like crane collapses are rare, they are not entirely unfamiliar. And after a brief scare, everything returned to normalcy. "Let us not linger here. It's time for lunch. Afterward, we need to get back to work," the foreman called to the workers, signaling them to break for their meal. As individuals gradually evacuated from the office building, a sudden and intense tremor reverberated through the structure minutes later, just as the crowd began to make their way to the cafeteria. Startled, everyone turned their heads to the source of a thunderous roar that ensued, causing the ground to shudder beneath them. A thick cloud of dust surged forth from all directions, lingering for a quarter of an hour before finally dissipating. Workers at the construction site, their minds bewildered, rushed back into the building, only to confirm a shocking and unbelievable situation. The supermarket and shopping mall on the basement level, along with the parking facilities on the second and third underground levels, had all collapsed. The once completed third basement had transformed into a vast chasm. Half an hour later, the project supervisor, the construction manager, the vice president of Jinxiu Shanhua Real Estate, and representatives from the Quality Inspection Department convened on-site to ascertain the cause of the calamity. The head of the quality inspection team pulled Mr. Huang aside, furrowing his brow as he inquired, "Tell me, did you cut corners?" Mr. Huang, resolutely shaking his head, responded, "How could that be? This building is constructed by our company, intended for leasing, not for sale. Would you skimp on building your own home? Has the company lost its sanity? Then it's fortunate that there are no quality issues. However, it's possible that there was a flaw in the construction process or in the architectural plans," Mr. Huang remarked, his brow still knitted in concern. "That's even less likely. You know our company has credentials. In the past 5 years, we've constructed at least 12 such office buildings across 6 cities. All without incident. Our expertise is extensive, and the construction should not have faltered." "Then explain to me what has transpired." The quality inspector gestured toward the collapsed building. "Is heaven playing tricks on you, or are we merely hallucinating? Immediately produce a report to identify the problem. The officials overseeing urban construction and our bureau have already contacted me. We must see an investigation report by tomorrow." "Understood. I will organize it right away," Mr. Huang sighed, his head throbbing. "Today feels like a nightmare. The tower crane has snapped, and the entire third basement has collapsed. How could all this misfortune occur in a single day?" That afternoon, Jinxiu Shanhua Real Estate convened a work meeting and initiated a comprehensive inspection of the collapsed 3 levels, examining everything from rebar to concrete and the overall structural integrity. At the site of the collapse, several engineers squatted on the ground, inspecting the fractured concrete layers, particularly focusing on the load-bearing walls. A bespectacled gentleman in his 50s picked up a piece of cement, glanced at it briefly, then shook his head, asserting, "There is certainly no issue with the quality. If any faults could be found in this project, I would willingly part with my head for you to kick around." Mr. Huang frowned and cautioned, "Li Gong, Please maintain a more measured tone while working. A member of the quality inspection team interjected, "There are no absolutes. We must await the report." With a sudden flare of indignation, Li Gong hurled the piece of concrete to the ground and stood up, exclaiming, "Are you questioning my 30 years of experience? I assure you, it is not merely my assertion. All the engineers from our group present here can discern with their own eyes whether there is an issue or not. Inspections are superfluous, and reports need not be prepared. I can unequivocally state that both the concrete grade and the yield strength, ultimate strength, elongation, and weldability of the reinforcing steel are all compliant. I graduated from the nation's premier civil engineering program, and I could readily summon my former mentor for you to hear the opinions of one of the most authoritative experts in construction engineering in our country." Listening to Engineer Li's emphatic affirmation, it is evident that most attendees are aware that the quality of the construction is, in fact, satisfactory. The individuals from Jinxioshanha Real Estate are undoubtedly the most cognizant of this, fully aware of the construction standards upheld at their sites. As General Manager Huang has previously remarked, would one deceive oneself when building their own home? What folly it would be. Nonetheless, the reality of the site collapse has transpired. An indisputable fact, there are indeed issues, though their origins remain unknown. Sighing inwardly, General Manager Huang remarked, "Thus, we must let the data speak for itself. Immediately send the concrete and steel for testing, and also invite experts from the Design Institute to conduct a secondary review of the architectural plans. This site will be temporarily sealed off while other projects proceed as usual. Later, I expect all reports to be presented to me. We must provide an account to the headquarters and also communicate with the relevant governmental departments." Following the collapse, leaders from the Jinxioshanha headquarters began to arrive on site, accompanied by personnel from governmental bodies. Fortunately, there were no fatalities, which relieved many a worried soul. In this age of advanced networking, had even a single life been lost at the moment of collapse, it would have taken mere minutes for news headlines to proliferate across various platforms, leading to immediate consequences, including the unavoidable temporary closure of the site. Later that afternoon, around 5 o'clock, in the command office of the construction site, a group of senior executives from Jinxioshanha convened to discuss the day's incident. General Manager Huang perused the webpage on his mobile device and remarked, "In this age of rapid information dissemination, what poses the gravest threat to a company? It is a scandal, a rumor detrimental to the company's positive image. Today's incident has begun to circulate online. Fortunately, no lives were lost, or we would bear the ignominy of being labeled unscrupulous merchants." The secretary beside him remarked, "The Public Relations Department has already contacted several major websites and media outlets, urging them to adopt a more lenient tone in their reporting. I have informed a few influential news departments, and as soon as our inspection report arrives, we will promptly send it to them for immediate publication, thus steering public opinion back in our favor. Indeed, we must maintain control over this situation." General Manager Huang nodded, glancing at the time. "It's almost 5:30. Prompt the team to ensure the report is ready by 7. Such matters cannot be delayed. The longer we wait, the more unfavorable it becomes for us." The secretary replied, "That should not be a problem. We have about half an hour left." Before the secretary could finish, the lights in the office suddenly extinguished, and immediately, all the lights on the construction site and dozens of operating machines went dark. At 5:30, according to ancient calendars, this moment is referred to as dusk. In June, the onset of dusk does not bring immediate darkness. It remains almost as bright as day, yet it is also when the night falls most swiftly. Within 2 hours, the sky would be completely shrouded in darkness. "Is there a power outage?" General Manager Huang asked incredulously. The East 4th Ring Road is considered part of the city center in Beijing. Since the year 2000, major urban areas across the country rarely experience power outages except for scheduled electrical maintenance. An outage is improbable with such a significant project. The power department would notify us in advance if this area were to be cut off. They wouldn't just turn off the electricity unexpectedly. Immediately call the power bureau and have an electrician check the main switch and the circuit. Huang's heart raced. He felt an unusual sense of foreboding today, as if a series of unexpected events were unfolding. Minutes later, there was no need for the power bureau to respond. Those on the construction site noticed that it was not a power outage. Nearby, lights remained lit, while only their area had gone dark. Several electricians soon arrived at the office. The main switch has tripped, and several wires have short-circuited. The circuits have burned out. This day has been tumultuous for Jingxiashan real estate, with a sudden crane collapse, a complete collapse of the underground third floor, followed by a power outage, an unrelenting series of incidents that left everyone bewildered. Indeed, accidents are commonplace. No construction site operates without its challenges. However, the inability to ascertain the cause of these incidents is quite awkward. Outside the gates of Jingxiashan real estate, across the street, a young man dressed in a long robe squinted his eyes, quietly observing the somewhat desolate construction site. Our lineage relies on divination. We speak with certainty about the future. You dare to meddle with the consequences of our craft? I wonder if you will withstand the trials ahead. In the evening, the electricians conducted a thorough examination of the circuits. After several hours of inspection, they shook their heads, asserting that there were no issues with the circuits, no signs of wire aging, and no evidence of human interference. Earlier, the results of the concrete and rebar inspections were released, and simultaneously, the Architectural Design Institute conducted a second review of the construction drawings, also confirming that everything was in order. This left the members of the Jinxiu group perplexed. Despite the absence of any issues, an inexplicable multitude of problems had suddenly emerged. That evening, the construction site had to halt operations due to a lack of electricity and numerous complications, with plans to resume work the following day. The next morning, as dawn broke, the first order of business at the site was to repair the electrical circuit while clearing the collapsed lower 3 levels. This endeavor was quite monumental, as the initial task was to remove the debris before proceeding with restoration according to the blueprints. Around 8 a.m., several dump trucks arrived at the site, prepared to load the waste materials from beneath the commercial building for disposal. However, an unexpected incident occurred. As the first dump truck approached the building, the driver was startled when the wheels suddenly skidded, and he was unable to stop the vehicle. A 15-ton truck plunged directly into the adjacent foundation, followed by a second truck that crashed into the rubble of the commercial building due to brake failure. By the time the third dump truck arrived, an even more astonishing event unfolded. All 4 tires burst simultaneously, rendering the vehicle immobile. The workers and senior executives on site stood in stunned silence, gazing blankly at the 3 incapacitated trucks, utterly speechless. At that moment, the electrician responsible for the circuit repairs approached to report that the wiring had been reconnected and thoroughly tested. He had just conducted a trial run with no issues. Mr. Huang waved his hand dismissively, exclaiming with exasperation, "If there are no problems, then restore the power. Other sites need to commence operations immediately." Understood, Mr. Huang. The supervisor grabbed the walkie-talkie and urged for the power to be restored quickly. Mere seconds later, all the machines and equipment that required electricity began to operate. However, just as they powered up, several sparks erupted across the site, and the machinery abruptly shut down again. The electrician stammered, "No, that can't be right. We confirmed everything was in order. Why is there another short circuit?" A peculiar atmosphere enveloped the crowd, as nearly everyone shared the same unsettling thought. This was too eerie. In Chinese culture, there exists a deep-rooted belief that when scientific and technological explanations fall short, people tend to explore alternative explanations, such as curses, hauntings, or unfavorable feng shui. This has been a common human sentiment throughout the history of the Chinese civilization. Droughts are often attributed to offending celestial deities, while floods are blamed on the displeasure of river gods or dragon kings. Even losses at mahjong are attributed to bad luck. At the construction site, over 90% of the workers began to entertain such thoughts, particularly the ordinary laborers, who started to whisper among themselves, convinced that something was amiss at the site. Otherwise, how could so many incidents occur within just 2 days? An elderly worker, perhaps in his 60s, with a cigarette clamped between his teeth and eyes filled with depth and wisdom, recounted, "About 7 or 8 years ago, when I first ventured out of my village to join a construction crew, we were engaged in a large housing project. After working for over half a month on the foundation, we unearthed an ancient grave. You wouldn't believe it." He paused mid-sentence, and those around him leaned in with eager anticipation. It was a burial pit, containing over a dozen skeletal remains, all jumbled together. The sight was terrifying. We counted at least 10 skulls. Subsequently, the construction team notified the authorities and archaeologists were summoned. After thorough examination, they concluded that it was an ancient cemetery dating back several centuries, devoid of any burial artifacts. They instructed us to clear the bones so that we could resume our work. The old man flicked the ash from his cigarette, seemingly recalling the chilling events with trepidation. At night, After work, as we lay down to sleep, we began to hear cries emanating from the construction site. Initially, only 2 or 3 of us heard it. But soon the entire crew was aware. That night, we dismissed it, assuming it was just noise from outside. However, the following day, one worker accidentally fell into the mixer, and those nearby were horrified. A person could be torn asunder by such machinery. He sighed deeply, continuing. In the ensuing days, 2 more incidents occurred, prompting us to sense something amiss. We collectively refused to work any longer. The construction company, in desperation, brought in a Taoist priest to perform a ritual, assuring us that no further disturbances would occur, and only then did we continue our labor. Your construction site must be haunted, someone remarked, astonished. What do you think is happening here? The old man cast a meaningful glance at the collapsed commercial building and the several dump trucks, responding enigmatically. Such matters are difficult to articulate. How do rumors arise? He pondered. It is quite simple. When one person speaks, others believe, and thus the whispers spread. From 10 to 100, until the rumor takes shape. Each individual who relays the tale believes it with unwavering conviction, as though they had experienced it firsthand. For instance, within half an hour, nearly everyone at the site was gripped by anxiety. The Jingxiashan construction site has encountered misfortune. First, let us grant the workers a 2-day hiatus. After reporting to the higher-ups, we shall decide when to resume operations, Mr. Huang lamented, making a decisive call before returning to his office to relay the information to Mr. Feng Tianliang. Participating in a conference in Lingnan, Feng Tianliang frowned upon hearing Mr. Huang's account over the phone. That seems implausible. When we launched the project, we specifically hired someone to assess the site. The feng shui here is quite favorable. In rural areas, when building a house or laying a foundation, one always consults a knowledgeable person to ensure the location is suitable. A real estate company would undoubtedly seek a feng shui master to evaluate the site's auspiciousness. This is a well-known secret in the industry. For the Jingxiashan site, I had engaged our company's esteemed feng shui master, who assured me that once completed, it would be a tremendous success, a prime location. Mr. Feng, however, the issue indeed arose. Mr. Huang, with a resolute demeanor, stated, "We fear not the problems themselves, but rather the inability to resolve them. The capital city is swiftly approaching winter in November, and after December, many projects will be unable to commence. Our timeline is tight. We cannot afford any delays. Each day of halted work incurs losses amounting to hundreds of thousands. Do you truly believe it is a matter of feng shui or some malevolent influence?" Mr. Feng Tianliang inquired hesitantly. "It is nearly certain. It is indeed quite ominous," Mr. Huang asserted confidently. After pondering for a moment, Mr. Feng replied, "I will conclude my meeting tomorrow. Let us discuss this further upon my return." Following his call with Mr. Huang, Mr. Feng Tianliang promptly contacted the feng shui master he had engaged, and they arranged for him to come the next day to assess the situation. A night passed in silence, and by the next morning, Mr. Feng Tianliang flew back to the capital from Lingnan. Upon landing, he immediately called the feng shui master, and they both proceeded to the construction site. Around noon, Mr. Feng Tianliang arrived first at the site, waiting at the entrance with the responsible personnel and Mr. Huang. Within a few minutes, a Mercedes-Benz approached and parked at the entrance. From the vehicle emerged a middle-aged man in a tank suit, accompanied by a young man in his 20s who swiftly opened the back door, shielding the older man from the sun with his hand while he stepped out, exuding an air of grandeur, much like a proud goose with its neck held high. "Master Su, I appreciate your presence," Mr. Feng Tianliang greeted, extending his hand for a handshake. This Master Su, named Su Wenjie, is a renowned feng shui master in the Beijing-Tianjin region, frequently sought after by numerous businessmen and officials. He often advises on both ancestral and contemporary residences, assists in the launch of various real estate projects, and has made appearances in several forums and reports. His fee starts at 6 figures. When the Jingxiashan company commenced work at this site, they had enlisted Master Su, for which Mr. Feng Tianliang had paid nearly 7 figures. Master Su had assured him of his continued support, promising to address any feng shui-related issues that might arise. "I shall take a look inside," Master Su said, casually placing his hands behind his back as he walked towards the construction site. Upon stepping through the entrance, he suddenly paused, noting a distinct chill in the air, the temperature having dropped several degrees. While an outsider might attribute this to the weather, Master Su instantly recognized that he had entered a feng shui predicament. His expression fluctuated between concern and contemplation. Noticing his pause, Mr. Feng Tianliang softly inquired, "Master, what seems to be the matter?" Master Su shook his head, remaining silent. His brow furrowed as he continued deeper into the site. He then gestured for his assistant to retrieve the compass. Outside the site, Wang Jingjia observed with a cold gaze as Master Su, surrounded by an entourage, received the compass. The corner of his mouth curled slightly. While this individual undoubtedly possessed some skill to unravel his own feng shui predicament, he would need to grasp the meaning of the phrase knowing one's limits. As soon as the compass was revealed, its needle began to spin rapidly, pausing momentarily at the directions of Gui, Jin, Mao, and Shun before continuing its erratic dance. Su Wenjie, holding his breath in astonishment, remarked, "Is the magnetic field here so unstable? It wasn't like this before." After his eyes darted around for a moment, he abruptly turned to Feng Tianliang and inquired, "Have you offended someone? Is there a feng shui trap set here specifically to sabotage your construction site?" Offended someone? Feng Tianliang pondered briefly, his expression darkening. "In business at my level, offending others is unavoidable. The marketplace is akin to a battlefield. Competition can lead to both overt confrontations and covert sabotage, which is common." After a brief pause, he took a deep breath and continued, "Master Su, can this trouble be resolved? Let us give it a try." Su Wenjie replied ambiguously, dismissing the others and wandering alone around the construction site with the compass in hand. Feng Tianliang took out his phone and made a chilling call, instructing, "Investigate our recent projects and operations. See which party is competing the fiercest against us." After issuing a few commands, he hung up, his eyes darkening as he caught sight of a young man in a long robe and backpack, grinning as he looked at him. Upon making eye contact, the stranger turned and left. Feng Tianliang, while slightly surprised by the unusual attire, paid little heed and quietly briefed General Huang beside him. "Has there been any adverse news regarding us online?" General Huang shook his head. "Initially, there was some, but after we released several quality inspection reports, the noise subsided. The Public Relations Department also contacted those websites, advising them against any negative coverage. Our relationship with the media has always been good. You need not worry on that front. The key point is that there have been no fatalities on the construction site, which is crucial. Well handled. The rest depends on how Master Su resolves this predicament." Feng Tianliang nodded in agreement. "I hope it can be expedited. We truly cannot afford any delays in our schedule." Feng Tianliang and General Huang's concerns weighed heavily on their minds, while Su Wenjie was far from at ease. He understood that a feng shui trap had been laid, yet deciphering it proved to be exceedingly challenging. He had yet to identify the core of the trap. As the needle of his compass continued to whirl uncontrollably, reminiscent of a wound-up toy that would not cease its motion, sweat trickled down his brow, and he inwardly lamented that this time he might face disgrace. Simultaneously, he cursed the person behind the trap, thinking, "Why must you ruin Feng Tianliang's construction site? This is only causing me trouble." Over an hour later, drenched in sweat, Su Wenjie returned to the site, striving to maintain an air of calm composure. Feng Tianliang, filled with anticipation, asked, "Mr. Su, how did it go?" Su Wenjie pondered for a moment, his hands clasped behind his back, and remarked, "This situation is rather extraordinary. The one who orchestrated it possesses considerable skill. I nearly fell victim to his subterfuge. Fortunately, my years of immersion in the art of feng shui have afforded me some insight, rendering this predicament manageable." Feng Tianliang immediately exhaled in relief, nodding appreciatively at General Huang beside him. Yet, he failed to notice the fleeting glimmer of anxiety and helplessness in Su Wenjie's eyes. Su continued, "Today, I conducted a preliminary examination and gleaned some understanding of the opponent's tactics. Allow me to gather some materials and prepare. I shall return tomorrow, and I should be able to resolve this matter." Feng Tianliang extended his hand, expressing with sincerity, "Thanks to Master Su. I shall surely offer a reward for your efforts afterward." Su Wenjie, with an enigmatic air, waved his hand dismissively. "No need for such courtesy. It is merely my duty." After exchanging a few more words and arranging to meet the following day, Su Wenjie and his assistant entered their vehicle. As soon as he settled in, he slumped down, rubbing his anxious cheeks and instructing his assistant, "Let us first return home to gather our things, then head to the station. We shall purchase tickets and depart the capital this afternoon." The assistant, taken aback, stammered, "Master, what is wrong?" Su Wenjie grimaced, "I cannot resolve this feng shui predicament. I am utterly at a loss regarding the opponent's methods. My reputation in the capital has crumbled in an instant." The assistant, feeling a twinge of panic, queried, "So, we are leaving now? But where shall we go?" "Anywhere will suffice. We can find a place to reinvent ourselves and continue this line of work. Money can be made wherever." That evening, Master Su discreetly slipped away, departing swiftly and silently, leaving Feng Tianliang in the lurch. Such individuals in bygone centuries would have been labeled as charlatans, masters of the esoteric arts, versed in the intricacies of the occult, adept at self-promotion while spouting arcane knowledge that left others bewildered, thereby elevating themselves to the status of sages. As a well-known comedian from northeast China might put it, Feng Tianliang and his associates had been thoroughly hoodwinked by Su Wenjie. The following day, Feng Tianliang arrived at the construction site, eagerly awaiting Su Wenjie. But as noon approached without a sign of him, he initially thought nothing of it, assuming the master was engaged in preparatory work. However, by 2 or 3 in the afternoon, still no appearance, and upon attempting to call, he found the phone switched off. A sense of foreboding began to creep in. It was evident that Su Wenjie was unreachable. Subsequently, Feng Tianliang reached out to several acquaintances who knew Su, but to no avail. As evening fell with still no contact, Feng Tianliang began to suspect that the master had abandoned him. Anxiety set in as he realized that Su Wenjie's disappearance was a clear indication that he could not tackle the problem, suggesting that Feng had indeed stumbled into a significant predicament. Helpless, he began to seek connections, inquiring if anyone could recommend another feng shui master. For the construction site had already been halted for 3 days, incurring significant losses that he could ill afford. Fortunately, Feng Tianliang received a response from a friend in the shopping mall, who informed him that he knew a feng shui master residing near the capital. The master agreed to visit the following day. However, his fees were exorbitantly steep. In desperation, Feng Tianliang assured him that money was not an issue, as long as the master could resolve the problem at hand. After a day's wait, Feng Tianliang arrived early at the construction site, eager to meet the master. Around 8 in the morning, a rather unremarkable Passat bearing a Hunan license plate pulled up. From the car emerged a middle-aged man in his 40s, slightly stooped, accompanied by a young woman in her 20s, her hair styled in a simple braid and her demeanor exuding warmth and serenity, as if one were enveloped in a gentle spring breeze upon her approach. Both the man and the young woman were dressed in plain, coarse clothing, resembling a rural daughter taking her father for a stroll as they walked toward the entrance of the construction site. Feng Tianliang, slightly taken aback, nevertheless approached them with respect, not at all belittling them. "Good day, you must be Mr. E?" Grunted the middle-aged man, disregarding the hand extended toward him, while the young woman's gaze remained fixed on the clouds above. Unfazed, Feng Tianliang retracted his arm and gestured for them to enter. "Please, after you." As Mr. E crossed the threshold of the construction site, both he and the young woman halted in their tracks. Feng Tianliang noted that their reaction mirrored that of Su Wenjie's from the previous day. The young woman's voice rang clear. "What an ominous place. This is a trap." Mr. E turned to observe Feng Tianliang closely for a moment, discerning a cloud of dark energy hovering above his head, a clear indication of misfortune. "You must have offended someone, haven't you?" Mr. E asserted. Feng Tianliang nodded. "That seems to be the case. The other day, I consulted another master who suggested that someone had set a feng shui trap at my construction site. However, I was unable to reach him yesterday, as he likely deemed the situation too complicated to resolve. Hence, I sought your assistance through a friend. Mr. E, please help me, and the price is negotiable. It is not merely a matter of money. You have wronged someone, and they are scheming against you. If I were to dismantle their trap, it would mean creating enmity with them. In our profession, there exists a code. Unless there is a direct conflict of interest, we do not interfere with another's arrangements. It is unwise to invite trouble upon oneself, is it not? Every trade has its own rules, and those rules are seldom broken." Hearing this, Feng Tianliang grew anxious. "So, according to what you say, my construction site cannot operate anymore? Do not be hasty. I will assess the situation first. Whether I can take on your case remains to be seen. However, I can inform you that if I choose not to, it may be quite difficult for you to find anyone else willing to resolve your predicament in the near future. One reason is that I might consider the other party far more formidable and wish to avoid enmity. Another reason is that I fear I may not be able to handle someone of their stature. Do you understand? If I truly cannot resolve this matter, I would advise you to reconcile with those involved and seek a way to dissolve the situation." Feng Tianliang took a deep breath, shaking his head in distress. To be honest, I genuinely do not know whom I have offended. Otherwise, I would indeed visit in person to offer my apologies. Spending a little money is not an issue for me, as my business cannot afford delays. The crux of the matter is that I do not even know where to allocate my funds. Let us take a look first. Tianyi led his daughter, Susu, onto the construction site. The father and daughter walked deliberately along the positions of the 8 trigrams, seemingly aimlessly wandering for a good 2 hours without uttering a word, both maintaining pursed lips and furrowed brows. As noon approached, with the sun reaching its zenith, they found themselves precisely at the center of the site, standing over the spot where Wang Jingjia had previously buried a talisman. Dad, Susu pointed towards a distant viaduct, and a sudden, blinding light streamed through, causing both to squint. What about over there? Susu shifted her finger, indicating another source of light. Tianyi exclaimed in astonishment. What kind of feng shui formation is this? I've never heard of it before. There should be more than just these 2 spots, Susu asserted confidently. Let us go and investigate, Tianyi said, taking his daughter's hand as they moved towards the exit. Noticing their departure, Feng Tianliang hurried over to inquire, Mr. Yi, how is it? Please wait a moment. Tianyi waved his hand dismissively, then whispered to his daughter, this formation is quite unusual. I have never encountered anything like it before. I find it rather intriguing. Shall we give it a try? Susu pouted, responding, if you say we should try, then we shall. But are you not concerned about attracting trouble? Tianyi rubbed his hands together, saying, I am genuinely eager. It is rare to encounter such an obscure feng shui formation. If I can unravel it, it would undoubtedly be a valuable lesson for myself. As for offending someone, we shall cross that bridge when we come to it. This notion of potentially offending someone propelled Tianyi and his daughter into opposition with Wang Jingjia. They felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of encountering an unusual feng shui formation, akin to researchers confronting a challenging problem. The challenge lay before them, and their curiosity was piqued. Let us proceed to take a look. Tianyi, Susu, and Feng Tianliang exited the construction site, veering left at the main gate. After walking for about 2 miles, they spotted an old locust tree standing 8 meters tall. This was the place where the light had previously flickered into the site. Observing Tianyi, who appeared somewhat hunched, he straightened his back and adeptly climbed the tree like a monkey. Upon reaching the top, he spotted a mirror tied with a red thread hanging from a branch, facing the construction site 100 meters away. He reached out, plucked it from its perch, and nimbly jumped back down. As soon as Tianyi landed, a sudden crack echoed from the mirror, which had now developed a network of fine cracks resembling a spider's web. This mirror lacks grounding. As the situation escalated, Tianyi was momentarily taken aback, his arm trembling slightly. The mirror slipped from his grasp, shattering upon impact with the floor, revealing a streak of blood within its fractured surface. Tianyi's thumb had been pierced by the jagged glass, and the blood ominously spread across the cracked mirror, transforming it into a gory reflection in mere moments. Dad! Susu instinctively bent down to retrieve the fallen mirror, but Tianyi hurriedly restrained her, saying, do not touch it, don't move. What's wrong? Tianyi licked his parched lips, his right eyelid twitching uncontrollably. He gazed at the blood-stained mirror with unease and remarked, this is not merely a feng shui arrangement. The adversary is exceedingly malevolent. Anyone who dares disrupt their feng shui formation will find themselves entangled in a web of cause and effect. As long as this formation remains intact, the one who disrupts it will encounter misfortune akin to this construction site, plagued by endless troubles. Susu abruptly lifted her gaze to her father's head, where an ominous aura began to swirl. Upon glancing nearby, she noticed the same unsettling phenomenon enveloping Feng Tianliang. This implied that by removing the mirror set by Wang Jingjia, Tianyi had unwittingly drawn himself into the feng shui trap. Now, like Feng Tianliang, as long as the formation persisted, both would be cursed with relentless bad luck. The concept of misfortune is rather straightforward. For instance, if you were walking along the street and a fortune teller approached you, saying, Sir, I foresee a calamity approaching you. You may soon face great peril. Allow me to cast your fortune and avert this disaster. Such lines often appear in films, television, and various novels. While many might dismiss them as cliché, the reality is that if a skilled fortune teller were to utter such words, one would genuinely need to be cautious, as they may have perceived a potential for disaster in your fate. Susu, feeling alarmed, felt her eyes welling with tears. Tianyi frowned and reassured her. What's the rush? It's merely a bit of trouble. It's not life-threatening, so there's nothing to fear. Boss Feng Tianliang quickly interjected. Please find me a quiet place, somewhere not too noisy, preferably not a hotel or filled with people. The fewer the visitors, the better. Tianyi realized he could not dismantle the formation at that moment. He needed a secluded spot to study Wang Jingzhi's feng shui arrangement. A troubling thought suddenly crossed his mind. He might have attracted significant trouble. After a moment of contemplation, Feng Tianliang recalled his old residence in Caddis Alley, a place abandoned for many years, save for a distant relative who occasionally kept watch. There's a rather clean location where only my cousin resides, and no one ever goes there. Very well, let us head there at once. Tianyi nodded in agreement. Who is surnamed Feng? A filthy child, sucking on a lollipop. Squeezed through the crowd. Feng Tianliang was momentarily taken aback and replied, I am surnamed Feng. Do you seek me? I did not seek you out, someone else did. A child, licking a lollipop, with saliva dripping onto his clothing, produced a crumpled note from his pocket and handed it to Feng Tianliang, saying, just now. An older brother exchanged 2 lollipops for me to give you this. Feng Tianliang, taken aback, accepted the note and casually inquired, where is he? The child regarded him with a rather foolish expression and replied, he must have left. If he were waiting for you, why would he have me deliver this? Feng Tianliang was momentarily rendered speechless. Susu squatted down, her face radiating warmth akin to a spring breeze, and asked, little brother, can you tell your sister what that older brother looked like? The child, clearly lacking resistance to Susu's charming pigtails and amiable visage, responded, he looked quite ordinary. But his attire was peculiar. He wore a long garment and carried a very worn backpack. However, when he spoke, his teeth were remarkably white, extremely white. What does the note say? Tianyi inquired. Feng Tianliang unfolded the note, which contained a message. If you wish to disrupt my plans, go to 1918, Liuhe Street, and wait. The trio was instantly startled. The message on the note clearly indicated that it was left by someone who had set up a feng shui arrangement at the Jingxiashan construction site. Father, what does this mean? Susu asked, puzzled. I am uncertain. This individual acts in a bizarre manner. Feng shui is quite obscure, and his methods are inscrutable. Tianyi replied, feeling a pang of regret for having accepted this business deal. It seemed he had unwittingly stepped into a quagmire from which he could not extricate himself. After approximately 10 minutes, Feng Tianliang's driver took them towards Liuhe Street. Regardless of the hidden implications behind the note, they felt compelled to investigate, even though they did not believe they would find a way to resolve the situation upon arrival. Father, do you think he is trying to deceive us? Tianyi shook his head. Not necessarily. With the bustling activity on Qianmen Street, he wouldn't dare act openly. I am genuinely curious about what he means by asking us to wait there. Around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the vehicle arrived at Liuhe Street and halted in front of number 1918, which was a restaurant situated amidst a residential area. The surroundings appeared entirely ordinary, with no signs of anything amiss. After 2 minutes of waiting, there was still no sign of anyone approaching. Only passers-by and vehicles continued on their way, seemingly oblivious to their presence. As impatience began to set in among the occupants of the car, Feng Tianliang furrowed his brow and remarked, is he toying with us? Let's wait a little longer, Tianyi suggested. Just as he spoke, Susu suddenly noticed an unsettling aura swirling around Feng Tianliang's head, while Tianyi experienced an uncontrollable twitching of his eyelids. Drive, quickly step on it. Tianyi urged after a brief moment of shock, hastily prompting the driver to accelerate. The driver, bewildered, shifted gears while glancing at his employer. Feng Tianliang, puzzled, turned around and asked, Mr. E, aren't you going to wait a bit longer? No longer waiting. They hastened to depart, as both Tianyi and Susu sensed that something was amiss. The moment they arrived, the palpable aura of misfortune seemed to manifest, leaving no doubt that lingering here was unwise. As soon as Tianyi's words fell, an object suddenly plummeted from the sky, striking the hood of their car with a resounding thud, creating a dent. A flower pot, inexplicably dropped from an unknown height, landed squarely in front of their vehicle, scattering shards across the pavement, with the remnants of the shattered pot still cradling a blooming rose. Though the flower pot was not large, approximately 30 centimeters in length and width, weighing merely 4 to 5 kilograms, the adjacent multi-story building towered above them, and even the fall of a mere set of keys could prove fatal if it struck someone below. The four occupants of the vehicle were immediately drenched in cold sweat. Had they not been seated inside, anyone standing nearby could have faced dire consequences. Feng Tianliang, still reeling from the shock, shouted in exasperation, "Who is so careless? Do they not fear injuring someone?" His concern was not for the luxury vehicle he occupied, but for his own life. As he felt as though he had narrowly escaped the clutches of death, his back soaked with perspiration upon regaining his composure. The driver hastily reversed the car, moving it away from the scene, and promptly contacted the authorities and their insurance company. Tianyi, with a grave expression, remarked, "Reporting this incident will be futile. It is undoubtedly an accident, yet we have unwittingly fallen into his trap, having already been ensnared prior." Feng Tianliang, taken aback, turned to inquire, "So, Mr. Yi discerned this earlier and urged us to leave the vehicle post-haste?" The cunning of their adversary was remarkable. They had been lured into the very pit he had dug for them. Tianyi sighed, a wave of helplessness washing over him. His earlier words, spoken in haste, now seemed far too reckless. Isusu, biting her lip in frustration, declared, "Moreover, it will be exceedingly difficult to extricate ourselves from this predicament unless you can dismantle his scheme." Minutes later, the police arrived at the scene following the emergency call. After conducting preliminary inquiries about the incident, they suggested that the likelihood of an accidental drop from a height was considerable. Should it be an act of malicious intent, the act of hurling a flower pot weighing 4 to 5 kilograms could very well be classified as attempted murder. As the officers documented the incident, they sought to investigate which resident had inadvertently released the flower pot. The building featured open balconies, where many households had hung various items, and some had cultivated an array of flowers. While Feng Tianliang and the driver were engaged in the formalities, Tianyi and Isusu pondered how they had fallen prey to their opponent's machinations. "Father, it must have begun with the shattered protective mirror. Only you and Feng Tianliang have been afflicted by misfortune, while I remain unharmed." Tianyi remained silent, his gaze fixated on the entrance of the restaurant beside where they had parked. 1918, Liuhe Street. Why were we compelled to come to this particular place? Along this journey, we encountered several intersections, and there were moments when we stopped. Previously, nothing had gone awry. Why, then, did misfortune befall us precisely here? Tianyi extended his finger and mused, "Can one truly foresee such events? Has he predicted our misfortune at this location?" Suddenly, Isusu turned around sharply, and both she and Tianyi simultaneously gazed at the license plate of Feng Tianliang's vehicle. The two exchanged a startled glance. Tianyi hastily retrieved his phone and located Feng Tianliang's number. "What is your birth date and time?" he asked, pulling Feng Tianliang, who was engaged in giving a statement to the police, closer. "Was it between 9 and 11 in the evening?" "Yes." Feng Tianliang, perplexed, inquired. "How do you know my birth date and time?" Tianyi sighed, refraining from responding, and continued, "More precisely, it was around 10:45, close to 11 o'clock. Feng Tianliang nodded. "I have a rough idea of that time, but my parents can't recall the exact moment. However, it definitely wasn't past 11. Tianyi smacked his forehead in disbelief as Isusu counted on her fingers. House number 18, license plate ending in 32, phone number ending in 99, and your birth time being 45. This forms a lethal configuration of the 9 stars in the Luo Shu. How could he have predicted so accurately? If the car hadn't reached 1918, Liuhe Avenue, or if we hadn't taken this vehicle, or if Feng Tianliang hadn't been inside, this flower pot would not have fallen. Only by meeting these conditions was the lethal configuration activated. This was troublesome. They had encountered a formidable opponent." Tianyi closed his eyes and murmured, "One should not meddle in such affairs." At that moment, both Tianyi and Isusu felt a surge of regret. They were acutely aware of their helplessness against this unknown adversary. Without even revealing themselves, this entity had deftly led them into a deep pit. If the opponent were to confront them directly, neither father nor daughter knew if they could withstand the encounter. Take, for instance, the current lethal configuration of the 9 stars. They were utterly unprepared, only realizing the gravity of the situation in hindsight. The 9 stars lethal configuration is a numerical arrangement capable of bringing calamity, financial ruin, and ill health, an enigmatic and elusive hexagram that is nearly impossible to guard against. Of course, in a different context, it could also bring promotion, wealth, and peace of mind. Simply put, the combination of your phone number, vehicle license plate, and home address has the potential to influence your fortune. At this moment, Feng Tianliang found himself ensnared within the lethal configuration of the 9 stars and was likely unable to escape. 18 signifies a dead end, 32 represents lethal danger, 99 denotes imminent peril, and 45 indicates fatality. When these numbers converge, Feng Tianliang is instantaneously drawn into the lethal configuration of the 9 stars in the Luo Shu. The significance of the combination of 2 numbers is far from being as simple as it appears. For instance, when the numbers 17 and 24 are juxtaposed, they represent the 5 ghosts. 21 and 37 signify fatality, while 32 and 46 denote calamity. Naturally, with the negative comes the positive. 14 symbolizes noble assistance. 16 represents emotional well-being, and 31 signifies wealth. If you possess these numerical combinations, you are surely destined for prosperity and the fulfillment of your desires. Do not underestimate these combinations. If you have yet to encounter them, it merely indicates a lack of fortuity. However, should misfortune align, you might very well find yourself facing unexpected calamities, akin to being struck by a car that seemingly appeared from nowhere. There are indeed individuals who have never purchased a lottery ticket yet won a grand prize from a single ticket. As a side note, I recall a person whose phone number ended with 5 nines, believing it to be quite impressive. Little did he know that this number would bring forth a slew of troubles, financial losses in every business venture, and persistent minor ailments. Eventually, he sought the counsel of a fortune teller, who informed him that the weight of his phone number was too burdensome for him to bear. Subsequently, he changed his number, and his troubles vanished. Such numbers are not typically suited for the average person, yet they may be wielded by those of high status who can bear the weight of such a number, symbolizing the pinnacle of authority. The phone number you frequently use, the license plate of the car you drive, and even your home address are all intricately linked to your fortune. These numerical elements, which are ever present in your life, have long since merged with your being. Do not dismiss the significance of minor details. It is often a subtle misstep that can lead to the thought, "Why is misfortune always befalling me?" At this moment, the police officer had finished taking statements, while the driver was negotiating with the insurance company. The police had also traced the origin of the fallen flower pot. Curiously, the family residing in that house had moved abroad a year prior, leaving the property unoccupied for the past year. Mr. Feng, this should be classified as an accidental incident. We will actively contact the property owner for compensation on your behalf. The police have already initiated a formal investigation, said the officer. Feng Tianliang, with a grim expression, replied, "Thank you for your assistance. Please coordinate with my driver regarding any matters." Just as Tianyi mentioned earlier, this incident of an object falling from a height is entirely accidental. Locating the property owner would serve no purpose, as the ultimate cause lies with the one who set the events in motion. Let us return for now. Tianyi sighed wearily. As they prepared to leave, Isusu, with a soft acknowledgement, turned to enter the vehicle. Just then, she caught sight of a young man in a long robe standing on the sidewalk at the intersection, gazing in their direction, with an old canvas bag slung across his shoulder. Suddenly, he smiled, revealing a set of neat white teeth, causing Isusu's heart to skip a beat. "Dad, is it him?" Feng Tianliang spoke up beside him, stating that he had encountered the young man on the construction site. The youth flashed a grin before turning to leave. Suddenly, Isusu sprang into action, chasing after him. Despite her delicate appearance, she moved with the swiftness of a gust of wind, her braided hair trailing behind her like a banner. She pursued him to the intersection and then veered in the direction he had vanished. However, just a few steps into her chase, a glimmer of light flashed past her side, causing her to halt abruptly. Her head jerked back, and she felt a sudden chill on her forehead as a tuft of bangs was severed cleanly. Wang Jingjia had swung a knife at her head, then circled around to her back. He raised his left hand and struck her shoulder with force. The impact of his elbow against her shoulder sent Isusu crashing into the wall, pinning her tightly against it. "Isn't there a girl in the village named Xiaofeng? With that long braid of yours, if you tied a string to it, you could fly like a kite, couldn't you?" He taunted. "How dare you? Xiaofeng? No. It's Isusu," she retorted angrily. "You are meddling too much. Do you not understand the rules of the streets? I have a score to settle with Feng Tianliang, and the trap I set is our affair. My actions are my own, and the heavens bear witness. Your interference disrupts the order." Wang Jingjia pressed a knife against her neck, leaning in to whisper, "Consider this a warning. Should you meddle again, the consequences will be yours to bear. You bastard. Let me go?" Isusu struggled against the wall, her chest aching under the pressure. After a futile attempt to free herself, she snapped. What kind of cowardly ambush is this? Dare you face us openly? With a chuckle, he pushed her aside, causing her to feel a sudden release as he stepped back. Wang Jingzhe turned and strode through the traffic, disappearing into the crowd. At that moment, Yi Tianyi and Feng Tianliang arrived, spotting Wang Jingzhe standing boldly in the street. He brandished the knife in a menacing gesture against his neck before striding into the throng, quickly vanishing from sight. Yi Tianyi looked at Feng Tianliang, who shook his head in response. I don't know him. This is only the second time I've seen him, and I have never interacted with him before. What did he just say? Yi Tianyi inquired of his daughter. Isusu touched her severed bangs and replied, he warned us not to meddle, stating that if we did so again, we would face the consequences. One cannot blame him. We were indeed the ones who broke the rules. Yi Tianyi remarked with a hint of melancholy. Feng Tianliang, distressed, exclaimed, Sir, you cannot disregard this. What am I to do now? He recognized the gravity of the trouble he had stirred, having faced setbacks at the construction site and the recent attack, which had left him trembling with fear. What if something fell from the sky that could kill you? Wouldn't you be afraid? Let us discuss it later, Yi Tianyi replied firmly. Once they were in the car, heading toward Mauer Hatong, silence enveloped them, heavy with the shadow cast by Wang Jingzhe's presence. Later, Yi Tianyi could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, Can you not recall when you might have offended such a person? I assure you, that young man would not have targeted you without reason. To put it bluntly, even if you were to solicit him to plot against you, he would likely be reluctant to comply. Feng Tianliang felt as though his mind was about to explode. Exclaiming in despair, This is truly the first time I have encountered him. Is it possible that a business rival hired him? While that possibility cannot be entirely dismissed, it remains improbable. Individuals of his ilk seldom act impulsively, for should a life be lost, the repercussions would weigh heavily upon him. Thus he would refrain from striking without considerable justification. As the vehicle arrived at Mauer Hatong, the three disembarked and made their way into the courtyard. Approaching the entrance of the Feng residence, Feng Tianliang knocked on the door, at which point both Yi Tianyi and Isusu suddenly lifted their gazes toward the plaque above the door, where a knife, half of its blade missing, was glaringly inserted between the characters of Feng residence. A kitchen knife, once more, Isusu exclaimed. Father, that individual also wielded a knife, strikingly similar to this one. Yi Tianyi's expression grew serious, and Feng Tianliang, noticing the knife on his family's plaque, was interrupted as the door swung open. Feng Tiansheng, upon seeing the visitors, remarked, Tianliang, I attempted to have the plaque removed to extract the knife, but it would not budge. The only option was to destroy the plaque, which I was unwilling to do. So, I reaffixed it, planning to discuss it with you upon your return. Yi Tianyi abruptly seized Feng Tianliang by his garment, shouting, You still claim to have not offended him? If it were anyone else, it might be different, but he would not target you without provocation. You have become the target of vengeance. Father, do you know who he is? Isusu inquired. Feng Tianliang instinctively pointed toward the heavens and affirmed, Mr. Yi, I swear I have truly not wronged him. Seeing the sincerity in Feng Tianliang's demeanor, Yi Tianyi released his grip and said, If you have not, then it must be someone within your family. Reflect carefully. Upon entering the courtyard, after several individuals settled into a side room, Feng Tiansheng served tea. He was then drawn aside by Feng Tianliang, who implored, Please recount the words that man spoke when he visited a few days ago. Feng Tianliang recalled that Feng Tiansheng had indeed contacted him several days prior, but the specifics had long since faded from his memory. Feng Tiansheng recounted. That individual came 5 or 6 days ago, mentioning that Feng Yulin had made a promise to my grandfather 42 years ago. He also stated that you should inform the Feng family that a man surnamed Wang had come to reclaim a kitchen knife left from back then. Subsequently, I conveyed this matter to Tianliang, and he too seemed to have forgotten it. I ultimately dismissed that man, who left with a warning that should we not acknowledge our debt, we would bear the consequences. With a resounding crash, Yi Tianyi slammed his hand on the table, gritting his teeth as he declared, This is still your family's issue. You failed to fulfill a promise made to another. Yet my father has been deceased for several years, and I genuinely do not remember such an occurrence in our household, he added. Isusu pressed once more, Father, do you know who it is? I have merely heard of it. Their profession has long since faded into obscurity. I am only aware of a few details, having never encountered one myself. The lineage of the Shidoran had nearly vanished before the movement to eradicate the four olds commenced. Any news that occasionally emerges about them is exceedingly rare, and all that I know pertains to charlatans impersonating Shadoran, peddling counterfeit wares. In truth, the genuine Shadoran were already becoming less common before the Republic was established. Perhaps they still exist among the populace, but they rarely reveal their identities. The sparse information that does surface is typically found in rural villages. Etienne gestured towards the table and advised, "Inquire with the elders in your family regarding this kitchen knife. Do not be too hasty in your denial. I assure you, there is truth to this matter, though you may be unaware of it. Dig deeper, and I believe you will uncover something of significance. Do you understand?" "Understood," Feng Tianliang replied, promptly stepping aside to make a phone call. Isusu, feeling a sense of urgency, wished to ask more, but Etienne raised his hand to interrupt her. He then took out his mobile device and sent a terse message. "Respond. Waiting online. Urgent." After sending the message, Etienne whispered, "Although it appears that we, as father and daughter, are somewhat unfortunate this time. We may have stumbled upon a stroke of good luck regarding that young man with the kitchen knife." "Indeed, fortune seems to be in his favor," Etienne remarked, his eyes glinting with a hint of mischief. "He is a Shadoran, one of the oldest and most enigmatic lineages in folklore. They possess the ability to predict life and death, to determine fate, and to navigate the intricacies of fortune and yin-yang. Should you wish to foresee matters concerning the afterlife, one must consult a Shadoran, and they will provide accurate insights. However, tracing the lineage of Shadoran has become increasingly difficult, especially over the past 2 to 3 decades. As they have largely faded from public view, they might be hidden away in some obscure corner, or perhaps traversing alleyways, but they never reveal their identities openly." "Oh, I see," Isusu responded, suddenly enlightened. "I wondered why I had never heard of them before. You have never mentioned them to me. I assumed it was because the chances of encountering a Shadoran were slim, which is why I never spoke of them," Etienne replied, rubbing his hands together with excitement. "Do you know why they possess the ability to predict life and death and manipulate fortune and yin-yang? It seems even more mysterious than the 5 major schools of Taoism, almost as if they are omnipotent." Isusu shook her head, her face alight with curiosity and a thirst for knowledge. "It is said that the Shadoran are custodians of 3 ancient texts long lost to time: the mysterious Jimen Duanjia from the Book of Luo and the Lianshan Gazan from the I Ching. These sacred texts of Taoism, which have long since vanished from the world, are said to be known only to the Shadoran, granting them the capabilities to navigate fortune and yin-yang, as well as to foresee matters concerning the afterlife." Isusu nodded, her understanding deepening. "That is indeed quite frightening." "Indeed," Etienne affirmed. "It is said that the renowned figures Yuan Tiangang and Li Chunfeng, who served under Empress Wu Zetian, had profound connections with the Shadoran. Even if they were not directly descended from the lineage of Shadoran, their ties were undoubtedly significant, which is why they could predict events 5 centuries into the future. Allegedly, the Tue Bei Tu was derived from the Guizhong and Lianshan. The I Ching comprises 3 texts, Lianshan, Guizhong, and Zhui, with the latter being the only one that has survived to this day. The majority of the Book of Luo has been preserved, and it is said that the art of Jimen Duanjia originated from it. However, much of the knowledge passed down remains vague and unclear. Etienne discerned that the technique used by Wang Jingzhe, known as the 9 stars absolute kill from the Book of Luo, is indeed derived from Jimen Duanjia, which sparked a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. Suddenly, the phone on the table vibrated with a low hum. Etienne hastily picked it up and answered. A steady voice resonated from the other end. "Tianni? It's your second master uncle. I'm in Beijing, introduced by a friend to resolve a feng shui situation. Unexpectedly, I encountered an adversary who may be a practitioner of the Shi Dao lineage. The opponent has begun to set a trap, and before I could discern the intricacies, I became entangled in their karmic web. Subsequently, the adversary employed the 9 stars absolute kill, drawing me further into this predicament." Etienne recounted the entire situation in meticulous detail, leaving no nuance unaddressed. After he finished speaking, a palpable silence enveloped the other end of the call. More than a minute passed before the composed voice returned. "Are you certain you haven't misjudged?" With unwavering conviction, Etienne replied, "Second master uncle. How long have I been in this field? Although I have not directly confronted the opponent, from their techniques, it is undoubtedly linked to the Shi Dao lineage. I am absolutely certain of this conclusion, just considering the 9 stars absolute kill. Do you believe anyone else within the 5 lineages of the Xianmen could wield such a technique?" We are nearby in Beijing. Provide me with the address, and we shall arrive later today. You and who else? My master and I. With a decisive click, the call ended. Tianyi let out a long breath and turned to Isusu, saying, "It's fine now. Your grandmaster and second grandmaster are also in the vicinity and will arrive in Beijing shortly." Isusu, not focusing on this detail, asked, "Dad, they aren't coming solely for the resolution, are they? It sounds as if you both regard that young man with the knife more seriously than the feng shui situation itself." Regard. It's imperative to take it seriously. We, the 5 lineages of the Xianmen, are the first to learn of this. If others discover that the Shi Dao lineage has resurfaced, many will flock to Beijing to seek him out, Tianyi replied, narrowing his eyes. You understand the phrase to accuse the wall of its sins, don't you? Isusu suddenly comprehended and nodded. Is it referring to the lost texts of Lianshan, Guizhong, and Qimen Dunjia? These esoteric texts of the Taoist tradition have been lost for so long, and it has long been rumored that only the practitioners of Shi Dao possess them. Who wouldn't desire such knowledge? The 5 lineages of the Xianmen, medicine, fate, physiognomy, and divination, have seen numerous traditions severed. Countless individuals over the centuries have sought to restore these lineages, but have found the doors closed. It is said that they could only be replenished through Lianshan and Guizhong, yet these texts remain elusive and difficult to find. Moreover, the southern Kunlun and northern Chuma lineages would likely be drooling at the prospect of such news. The southern Kunlun, with its 800 miles of boundless sea, remains uninhabited. The northern Chuma, with its rolling Changbai mountain, stirs a tranquil pool of water, its azure waves stretching infinitely toward the horizon. The south is marked by Kunlun, an eloquent reference to feng shui, while the north is defined by Chuma, a passage into the underworld. At this moment, Feng Tianliang, with a look of astonishment, abruptly ended the call and turned to the father and daughter, saying, "Indeed, there is such a matter. 42 years ago, someone gifted my father a kitchen knife, stating that he would return for it after 42 years. Tianyi slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "As long as this is the case, the matter is not settled until the knife is reclaimed." Feng Tianliang had learned this from his mother. Prior to his departure, his father had not imparted any specific instructions, though he had mentioned this incident to his mother during his lifetime. The Feng family had once been salt merchants in the Lianghuai region, but their fortunes had declined before the birth of Feng Yulin. During the tumultuous years of the 40s, Feng Yulin led his family to escape to what was then Beiping, where they managed to scrape by with small trades. Following the national liberation in the mid-50s, he found employment at the state-owned number 285 factory, where he toiled for nearly 2 decades. As life continued to be unremarkable for the Feng family, Feng Yulin encountered an elderly man surnamed Wang, who was selling kitchen knives without calling out for customers. At that time, Feng Yulin's household was in need of a knife, and he approached the old man to make a purchase. To his surprise, the elder offered the knife without charge, then inquired if Feng Yulin wished to engage in business and earn substantial profits. Naturally, Feng Yulin expressed his desire to do so. The elderly man then advised him that to achieve wealth, he should acquire the factory where he worked and, when the time was right in 1994, sell it and purchase plots of land in both the eastern and western districts to shift his focus. The old man shared numerous such insights with Feng Yulin, who found him intriguing and, possessing a good memory, retained all the information. Before parting ways, the elder earnestly reminded him that in 42 years, his family would surely have prospered, and he would send his grandson to collect payment for the kitchen knife. Feng Yulin, not thinking much of it, laughed and assured the old man that if his family indeed flourished, he would honor any reasonable request made at that time. To his astonishment, the old man replied with earnestness, "If that is your stance, then our transaction is sealed. Keep the knife, and I will send someone to collect the debt." Just days after Feng Yulin purchased the knife, the state-owned number 285 factory unexpectedly announced its privatization, causing a jolt of realization in Feng Yulin's mind, recalling the elder's words. Driven by an inexplicable impulse, he borrowed some money and sold 2 heirlooms at Panjiayuan. With the funds acquired, he took over the number 285 factory, marking the beginning of the Feng family's ascent. In the early 90s, Feng Yulin purchased land in both the eastern and western districts. The subsequent events require no guessing. By the year 2000, even children were aware of the soaring land prices in the capital, and the Feng family soared to unprecedented heights, particularly during the generation of Feng Tianliang, who became a prominent entrepreneur in the Beijing-Tianjin-Hebei region. After listening to Feng Tianliang's account, Yi Tianyi could not help but exclaim in admiration. Truly, it is the archetype of the knife seller, not an ounce of exaggeration. Isusu, astonished, could not refrain from asking, Dad, is it really so precise, this notion of the knife seller? As long as you have accepted his blade, he will offer you guidance. And there is no doubt in the resolute words of Yi Tianyi. Feng Tianliang, in disbelief, questioned, is it truly the case? Has my family been calculated by him? Yi Tianyi interrupted with a cold smirk. Then who would even know who you, Feng Tianliang, are? Stunned into silence, Feng Tianliang found himself at a loss. Yi Tianyi cast a sidelong glance, almost sighing. Feng Tianliang had indeed missed a significant opportunity. Had he believed the young man's words upon his arrival and followed his instructions, the saying that wealth does not last beyond 3 generations would not apply to him. The blade bearer could have ensured prosperity for his family for more than 3 generations. However, one must consider that placed in another's hands, such matters might not be believed, for they seem too ethereal and insubstantial. At this moment, Wang Jingzhe was in a hotel less than 2 kilometers from Hado Alley, the doors and windows tightly shut. Curtains drawn. The room was shrouded in darkness, with an old turtle shell adorned with intricate patterns resting on the table. The characteristics of the turtle shell's markings coincided with the principles of the universe, the 3 talents, and the theory of divination, whether by coincidence or because the turtle is indeed a divine entity. These features rendered the turtle a significant tool in ancient divination practices. Wang Jingzhe traced the patterns on the turtle shell with his right hand while his left fingers drummed a rhythmic beat on the table. The ominous night reigns. Blood is seen. At the hour of high, the southern guest arrives from the north. This is within 100 paces. Return to concealment. With skill, it can be divined. A single phrase can determine the cosmos. Abruptly, Wang Jingzhe drew back the curtains, revealing the dimming twilight outside. He casually stowed the turtle shell into his bag, muttering as he opened the door, I shall not play with you any longer. Find your own amusement. With a resounding bang, he closed the door behind him, disappearing into the night outside Hado Alley. Shortly thereafter, he boarded a bus heading towards Daxing, leaving the affairs of the Feng family behind. Meanwhile, Yi Tianyi, Isusu, and Feng Tianliang were still awaiting their visitors at the courtyard. Around 9 o'clock that evening, a weathered vehicle arrived outside the alley. After it came to a halt, 2 elderly gentlemen swiftly descended. Already informed of their arrival, Yi Tianyi stood at the entrance of the courtyard, bowing respectfully as he greeted them. Master, second uncle, let us dispense with idle chatter and address the matter at hand. The phone conversation was insufficiently clear, proclaimed one robust elder with thick brows and deep-set eyes, his voice resonating like thunder. Of course, master, Yi Tianyi responded. Upon returning to the inner room, he recounted the events that had transpired in detail. The 2 elders listened intently, their expressions solemn as they stroked their beards, furrowing their brows until Yi Tianyi concluded. One elder, with prominent cheekbones and thin lips, nodded and turned to the other, remarking, according to Tianyi, it certainly appears to be the blade bearer. The Luo Shu 9 stars. This is undoubtedly a technique from the art of Qimen Duanjia. No sect of the Xianmen 5 veins possesses such a skill. If it is not the blade bearer, then what is it? The elder with thick brows turned, smiling gently at Susu, little Su. Would you care to share with your grandmaster? What impressions does one form of a person upon close acquaintance? Isusu, bouncing to her feet, grasped the elder's arm and playfully shook it before exclaiming, he is merely a scoundrel, with hands and feet that wander indiscriminately. He even snipped off my freshly cut bangs. Should I encounter him again, I shall surely give him a bald head. Her sentiment was decidedly unfavorable. The elder chuckled softly, patting Isusu's head. It matters not if you see him again, for you cannot best him in a confrontation. Wang Jingzhe's departure was nothing short of a vanishing act. Whether at the construction site in the East Fourth Ring or in Mao or Hatong, there was no trace of him. He had retreated to the suburban expanse of Daxing Tianna district, awaiting Ding Wu's release from prison, which was imminent. His absence proved consequential, as it left Yi Tianyi, Feng Tianliang, and the 2 elderly gentlemen in a state of disarray. The following morning, they hastened to the construction site, intent on dismantling the feng shui arrangement set by Wang Jingzhe, fervently hoping he would reappear. However, their aspirations were met with the harsh reality of his continued absence. Knowing there was an ambush, would I foolishly charge in? The next day, they ventured to the construction site at Jinxiushanha. Thanks to Tianyi and Susu's previous discovery of one mirror, locating the remaining 7 proved to be a relatively simple task, and soon they had recovered all of them. The elder, referred to as the master, manipulated one of the mirrors and remarked, "These 7 are merely supplementary formations. We still require a focal point, for that is the crux of the arrangement. Without it, the feng shui remains unbroken." "Master, do you know what kind of feng shui formation this is?" Isusu asked, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes wide with curiosity. Chuckling, the master stroked her head and replied, "Though there are countless feng shui formations in the world, perhaps even 8,000, they all distill to a singular principle. All paths converge into one. The essence of the practice is to disrupt the malevolent forces that obstruct one's fortune. Essentially, it is about directing the ill energies into the focal point. If this arrangement cannot be dismantled, the construction here will be doomed to fail. Initiating work will inevitably disturb the malign energy. Thus far, we have been fortunate to avoid casualties, but should work commence, it could lead to injury or death. A single fatality would cause resentment to accumulate, and should further tragedies occur, this location may well transform into accursed ground. Not only will construction be impossible, but those who linger here for too long may find themselves afflicted by ailments, and perhaps even haunted by spirits at night." Feng Tianliang, listening intently from behind, felt a chill run down his spine. He wished he could slap himself for not having been more prudent. Had he taken the time to inquire with his family, he would not have found himself in such dire straits. "Esteemed elder, might you possess a solution to assist me?" Feng Tianliang implored, his face etched with concern. The master raised his head slightly and replied, "My interest in assisting you is minimal. I am primarily curious to see the debt collector. Once the formation is broken, he should reveal himself." In Daxing Tianhe, Wang Jingzhe lay cocooned in his blanket, curled up in bed, his eyes bleary with sleep, drool threatening to escape his lips. The previous night, after arriving from Mao or Hatong, he had found a place to stay near Tianhe prison and subsequently fell into a deep slumber, not awakening until the sun was well above the horizon. As noon approached, Wang Jingzhe, who had already awakened, leaned against the headboard, indulging in a cigarette. Suddenly, without any forewarning, his right middle finger twitched, causing the cigarette he held between his lips to tremble, and ash fell onto the quilt. Who could this unexpected ally be? And how could they so swiftly disrupt my plans? Wang Jingzhe, clad only in his underpants, leaped from the bed and pulled back the curtains, squinting towards the southwest direction, where the east fourth ring lay. Only the 5 channels of Shuamon could possess such power. With a few glances, he cursed aloud. The smog in the capital is utterly unbearable. If a feng shui formation were to collapse, it would undoubtedly provoke a cataclysmic upheaval. Conversely, its disruption would also summon extraordinary phenomena. Regrettably, the hazy smog hung low over the city, obscuring everything from view. Meanwhile, at the Jingxiashan construction site, the talisman that Wang Jingzhe had pressed into the ground was retrieved. As the talisman emerged, the ground trembled abruptly, and everyone felt a distinct vibration beneath their feet, while the chilling atmosphere that had permeated the surroundings quietly dissipated. Even Feng Tianliang, an outsider, felt a sudden warmth envelop him, and the goosebumps vanished. He asked in astonishment, "Is everything all right now? The site may be free of trouble, but you, my dear fellow, still have matters to contend with," the master said, casting a glance at his head. "You have fallen victim to a lethal formation. A calamity of bloodshed may forever accompany you. This elderly gentleman, can you not assist me in breaking it?" Feng Tianliang asked, his heart racing. The second master shook his head. "It is difficult. You and Tianyi are entangled in his karma. Unless he voluntarily withdraws, it is challenging for outsiders to intervene." Isusu, with her bright almond-shaped eyes, surveyed her surroundings, while Tianyi, furrowing his brow, scanned several directions. The father and daughter duo were in search of the figure clad in a long robe, believing that this individual had been covertly observing them over the past few days. Now that the feng shui formation had been disrupted, they anticipated the person might reveal themselves. Yet, after searching for a considerable time, there was no sign of Wang Jingzhe. The master sighed, stating, "Do not search any longer. It is of no use, as the person may not even be here." "Why not, master? Shouldn't he be keeping watch?" Isusu asked in confusion. If he truly understood the principles of Guizhong and Lianshan, he would have foreseen that someone was targeting him. Isn't it said that one should not predict others while neglecting oneself? In the realm of divination, there exists an unwavering law. The The diviner cannot predict the heavens, the earth, nor themselves, nor those closely related to them, lest they incur divine retribution. Consider this. A diviner who reveals the secrets of fate is already met with disdain. If they were to divine for themselves, how could the heavens possibly approve? The teachings of the Taoist tradition speak of suffering 5 misfortunes and 3 deficiencies: widowhood, loneliness, and poverty. The Buddhist path warns of encountering 5 declines of the celestial and human realms, including soiled garments, withered hair, sweating under the arms, and a foul body odor, all leading to dissatisfaction with one's fate. Divine retribution is inescapable. As soon as Isusu finished speaking, the 2 masters fell silent. After a long pause, the second master hesitantly remarked, "Unless he has already faced divine retribution?" Tianyi, puzzled, inquired, "Master, what does it mean to have already faced divine retribution?" In a hotel by the Daxing Tianhe, Wang Jingzhe sat on the bed clad only in his underpants, his left leg dangling off the side. On his right calf, a festering sore emitted a nauseating odor, with a wound the size of a coin, clearly showing signs of necrosis and pus. Wang Jingzhe lit a cigarette, biting the filter, while his fingers pressed against the pus-filled wound. "Grandmother, is this about to begin?" Outsiders only recognize that the Shadao lineage can determine life and death, establish order, and navigate the realms of yin and yang. However, what they fail to comprehend is that revealing too many secrets of heaven's design burdens each Shadao individual with a fate marked by the number 5 and 3, and every 3rd generation must face divine retribution. This curse clings to Wang Jingzhe like a shadow, inescapable unless he can break free from the heavenly punishment he bears. The warning of divine retribution, that at the age of 30, one must inevitably suffer its consequences, was a piece of advice tossed to him by his father before he embarked on his journey years ago. The Shadao lineage is passed down exclusively from father to son, though some may learn the methods through other means. Yet, true Shadao practitioners are bound by blood ties, as if cursed by the heavens. Every 3rd generation must endure such punishment, and it is now Wang Jingzhe's turn. Before his father's departure, he had solemnly advised, "Son, your luck is quite unfortunate. You fall right into the cycle of our family's 3rd generation. The 5 deficiencies and 3 losses, the heavenly decline, there's no escaping it. This is your fate, for your mother and I brought you forth on that fateful night, perhaps to endure this trial." Furious, Wang Jingzhe retorted, had he known, he would have forsaken the Shadao path and chosen instead to be a simple farmer, facing the earth. His father chuckled softly, saying, "No matter what you choose, you cannot evade this curse. It is intricately linked to our bloodline. Our lineage stretches back a millennium, with each generation of Shadao practitioners marked by this divine punishment. The knowledge we possess of life and death, of the cosmos, is our penance. For every gain, there must be a loss." Frustrated yet resigned, Wang Jingzhe sought any means to break the curse. If every 3rd generation faced divine retribution, then surely there must be a way to avert complete extinction, implying a potential resolution. His father reassuringly responded, "Indeed, there is a way. The suffering of divine punishment every 3rd generation does not equate to complete lineage extinction. Take your great-grandfather, for instance. Before facing divine retribution, he had already married and fathered children. By the time the punishment arrived, your grandfather had already been born." With trembling lips, Wang Jingzhe inquired, "Did my great-grandfather perish at 35 due to this curse? Must I then marry and bear children early?" His father looked at him with sympathy. "Your great-grandfather met a tragic end, bedridden, his limbs paralyzed, his body rotting and oozing, reduced to a mere shadow of himself. Unable to see or speak, he endured 3 years as a living corpse before finally succumbing to death." Wang Jingzhe's father continued, "Though the world is often unjust, there are moments of fairness. Consider our plight. The Shadao practitioners know too much." Upon hearing this, Wang Jingzhe could not help but sigh, lamenting, "Is there truly no way to break this curse? I refuse to believe that every Shadao descendant from our family's numerous generations must meet the same fate as my great-grandfather. People often curse the heavens for their blindness. Yet the truth is more nuanced. At times, divine providence has opened numerous windows for you, but you stubbornly choose to tread into dead ends. Who can be blamed for that? This holds true for us, the debt knife bearers. Although we face divine retribution, there are ways to circumvent it. I sowed the seeds of this narrative 2 decades ago, and your grandfather had also made arrangements for you. Do you understand why the lineage of the debt knife bearers has faded from existence in recent decades? Your grandfather and I sought to transcend life and death, to alter the fates in order to mitigate divine punishment. Thus, for nearly a century, the debt knife bearers have largely refrained from mingling among the populace. The rest, my dear, is for you to strive for. After imparting a few words, Wang Jingzhe's father embarked on a carefree journey, urging Wang Jingzhe to leave his hometown and, at the age of 30, to absolve himself of this heavenly punishment. Such matters cannot be alleviated by others. One must rely on oneself. The so-called divine retribution has already begun to manifest for Wang Jingzhe. A year ago, a festering sore appeared inexplicably on his leg. Initially, it was a minor wound, akin to a cut from a small knife, but as time progressed, it began to ooze pus, spreading outward, now the size of a coin. A few months prior, when the sore was still oozing, Wang Jingzhe visited a hospital, where he received some anti-inflammatory medication, had the wound disinfected, and was bandaged by the doctor, who assured him it would heal in a few days. However, when he later unwrapped the bandage, he discovered the festering sore remained, showing no signs of improvement. Skeptical, Wang Jingzhe sought help from several hospitals, consistently hearing the same optimistic prognosis. Yet, days later, the condition persisted, with no signs of recovery. It was then that Wang Jingzhe resigned himself to the notion that perhaps this cycle of fate was inescapable. This was merely the beginning. As time marched on, more lesions would appear on Wang Jingzhe's body, festering and oozing until he was left weak and emaciated, confined to his bed, akin to a paralysis. In the end, all his vitality would be drained, leading to his demise upon that bed. Minutes later, Wang Jingzhe donned a long robe, completed his ablutions, and exited the inn, making his way to a nearby shopping center to purchase several sets of undergarments and outerwear for Ding Wu, who was soon to be released from prison. According to tradition, one must change their attire from head to toe to ward off misfortune. Wang Jingzhe harbored a lingering concern for Ding Wu. During his last visit to Tianhe prison, he discerned that Ding Wu's countenance was not favorable. Another 2 days slipped by, yet construction at the splendid site remained stalled. Although the feng shui barrier had been broken, the 9 stars of doom still clung to Feng Tianliang. Henceforth, whatever he undertook would be prone to calamity and inevitability. He could change his license plates and mobile phones, but he could not alter his birth date and fate. From that point onward, should Feng Tianliang encounter individuals whose destinies aligned with his own, he would inevitably face bloodshed and disaster. In recent days, Feng Tianliang has been in a state of utmost anxiety, tirelessly discussing with Yi Tianyi and others how to unravel the predicament he finds himself in. The master has informed him that unless the individual responsible for the situation personally withdraws, it would be exceedingly difficult to break the spell. This technique, its origins shrouded in mystery, whether from Guizhong or Lianshan, renders any possibility of resolution elusive. Must he truly seek out this individual? Feng Tianliang inquired with a sense of melancholy. It appears that this is indeed the case. The master nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall find this person, Feng Tianliang declared, gritting his teeth. In a vast metropolis like the capital, with a population of approximately 20 million, locating an inconspicuous individual is no small feat. However, this challenge, while considerable, is not insurmountable for Feng Tianliang. Wang Jingzhe has made appearances on several occasions, once in Mauer Hutong and again at the construction site of Jingxiashan, leaving traces of his presence in both locations. In this era where surveillance cameras are ubiquitous, it is evident that various departments possess ample means to track down an individual. Through connections at the municipal bureau, Feng Tianliang discreetly communicated that someone had previously threatened him at the Sihiyuan in Mauer Hutong, with the knife displayed on the plaque serving as evidence. Although this did not rise to the level of a criminal case, the police, acknowledging Feng Tianliang's annual sponsorship of the bureau and local authorities, were inclined to assist. Consequently, Wang Jingzhe, clad in a dark blue robe and carrying a worn satchel, was located at several intersections, his face clearly visible in the surveillance footage. While other cities may lack such dense surveillance, in the capital, nearly every intersection and even the most secluded alleyways are equipped with cameras. Thus, if Wang Jingzhe has not departed the city, finding him should pose little difficulty, contingent upon the police's commitment and Feng Tianliang's connections. In recent days, Feng Tianliang has been dining with contacts at the municipal bureau, making introductions district by district. Subsequently, Several precincts and police stations in the capital received a notice for collaboration. While not as authoritative as a wanted notice, the weight of this request should not be underestimated. After all, in recent years, the legends surrounding the enigmatic populace of Chaoyang have gained considerable traction. Had Wang Jingzhe remained in Chaoyang, he would undoubtedly have been apprehended within days. A photograph of Wang Jingzhe in his robe was placed on the table, drawing the attention of the master, the second master, as well as Isusu and Etienne. "It's him, without a doubt," Isusu remarked, pointing at the photograph. "He hasn't changed his clothes in days. And that tattered bag left in the trash was never picked up." The two elder gentlemen snorted in unison, pondering the image for a prolonged moment before the second master furrowed his brow and asked, "Have you discerned anything?" The master shook his head. "It's too ordinary. His visage is exceedingly unremarkable, the kind one could throw into a crowd and search for ages without success. One might even forget his appearance the moment they turn away, as if he could be easily erased from memory." "Master, how can this person's face be so utterly unremarkable?" Etienne asked in astonishment, perplexed. "Wang Jingzhe, it must be said, possesses an appearance that is rather unremarkable. His features lack any distinctive charm, rendering descriptors such as thick eyebrows, large eyes, or high nose wholly inapplicable. Standing at just over 1.70 meters, his physique is equally unexceptional, embodying the visage of a typical individual from an urban-rural fringe, devoid of any notable attributes. Yet, it is not his physical allure that draws Etienne and his companions. Rather, they seek to discern the intrinsic beauty within Wang Jingzhe. Admittedly, this description may be somewhat exaggerated. What they are truly interested in is his facial features, essentially a matter of physiognomy. The 5 schools of the mysterious gate, from which these individuals hail, specialize in the art of observation, of the heavens, the earth, and humanity, as well as the study of feng shui. Regrettably, they could glean nothing substantial from Wang Jingzhe's countenance. It was as if they were gazing upon a blank canvas, devoid of any interpretative clues. In a certain location in Chaophidian, Lin Xinyu was busy packing her belongings when she collided with a vehicle. Lin Yuan, arms crossed, furrowed his brow and inquired, "Are you planning to leave for good? Why have you packed all your luggage?" She retorted, "I refuse to believe I cannot manage him." Swiftly tying her long hair into a bun and adjusting her skirt, she settled into the car and remarked, "Dad, I've come to realize that our family, grand as it is merely missing a guardian beast. I believe he is just the right fit." Lin Yuan, exasperated, replied, "If he refuses, can you forcibly drag him here and tie him at the door?" A good conversation is essential. One must appeal to reason and emotion. I think negotiating with him is akin to conducting business, identifying his needs and approaching from that angle. After all, everyone has their desires. Lin Xinyu rolled her eyes, responding, "He says he is lacking a wife. Am I supposed to offer myself to him? If only he were a bit more handsome, but alas, he truly does not suit my taste. I prefer someone like Takashi Kaneshiro. He resembles nothing more than a golden retriever in comparison." With that, Lin Xinyu slammed the car door shut and waved her hand, declaring, "Dad, I'm off to the capital to keep an eye on him. He will surely be lingering around the entrance of Tianhe prison in the next few days." Lin Yuan had initially intended to caution her about safety, but after a moment's contemplation, as the vehicle pulled away, he finally managed to utter, "Do consider your impact." In the courtyard of a Sihiyuan in Mauer Hutong, Feng Tianliang dragged his weary body over. Upon spotting the master and his associates, he hoarsely announced, "We can almost ascertain his whereabouts. He should be in Daxing. I have requested the police to examine the surveillance footage along the route, and it appears he disembarked at the bus stop in Tianhe, after which he did not leave. He is likely to remain there for the time being." "Can you be certain?" Etienne inquired. "I can only comfort myself with the thought that he hasn't left the capital," Feng Tianliang replied, spreading his hands. "These past few days have been quite something. I've temporarily switched vehicles and must exercise utmost caution wherever I go. To be frank, I've developed a psychological aversion to it all, becoming exceedingly sensitive to numbers. For instance, just yesterday evening, as I was returning home, I overheard my driver purchasing lottery tickets and relaying the numbers aloud. Upon hearing this, I felt as if fire were igniting in my rear. I immediately instructed the driver to refrain from verbal communication, pull the car over, and send the information via text. The chief financial officer of the company had to report the financial income and expenditure, which originally required the signature of Feng Tianliang. However, He could only delegate this responsibility to the vice president now, as a means to evade any potential calamities that might befall him. But is there an end to such a life? Feng Tianliang has had enough of it. Days swiftly passed, and on the day Ding Wu was released from prison, Wang Jingzhe arrived at the gates of Tianhe prison before noon. Across the road, a car was parked, and Lin Xinyu leaned against the window, calling out to the approaching Wang Jingzhe, "Hey, come over. Let us chat about poetry and distant horizons, shall we?" Wang Jingzhe grinned and replied, "I'm afraid I lack the skills for that." Lin Xinyu responded with confusion. As the clock struck 12, Ding Wu emerged from the prison, sporting a short haircut that revealed only the crown of his head, with a bag in one hand and the other tucked in his pocket. As he reached the prison gates, a guard behind him remarked, "Once you're out, make sure to reform. I don't wish to see you here again." Ding Wu closed his eyes and took a deep breath, stating, "If I err again, it will be for a matter so grave that I won't even get the chance to step through these gates." The guard fell silent, his skin prickling at Ding Wu's words. As the prison doors swung open, under the watchful eyes of armed guards, Ding Wu stepped out and spotted Wang Jingzhe waiting. He tossed aside his bag and opened his arms in welcome. In his life, Wang Jingzhe was his only friend, and likewise, for Wang Jingzhe, Ding Wu was his sole companion. In the past, Wang Jingzhe's father had teased them, suggesting that had they been a couple, they could have easily bypassed the dating process. Wang Jingzhe patted Ding Wu's back gently, saying, "You're out now. Let us move forward together, hand in hand." Ding Wu chuckled, "Shall I accompany you to sell kitchen knives? I fear I might starve otherwise. With my share of food, you need not worry." Beep, beep. From across the road, Lin Xinyu honked, poking her head out of the window. "Get in. Let us celebrate your release." Ding Wu tilted his head and asked playfully, "Oh, you brought your lady friend along for the welcome? Don't get the wrong idea. I'm not familiar with her." Wang Jingzhe rolled his eyes. Seeing they weren't moving, Lin Xinyu adjusted the steering wheel, turned the car towards them, and opened the door. "Your friend just got out. He deserves a shower, a meal, and some new clothes, right? There isn't even a taxi here. Do you plan to take him on the bus? What a waste of time." Wang Jingzhe narrowed his eyes. "Is this free for you? I'm not short on money. Just get in." With a creak, Ding Wu opened the car door and sat down, saying, "Thank you. I cannot refuse such hospitality." "No need for thanks. We are all part of the same brotherhood." Lin Xinyu winked. They were in sync, and Wang Jingzhe, feeling awkward to refuse, joined them in the car. Lin Xinyu turned, a smile gracing her lips, and pressed the accelerator, propelling the car forward. "Not joining me in selling kitchen knives. Do you have any plans for yourself?" Wang Jingzhe inquired. "Not at the moment." Ding Wu replied, "Thinking of taking on labor work?" Wang Jingzhe furrowed his brows and said, "After spending several years within those walls, you will emerge with nothing. Life must go on, does it not? Stay with me for a while. Once I conclude my business in Longxi, we can contemplate our next steps. Your father has passed, yet your mother remains. You must provide for her, do you not? Back in your hometown, you have a house and land. Life is barely manageable, is it not?" As Ding Wu spoke, Wang Jingzhe observed his expression closely, noting the unsettling calmness that enveloped him. The incident that led to Ding Wu's father's demise occurred 6.5 years ago. Their family of 3 had moved to the capital in search of a livelihood, and they had recently acquired a small storefront for business. Unexpectedly, within less than a month of taking over, they were informed of an impending demolition, a fact the landlord had deliberately concealed. This deceit meant that their hard-earned savings had been squandered, and when they approached the landlord for redress, he flatly denied any wrongdoing. In a fit of desperation, Ding Wu's father sought to confront the landlord, who was notorious for his unscrupulous behavior. Not only did he refuse to return their money, but he also engaged in a violent altercation with Ding Wu's father, resulting in a brutal beating. When Ding Wu learned of this, he rushed to confront the landlord, who had gathered a group of thugs to assault him. In the ensuing chaos, Ding Wu seized a knife from one of the assailants and fatally stabbed him. As a result of this incident, Ding Wu was sentenced to 8 years for excessive self-defense. Tragically, his father, already weakened from the earlier assault, succumbed to a heart attack, exacerbated by the emotional turmoil of his son's imprisonment. Wang Jingzhe was acutely aware of the profound bond between Ding Wu and his father. He knew that Ding Wu harbored a vengeful spirit, and he doubted that the passage of time would dull the pain of this memory. Moreover, he had recently noticed a faint scar on Ding Wu's brow, a testament to his unresolved turmoil. "Jingzhe, please stop trying to persuade me," Ding Wu said, licking his lips. his gaze drifting toward the blurred scenery outside the car window. I have heard too many platitudes, yet my life remains unfulfilled. To exist in this world is a source of profound regret. Wang Jingzhe, alarmed, grasped Ding Wu's arm. Are you jesting? You are still so young, not yet 30. You have decades ahead of you. Do you truly intend to do something foolish? Ding Wu turned his head and smiled faintly. Do you remember the animated series we watched as children? Slam Dunk? I adored that series, Ding Wu continued. I recall when Akaji announced that they would compete in the national tournament. The very next day, I rushed home after school, eager to watch, only to find that it was not airing. Another program had taken its place. I thought to myself, perhaps it would return in a few days, so I waited. Little did I know that this waiting would consume my entire youth. Wang Jingzhe lowered his head in silence, his heart trembling at Ding Wu's words. Later, in my early 20s, I came to the capital, only to be sentenced to 8 years in prison for 6.5. Now, as I near 30, my youth has slipped away, entirely devoted to hard labor, Ding Wu said, staring blankly at Wang Jingzhe. Tell me, if my youth is gone, why should I concern myself with the decades that lie ahead? My life has already been diminished by half, so for me, the future holds little significance. The driver, Lin Xinyu, suddenly turned and softly remarked, There's a television drama you may not have seen over the past few years. When you have the time, you might want to watch it. It's titled My Youth, I Decide. Not long after Wang Jingzhe departed, Feng Tianliang, along with Yi Tianyi and others, hurriedly arrived near the Tianhe prison. They had come based on information provided by the community committee and the local police station. Wang Jingzhe's conspicuous appearance made it easy for the public to spot him. Yet the news arrived a bit late, and upon their arrival, he was nowhere to be found. After waiting at the entrance of Tianhe prison for a while, a police vehicle pulled up, and 2 officers approached Feng Tianliang, stating, Mr. Feng, after the municipal bureau issued a cooperative investigation notice, we kept an eye on this individual. Interestingly, it seems that the prison guards at Tianhe discovered him while verifying the identity of visitors. His name is Wang Jingzhe? Yes. I'm not entirely sure of the name, but he indeed has the surname Wang. Feng Tianliang breathed a sigh of relief. The investigation had been quite thorough. Very well. Please follow me so we can check the surveillance footage, one officer instructed. Feng Tianliang accompanied the officers to the prison, where they reviewed the monitoring footage. Wang Jingzhe's figure was captured clearly, and eventually, the cameras at the prison entrance revealed him getting into a vehicle and departing. The car bore a license plate from Hebei, prompting Feng Tianliang to furrow his brow. Has he left the capital? Not necessarily. There are plenty of out-of-town plates in the capital, especially Hebei plates. He might not have exited the city after all. Although he drove away, a trace remains. Tracking the vehicle by its license plate should be easier, provided it's not a counterfeit or fake plate. Finding the car is not that difficult, Yi Tianyi remarked, sensing that they were indeed drawing closer to Wang Jingzhe. Locating a vehicle is often more straightforward than tracking a person. Lin Xinyu took Wang Jingzhe and Ding Wu to dine first before escorting them to a nearby bathhouse. It is a common tradition in both the North and South for newly released inmates to indulge in a sauna or a cleansing ritual to rid themselves of ill fortune. The oppressive atmosphere of a prison, filled with various offenders, tends to leave lingering negative energies. Thus, a thorough wash can provide psychological comfort. Upon alighting from the vehicle, Wang Jingzhe cast a sidelong glance at the bathhouse sign and then lowered his head to Lin Xinyu, saying, Miss Lin, you are quite thoughtful. Lin Xinyu bit her lip, her face flushing instantly. The bathhouse's sign inevitably sparked some imagination, named Mandarin Ducks Playing in Water, a title that clearly indicates the nature of the establishment. Typical of bathhouses in the northern regions. I'm not familiar with this area either. I noticed this place while passing by. Just take a shower and come out. Lin Xinyu rolled her eyes and remarked, Hee, aren't you joining us? Wang Jingzhe teased with a mischievous grin. Lin Xinyu shot him a glance, pretending to exit the car. Wang Jingzhe was taken aback. Her fiery demeanor was quite unexpected, and he found it challenging to retort effectively. Though he was quick-witted, he lacked the courage to engage in a genuine confrontation. After Wang Jingzhe and Ding Wu changed their clothes and took a shower, they submerged themselves in the pool. The water temperature exceeding 30 degrees, causing their pores to fully open. Unable to suppress a groan, Ding Wu, with a towel draped over his face, lounged languidly at the edge of the pool. Wang Jingzhe gazed down at his calves in the water. The area's oozing pus showed no signs of improvement after soaking, as if the injury were innate, entirely unaffected by external factors. When do you plan to head to Longxi? Ding Wu inquired, tilting his head back. I intend to go after I pick you up from prison. Will you accompany me? What for? Wang Jingzhe pondered for a moment before responding honestly, to propose. Ding Wu removed the towel and turned his head in surprise. A proposal? After years apart, you're entering the confines of matrimony? You truly have my admiration. Enough of that. A proposal is merely a proposal. What confines are you speaking of? I haven't even met the person in question. All I know is she's female, nothing more. Not even a photograph, Wang Jingzhe replied, his expression a blend of concern and doubt regarding the engagement that his father had arranged over 20 years prior. That went outside. Wang Jingzhe continued. Our acquaintance was purely coincidental. Don't assume anything romantic. We're not even friends. Oh dear, what a waste. She has quite the catch. More than suitable for you. I thought you two might make a lovely pair, Ding Wu lamented. Haha, I have no feelings for her. If you do, then pursue her. Wang Jingzhe encouraged. Ding Wu nodded, stroking his thigh thoughtfully. You know, I did feel a slight flutter upon seeing her. If I were to make my move, would it be considered as snatching love? Wang Jingzhe replied earnestly. I'd actually prefer you to take her. Settling down would be good for you, wouldn't it? Ding Wu narrowed his eyes playfully. Are you trying to lecture me again? Take my advice, you. Suddenly, Ding Wu stood up from the water, wringing the towel to dry his body. Forget the bath. I need to buy some items to burn for my father. It's been years since I last sent him money. Wang Jingzhe fell silent, understanding that the stubborn Ding Wu would not heed his words. The two emerged from the bathing area, feeling rejuvenated. Lin Xinyu awaited them in the car at the entrance, looking weary, clearly having just awoken from a brief nap. We need to make a trip to the funeral home, Lin Xinyu said as he started the engine. I'll drive you. Wang Jingzhe chuckled. Your service is no less than that of the women inside. Lin Xinyu blinked his large eyes and replied, Is there not an inexplicable sense of gratitude that stirs within you? Touched by my sincerity? Wang Jingzhe responded, bemused. What are you trying to gain from this flattery? Our household is in need of a guardian spirit, or rather, an advisor. Lin Xinyu tilted her small head and said, My father wishes to have you as an honorary consultant. You need not concern yourself with anything else, but should any matters arise at home, I hope you can make an appearance as you did last time. If you can sway my brother, I shall consider your request. Wang Jingzhe opened the passenger door and pushed Ding Wu inside. No negotiations will take place from my end. If you can reform him, I might reconsider. With a chuckle, Lin Xinyu turned to Ding Wu and said, Beyond poetry and distant horizons, I can also discuss youth with you. What do you think, brother? My youth has been squandered. Ding Wu replied bitterly. After paying respects to Ding Wu's father, it was nearly evening. Observing Lin Xinyu's tireless efforts throughout the day, Wang Jingzhe felt a twinge of sympathy for her relentless spirit. This woman possessed an extraordinary resilience, tirelessly driving them around without a single complaint. Her obedience was akin to that of a devoted servant. Let us have a meal together as a token of my gratitude, Wang Jingzhe said earnestly. Sure. I am indifferent to what we eat, Ding Wu responded, seemingly still lost in the grief of his father's passing, merely expressing a desire for something that could be washed down with alcohol. Thus, the trio casually sought out a roadside eatery, ordering a few dishes and 2 bottles of liquor. Once the food arrived, Lin Xinyu displayed no hesitation, relishing the humble establishment as she picked up a piece of poached fish with her chopsticks, fanning herself with her small hand while exclaiming how delicious it was. Cheers! Wang Jingzhe clinked glasses with Ding Wu, and both drank heartily. After wiping his mouth, Ding Wu took a moment to recover from the effects of the alcohol, exhaling deeply and declaring, What a thrill! I haven't had a drink in years. This first sip has opened my pores. It feels wonderful. There will always be opportunities to drink in the future, but take it slow, Wang Jingzhe cautioned as he refilled Ding Wu's glass. When do you plan on returning home to visit? There's no rush. I called my mother earlier, Ding Wu replied, raising his glass for another toast before downing it. After burping, he playfully draped an arm around Wang Jingzhe's shoulder, grinning as he said, Why do I get the feeling you're keeping a watchful eye on me? As if I were in prison? Your gaze is like a searchlight, locking onto me the moment I appear. Are you worried I might engage in something unlawful? Wang Jingzhe fixed his gaze on Ding Wu's eyes and asked, Isn't that how you feel? I know you too well, Xiao Wu. Your father's death and your imprisonment are intertwined. They will not allow you to easily forget the landlord from a few years back. Tell me, are you planning to seek revenge? Haha, aren't you the one with the foresight? Calculate it, Wang Jingzhe said, removing his arm and speaking earnestly. I need not calculate. It is evident that there are 100 ways to deal with the opponent, yet you insist on choosing the most foolish and clumsy one. Lin Xinyu, while savoring her meal, observed the exchange between the two men. After spending the day with them, she had nearly unraveled the situation. Ding Wu was imprisoned due to a case of excessive self-defense, a case intertwined with the death of his father. Wang Jingzhe was concerned that upon Ding Wu's release, he might seek revenge on those involved in the case, potentially resorting to drastic measures, such as an eye for an eye. The interaction between the two men resembled a tug-of-war, one side persistently obstructing while the other fervently resisted. Neither able to persuade the other, engaged in a futile verbal dispute. As the night wore on, they consumed 2 bottles of Nolinshan liquor and several bottles of beer, resulting in both Wang Jingzhe and Ding Wu becoming somewhat inebriated. "I need to use the restroom," Ding Wu said unsteadily, rising to his feet and heading towards the bathroom. Wang Jingzhe lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply before exhaling a thick cloud of smoke. He leaned towards Lin Xinyu and whispered, "What do you think of my friend?" Lin Xinyu blinked her large, bewildered eyes and inquired, "What do you mean? How is he as a person? The young man seems quite spirited, doesn't he? Do you feel any fluttering in your heart? I heard him mention in the shower that he has feelings for you. Why not consider dating?" Covering her mouth in surprise, Lin Xinyu exclaimed, "Surely not. I merely wanted you to be a consultant for our family. Are you trying to play matchmaker?" She glanced at him, noticing his drunken state. "Look at how much you've had to drink. You can hardly articulate. Let us make a deal. If you manage to win his heart, I'll gladly be your consultant for free. How does that sound?" Gritting her teeth, Lin Xinyu retorted, "I sell my art, not my body. Don't get any ideas." "Haha, I was just joking. Don't take it seriously." In the bathroom, Ding Wu leaned against the wall, using 2 fingers to vigorously stimulate his throat. Ugh! With a sudden rush, a mixture of alcohol spewed forth from his mouth, filling the restroom with a pungent odor of alcohol. Ugh ugh! After several heaves, Ding Wu managed to expel the alcohol from his stomach, and upon finishing, his gaze cleared significantly. Wiping his mouth, he sighed in relief, feeling much better. The alcohol had been consumed too quickly, and at least half of it had been expelled. Returning to the dining area, Ding Wu's eyes quickly grew hazy again as he staggered back to his seat. Noticing the empty bottles, he called out, "Boss, bring another dozen beers." Wang Jingzhe frowned and asked, "Are you still drinking?" "That's enough. You can't drink all day. If necessary, continue tomorrow. You can't possibly catch up on years of drinking in one night. I'm celebrating. We agreed to a welcome feast. You ought to indulge me, right? Let us drink. After a couple more bottles, we can head back to rest," Ding Wu urged. Not long after, a dozen beers were consumed by the two men. By the time they finished the last drink, Wang Jingzhe was utterly inebriated, swaying dangerously as if he might topple over at any moment. Just before he succumbed to the allure of sleep, he noticed that the crimson line etched in the center of Ding Wu's forehead had suddenly become strikingly vivid and pronounced, akin to the thickness of a pinky finger. "Listen, don't worry about me tonight. Just keep an eye on him. Don't let him vanish," Wang Jingzhe murmured in Lin Xinyu's ear before collapsing into a stupor. Lin Xinyu acknowledged with a nod, casting a glance at Ding Wu, who was also on the verge of falling asleep at the table. She found herself in a quandary. How was she to manage these 2 intoxicated men? Eventually, Lin Xinyu spent 200 yuan, enlisting the help of the tavern's staff and owner to assist in lifting Ding Wu and Wang Jingzhe, locating a nearby hotel for their accommodation. She arranged for the 2 to share a room. "Keep watch over him. What do you expect? Am I to share the bed with him while I monitor his every move?" After escorting Ding Wu and Wang Jingzhe to their room, Lin Xinyu secured a separate room next door. Wang Jingzhe collapsed onto the bed, slipping into a deep slumber. The alcohol had thoroughly disoriented him, and consuming even a drop more could lead to alcohol poisoning. He was undoubtedly in a state of blackout. In the adjacent bed, Ding Wu lay down but quickly opened his eyes, staring blankly at the ceiling. After a moment of dazed contemplation, he rolled out of bed and ambled to the bathroom to splash some water on his face. Emerging afterward, he appeared significantly more alert. "There may be 100 ways for you to resolve a problem, but for me, the 101st method is the most effective and straightforward. My apologies, Jingzhe. I fear I might disappoint you," Ding Wu murmured softly before quietly exiting the room and closing the door behind him. A few minutes later, Ding Wu emerged from the hotel, standing outside, smoking a cigarette while waiting to hail a taxi. Meanwhile, in a brightly lit room upstairs, Lin Xinyu had just taken a shower, donned her pajamas, and was applying a facial mask in preparation for a night of scrolling through her phone before sleep. With a whoosh, Lin Xinyu switched on the air conditioning, approached the window, and drew back the curtains to close the window, only to catch sight of a figure below on the street, cigarette in one hand, gesturing for passing cars with the other. Didn't he drink himself into oblivion? How is he sobering up so quickly? What on earth is he up to? Lin Xinyu muttered, exclaiming in realization. Could it be that blabbermouth was right? He told me to keep an eye on him, and now he is sneaking out on his own? What should I do? Should I watch over him or not? Oh, what a dilemma. After her thoughts vacillated back and forth, she hastily removed the mask, quickly redressed. Darn it, I'm really putting myself through the ringer here. In the dead of night, I've got to chase after a man. What a predicament. With a clatter, Lin Xinyu flung open her door and rushed out. By the time she exited the hotel, Dingwu had successfully hailed a taxi and was driving away. Lin Xinyu promptly jumped into her own car and sped off in pursuit, spotting Dingwu's taxi several car lengths ahead of her. Upon entering the taxi, Dingwu rubbed his weary face and instructed the driver to head towards Shui Satellite Road. He then reclined in his seat, allowing his eyes to flutter shut, seizing the opportunity for a brief respite during the nearly hour-long journey. Meanwhile, Lin Xinyu, trailing behind, contemplated intercepting the taxi, but found her curiosity overpowering her intentions. How vexing it is that curiosity can lead one astray, especially when it belongs to a woman. No force of 8 horses could restrain it. At that moment, Wang Jingzhe lay sprawled on the hotel bed, blissfully unaware that Ding Wu's purpose for the night was to intoxicate him. Both men possessed similar tolerances for alcohol, and Wang Jingzhe initially thought that if he succumbed to drunkenness, Ding Wu would surely follow suit. Little did he know that as the night wore on, Ding Wu retreated to the restroom, purging himself of the liquor, leaving him sober while Wang Jingzhe was indeed inebriated. As midnight approached, the taxi arrived near Shui Satellite Road, rousing Ding Wu from his slumber. Lin Xinyu, having trailed closely, extinguished her headlights and parked at a distance, watching intently as Ding Wu alighted from the vehicle. After glancing at the nearby address, Ding Wu retrieved his phone, dialed a number, and informed the recipient of his arrival before hanging up. Within approximately 5 minutes, a black Santana rolled up, stopping near him, and a young man inside greeted him. "Are you out, Wu Ge?" Ding Wu acknowledged with a grunt and climbed into the passenger seat. The driver, a young man, turned to him and remarked, "I was just about to come pick you up." "That won't be necessary. I have a friend waiting for me," Ding Wu replied, stifling a yawn and stretching lazily. "You brought what I asked for, right?" "Everything's here," the driver, Li Tianpeng, said, retrieving a bag from the back seat and handing it to Ding Wu. Li Tianpeng, a former cellmate of Ding Wu, had been released over a year prior. During their time in prison, he had looked up to Ding Wu, who was known for his solitary demeanor amidst the cliques that formed among the inmates. Even the most formidable criminals dared not cross Ding Wu, especially after he had dealt with 2 bullies who attempted to recruit him, sending one of them to the hospital in the process. Ding Wu was a man of principle. "As long as you don't disturb me or cause trouble, we can coexist peacefully. But should you provoke me, rest assured, your life will be far from tranquil." As he opened the bag, a frown creased his brow at the sight of its contents: a sharp knife, a bundle of rope, and 2 pairs of gloves. He lifted his gaze to inquire, "Is this it?" "No firearm." Li Tianpeng shook his head, saying, "Wu Ge, don't joke. This is Beijing, under the emperor's feet. Who would dare sell guns here? Getting caught would lead to a far harsher sentence than elsewhere, and discharging a firearm would escalate the situation significantly. I wouldn't dare to entertain such an idea." "All right then, let's make use of what we have. These tools are meant for lethal purposes," Ding Wu replied, fastening the bag securely. "And about the matter I asked you to investigate, did you find anything?" A few years ago, Lu Qingyi rented a house to Ding Wu's family. At that time, the area around Weixing Road had not yet been demolished. It has since been transformed into a residential community, with a row of shops lining the street, several of which belonged to Lu Qingyi. Li Tianpeng discovered that Lu Qingyi had not moved away and still resided in the area, living off rental income and managing a building materials business. In just 5 or 6 years, he had amassed considerable wealth, owning property and a vehicle in the capital, along with several million yuan in the bank, leading a rather comfortable life. He owns 3 shops, and further along Weixing Road, there is a building materials market where he operates a stall. During the day, he usually stays at his stall and returns home to the community at night, residing in a relocation apartment provided after the demolition. He has a wife and 2 children. How about tonight? Ding Wu inquired nonchalantly. He's at home. After I received your call at noon, I came to keep watch, and he hasn't left since. He's probably asleep by now, Li Tianpeng replied straightforwardly. Brother Wu, are you planning to wait until tonight? His wife and children are at home. It's not convenient, he added. After a moment of contemplation, Ding Wu responded, Tianpeng, you should head back. I can manage the rest on my own. Li Tianpeng chuckled. Brother Wu, I've had this car for 2 months. It's a black market vehicle with all fake paperwork. I thought you might need it, so I bought it. I can drive and help you out. Let me tag along. Ding Wu frowned. Nonsense, why would you follow me? You know what I'm up to. You've left a good life behind. Why get involved with me? Do as I say and go home. As a few hours passed, the sky began to brighten. Ding Wu and Li Tianpeng had spent the night sleeping in a Santana, keeping watch for Lu Qingyi to emerge. Around 8 in the morning, Li Tianpeng woke up and said, Brother Wu, I'll go buy some breakfast. Lu Qingyi usually leaves before 9. There's still some time. All right, go ahead. I'll keep an eye on him, Ding Wu replied. Meanwhile, on the street, Lin Xinyu also woke up, stretching and yawning. I realize I've really been degrading myself. What was I thinking, spending the night in a car with 2 men? At the same time, in the hotel where he had slept, Wang Jingzhe groggily awoke. A night of heavy drinking left him dazed, his head throbbing intensely. He reached for a cigarette from the bedside, lit it, took a deep drag, and called out, Xiao Wu, are you awake? Where are you? With a cigarette dangling from his lips, Wang Jingzhe jumped out of bed, only to find the other bed empty, the pillow and blanket barely disturbed. Alarmed, he rushed to the bathroom for a quick check, then dashed out of the room and down to the hotel reception. Excuse me, could you please tell me where my companions are? There were 3 of us who arrived yesterday, 2 men and 1 woman. Can you tell me which room my companion is in? Wang Jingzhe asked anxiously. Right next door, Wang Jingzhe hurriedly returned to his room. After knocking several times on the door with no response, he had the cleaning lady open it. The room was largely untouched. The pajamas lay discarded on the bed. Lin Xinyu's luggage remained in the corner, and the bedding was undisturbed, clearly indicating that no one had yet lain down. The 2 must have either departed together or sequentially. Wang Jingzhe vaguely sensed that Ding Wu might have slipped away while he was asleep, possibly noticed by Lin Xinyu, who then followed suit. However, he was left wondering whether they were together now. This situation was truly distressing for Wang Jingzhe, who cursed under his breath. He took out his phone to call Ding Wu, but the call ended after a few rings, and subsequent attempts resulted in a deadline. Unable to reach Lin Xinyu as he did not possess his number, Wang Jingzhe found himself bewildered, pondering where the 2 could have gone. He recalled that Ding Wu's family had once rented a place in Shuni district, and he surmised that they might have headed in that direction. Having no other options, he left the hotel and took a taxi towards Shuni. Last night, before succumbing to intoxication, he had noticed the deepening crimson line on Ding Wu's forehead, a troubling omen suggesting impending trouble. There were only 2 possibilities. Either Ding Wu was destined for misfortune, or he would be the catalyst for it. Neither scenario was one Wang Jingzhe wished to witness. His abilities were not yet refined enough to discern Ding Wu's fate at a mere glance. If it were his grandfather or elder sister observing, perhaps they could have perceived it more clearly. However, he had lost touch with his elder sister Wang Dongji, whose whereabouts were unknown after many years. The Wang family, once a quartet, now comprised only 3 elusive members. Following the untimely demise of their mother and the passing of their grandmother years ago, the elder had not been seen for nearly a decade, having departed with a cryptic statement about visiting old friends, leaving home for 10 years without a trace. Wang Jingzhe had been just a teenager at that time. 5 years prior, his elder sister Wang Dongji vanished without a word, and when he inquired about her with their father, he received a curt response suggesting she had likely eloped with a rogue. 3 years ago, their father also departed, casually remarking that he was off to travel the world. In these years, Wang Jingzhe had been left to wander alone. Contemplating this, he wiped away his tears, feeling the weight of his unfortunate fate. Meanwhile, near Satellite Road, Ding Wu was munching on a pancake and inquired, Tianpeng, when is the person expected to come out? Around 8:30 to 9. He had this timing down to a fine art. It was merely a 10-minute walk to the construction material market. With a decisive clap, Ding Wu stuffed the last bite of his pancake into his mouth and remarked, have you considered this carefully? If you choose to follow me, there will be no turning back. Li Tianpeng grinned, revealing his teeth, and replied, Brother Wu, what else do you think I can do? If I don't follow you, I'll just drift through life aimlessly. If I align myself with you, I would willingly partake in any venture, even if it means committing heinous acts. Among the hundreds in our detention center, I yield to no one but you. Good. Remember this. As long as you stick with me, as long as your brother Wu remains unharmed, you will be safe too. Even if trouble arises, I shall bear the brunt of it before it reaches you. Just as Ding Wu finished speaking, he noticed a man emerging from the neighborhood, a man of about 40, balding, with a somewhat brutish face. Clearly not someone to be trifled with. Brother Wu, look, Lu Qingyi is coming out. Li Tianpeng pointed at the man. I see him. Start the car and follow him. Ding Wu commanded. As the Santana roared to life, Lu Qingyi ambled along the roadside after exiting the neighborhood. Ding Wu's gaze remained fixed on him. Once Lu approached, Ding Wu opened the car door, stepped out, and stealthily wielded a knife, placing it against Lu's side while casually draping an arm over his shoulder. He whispered, "Do not struggle or shout. I have a matter to discuss with you. If you refuse to cooperate, I will stab you first and then pay a visit to your wife and child. Do you comprehend?" Lu Qingyi was momentarily taken aback, stiffly turning his head to respond. "Brother, I don't recall having wronged you. Indeed, you may not remember. I'll jog your memory shortly. For now, cooperate and get in the car. Will you? If you resist, this will escalate beyond just you." Under the pressure of Ding Wu's knife, Lu Qingyi was forced into the Santana, where he was bound with rope. Throughout the process, Ding Wu's hands remained steady, betraying no tremor. The rope, known colloquially as wild boar knot, was so tightly secured that even a 300 to 400 pound wild boar could not break free. "Listen to me, brother. Is it money you seek? I have it. How much do you need? I can take you to the bank, or we can transfer it via mobile," Ding Wu said, as he began to bind himself with the rope. The sight terrified Lu Qingyi, making it clear that this was no ordinary robbery. Tianpeng drove them towards the crematorium, and Ding Wu remained silent, urging him to accelerate. "All right, Brother Wu," Li Tianpeng replied, shifting gears and pressing the accelerator as the Santana sped away. Upon hearing they were headed towards the crematorium, Lu Qingyi gasped and shouted, "Friend, what have I done to offend you? Let us discuss this openly." Ding Wu pressed the knife's tip against Lu Qingyi's chin, his expression darkening as he said, "Reflect carefully. Our history stretches back 6.5 years. When my family and I left our hometown for the capital, it was to seek a better life. But what about you? What is your intention truly? Our family has managed to save merely 50,000 yuan over a lifetime, only to rent your property in hopes of embarking on a modest business venture. Yet, within less than a month, the premises were demolished, and you refused to return our money. Your avarice over trifles has led to our family's ruin. Have you not considered that this sum, at best, could sustain you for a few additional months, while it represents years of our arduous labor? You have callously retained it, as if seeking to drive us to despair." With eyes ablaze, Ding Wu, after voicing his grievances, caught Lu Qingyi's attention, prompting a sudden recollection. Over 6 years ago, Ding Wu was not yet 20. Now, at 25, the years spent in prison have altered him significantly. Had Lu Qingyi not scrutinized him closely, he might not have recognized the youth who had previously embroiled himself in a fatal altercation with his friend. "It was a misunderstanding. I was unaware at the time." Lu Qingyi hastily interjected, "I will compensate you. I will pay you 100,000, no, 300,000. I can offer you tenfold, if that suffices. If not, name your amount. It is merely 30,000 yuan. There is no need for such extreme measures. What use is your money to me now? Even if you provide me with 3 million, it will not resurrect my father," Ding Wu retorted through clenched teeth, producing a pair of gloves from his bag and forcefully stuffing them into Lu Qingyi's mouth. He then urged Li Tianpeng, "Hurry, drive faster." Lu Qingyi was momentarily bewildered. He had no knowledge of the circumstances leading to Ding Wu's incarceration after his father's assault, nor the tragic reality that Ding Wu's father had passed away as a consequence. As Ding Wu led Lu Qingyi away, Lin Xinyu observed from behind, covering her mouth in astonishment. "What is happening? Kidnapping, extortion, or revenge, perhaps? I never imagined this young man could be so deeply enmeshed in societal conflicts." Feeling increasingly helpless, Lin Xinyu sought to contact Wang Jingzhe, only to realize she had neglected to save his phone number after their meeting the previous day. With no one to turn to, she reluctantly decided to follow Ding Wu, trailing behind the Santana that sped away. Meanwhile, Wang Jingzhe, emerging from a taxi near the hotel, was still over 20 minutes away from Shuni. Even if he arrived there, it was likely that both Ding Wu and Lin Xinyu would have already departed. Though Wang Jingzhe could not locate them, others were one step ahead. After witnessing Wang Jingzhe enter Lin Xianyu's vehicle outside Tianhe prison the previous day, Feng Tianliang enlisted the assistance of friends in the traffic police system to trace the vehicle's information. The authorities began sifting through footage from multiple intersections. By fortunate circumstance, the location where Lin Xianyu had parked was adjacent to a crossroads, where the cameras clearly captured both her vehicle's license plate and a parking violation. The vehicle's details were reported, and by morning, Feng Tianliang learned that it was parked on Weixing Road in Shuani, having remained stationary by the roadside for nearly a night. He promptly joined Yi Tianyi in a vehicle, hurrying to the location in hopes of intercepting Wang Jingzhe. However, little did they realize that Wang Jingzhe was not in the car at all. It was only Lin Xianyu. Lin Xianyu had just trailed Ding Wu as he drove away when the vehicles of Feng Tianliang and Yi Tianyi arrived, coincidentally catching sight of her driving the 750, which began to move slowly. "Is that the one, Mr. Feng?" the driver inquired hastily upon noticing. Feng Tianliang scrutinized it carefully, slapping his thigh in affirmation. "Yes, yes. That's it. Follow closely and do not lose sight of it." Upon spotting the vehicle that Wang Jingzhe occupied, Feng Tianliang exhaled in relief, the tension in his chest gradually easing. Yi Tianyi then asked, "Mr. Feng, now that you've located him, how do you intend to address your relationship? What else can I do? I am afraid I cannot afford to offend him, since our Feng family had indeed made a prior promise to him. I shall comply with whatever he demands," Feng Tianliang replied despondently. "I sincerely hope we can find him," Yi Tianyi added, sharing the desire to locate Wang Jingzhe. The Xianmen had lost too many techniques related to the character-based divination. It was said that only the texts of Lianshan and Guizhong could restore them. For years, the 5 branches of Xianmen, along with the southern Kunlun and northern Chuma, as well as numerous feng shui sects and yin-yang masters, had been in search of the other 2 volumes of the I Ching and the wondrous techniques contained within the Luo book. Yet, despite the passage of many years, they remained elusive. It was rumored that only the Shadao lineage had preserved these ancient texts or parts thereof, but the Shadao practitioners had vanished. Around 10 o'clock, the vehicle traversed out of Shuani district and approached the vicinity of the second crematorium, an area that was quite desolate, surrounded by woods with scant traffic and pedestrians. "Stop the car," Ding Wu instructed Li Tianpeng as they noticed the absence of onlookers. He yanked Lu Qingyi out of the vehicle, and the two directly pushed him into the woods. Thud! Lu Qingyi knelt on the ground, crying out, "Brothers, I truly did not intend for this to happen, I swear. Please, grant me a chance. I will pay you whatever you ask, just give me a chance." His belief was that debts must be repaid, a life for a life. And he held Ding Wu responsible for his father's death, which he acknowledged might be a tad harsh. Yes, it truly was not my fault. I never wanted this." Lu Qingyi nodded fervently. "I will give you one chance, just one," Ding Wu said, gripping a sharp knife and pointing it at Lu Qingyi's chest. "I will stab you 3 times. If you survive, consider it your good fortune, and we shall put our grievances aside. If you do not survive, it will be deemed your fate, and you will owe me a life for my father's." Lu Qingyi was momentarily dumbfounded. Swish, swish. Ding Wu struck swiftly, plunging the knife into Lu Qingyi's chest 3 times in succession, blood gushing forth and splattering onto him. 3 stabs, just 3 stabs. If you cannot endure, we will call it even. If you survive, you are fortunate, and our enmity shall be forgotten. Swish, swish. Ding Wu gripped Lu Qingyi by the collar and repeatedly stabbed him in the chest, blood erupting as he withdrew the knife after the 3rd thrust. Tianpeng retrieved the clothes for me to change into. 2 minutes later, we departed in the car. This area is rather secluded, typically devoid of passers-by, and is conveniently close to Yuzhong. Once I had changed, we intended to leave Beijing directly, planning to abandon the vehicle midway. Ding Wu issued hurried instructions as he swiftly shed his blood-stained garments for a fresh outfit, preparing to depart immediately. In the woods, Lin Xianyu concealed herself behind a tree, her eyes wide with disbelief as she beheld the scene unfolding not far away. Her face turned pale. Had someone been killed? Initially, Lin Xianyu presumed that Ding Wu had brought someone here to either extort money or to settle a score, never anticipating that he would stab the other party 3 times before uttering a few words. Each blade plunged into Lu Qingyi's chest. Although she lacked a profound understanding of human anatomy, it was evident that the 3 stabs had penetrated his lungs and heart. The sheer volume of blood erupting from Lu Qingyi indicated a critical internal pressure. Still in shock, Lin Xinyu heard the sound of a vehicle halting nearby. Yi Tianyi and Feng Tianliang, who had been following the trail, exited their car, heading towards Wang Jingzhe. Upon spotting Lin Xinyu's vehicle, they mistakenly believed Wang Jingzhe had also emerged and rushed into the woods. At that moment, Ding Wu remained oblivious to the fact that his actions had not gone unnoticed. This area was usually quiet, yet unbeknownst to him, two groups had followed him into the woods after he had stabbed Lu Qingyi. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed as Yi Tianyi and Feng Tianliang entered, unaware of the crime that had transpired. Lin Xinyu turned at the commotion and caught sight of the two men approaching. As they drew near, Ding Wu and Li Tianpeng felt a sudden jolt of anxiety. Their gazes shifted towards Lin Xinyu, then to Yi Tianyi and Feng Tianliang. In an instant, all parties stood frozen, the atmosphere thick with tension. The silence was palpable, a silence that amplified their fears. Ding Wu was bewildered, unsure how Lin Xinyu had followed him. Lin Xinyu was stunned, realizing that not only had she witnessed Ding Wu commit murder, but others had seen it too. Yi Tianyi and Feng Tianliang were equally perplexed. They had come in search of Wang Jingzhe, only to discover a scene of brutal violence. Lu Qingyi lay on the ground, blood frothing from his mouth, his gaze unfocused. With great effort, he raised his hand, managing to utter two desperate words. "Help, save me. What do we do?" Li Tianpeng stammered, cold sweat trickling down his brow. They had initially planned to flee immediately, leaving no traces behind. Even if the police discovered Lu Qingyi's death, they doubted they would be apprehended. Moreover, by the time the authorities identified them, they would likely be long gone. Yet, they never anticipated that before they could take even a single step away, they would be confronted by others. Ding Wu, his expression icy, remained silent, displaying a calm demeanor as he took a few steps forward, knife in hand. Lin Xinyu was startled and hurriedly retreated, exclaiming, No misunderstandings. He asked me to follow you. Last night, I saw you leaving the hotel, so I followed. I didn't see anything. I truly didn't see anything. Please, don't kill me." Overwhelmed with fear, Lin Xinyu began to cry, believing that a mere night of drinking could provoke someone to silence her permanently. Ding Wu's lips trembled slightly, his gaze flickering towards Yi Tianyi and Feng Tianliang behind him, momentarily perplexed by how the two had appeared. "I was looking for Wang Jingzhe, but I had no idea I would see him. I just followed the car he was in." Feng Tianliang reacted quickly when he saw Lin Xinyu speaking with Ding Wu. His first thought was that they were both acquainted with Wang Jingzhe. Indeed, Ding Wu's steps halted at that moment. Upon hearing this, he instinctively assumed that Wang Jingzhe was familiar with him. There had been a fleeting moment when Ding Wu contemplated silencing her, while he might not harm Lin Xinyu. He was unfamiliar with Yi Tianyi and Feng Tianliang. Noticing Ding Wu standing still, Yi Tianyi sighed internally, his head buzzing with pain. It was an ill-timed visit, as he had stumbled upon what seemed to be a murder, seemingly connected to Wang Jingzhe. "Do you know Jingzhe?" Ding Wu inquired, his gaze fixed on Lin Xinyu, implying that since they had come in her car, she might know him. Lin Xinyu shook her head, prompting Feng Tianliang to quickly explain. "This young lady may not be aware. You should call Wang Jingzhe and tell him my father is Feng Yuan. He will understand." "She doesn't know? How do you know that? And how did you follow her car?" Ding Wu questioned, perplexed by the inconsistencies in their statements. Meanwhile, Lu Qingyi on the ground was barely clinging to life. One of the 3 knives Ding Wu had plunged into him had pierced his lung, and even if he were rushed to the hospital, survival was uncertain. He had intended to be ruthless. Seeing Lu Qingyi on the verge of death, Li Tianpeng anxiously urged, "Brother Wu, what should we do? We need to leave. They saw us." Suddenly, Yi Tianyi's eyes darted around, and he swiftly darted past Ding Wu. As Ding Wu turned to stop him, Yi Tianyi deftly raised his left hand to block and, with his right, produced a talisman from his pocket. With a flick, the talisman ignited, and he tossed it onto Lu Qingyi's lifeless body. A muffled thud erupted from the corpse, and then it ignited violently. Ding Wu and Li Tianpeng were momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend the nature of Yi Tianyi's actions. "All right," Yi Tianyi clapped his hands and chuckled. "If we continue our conversation now, won't the pressure be alleviated?" Yi Tianyi incinerated Lu Qingyi's corpse, akin to a blood oath, implicitly conveying, "Behold, the body has been consumed by flames, thus I too am complicit in this act. Should we continue our discourse, you need not feel any pressure." Ding Wu indeed lowered his guard considerably, inquiring, "What do you mean?" "I seek to find Wang Jingzhe." From Yi Tianyi's perspective, he had a request of Wang Jingzhe. There was no prior enmity between them. His actions against Tianyi were merely a transactional exchange of money for the alleviation of misfortunes. However, during the course of this endeavor, he unexpectedly discovered that Wang Jingzhe was affiliated with the Shadao lineage, which opened a door of desire for Tianyi. Their shared lineage was eager to complete the fragmented art of divination, which could only be achieved through the ancient texts of Lianshan and Guizhong. Coincidentally, the Shadao practitioners possessed these two extraordinary tomes. Engaging in earnest conversation with Wang Jingzhe was far preferable to becoming adversaries. I wish to meet Wang Jingzhe without any malice. You may contact him first. I shall handle the rest. Ultimately, the decision to meet or not rests with him, does it not? Tianyi gestured towards the charred remains, stating, "Is this not sufficient evidence of my intentions?" His methods had reduced Lu Qingyi's body to ashes, leaving only a trace scattered by the wind. Such a technique of obliterating evidence was undoubtedly more reliable than disposing of a corpse in the wilderness. Even if the police discovered Lu Qingyi's disappearance, they could only classify it as a missing persons case. Ding Wu regarded him with a contemplative gaze, and after a brief pause, retrieved his phone and powered it on. He dialed Wang Jingzhe. As soon as the call connected, a torrent of curses erupted from the other end. "Where the hell are you? Playing tricks, are we? Let me tell you, we are done. Our association is over. From now on, we shall have nothing to do with each other. Farewell," Wang Jingzhe bellowed, nearly sputtering through the phone with rage. He was understandably incensed, having awakened to find his companion missing, his heart racing with anxiety. Ding Wu felt an instant awkwardness. Gesturing towards the phone, he might just be experiencing some morning irritability. "Please hold on a moment. Allow him to settle down." After venting a few more expletives, Wang Jingzhe's demeanor visibly softened, and Ding Wu calmly stated, "I am near the forest close to the crematorium. There has been a minor incident. Please come at once, as someone wishes to meet you." Ding Wu glanced at Tianyi and Feng Tianliang, both of whom had introduced themselves. He reiterated their names before adding, "If you feel uncomfortable, there is no obligation to come." "All right, I shall wait," Wang Jingzhe replied curtly before ending the call. Ding Wu then turned his attention to Lin Xinyu, who resembled a frightened rabbit, shaking her head vigorously as if to say, "I saw nothing. I have amnesia." Ding Wu sighed. "Even if you did witness something, it wouldn't hold much weight alone. The police are unlikely to take your word at face value. And you surely wouldn't be foolish enough to report it, would you? You still wish for Wang Jingzhe to act as a guardian spirit for your family. If you were to send me back to prison, that lad would likely avoid you in the future." Lin Xinyu set down his hands and earnestly remarked, But you just took a life, didn't you?" Ding Wu gestured towards the ground and replied, "If you regard him as a human, then he is indeed a man. If not, he may as well be deemed a beast. By eliminating him, I may prevent countless others from suffering at his hands in the future. One might say this is an act of kindness and virtue." Tianyi nodded, recognizing the validity of Ding Wu's statement, which also explained why he had acted without hesitation to erase the evidence. Upon seeing Lu Qingyi's lifeless body, Tianyi concluded that this individual was indeed a malevolent character. Having committed numerous wrongdoings throughout his life, his portly visage was a true reflection of his nature. To say it is not an exaggeration. One's appearance often reflects their moral standing. Many malevolent individuals can be discerned merely by a glance. It is a form of divination in its own right. Take, for instance, that infamous Brother Long, who met his demise recently, with a scant layer of hair and a face adorned with flabby flesh. He possessed a flat nose and a round head. Even a child would recognize him as a nefarious figure. His death was met with applause, and similarly, Lu Qingyi belonged to this category, having swindled and deceived many in his years in the construction materials business. Less than half an hour later, Wang Jingzhe arrived by car. Upon entering the woods and noticing the gathering, he furrowed his brow and sniffed the air, inquiring, "Is someone dead?" A faint aura of malevolence lingered in the woods, remnants of Lu Qingyi's vengeful spirit, which had yet to disperse. His demise was notably tragic. One could only shed tears over the futility of it all. Perhaps Lu Qingyi never anticipated that his greed for a mere few thousand yuan would cost him his life. Hence, the saying rings true. It is not that retribution does not come, but rather that the time has not yet arrived. One may remain unaware of the sins they have committed until the day they come back to haunt them. Wang Jingzhe scanned the crowd, casting a fierce glare at Ding Wu before addressing Tianyi. "You summoned me?" Before Tianyi could respond, Feng Tianliang rushed over, nearly moved to tears, exclaiming, Feng Yulan is my father. I apologize, Mr. Wang. When you initially sought me out, my father did not mention anything regarding the knife he received. I only learned about it afterward from my mother. Had I known, I would never have shirked my responsibilities. I hope you can forgive me. This cannot be laid at your feet. It is your father's failure to clarify, or perhaps he simply did not take it seriously, Wang Jingzhe replied. Feng Tianliang shuddered and quickly added, he certainly took it seriously. My father did mention encountering a fortune teller, which helped the Feng family rise again. But he did not speak of the knife. Very well, we shall address your concerns shortly, Wang Jingzhe said, turning to Yi Tianyi and inquiring. You and your faction are so eager to find me. It must be about that matter, correct? Yi Tianyi, taken aback, asked, you are aware? Wang Jingzhe smirked. Before my elder passed, he imparted a piece of wisdom to me. Be wary of fire, theft, and the Shuangguan lineage. In the Hat Air Hutong. Within a room of the Feng family's courtyard, the news of Wang Jingzhe's appearance drew both the master and the second elder to hasten their arrival. It is reminiscent of the white-boned spirit and the spider spirit, among other entities, who, upon catching a whiff of the delectable flesh of the monk Tang Sung en route to the Western Paradise, are filled with insatiable desire, drooling and eyes gleaming with hunger, as if they are ready to boil water for a feast. The courtyard resembles the den of a spider, and Wang Jingzhe is positively tantalizing. Isusu, unable to resist, playfully tucked a few strands of hair behind her ear, reminded of the delicate bangs that fluttered down her forehead. A woman's affection for her hair is akin to her devotion to luxury cosmetics and exquisite handbags. Undoubtedly, Wang Jingzhe's previous indiscretions with a kitchen knife upon her bangs had left Isusu seething with indignation. Our bodies and skin are bestowed upon us by our parents. How dare you bite me? Sensing the hostile gaze beside her, Wang Jingzhe retorted defiantly with a smirk. Bang! Isusu clenched her small fist and pounded it on the table, asserting, you wait. One day, I shall shave your head bald. Huh. No need for you to take the trouble. With the weather warming up, I was just contemplating a melon-shaped haircut to keep cool, Wang Jingzhe replied, stroking his already short hair with an infuriating expression. Fire seemed to blaze in Isusu's eyes, and the elder master cleared his throat, saying, young lad. Sighing in acquiescence, Wang Jingzhe expressed his satisfaction with the elder title. Isusu and Yi Tianyi were momentarily taken aback, realizing the elder master had elevated their status upon his arrival, clearly indicating they ought to respect their elders and avoid conflict with Wang Jingzhe. We're all of the same ilk, so I shall not keep anything from you. I have heard that you, the Shidoran, possess two legendary tomes, Guizhong and Lianshan. The second elder inquired directly, his straightforward nature eschewing any intricacies. Who told you that? Wang Jingzhe scoffed, casting a sidelong glance with a derisive snort. Did any Shidoran confess to you? Or have you seen Guizhong and Lianshan sitting in our bookcase? I could just as easily claim that the He Tu and Luo Shu are enshrined in your Xianmen Grand Hall. Is there any truth to that? Rumors, my friends, are treacherous. Do not let them mislead you and bring harm to the nation and its people. The elder master and his companion were momentarily rendered speechless by Wang Jingzhe's nonsensical ramblings. Isusu, undeterred, dug her nails into the table and exclaimed, the 9-star absolute kill derives from those very texts. Who else possesses such knowledge but you? And yet you refuse to admit it. The Taoist arts encompass 9,009 techniques, and the Buddhist scriptures total 8,008. I shan't elaborate further. Your understanding is limited, and you may not be aware of everything. Let me mention just 2 of the 5 branches of your Xianmen. Inquire with the Yi branch. Can they gather all the prescriptions in existence? Does the Shan branch know all the talismans in the world? Are you suggesting that anything you cannot find must belong to Lianshan, Guizhong, or the art of Chimenduanjia? Stop with the nonsense, young lady. Even Zhang Daoling would not dare claim to remember all the incantations for warding off evil spirits, and Hua Tuo might not even fully recall his own prescriptions. How can you assert that all the Taoist practices unknown to you are in the hands of us Shidoran? How superficial, truly superficial. Wang Jingzhe spread his hands, feigning innocence, and added, oh, I have no idea where the jade seal of the Emperor Qin is. Perhaps it's propping up my table leg at home. Do you believe that? Master, second master, and Yi Tianyi, along with Isusu, simultaneously experienced a thought. This fellow possesses a sharp tongue, uttering a single phrase only to be followed by 99 more. Outside the room, Ding Wu squatted on the steps, his right hand clutching a cigarette. his gaze vacant as he observed a bustling colony of ants scurrying across the tiled ground, the ash of his cigarette already smoldering halfway down. Lin Xinyu leaned against an ancient elm tree, her eyes flickering with apprehension as they roamed over Ding Wu. After a long moment, the ash from Ding Wu's cigarette fell to the ground, startling the ants into a frenzied retreat. "Are you afraid of me?" Ding Wu suddenly murmured. Lin Xinyu took a while to realize he was addressing her. After a moment's contemplation, she softly uttered a faint HM and fell silent. Ding Wu raised the remaining half of the cigarette to his lips and inhaled deeply, declaring, "My relationship with my father is not one of earth-shattering paternal love. Our days together have been quite mundane. If I were to recount a moment that stirred my emotions, it would be when I was 10. One day, amidst a torrential downpour, I had a quarrel with my mother and ran away. When my father discovered I was missing, he braved the rain on his bicycle to search for me. Coincidentally, there was a crowd by the river outside the village, and a villager reported that a boy of about 10 had fallen into the water and had not resurfaced for quite some time. Upon hearing this, my father jumped from his bicycle and plunged directly into the river." Lin Xinyu blinked in surprise, exclaiming, "Did he think it was you?" "My father cannot swim. He fears water," Ding Wu replied, lifting his head, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Lin Xinyu was rendered speechless. Ding Wu lowered his head again, and as he did, 2 streams of tears cascaded down his face, falling to the ground. In that moment, Lin Xinyu realized that a man capable of tears may not be so fearsome after all. Gradually, she began to lower her defenses against Ding Wu, despite the fact that his hands had recently been stained with another's blood. At times, it is astonishingly simple to touch a woman's heartstrings. It does not necessarily require diamonds, luxury cars, or extravagant gifts. Sometimes, a man's most tender side can swiftly dismantle the fortifications of a woman's heart. Ding Wu's duality was perplexing. Mere moments earlier, he had unhesitatingly plunged a knife into someone's chest, the blood splattering upon him without a hint of flinching. Yet, in the next moment, as he recounted a past tale, he was suddenly overcome with tears. A contradictory man, indeed. In the room, Wang Jingzhe, spitting out his words with fervor, pointed emphatically at the tabletop and declared, "Let me tell you, do not cast blame upon me. The things you accuse me of are simply unfounded. Conversations should remain as such, while issues should be resolved. There is no need for frivolous accusations." After a bout of nonsensical banter, his throat parched, he lifted his teacup to moisten his vocal cords. A singular thought pervading his mind, one of smug satisfaction. The second elder furrowed his brow slightly, while the master elder languidly traced circles with his finger and spoke slowly. "I believe what our young friend has said." Wang Jingzhe set down his teacup, chuckling lightly. The master elder continued, "Whether we believe it or not is inconsequential. The crux lies with the other sects of the Xianmen, including Kunlun to the south and Chuma to the north. Do they believe it? Imagine if news suddenly spread that the disciples of the Shidao sect had re-emerged, holding the texts of Lianshan, Guizhong, and Shimen Duanjia. Would they not swarm to find you? Do you think your explanations would convince them? There are not many kind-hearted individuals like us left, my young friend." Wang Jingzhe understood the implicit message from the master elder. "You do not deny it, do you? Very well then. We shall spread the news of your appearance and your knowledge of Lianshan and Guizhong far and wide. And then we shall see if those who seek you can coexist peacefully with you." The master elder and the second elder raised their teacups simultaneously, moistening their throats with a shared glance that conveyed a singular message. "We are both ancient foxes. What kind of tales are you trying to spin with us?" Wang Jingzhe felt a twitch at the corners of his mouth, suddenly realizing that his youth and inexperience rendered him incapable of outmaneuvering these 2 venerable gentlemen, who together possessed nearly 200 years of wisdom. They had deftly struck at his Achilles' heel with remarkable efficacy. Swallowing hard, he stubbornly persisted. "I truly know nothing of Lianshan or Guizhong." With a swift motion, Isusu pulled out her phone, placed it on the table, and opened a page, locating a WeChat group simply named Xianmen. With a playful lick of her tongue, the delicate fingers of the young lady tapped on the group name, quickly typing out a message and hovering her index finger over the send button. "The disciples of the Shidao sect have re-emerged, holding the texts of Lianshan and Guizhong." As soon as the message appeared on the page, Isusu deftly tapped to retract it. Wang Jingzhe was left in a state of bewilderment. "Oh dear, I retracted it." Isusu wiggled her dainty finger, grinning like a mischievous little fox. "What if I were to retract it too slowly next time? What would happen then?" Wouldn't everyone see it? Wang Jingzhe coughed awkwardly, and the master elder cleared his throat, setting down his teacup. Young friend, we are not greedy. We merely wish to complete the few missing techniques from the Xiang character lineage. Take the art of seeking dragons and locating graves as an example. What has survived to this day is but the surface. It is said that within the art of acupoint sealing, there exists a technique capable of penetrating mountains. Is that a given? Wang Jingzhe weakly and plaintively replied. Master and second master's eyes suddenly brightened, their voices tinged with excitement and longing as they said, Young friend, please speak. Any request you propose, as long as it is within our capability, we shall not hesitate to fulfill. Wang Jingzhe glanced at Isusu, who immediately clutched her chest and exclaimed, No, I am already betrothed to another. Do not even think about it. Wang Jingzhe rolled his eyes and turned to the master, saying, I only understand Guizhong. The others breathed a sigh of relief, their taut nerves instantly relaxing upon hearing Wang Jingzhe's acknowledgement. Feel free to present your demands. We will fulfill them without pretense, the master stated solemnly. Are your words reliable? After all, in this society, promises are often hollow. One can easily renege on them. Even written agreements may not hold weight, let alone mere words. If you fail to deliver, can I pursue you for retribution? Wang Jingzhe's tone carried a hint of caution. We can swear by heaven and earth. You must understand that those of the Xianmen do not make oaths lightly. Once made, they cannot be retracted. Lest one suffer the consequences, the second master promised earnestly. I have 2 tasks for you. One is urgent and must be addressed immediately. The other can be postponed for 5 years, Wang Jingzhe declared, holding up 2 fingers. The master and second master exchanged glances, both frowning slightly. 5 years. Is that not a tad excessive? Huh. For Guizhong and the Lianshu Xianmen, it seems they have waited far longer than 500 years, have they not? That is indeed the case. What is another 5 years? The master mused before continuing, It is not too long. Wang Jingzhe rose and rummaged through a cabinet in the room, retrieving paper and a pen before returning to his seat. With a flourish, he began to write, his characters flowing like dragons and snakes, vibrant and powerful. In mere moments, a series of obscure and profound lines sprang forth upon the white paper. Excellent handwriting. The second master praised, admiring Wang Jingzhe's vigorous script without even glancing at the content. Wang Jingzhe slid the paper across the table towards them, tapping it with his finger as he said, There is a passage in Guizhong concerning the principles of mountains and rivers. Take a look. This serves as a guiding token for my prior agreement. Once you have fulfilled my 2 requests in 5 years, I shall provide you with the remaining content. Do not fear my potential change of heart. One must adhere to their word in this world. You need not elaborate. There is no promise more trustworthy than that of the Shidoran. The second master waved a hand dismissively. We believe you. The master nodded in agreement, saying, A word is worth 1,000 gold coins. The 4 of them eagerly leaned in towards the page, their eyes greedily fixed upon the lines Wang Jingzhe had inscribed. Opening the mountains, the terrain undulates, the water flows, and the winds arise. Feng shui is rooted in the veins of mountains and rivers, originating from the governance of Gun and Yu. Thus, it involves both the opening of mountains and the guiding of water. Though it was merely a brief preface, the few hundred characters made the practitioners of the Xianmen tremble with excitement, nearly moved to tears. A preface? Is this truly just a preface? The master exclaimed incredulously. It is unfathomable. The feng shui techniques that have been passed down lack even 1/10 of the wisdom of our predecessors. Wang Jingzhe retorted with a smirk. If the world were filled with such knowledge, it would surely descend into chaos. Indeed, indeed. The master nodded repeatedly. Wang Jingzhe reclined in his chair, crossing his legs beneath the table, swaying leisurely. His foot inadvertently struck someone's leg. Upon glancing down, Isusu caught sight of one of Wang Jingzhe's cloth shoes dangling, and a flicker of doubt arose within her. Was he perhaps feeling triumphant? Shouldn't he be troubled and agitated instead? As Wang Jingzhe emerged from the side room, Feng Tianliang stood at the door, anxiously rubbing his hands. No one felt the tension of the negotiations more acutely than he did. When he observed the 2 parties engaging in amiable conversation, their tones calm and composed, Feng Tianliang instantly breathed a sigh of relief. The situation appeared to be rather favorable. Mr. Wang, please feel free to express any instructions you may have. Tianliang shall not hesitate. Feng Tianliang earnestly stated, his hope palpable. A successful businessman, Feng was undoubtedly astute. Frankly speaking, If Wang Jingzhou were to request 18 million from him at that moment, he would not hesitate for an instant. He would even be willing to gift him the entire courtyard. Establishing a connection with Wang Jingzhou through material means would create a bridge between them, and any guidance from Wang would undoubtedly be of immense benefit to Feng Tianliang. After all, some things cannot be quantified by money, as Yi Tianyi previously mused. If Feng Tianliang could befriend Wang Jingzhou, he would no longer need to worry about the adage that wealth rarely lasts beyond 3 generations. Your father once promised, when we come to collect the knife, that any price we listed would be readily accepted, Feng Tianliang said, nodding affirmatively. My mother mentioned this as well. It is indeed true. Wang Jingzhou smiled. What if I were to demand your vast fortune? Feng Tianliang was momentarily taken aback, but after a brief contemplation, he nodded. No problem. I could always start over. Regardless of whether Feng Tianliang was sincere or merely feigning indifference, his demeanor needed to reflect utmost respect. He was genuinely intimidated by Wang Jingzhou at that moment. Both the Grandmaster and the Second Master chuckled, for Feng Tianliang might not fully comprehend. But they knew all too well that Wang Jingzhou had no interest in wealth. Money, to them, was a source of karmic burden. The more one possessed, the greater the troubles incurred. Therefore, those who claim that a certain sum can rid one of misfortunes or attract wealth are merely spouting nonsense. Had they truly possessed a method to wealth, they would not be peddling their fortune-telling services on the streets. It is likely that fortune-tellers would dominate the Forbes list if that were the case. I shall provide you with an address shortly in the Guangzhou area. You may send someone there promptly. There is an old residence, and an elderly gentleman will recognize my handwriting upon your arrival. Your task is straightforward. Have the old house restored. But remember, it must retain its original appearance, and no significant alterations are permitted. Exercise caution during the renovation. And absolutely do not disturb anything inside. Can you manage this? Feng Tianliang felt somewhat perplexed by Wang Jingzhou's peculiar request. His company had several construction teams, any of which could easily handle such a minor task. Is that all? He inquired tentatively. As long as you can execute it well, that suffices, Wang Jingzhou replied. Glossing over the matter, Feng Tianliang nodded and replied, You will certainly not be disappointed. There is no problem. As soon as he spoke, the others turned their gaze towards Wang Jingzhou, indicating that while he had made a promise, he was burdened with the formidable 9 stars of absolute evil. Crafting a strategy is one skill, yet dismantling it is another. It is often said that to untie a bell, one must be the one who tied it. However, sometimes the knot is so tightly bound that unraveling it proves to be a formidable challenge. Wang Jingzhou remained silent, stepping out of the courtyard and approaching the 2 grand crimson doors. Once everyone followed him outside, they witnessed him step onto the right-facing guardian lion and leap into the air, landing in front of the plaque of the Feng residence. Whereupon he struck it with his palm. Suddenly, a kitchen knife, which had been embedded between the characters of Feng residence, flew forth. Wang Jingzhou swiftly caught it, and as he landed with a thud, Feng Tianliang trembled, and the ill fortune hovering above him dissipated instantaneously. Yi Tianyi, taken aback, exclaimed in disbelief. Is that all it takes? Wang Jingzhou replied, I can draw my blade. So can you not? Yi Tianyi, still bewildered, was about to inquire further when the master raised a hand to stop him, shaking his head gently and saying, Understand the rules. The art of guarding a home is not something you can casually question. Yi Tianyi's face flushed as he murmured an acknowledgement, while Yi Susu scoffed. What a show. Remember the first thing you promised me? Wang Jingzhou inquired. Indeed, I shall personally make the trip for you, the master replied, lifting his gaze. Very well. Your efforts will suffice. Then we shall meet again. Wang Jingzhou waved his hand, beckoning Ding Wu and Lin Xinyu to come forth, and the 3 of them proceeded towards the alley. Once their figures vanished, the master turned to Yi Tianyi and Yi Susu, instructing, Walk around the courtyard and observe its feng shui layout. The second master and the master stood with their hands clasped behind their backs, gazing up at the plaque for a considerable time before returning their attention to Feng Tianliang. When did your family acquire this courtyard? Surely it was not inherited? Indeed, it was not. My father purchased it, Feng Tianliang recounted. After my father took over the 285 factory, our family's circumstances gradually improved, and we accumulated some savings. I recall my mother saying that my father heeded the advice of a fortune teller, who instructed him to acquire a courtyard once our financial situation improved, preferably in the eastern city area. In hindsight, the person who advised my father to buy this house must have been the same gentleman who gifted him the knife. Upon hearing this, both the master and the second master nodded knowingly, refraining from further explanation as they awaited the return of Tianyi and Susu, who had circled the courtyard. This courtyard possesses excellent feng shui. It is a place that gathers wealth and fortune, the master remarked with a sigh of admiration. The knife-bearer, with such prowess, has indeed drawn us far into his web. Our feng shui arrangements are distinct, yet the knife-bearer's methods intertwine seamlessly. It is truly beyond our reach. Isusu, intrigued, asked, Master, what have you discerned? In the past, when the debt collector offered guidance to Feng Yuan, he discerned the year in which Feng's fortunes would begin to rise. Consequently, after Feng Yuan took over the factory, his family situation began to improve. When prosperity finally graced that year, Feng Yuan likely acquired the traditional courtyard. At that time, the courtyards of the capital were quite antiquated, and most had been inspected during construction, resulting in favorable feng shui. Furthermore, the imperial and noble energies permeating the capital significantly influenced the courtyard's auspiciousness, attracting wealth and fortune. Thus, after Feng Yuan purchased the courtyard, the fortunes of the Feng family became intertwined with that of the traditional residents, naturally leading to prosperity. The master then inquired of Feng Tianliang, surely your family has advised you never to sell this courtyard, regardless of the circumstances? During a recent phone call with my mother, she indeed emphasized this point, recounting my father's insistence that the courtyard must never be sold. In truth, Feng Tianliang had previously been unaware of this. He sought someone to assess the courtyard simply because such properties in the capital were exceedingly rare, valuable, yet unavailable. He regarded it purely as a fixed investment. As long as he did not suffer personal calamity, the courtyard could remain unsold for a century. Isusu, puzzled, pointed at Feng Tianliang and asked, what does that fatal arrangement have to do with this? The second master gestured towards the plaque above, stating, this plaque serves as the focal point of the courtyard's arrangement. Wang Jingzha's knife is thrust into it, severing the Feng family's fortune. With the blade pressing upon the guardian stone lion, how can he possibly thrive? Moreover, Feng Tianliang's phone number, birth date, and vehicle registration coincide with the malevolent energies from Liuhe Street. It would be strange if he were not unfortunate. Tianyi suddenly realized. No one else could extract that kitchen knife unless the plaque is destroyed. If the plaque shatters, then the feng shui of the courtyard is compromised. Thus, even with someone else, it would still be ineffective. The master sighed. This knife is not easily removed. After departing from the Feng residence, Wang Jingzha turned to Ding Wu and said, since you've avenged your grievances, there's nothing left to do. Accompany me to Longxi. Ding Wu tilted his head and asked, why do you want me along when you're going to propose? Wang Jingzhou weakly replied, for courage. Ding Wu was momentarily taken aback, struggling to respond. You fear no monsters or demons, yet you fear proposing? In this world, there exists a creature more terrifying than any demon, the mother-in-law. Wang Jingzhe gazed at the sky at a 45-degree angle, feeling a touch of melancholy. He harbored a mix of anticipation and trepidation regarding his future bride. After all, while he could easily disperse monsters and demons with a mere slap, would he dare to confront the fierce gaze of a mother-in-law? Ahead, Lin Xinyu eavesdropped on the conversation between the two, igniting her curiosity. After starting the car parked by the roadside, she could not resist turning back to ask, Wang Jingzhe, are you going on a blind date? Proposal? Wang Jingzhe repeated the term with emphasis. Oh, a proposal, Lin Xinyu nodded, her gaze scrutinizing Wang Jingzhe, her expression easily revealing her thoughts. Someone like you is going to propose? Indeed. Wang Jingzhe, clad in a tattered robe and burdened with a worn-out bag, is unremarkable in appearance. His features, while somewhat commendable when isolated, culminate in an overall impression of utter mediocrity. In an era where romantic pursuits hinge upon either looks or wealth, his circumstances leave much to be desired. What kind of gaze is that? Wang Jingzhe couldn't help but inquire with a hint of annoyance. How amusing. Are you truly intending to propose? Will you not be chased away? Lin Xinyu stifled a laugh, her small mouth covered in exaggerated mirth. Wang Jingzhe gritted his teeth and retorted, why would I be chased away? You have nothing to boast of. You're neither handsome nor affluent. Are you planning to propose by claiming, I can exorcise ghosts and tell fortunes? Lin Xinyu replied, pointing at Wang Jingzhe. Oh, she continued, you would claim to possess talent. Wouldn't you? Yes, talent, Wang Jingzhe said, his lips twitching, and after a long pause, he sighed heavily, expressing with melancholy, in the grand dream, who awakens first? I know my own worth. Talent does not procure a life of dignity and extravagance. Often it amounts to nothing but a heap of nonsense. Ding Wu rubbed his face and said, then I certainly cannot accompany you, as I too fear being expelled by your potential mother-in-law. Can you two not engage in a pleasant conversation? Wang Jingzhe exclaimed in exasperation. Ding Wu and Lin Xinyu fell silent, and Wang Jingzhe's pitiful expression stirred a sense of sympathy. Is there not a process to proposing? Wang Jingzhe asked, his gaze vacant and forlorn. Setting aside your own circumstances, Lin Xinyu, noticing his murderous expression, hastily addressed the matter. You cannot go empty-handed, can you? Even if the proposal does not succeed. Certain courtesies must be observed. Gifts. Wang Jingzhe pondered. In rural areas, the customary price often ranges from 88,000 to 66,000, plus the 3 gold items. Not to mention a house and a car. If it's a family of stature or one with influence, perhaps such material possessions are unnecessary. But you must possess something presentable. Wang Jingzhe touched his bag, contemplating that even a single kitchen knife from within could suffice, but alas, it was not an option. By the way, who is the object of your proposal? Lin Xinyu inquired with curiosity. From Longxi, surnamed Li, Wang Jingzhe replied. I meant what kind of family? What do they do? Are they nobility or of humble means? Are they government officials or business magnates? Lin Xinyu pressed on, slightly dissatisfied. I have mentioned the Longxi Li family, Wang Jingzhe explained with earnestness. Lin Xinyu responded, all right, perhaps you lack understanding of that term, so I may not be able to enlighten you. In your free time, you should read the records of the Tang and Song or the romance of the Sui and Tang. You might gain some insight. Haha, the noble families, Li Yuan, Li Shimin, and the like, I have heard of them. Why not claim this girl is a descendant of the Tang emperor? Lin Xinyu found it amusing, yet as she laughed, she noticed Wang Jingzhe's expression was serious, devoid of jest. After a prolonged moment of laughter, Lin Xinyu abruptly halted, blinking in confusion as she asked, and how does she relate to Li Shimin? What would her title be? The generational gap is considerable. I cannot ascertain. Wang Jingzhe responded wistfully. Lin Xinyu was left speechless. The earliest history of the Longxi Li clan can be traced back to a family of the Li surname in Longxi County, dating approximately to the Qin and Han dynasties. Among the notable figures from this early era are the renowned General Li Guang and the great commander Li Xian of the Qin state. During the Wei and Jin periods, prominent individuals from the Li family included King Li Mao of Shiliang. Throughout the northern and southern dynasties, the Longxi Li clan stood out significantly, holding a prestigious status alongside the esteemed families of the Qinghe Chui, Bouling Chui, Fanyang Lu, Xingyang Zheng, and Taiyuan Wang, collectively referred to as the 5 noble clans of the Central Plains. The zenith of the Li clan's prominence was reached when Li Yuan overthrew the Sui dynasty and established the Tang dynasty, elevating the Li family to royal status. Thus, when Lin Xinyu inquired about Wang Jingzhe's family background, he found himself at a loss for words, ultimately summarizing it simply as the Longxi Li clan. If you have heard of it, no further explanation is necessary. If not, my words may well be in vain. Wang Jingzhe, being essentially betrothed without ever having met his fiancée, who is a descendant of the Longxi Li clan, perhaps named Li something, was engaged in a marriage arrangement set by his father over 20 years prior. Before embarking on his travels, Wang Jingzhe's father instructed him to visit the Longxi Li clan, secure an engagement with a Li woman, and later choose a date for the wedding. Following the traditional edicts of parents and matchmakers, Wang Jingzhe reluctantly prepared to propose. What gifts should I prepare? Wang Jingzhe pondered in frustration for a long time without arriving at a conclusion. Upon hearing this, Ding Wu, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, I must return home to see my mother. You cannot impede my filial duty. Wang Jingzhe, feeling disgruntled, retorted, wasn't our friendship supposed to last forever? Ding Wu merely gazed out of the window. Wang Jingzhe then poked Lin Xinyu and asked, with your extensive experience, what should I bring as a gift? Lin Xinyu, incensed, replied, I am still an unmarried woman. I have no idea what to give. You have asked the wrong person. Ding Wu nudged Wang Jingzhe and said, your approach to questioning is misguided. Allow me to ask you, if I were to propose to your family, what would be appropriate to bring? Lin Xinyu, with a captivating charm, responded, as long as you can take me out to eat, that would suffice. After all, my family lacks for nothing. Ding Wu then made his escape, using the excuse of visiting his mother. Upon learning that Wang Jingzhe's betrothed might be a distant descendant of Li Shimin, he felt a wave of trepidation and unceremoniously cast aside the notion of everlasting friendship. Subsequently, Wang Jingzhe told Lin Xinyu, "Once you have secured Ding Wu's affections, I shall consider safeguarding your family's ancestral home." Wang Jingzhe, fearing that Lin Xinyu might follow him, hurried away, as he had pressing matters to attend to regarding the proposal. The day for the engagement was fast approaching, and he could not afford to procrastinate. The tradition of engagement gifts has persisted throughout thousands of years of Chinese history. In ancient times, livestock such as pigs, horses, and cattle were often offered. Later, it evolved into silks, satins, gold, silver, and jade. In the present day, it typically involves houses or cars. In any case, one must present something during a proposal. However, fortuitously, Wang Jingzhe found himself devoid of material possessions, empty-handed and impoverished, save for a bag containing a kitchen knife and scissors. Clearly, these items would be inappropriate as gifts. What shall I do? I must devise a plan to procure some form of betrothal gift. Otherwise, it would be rather ill-advised to arrive empty-handed. Wang Jingzhe sighed, filled with melancholy. In the southwestern area near the Panjiayuan Bridge on the south road of the East Third Ring in the capital, Wang Jingzhe strolled along the bustling street. A place notorious for its chaotic blend of people, particularly during the later hours of the night, colloquially known as the Ghost Market, where one could find an assortment of dubious antiques. If one possessed a discerning eye, the treasures unearthed here could be aptly described with a single phrase: anything is possible. As dusk approached, after meandering back and forth along Panjiayuan Street for a couple of laps, Wang Jingzhe selected a rather secluded corner, seating himself on the ground. He unfurled a piece of red cloth from his bag, laying it out on the ground, displaying several kitchen knives and a pair of scissors. Using a found piece of chalk, he inscribed a message before him: only on credit, not for sale. The characters were elegantly written, showcasing a vigorous flair. After a while, perhaps feeling that this solitary phrase might not sufficiently capture attention or convey his intent, he added another line beneath it: only on credit, not for sale, or in exchange for goods. Those who understand may approach. This was the customary approach of the traditional knife lender, setting up a stall with a few knives without the need for loud proclamations or sales pitches, unlike fortune tellers who would accost passers-by, warning of impending misfortunes or offering grandiose blessings for future success. Knife lenders never hawked their wares. They merely awaited those destined to cross their path. This time, Wang Jingzhe intended to trade one of his kitchen knives for a respectable betrothal gift. After setting up his stall, he sat for quite some time without anyone inquiring about his offerings, primarily because the appearance of his knives and scissors was exceedingly ordinary, lacking the refinement of those crafted by esteemed brands like Wang Matzi or Zhang Xiaoqiu, leaving potential buyers disinclined to engage. Wang Jingzhe remained unperturbed, leaning against the wall, eyes closed in a light slumber. It was not uncommon for knife lenders to go a fortnight without a sale, as they were not true merchants of blades. What does it mean, credit, not for sale? Just as he was on the verge of slumber, he sensed someone squatting before him. He half opened his eyes, glanced briefly, and then closed them again. Opposite him squatted a middle-aged man in his 40s, dressed quite decently, yet exuding the unmistakable scent of alcohol, clearly having indulged excessively, evidently here merely for idle amusement. Noticing Wang Jingzhe's silence, the middle-aged man retrieved a wallet from his pocket, pulled out a 100-yuan note, and tossed it onto the ground. "I'll buy a knife. I don't believe you won't sell it now that the money is right here." Wang Jingzhe did not even lift his eyelids, continuing to doze with his arms crossed. The man, taken aback by the sight of the 100-yuan note on the ground, hesitated briefly before tossing another one down. Wang Jingzhe remained unfazed. With a definitive slap, another 100 joined the pile. In total, the man flung 5 crisp red bills onto the ground, yet Wang Jingzhe never opened his eyes, muttering 2 words: "Not for sale." "Do you think this is the legendary dragon-slaying sword?" I observed a middle-aged man struggling even to kill a chicken, his frustration clearly apparent as he threw all the cash from his wallet onto the ground, which amounted to over 1,000 yuan when collected. "I must purchase your kitchen knife. Will you sell it or not?" The commotion he created unexpectedly drew a crowd of onlookers, comprising both casual passers-by and nearby vendors of antiques, as well as individuals attempting to sell their own relics. The sight of someone offering over 1,000 yuan for a worn knife, only to be met with refusal, piqued the curiosity of those nearby. Was this a mere publicity stunt? Some in the crowd grinned, perceiving Wang Jingzhe's approach as quite captivating, suspecting the middle-aged man to be a plant. Was it a case of selling on credit or bartering? Who would want such a dilapidated knife? Only a fool would consider trading for it. Wang Jingzhe refrained from clarifying. And once sleep eluded him due to the noise, he leaned against a wall, casually smoking a cigarette while surveying the crowd. His gaze fell upon several individuals holding various antiquities, their items ranging from a Qianlong snuff bottle to a Yongzheng night pot. One even claimed to possess a genuine work by Tang Yin. Baffled, one observer squatted down and examined a kitchen knife, expressing his astonishment. It's not even an antique. Merely an ordinary item, perhaps not even a century old. What makes it valuable? Noticing the growing crowd, Wang Jingzhe was the first to speak. The knife holds no worth. Nor is it for sale. I only extend credit to those fated to possess it. What does it mean to be fated? At that moment, a gray-haired man in his 60s or 70s strolled over, clad in handcrafted shoes from Niliansheng and a jacket from Longqingxiang. Upon seeing the gathering, he hummed a tune and pushed his way in. As soon as he entered, Wang Jingzhe's attention was drawn to him, particularly to the Longqingxiang jacket and Niliansheng shoes, as his own deep blue robe was also from Longqingxiang. Centuries ago, Longqingxiang crafted garments for emperors and nobles. In modern times, while their clothing is custom-tailored and somewhat accessible, they also offer exclusive pieces which are rarely produced and crafted by the top-tier craftsmen of Longqingxiang. Thus, these garments are quite rare, easily recognized only by those who are worthy of wearing them, as both Wang Jingzhe's robe and the old man's sleeve bore the distinctive Longqingxiang emblem. In that instant, the two men exchanged glances, each recognizing the unique tailoring of Longqingxiang upon the other. It was akin to two Rolls-Royce drivers sharing a knowing smile. While they would likely ignore someone in an ordinary vehicle, the Longqingxiang garments worn by Wang Jingzhe and the elderly gentleman were as prestigious as Rolls-Royce cars. And their brief eye contact sparked a subtle connection, each aware that the other possessed a certain significance. Upon the old man's arrival, the onlookers seemed to recognize him, parting the crowd to make way and greeting him with friendly smiles. "Ah, is that not the venerable Mr. He from Baorufuan? Out for a stroll, are we?" The old man smiled and nodded at the greeting individual. Then his gaze fell downward, where he noticed several kitchen knives and scissors placed before Wang Jingzhe. Upon seeing them, Mr. He furrowed his brow and was momentarily taken aback. Baorufuan is a renowned tea house, situated in the bustling heart of Panjiayuan Street. This establishment is anything but ordinary. It boasts a history spanning several centuries as a time-honored brand in the capital. Moreover, the name Baorufuan resonates far and wide, for it serves not merely tea but also acts as a pivotal hub for antique dealers traversing from north to south. Each year, the antiques exchanged here reach a staggering value, often surpassing 9 digits. Many opt to conduct their transactions under the watchful eye of He Sandao, for if he gives his approval, the deal is sealed without the possibility of reversal. It is said that He Sandao is a significant collector, possessing numerous hidden treasures. On 2 occasions, domestic museums borrowed remarkable pieces from him for exhibitions to enhance their prestige. He Sandao, the proprietor of Baorufuan, was originally named He Tingshan. His nickname, 3 Knives, derives from his remarkable ability to authenticate items with just a glance, 3 glances, to be precise, ensuring that he never misses the mark. Over time, the collecting community has affectionately dubbed him He Sandao. Squatting on the ground, he glanced at the inscription pinned by Wang Jingzhe and then picked up one of the kitchen knives, asking, "Is it only available for credit or perhaps for barter?" Wang Jingzhe chuckled and, looking at him, replied, "If you desire a kitchen knife, I cannot extend credit. It can only be exchanged." The surrounding onlookers gasped in astonishment, taken aback by the audacity of the buyer speaking to the owner of Baorufuan in such a manner, shaking their heads in disbelief. "Do you know me?" He Sandao inquired, momentarily caught off guard. "I do not," Wang Jingzhe responded, extending 2 fingers toward his own eyes. "But I possess the gift of observation." He Sandao chuckled, straightening his coat, and asked earnestly, "What have you discerned?" Wang Jingzhe leaned in closer, whispering, "I can see that you carry an aura of decay. Unless you are gravely ill and on the verge of the grave, it suggests that you frequently engage with antiquities excavated from the earth. Some items, having aged for centuries, possess a certain spirit when unearthed. Your constant companionship with such relics naturally imbues you with the energy of the departed. Therefore, I surmise you must possess a considerable collection of fine goods. Thus, I shall not extend credit for my knife. A trade remains an option. Impudent. He Sandow jested, playfully pointing at Wang Jingzhe. Huh. My knife is not easily relinquished. It has been many years since anyone has acquired one. Therefore, your exchange would not be in vain. Who knows when I shall next visit the capital? It may not be easy for you to encounter me again, Wang Jingzhe replied with a cheerful smile. After a moment of contemplation, he Sandow nodded and said, You make a fair point, young one. Shall we change our surroundings and enjoy a cup of tea? In the midst of a bustling atmosphere, Wang Jingzhe tucked away his kitchen knife into his bag and casually wiped away the words scrawled on the ground. I apologize, dear patrons, but I shall cease operations after this single transaction. Farewell, and may our paths not cross again. With this announcement, many began to comprehend that he had struck a deal with the owner of Borofu. However, the old man had only been present for mere minutes, and there had been no visible exchange of words. How could a deal have materialized so swiftly? Additionally, was he Sandow truly going to purchase that worn kitchen knife on credit? Excuse me, please make way, he Sandow urged the gathered crowd, his urgency propelling him towards the tea house. He feared that Wang Jingzhe might change his mind and flee. The middle-aged man who had just attempted to purchase the knife stood in bewilderment, clutching over 1,000 yuan, and stammered, Are you truly not selling it? Wang Jingzhe paused, leaning in to whisper to the man, It seems I owe you a debt of gratitude for this transaction. Had you not stirred the crowd, I might not have garnered such attention. I am not one to remain indebted. Thus, I must repay you. The man, puzzled, gazed at Wang Jingzhe, unable to fully grasp his words. Wang Jingzhe continued softly, You are currently facing a dilemma in your business, unsure of which path to choose. If you trust my counsel, heed this. The Southwest is your land of opportunity. If you are uncertain, simply follow my lead. Without awaiting the man's response, Wang Jingzhe followed he Sandow. The middle-aged man stood in a daze for a moment before scratching his head and muttering, How does he know this? Indeed, the man was a businessman who found himself at a crossroads, grappling with a decision regarding the location of his factory. He was torn between two sites, one in a small county to the southwest of Beijing, and another in Hunan province. Both locations offered similar conditions, and he was troubled by his indecision. Later that night, after a good night's sleep, the middle-aged man pondered Wang Jingzhe's words. With a resolute clap of his thigh, he decided to follow Wang's advice. He had initially considered using a coin toss to make his decision, but after encountering the peculiar knife seller, he felt it best to take the path of least resistance. Sometimes, a single step to the left or right can become the defining moment in one's life. For business people, beyond the notion of human agency, it is crucial to identify one's land of opportunity, for therein lies the source of abundant wealth. After following he Sandow for a while, Wang Jingzhe arrived at a 3-story tea house. Typically, establishments like this would be winding down at this hour. Yet the first 2 floors of Borofu were still bustling with patrons. The occupancy rate on those floors hovered around 30%, and it was evident that those frequenting Borofu were not merely there to sip tea. As Wang Jingzhe walked through, he noticed several tables where patrons had their arms extended beneath the tables, and the expressions of the individuals facing one another remained largely unchanged. With only the occasional nod or shake of the head, this was a form of accounting, a traditional method of bargaining. Bargaining occurs beneath the table, where the buyer discreetly calls out prices, and the seller, if dissatisfied or feeling the offer is too far off, counters likewise from below. Upon reaching an agreement, both parties share a knowing smile. The buyer hands over money while the seller exchanges goods. This method of transaction is quite antiquated. In the past, during antique dealings, individuals would keep their hands hidden beneath the table to avoid prying eyes. Such practices have largely diminished, remaining only in places like Panjiayuan and a few other establishments dedicated to vintage items. I have some exquisite preaching Ming tea. The room upstairs is tranquil. Shall we enjoy some? He Sandow called to his assistant while walking, instructing them to prepare the tea. Wang Jingzhe, however, shook his head and replied, Let's forego the tea, shopkeeper. I am pressed for time. Let us get straight to the point. Very well, he Sandow conceded, leading Wang Jingzhe upstairs. The 3rd floor of Borofu is not open to the public. This level is reserved for he Sandow's collection, filled with treasures he and his family have gathered over the years. Though not abundant, each item is a masterpiece, capable of igniting envy in any collector's heart. Upon reaching the security door, he Sandow showed no hesitation. In front of Wang Jingzhe, he casually entered the security code, and with a click, the door opened. Wang Jingzhe remarked, Aren't you concerned that I might be a con artist? Since our meeting, You have yet to ascertain my identity. What if I were an impostor? The term impostor is slang, implying he could be a deceitful trickster. He Sandao turned, pointing at the emblem of Long Qingxiang peeking from beneath Wang Jingzhe's robe, and said, "What a coincidence. I do recall this garment. 2 years ago, I sought the head tailor at Long Qingxiang for a suit and casually inquired about recent orders. He mentioned that aside from a few pieces for tribute, very few had left the shop, barely enough to count on one hand. During our conversation, he shared insights that allowed me to recognize your long robe, specifically noting that it had been commissioned by a client of Long Qingxiang nearly a year ago. I asked who that client was, and he mentioned it was the Sha Dao people. Wang Jingzhe's robe was a gift from his father shortly before he undertook his travels. Approximately 3 years ago, his father remarked that although the Sha Dao lineage appeared impoverished, they still valued fine craftsmanship, ensuring that garments from Nilian Sheng and Long Qingxiang were indispensable, designed to impress those who could appreciate their worth. Fortuitously, He Sandao, whom he encountered today, belonged to this discerning class. As the security door swung open, He Sandao reached for the switch on the wall, illuminating the room with lights from the ceiling. Inside, several rows of shelves and glass cases displayed approximately 20 to 30 historical artifacts, each exuding a sense of antiquity. He Sandao spoke with a hint of pride. "Behold, that exquisite piece is a Ming Chenghua chicken cup." Wang Jingzhe chuckled and waved his hand dismissively, saying, "To be frank, boss he, I could acquire similar treasures if I desired, but honestly, I am not particularly interested. I must confess, my intention in engaging in business with you is merely to procure a gift as a betrothal present. Otherwise, even if you offered, I would not be inclined to exchange with you." He Sandao was taken aback, his brow furrowing slightly. Wang Jingzhe's words were rather blunt, and had it been anyone else, he might have dismissed them summarily. However, upon reflecting on Wang Jingzhe's esteemed background, he quickly came to terms with it. In recent decades, the Shadoran have remained elusive, making encounters with them exceedingly rare. The general populace knows little of their secrets. Only those with considerable insight, like Wang Jingzhe, are aware of the tales surrounding the Shadoran. He Sandao was aware of a saying that was not merely hyperbole. A single word from the Shadoran could be worth a fortune, potentially saving one from ruin or even granting them prosperity. Countless individuals have sought the Shadoran's counsel to determine their fates, yet alas, access remains elusive. "Very well, take your time to peruse. We shall discuss exchanges later," He Sandao offered. Wang Jingzhe nodded, strolling through He Sandao's collection. The old man indeed possessed remarkable artifacts. That Chenghua chicken cup alone could likely be exchanged for a house within the Third Ring Road. However, Wang Jingzhe found little allure in such items. He could not articulate precisely what he sought, but he felt an urge for a gift that would command respect. After meandering for a couple of laps, his gaze never lingered on any particular item for too long, which caused He Sandao to fret, as these treasures, while valuable, were simply a hobby for him. The prospect of acquiring a word from the Shadoran held far greater significance. "Young man, do you not find anything to your liking?" He Sandao could not help but inquire. Wang Jingzhe shook his head and sighed. "It falls slightly short of my expectations. Perhaps I am lacking a certain feeling." He Sandao frowned. "You must articulate what you desire. Describe it for me." Wang Jingzhe hesitated for a moment before replying. "The person I intend to gift may not be short of wealth, so the value of the item is of little consequence. The key is that it should leave a lasting impression. It is akin to presenting the world's richest individual with a gold or silver mine. Would they truly be captivated? That complicates matters." He Sandao sighed. "Well, if all else fails, I shall settle for something arbitrary," Wang Jingzhe remarked. Just as he finished speaking, He Sandao snapped his fingers, excusing himself momentarily. After a brief interval, he returned with a set of keys. Leading Wang Jingzhe to a secluded corner, he pointed to a box resting on the ground, stating, "If you cannot find anything appealing within this box, then I must concede that our business is simply not meant to be." "Very well, please open it for me," Wang Jingzhe urged. The box in the corner was a Luban box, a rare artifact akin to a modern safe, a legacy of the master craftsman Luban, whose techniques cannot be replicated in contemporary times. When He Sandao opened the Luban box, Wang Jingzhe peered inside and was instantly captivated. Within the box lay a large piece of crimson satin, evidently concealing something, yet resting atop, it was a piece of talisman paper, inscribed with a script that Wang Jingzhe could not decipher. The paper bore a yellowed hue, suggesting it had aged significantly. This item was not collected by me. It was procured by my father from the folk during his younger years and has since remained in this Luban box. I seldom take it out because it possesses a certain malevolent quality. As you can see, it is suppressed by the talisman, He Sandao explained. Wang Jingzhe, intrigued, inquired, "What is it that possesses such a sinister nature?" "It is said to be an emerald hairpin gifted by Emperor Xuanzong of Tang to Yang Yuhuan. Crafted from high-quality glass variety jade," He Sandao replied, simultaneously extracting the satin along with the talisman from the box and presenting it to Wang Jingzhe. "I dare not handle it myself. If you are interested, feel free to unveil it." As Wang Jingzhe took it into his hands, he felt a chilling sensation, as if it were imbued with an eerie coldness. Upon removing the talisman, the frigid aura intensified, prompting He Sandao to instinctively step back. Wang Jingzhe, undeterred, uncovered the red fabric to reveal a hairpin nestled within. This jade hairpin bore a resemblance to ordinary hairpins, yet its quality was exceptional. Crafted from flawless natural jade without a single crack. The historical value of this hairpin is beyond question. Merely the size of this glass variety would command a formidable price. In contemporary jewelry stores, a glass variety bracelet typically fetches around 10 million. Wang Jingzhe furrowed his brow and remarked, "The circumstances surrounding Yang Yuhuan's death and burial remain shrouded in mystery. The tomb in Xianyang is merely a symbolic sepulchre. Do not tell me this item was excavated from the tomb of the imperial consort." Regarding Yang Yuhuan's demise, various accounts claim she perished at Mawei Slope, with ministers asserting that the Enlushan rebellion was instigated due to her, thereby compelling Emperor Xuanzong to have her suffocated there. Others suggest she was lost amidst the chaos of battle, with her body never recovered. Ultimately, there remains no definitive explanation for her death or burial. He Sandao replied, "If I were to explain it that way, it would merely mislead the uninformed. Naturally, I cannot claim it was stolen from Yang Guifei's tomb. This hairpin was acquired by my father from a peasant family in Old Chang'an, whose ancestors were said to be the head of the imperial guards, tasked with protecting both Emperor Xuanzong and Yang Yuhuan. This jade hairpin was one of her most cherished possessions, quietly taken away after her passing. I would find it more believable if you said it belonged to Wu Mingyang, considering her tomb is right there," Wang Jingzhe remarked with a sidelong glance. "Huh, do you think I am fabricating tales?" He Sandao chuckled, then continued, "My confidence is not without basis. It pertains to the peculiar nature of this hairpin. You must have noticed the talisman paper covering it, which my father specifically commissioned from the headmaster at Longhu Mountain. It serves to suppress the malevolence of this pin." Wang Jingzhe picked up the talisman paper for a closer inspection. No wonder he had failed to recognize the symbols. They must be the secret techniques of the Longhu Mountain's master, a skill possessed by only him in the world. "What makes it so malevolent?" he inquired. "With the talisman paper in place, this hairpin is merely an ordinary object, nothing remarkable about it. However, once the paper is removed, strange occurrences manifest at night," He Sandao remarked, unable to suppress a shiver that coursed through him, raising goosebumps on his skin. "Around midnight, if you take out this hairpin, you will hear someone singing opera, as if haunted, and you may even witness a figure dancing gracefully. I once succumbed to curiosity and opened it, and indeed, it was true. The dancer was clad in elaborate attire reminiscent of a noble consort, her hair styled in a traditional palace fashion, though the figure appeared somewhat indistinct. The melodies she sang were unmistakably the Nishang Yui tune, distinctly tinged with the accent of Chang'an." Wang Jingzhe was momentarily taken aback. This was quite extraordinary. He Sandao seemed to imply that the ghostly figure dancing and singing at night might very well be Yang Yuhuan, renowned for her enchanting performances that captivated Emperor Xuanzong of Tang. The legendary piece Drunken Concubine is a testament to her artistry. The fact that He Sandao could assert this only lent credence to his claim, as he had no reason to deceive himself. After a prolonged silence from Wang Jingzhe, He Sandao continued, "This item was never intended for sale or display. Encountering you was fortuitous. Who would have thought you would find it appealing? I truly desired your endorsement, so I decided to present it." Wang Jingzhe mused to himself, "What a coincidence. I am about to travel to Longxi to propose and deliver betrothal gifts, and here he presents me with a hairpin of Yang Guifei. One could almost argue it belongs to the Li clan's ancestors of Longxi. It was indeed perfect timing." Wang Jingzhe wrapped the hairpin once more, placed the talisman paper back atop it, and declared, "I shall take this." Upon hearing his acceptance, He Sandao was initially taken aback, but then he sighed in relief, saying, If you find it worthy, then that is splendid. Although this item appears to be invaluable, it is somewhat of a burden. Even if sold, most would not comprehend its significance, and any ensuing troubles would fall upon me to explain. If you can take it away, I shall rest easy." After He San Dao spoke, he gazed intently at Wang Jingzhe, eagerly awaiting the traditional opening line of the long-standing debt of the knife-bearers. "Take this kitchen knife, and I shall return to collect my dues." Wang Jingzhe placed the red satin back into his bag and, indeed, produced a kitchen knife, handing it to He San Dao, saying, "Take this kitchen knife. Should your descendants face any troubles within a year, I shall return to settle the debt." He San Dao accepted the knife, momentarily bewildered, his mouth agape as he struggled to formulate a question. Wang Jingzhe spoke softly. "From your features, it is evident that you are blessed with a son and a daughter. Am I correct? Approximately 13 months hence, your son may encounter a misfortune. Should I return and you have not crossed paths with me, this calamity may prove challenging for him to overcome." He San Dao grew anxious at once. "No, my son is perfectly well. What misfortune could he possibly face? You inquire far too much. Even if I divulge this to you, there is no way to prevent it. It is simply his fate to endure a trial." He San Dao wished to press further, yet Wang Jingzhe gestured toward the artifacts within the room, saying, "Consider these items. How many were unearthed from graves? These objects have long been surrounded by the presence of the dead, saturated with an unknown quantity of their lingering energy. By collecting them, you have unwittingly diminished your own moral standing. At your advanced age, the repercussions may not significantly affect you, but the loss of virtue will inevitably fall upon your descendants." He San Dao, somewhat skeptical, retorted, "There are many collectors like me across the country. Do you suggest that they all suffer a decline in virtue, leading to calamity for their progeny?" Wang Jingzhe pointed to the ground beneath them, asserting, "Your annual transactions of antiquities are far too frequent." Upon hearing Wang Jingzhe's words, He San Dao sighed and refrained from further questioning. However, within a year, Baorufu gradually ceased its role as a broker of antiquities, transforming into a genuine tea house. He San Dao publicly declared his withdrawal from the realm of antique appraisal, stating that while patrons were welcome to enjoy tea and conversation, discussions of antiquities were to be avoided. Wang Jingzhe's warnings were not unfounded. Upon entering Baorufu, he immediately sensed a faint aura of negativity enveloping the establishment. In essence, it resembled a tomb for the living. The constant influx of ancient artifacts had undoubtedly taken a toll on He San Dao, the establishment's owner. At his age, he might only lose a few years of life, yet the erosion of his vitality could potentially extend to his descendants. Indeed, a year later, He San Dao's son encountered a dire situation, nearly losing his life. At that moment, Wang Jingzhe arrived as promised, fulfilling the commitment made during their previous encounter to save the boy. After leaving Baorufu, Wang Jingzhe found it to be around 10 o'clock. Curious about the rumored hairpin once worn by Yang Guifei, he sought nearby accommodations after departing from Panjiayuan. As the curtains were drawn, darkness enveloped the room. Placing the red silk on the table, he removed the talisman and revealed the hairpin. In the absence of light, the emerald pin emanated a subtle glow, illuminating its form. The quality of this glass-like jade was undoubtedly exceptional. Even disregarding its historical significance, it could fetch a staggering sum at auction, certainly not less than several million. Moreover, the craftsmanship exhibited was something modern artisans would find exceedingly difficult to replicate. Presenting such an item as a betrothal gift would undoubtedly convey immense prestige. If you could indeed conjure up a figure like Yang Yuhuan, then my gift of the sword would have been well worth it, Wang Jingzhe remarked, his gaze fixed intently upon the hairpin. Time swiftly passed, and as the clock struck midnight, Wang Jingzhe's gaze fixated upon the jade hairpin. In an instant, a chilling aura emanated from the pin, stirring a sudden, eerie breeze that rustled the curtains ominously. Wang Jingzhe squinted, a sound escaping his lips, as he deduced from the typical circumstances of such an apparition that the pin must be inhabited by a wraith. However, he would never believe it to be the spirit of Yang Guifei. The noble consort was bestowed with the fortune of the dynasty. Under ordinary circumstances, she would not become a wandering soul. The luminescence of the jade pin abruptly dimmed, and Wang Jingzhe's gaze drifted towards the mirror. A profoundly unsettling and terrifying scene unfolded. Within the elongated mirror affixed to the wall, a figure clad in golden palace attire danced gracefully. The figure was somewhat indistinct, but it was discernibly feminine. As the night deepened, The ethereal melodies of the celestial dance filled the chamber, reminiscent of an ancient tune that seemed obscure and cryptic, akin to the dialect of Old Shangxi. In ancient Chang'an, the manner of speech was rather ornate, and the official tongue of that era, akin to what we now call Mandarin, bore no resemblance to northern accents. Although the visage of the figure in the mirror remained shrouded in ambiguity, her dancing form and her somewhat curvaceous figure were unmistakable. The ancients spoke of beauty in terms of fullness and slenderness, and Yang Yuhuan was celebrated for her plumpness. Judging by the figure's physique, she likely weighed around 120 pounds, not excessively heavy, yet undeniably ample. The dancing silhouette exuded a certain allure, captivating in its elegance. Wang Jingzhe observed for an extended moment. The figure in the mirror engaged solely in her dance. Were she a malevolent spirit, she would have lunged forth by now. It appeared that she bore no ill intentions, merely performing a solitary dance. He reached for the jade pin on the table, which now felt devoid of the earlier chill. Instead, it was slightly cool to the touch, yet surprisingly pleasant in his grasp. After scrutinizing it for some time, he exclaimed in realization, "No wonder. It is indeed a piece of dead jade. You might truly be a remnant of Yang Guifei's spirit." He understood now that this jade pin had once been a piece of lively jade, worn by Yang Yuhuan herself. Over time, her vitality had gradually infused into the pin. Following her demise, the pin had eventually given rise to a lingering spirit. Jade, beyond its quality and classification, is divided into living and dead varieties. As the saying goes, one nurtures jade for 3 years, and jade nurtures a person for a lifetime. Jade possesses a spirit of its own, a fine piece of lively jade. Worn for an extended period, melds with its wearer, rejuvenating and refreshing the spirit, while also providing protection against malevolence. Conversely, dead jade embodies the opposite essence. Once, someone stumbled upon a jade pendant, its lustrous and resplendent appearance leading them to adorn it. However, unbeknownst to them, as the years passed, their health deteriorated progressively, plagued by numerous ailments. Eventually, they became emaciated, a mere shadow of their former self. It was only after encountering an expert who revealed that the jade was detrimental, draining their essence and vitality, that the truth emerged. While the jade grew ever more radiant, the individual withered away. After discarding the jade and allowing themselves time to recuperate, their health gradually improved. Had they continued to wear the jade, it could have led to their untimely demise. Thus, selecting the right jade is crucial. A wrong choice could lead to catastrophe. Wang Jingzhe grasped the talisman and placed it upon the jade hairpin. Instantly, the figure dancing in the mirror vanished, and the hairpin grew chillingly cold. As a bridal gift, this item certainly met the standards required. Meanwhile, within 100 meters of Wang Jingzhe's residence, a shadow hurriedly approached, fixated on a particular window. "What heavy energy," murmured the figure, gazing upwards at a window on the 3rd floor, before sprinting towards Wang Jingzhe's room. In a swift motion, they leapt, their toes barely grazing the windowsill of the 1st floor. With a deft maneuver, they propelled themselves onto the 2nd floor landing, then crouched slightly to leap onto the 3rd floor windowsill, executing a flawless series of movements to arrive outside Wang Jingzhe's window. Just as Wang Jingzhe wrapped the hairpin in talisman paper, a shadow appeared outside the window, startling him. With a crash, the glass shattered as the intruder hurled themselves through the opening. After a quick glance at the jade hairpin ensconced in talisman paper and red cloth, the intruder frowned and suddenly flung an object towards Wang Jingzhe. A silver lighter soared through the air, producing a sharp sound before igniting into a flame that flickered dangerously close to Wang Jingzhe's face. Startled, he stumbled back, colliding with the door, narrowly evading the lighter as it crashed against the wall beside him. The intruder advanced, raising a leg to kick. Wang Jingzhe instinctively blocked the blow, seizing the assailant's ankle. With a powerful thrust of his elbow, he aimed for the opponent, who sidestepped just in time, their shoulder colliding forcefully against Wang Jingzhe's chest. A searing pain erupted in Wang Jingzhe's torso, nearly stealing his breath away. The impact, reminiscent of the Iron Mountain lean from the 8 Extremes fist, could easily shatter a tree trunk the size of an average forearm. Had Wang Jingzhe not trained previously, his ribs would surely have fractured. Gritting his teeth and suppressing his breath, he tilted his head back and fiercely charged his forehead towards the intruder's head. With a resonant thud, the heads of the 2 individuals collided, momentarily disorienting them both. Wang Jingzhe bit his tongue to swiftly regain clarity, then opened his mouth to shout, "Ha!" The sound reverberated, causing the newcomer to stagger back, his ears ringing, until he shook his head to regain his composure. Wang Jingzhe glared at his opponent, a man seemingly in his 30s or 40s, dressed rather ordinarily in half-sleeve denim and casually flicking a lighter he had picked up from the ground. "Are you out of your mind? What the hell are you doing?" Wang Jingzhe cursed vehemently. The man flicked the lighter's cap with his finger and, with a deliberate motion, adjusted the flint while eyeing the jade hairpin in Wang Jingzhe's hand. "You harbor spirits, don't you? Such densing energy. Your skills must be quite profound. You ask what I'm doing? Naturally, I am here for you." Wang Jingzhe thought to himself. Had he stumbled upon a fool claiming to be an enforcer of justice? The renowned Taoist sects like Maoshan, Longhu, and Tianshi always prided themselves on being exorcists, intervening with little provocation when confronted by demons or malevolent entities, embodying the ideal of righteous protectors. In truth, the philosophy of the Shidao lineage diverged from these esteemed sections. While acknowledging the existence of good and evil, the Shidao practitioners held that existence itself was the ultimate truth. They would not intervene with wandering spirits unless absolutely necessary, wary of entangling themselves in karmic retribution. Thus, in Wang Jingzhe's view, malevolent spirits could indeed be vanquished, but only after establishing the rationale behind their actions. He would never act impulsively without understanding the context. "Which sect do you belong to?" Wang Jingzhe inquired irritably. "Is it really any of your business what I nurture? Am I breaking the law or obstructing your path? Are you a Tianshi or a Maoshan practitioner?" The man continued to toy with the lighter's cap, frowning as he replied, "Beichu Ma, Wuqiao." Wang Jingzhe sighed inwardly, recalling that Grandmaster Feng had mentioned in the courtyard of the Feng residence that, aside from the 5 major Taoist schools seeking the San-shu texts of Lianshan, Guizhong, and Shimen Dunjia, both South Kunlun and Beichu Ma had been in pursuit for countless years. Little did they know these texts were in the possession of the Shidao practitioners. Had it only been a few days, and he had already encountered someone from Beichu Ma? The Shidao had remained in seclusion for decades, and now it seemed he was destined to encounter various deities upon re-emerging into the world. The South Kunlun region, with its vast expanse of 800 li of desolate sea, and the North Beichu Ma, with its shimmering 1,000-mile waters, were both steeped in their own mystical traditions. The Beichu Ma, known as the Chumasien from the northeast, traversed the realms of yin and yang, specializing in diagnosing malevolent afflictions, engaging in matters of the spirit world, and managing funerary rites, venerating the 5 immortals of foxes, yellow, white, willow, and ash. When it came to the art of crossing over, no other sect rivaled the prowess of the Chumasien, who excelled in spiritual communication and the borrowing of yin energy. Wang Jingzhe reached for his bag, placing the hairpin inside, and Wuqiao coldly remarked, "You cannot take that item away." "On what grounds?" Wang Jingzhe retorted, his lips curling in disdain. "The heavy aura surrounding you is of no benefit to anyone, and it is not a good thing for you to carry it for too long. Should I express my gratitude to you?" Wuqiao nodded and replied, "No need for thanks." Wang Jingzhe grinned and said, "What if I disagree?" A flame leaped from the lighter, and Wuqiao calmly responded, "It matters not if you disagree. I shall assist you regardless." Wang Jingzhe, opening his bag, remarked, "Since you have seen it, I shall no longer hide it. Do as you will." Wuqiao cast a sidelong glance, remaining silent as he toyed with the lighter. Suddenly, the flames surged upward, and the room became stiflingly warm. Wang Jingzhe's hand delved into the bag, grasping the handle of a kitchen knife, which he drew forth, its blade glinting ominously as it slashed toward Wuqiao's chest. Wuqiao jolted, his flame coalescing into a dragon that surged toward Wang Jingzhe. The two engaged once more in combat. As Wang Jingzhe swung the knife, Wuqiao unleashed a burst of flames that left Wang Jingzhe gasping for breath, the heat palpable. A burnt odor wafted from Wang Jingzhe's nostrils, and he felt a searing sensation on the left side of his head, his hair singed. "What are you pretending to be? The Red Boy? I am the 3rd Prince of Dragon Palace. Watch as I extinguish your flames." Wang Jingzhe inhaled deeply, his chest expanding, causing Wuqiao's expression to turn serious as he instinctively retreated a few steps, eyeing his opponent warily. With a forceful exhalation, Wang Jingzhe spat a mouthful of saliva toward Wuqiao, who hastily extinguished the flames in his hand. However, Wang Jingzhe suddenly pivoted and dashed to the door, flinging it open before sprinting outside. Wuqiao, wiping the saliva from his face, was met with a pungent smell reminiscent of chive blossoms. "What did I eat tonight to smell so strong?" Wang Jingzhe, ever unreliable, tugged at Wu Qiao before fleeing. He was keen to avoid prolonged conflict, fearing that revealing too much might expose his hidden techniques. For now, it was sufficient that only the Xianmin knew of their agreement. If their dealings became widely known, many would covet what they possessed. Thus, Wang Jingzhe had no desire to engage further, feigning a retreat. After Wang Jingzhe dashed out, Wu Qiao followed closely, the two exiting the hotel in succession. On the street, Wang Jingzhe sprinted with the speed of the wind, quickly covering a considerable distance. Realizing he could not catch up alone, Wu Qiao flicked the lighter into the air, releasing a burst of flames that exploded in the night sky. Wang Jingzhe glanced back, momentarily speechless, a fiery arrow piercing the clouds, drawing countless forces to its call. Simultaneously, in two directions roughly 2 to 3 kilometers away, individuals noticed the flash of fire in the sky, quickly discerning the direction and setting off in pursuit of Wang Jingzhe and Wu Qiao. Wang Jingzhe lowered his head, letting out a soft grunt through his nose. Upon spotting an alley ahead, he turned and entered it. Once inside, he bent down and picked up a few stones from the ground. After walking a few paces deeper into the alley, he opened his palm and cast the stones sequentially onto the ground. 2 returns to 1 in the 9 palaces. The interplay of yin and yang unfolds. With a firm placement, 1 stone struck the ground. The 2 retreats of yin and yang divide into order and chaos. A single breath holds the mysteries of the universe. 2 more stones were placed on either side of Wang Jingzhe's body. The 6 jia and the 6 instruments. The 3 wonders are indeed yi, bing, and ding. The 3 wonders must be utilized with sincerity. Encountering the 6 jia is no minor boon. After casting the stones, Wang Jingzhe thrust a kitchen knife into the ground, causing ripples to surge through the air around him. The accumulation of elements forms the 6 records. Before heaven and earth were established, there existed a principle. Suddenly, Wang Jingzhe's tongue flowed eloquently as he softly admonished, "The art of retreat and concealment. Vanish." At that moment, 2 individuals, Wu Qiao and his companion, arrived at the alley, glancing inside only to find the previously spotted Wang Jingzhe had vanished. Frowning with caution, the 3 of them entered the alley. Wu Qiao flicked his lighter, igniting a small flame that he then gently released into the air, illuminating the alley considerably. It was a mere 100 meters from end to end, allowing for a clear view. "Where is he? Did he come in here?" Lao Qiao gestured to the side, prompting the 2 to nod before vaulting onto the wall. Surveying the surroundings with care, Wu Qiao furrowed his brow, murmuring softly, "Where has he gone? I clearly saw him turn in, and his presence still lingers. How could he have disappeared?" Wang Jingzhe was so close that he could even sense the breath of the man speaking, along with a piece of chive stuck to Wu Qiao's forehead. He had dined on chive and egg dumplings that evening. Despite the proximity, Wu Qiao was oblivious to his presence, unable to reach out and touch him. The art of Qimen Duanjia, a technique of concealment derived from the 9 palaces, creates an illusion that can obscure all within the formation, rendering sight and sound ineffective. As long as Wang Jingzhe remained within the formation, even if someone were to collide with him, they would simply pass through. With a thud, the 2 who had been searching on the wall descended, shaking their heads in indication of their failure to spot anyone. Wu Qiao remarked, "If he's not here, then he's not. I merely stumbled upon him by chance. My journey to the capital was not solely for him, so let it be. Very well, let us depart. Attending to our business is of utmost importance." Moments later, the 3 exited the alley, and just as they were about to turn the corner, Wu Qiao glanced back into the alley, sensing a pair of eyes seemingly fixated upon him. Individuals of their kind possess an acute sensitivity to perceptions, rarely erring. However, this time, Wu Qiao felt he might have misjudged. If someone truly were there, he would not have missed them. Concealed beneath the illusion, Wang Jingzhe waited a moment longer, estimating that they would not return, before taking a step forward and kicking a stone at his feet, causing the illusion to dissipate instantly. Wang Jingzhe grasped the kitchen knife and stowed it away in his bag, stepping out of the alley, moving in the opposite direction of the trio from Wu Qiao. In the past, both Wang's father and Wang Dongji had cautioned him against entering the capital without necessity, for it was a place rife with intrigue and treachery, where hidden dragons and crouching tigers lurked, and one could easily find oneself in dire straits. Stay away from the capital, cherish life. Thus, that very night, Wang Jingzhe arrived at the train station in the capital, preparing to purchase a ticket the following morning to journey to Longxi. To linger here even an extra day would only invite more trouble. Meanwhile, after Wu Qiao and his companions departed, they boarded a vehicle and drove to a manor on the outskirts of the capital. It was nearing midnight, yet the lights still illuminated a three-story building, with a row of cars parked at the entrance. Upon their arrival, the individuals inside stood to greet them, exclaiming, "Master Qiao has arrived." Wu Qiao raised his hand to signal for everyone to be seated, then turned to an elderly man in his 50s across the room, furrowing his brow as he inquired, "Speak plainly. What urgency compelled you to summon me?" A week prior, in Yongcheng, disciples under his tutelage encountered a woman, and a conflict ensued. This woman was ferocious in her assault, wielding a peculiar form of sorcery that diverged significantly from common Taoist practices. Had it not been for the timely intervention of individuals from South Kunlun, his disciples would have suffered grievously. Even then, the South Kunlun practitioners were unable to contain her. Subsequently, the Kunlun individuals speculated that her sorcery might be rooted in either the Lianshan or the Guizhong teachings of Taoism. Longxi is an ancient city, historically known as Longxi Commandery during the Qin, Han, and Sui Tang dynasties, encompassing the regions of Tianshui and Lanzhou. It was a vital thoroughfare on the ancient Silk Road and a fiercely contested territory, being the birthplace of renowned figures such as Li Bai, Li Yuan, and Li Guang. If one were to inquire among the common folk about the most prominent families in the country, aside from a few that are best left unmentioned, they might cite the Kong family of Ciufu, whose lineage has endured for millennia, producing an abundance of notable individuals. Others may mention the Aizenjoro family of the Manchu royal lineage or the Shun Wansen family of Zhouzhuang. And some might even refer to Hong Kong as the city of the Li family. However, when it comes to the prominent clans of the 5 surnames and 7 clans, few are truly aware, such as the Li family of Longxi, the Chui family of Qinghe, and the Wang family of Taiyuan. It is said that after Wu Zetian rose to power, the influence of these noble families waned, fading into history. Today, few believe in the legends of the Longxi, Taiyuan, and Qinghe clans, as most common folk perceive it. Yet, in truth, the Li family of Longxi is a legitimate royal lineage. Even though the grandeur of the Tang dynasty has dissipated into the annals of history, do you know where the descendants of the Li royal family reside? Wang Jingzhe arrived in Longxi 3 days after departing from the capital, yet his intended destination lay not within the city itself, but rather in a somewhat secluded area of the old town. This ancient part of the city retained much of its historical character, with numerous buildings still reflecting their antiquity, distinctly contrasting with modern architecture. Wang Jingzhe stood before the grand entrance of a mansion, which was indeed quite imposing, at least twice the size of the courtyard gate at the Feng residence. The plaque above the door emanated an air of authority, aside from the characters Li Shi. The signature was inscribed in small seal script, surrounded by intricate carvings of dragons and phoenixes, with a prominent Li character at the center. The opulence was palpable. Wang Jingzhe murmured, "Indeed, this reflects royal heritage. This residence is truly remarkable." With a gentle clang, he knocked on the door knocker. Moments later, an elderly man clad in traditional Tang attire, stooping slightly, opened the door a crack. Wang Jingzhe straightened his robe and composed himself, articulating clearly, "I am Wang Jingzhe from the Wang family of Chaoga, here to visit the Li family of Longxi." Chaoga, a modest locale, was relatively obscure today. However, a millennium ago, it was renowned as the capital of the Shang dynasty. "Li Bo, what is your impression of this young man?" After a few minutes, within the main hall of the Li residence, a middle-aged couple sat in 2 grand chairs, holding blue and white porcelain teacups, frowning slightly as they inquired. Li Bo, the elderly servant who had opened the door for Wang Jingzhe, had served the Li family for many years. The young man appeared to be around 23 or 24. His demeanor remarkably composed, devoid of the flamboyance typical of youth. Speaking with conviction, Li Bo provided a measured evaluation, concluding, "He seems rather ordinary." The couple exchanged glances, their silence revealing their thoughts. Although Li Bo held the status of a servant, he had raised the current heads of the household, Li Lanrong and his wife, Mao Qingxue, who were now the masters of the Longxi Li family. Li Bo, sensing their reticence, further inquired, "What about the betrothal?" Few were aware of the betrothal concerning the Li family's eldest daughter. Only some elders within the clan were privy to it. This engagement had been arranged over 20 years ago by Li Lanrong's father, the then head of the family. It was rumored that the betrothal was to a scion of the Wang family, though the specifics of the groom's identity remained unclear to both Li Lanrong and Mao Qingxue. Li Bo remarked, How could the elder patriarch have arranged such a betrothal for the eldest daughter? If the elder patriarch were still alive, one might inquire about his motivations in establishing such an engagement. As it stood, Li Bo had no insight to offer. Mao Qing expressed her dissatisfaction with a hint of frustration. The traditional notion of parental arrangements appeared ineffective in her view. The elder patriarch held absolute authority within the Li clan, and his word alone had sufficed to secure the engagement. Li Bo furrowed his brow and continued, "However, isn't it true that the Chui family from Qinghe wishes to propose as well?" The eldest daughter of the Li family had reached the age of marriage, and over the past few years, there had been suitors knocking at their door. Yet, Li Lanrong and Mao Qing had consistently refrained from addressing this matter. Approximately a year ago, the Chui family from Qinghe sent representatives to propose marriage, as their son had also come of age. In essence, this is a union. A marriage between two formerly prominent families, seeking to ascend to greater heights. Both Li Lanrong and Mao Qing are quite pleased with this engagement. It is said that the young master of the Chui family is exceptionally talented, having returned from studying abroad at a tender age, and in his youth, he apprenticed under a master to learn the art of feng shui. To succinctly encapsulate, he is indeed a paragon among men. The proposal from the Qinghe Chui family is imminent. However, unexpectedly, an engagement that the elderly had arranged over 20 years ago has resurfaced today, creating a rather awkward situation. "Someone is still waiting outside," Li Bo reminded. Li Lanrong frowned, while Mao Qing chuckled. "You referred to the engagement arranged by the elder. For whom was it intended?" "Our eldest daughter. What surname should she bear?" Mao Qing inquired further. "Naturally, she should bear the surname Li," Li Bo replied, suddenly enlightened. Mao Qing smiled, clapped her hands, and remarked, "Indeed, that engagement was designated for the eldest daughter of the Li family. The young man, named Wang, who has come to propose, should be marrying the Li daughter. But where is this Li daughter?" Li Lanrong cast a sidelong glance at his wife, frowning. "This is becoming a bit convoluted. Is my argument not valid? If there exists a Li daughter, I can certainly bestow her upon him. But what if there is none?" Li Bo, now understanding, asked, "Madam, did you foresee such a day would come?" Mao Qing responded, "I do not wish for my daughter to marry a nameless upstart from nowhere. There is no comparison between him and the young master of the Qinghe Chui family. My daughter must marry someone of exceptional caliber." Indeed, after the elder's passing years ago, Mao Qing had regretted this engagement. She did not wish to marry her daughter to this man, surnamed Wang. Thus, if the Li daughter does not bear the surname Li, is it not unnecessary for her to marry? After all, the elder had stipulated that it was to be the Li daughter. Merely a play on words. When Li Bo brought Wang Jingzhe into the hall, Li Lanrong and Mao Qing scrutinized him with discerning eyes, quickly seeing through him. Wang Jingzhe appeared as he always did, clad in a long robe and wearing layered cloth shoes, with an old canvas bag slung across his shoulder, creating a jingling sound as he walked. Besides that, he possessed little else. His expression was calm and unremarkable, his appearance rather plain, resembling an old scholar disproportionate to his youth. Simultaneously, Li Lanrong and Mao Qing exchanged glances, a flicker of disappointment passing between them. Indeed, the terms outstanding and paragon among men could hardly be applied to him. Wang Jingzhe stood confidently before them and bowed. "Zhaoge." Wang Jingzhe of the Wang family pays his respects to the head of the Longxi Li family. Li Lanrong gestured, instructing Li Bo to serve tea. Moments later, a delicate blue and white porcelain cup filled with steaming tea was presented to Wang Jingzhe. He lifted the cup, took a sip, and an aromatic essence coursed from his throat to his stomach, leaving a lingering aftertaste that was truly delightful. Mao Qing smiled and said, "Your posture suggests that you are quite the connoisseur of tea. How does this one fare?" Wang Jingzhe smacked his lips and replied candidly, "It's excellent tea." The tea in question was the esteemed Mingqian Dongting Biluakan, harvested around the spring equinox and completed before the grain rain. It was plucked by a fair maiden with rosy lips, ensuring that only the tenderest buds were selected. The meticulous process from killing the green leaves to rolling, shaping, and drying was executed by seasoned artisans with decades of experience. Each year, no more than 100 to 180 pounds of this biluakan were produced. This year, after the new tea was processed, several prominent figures from Jiangnan sought to acquire 3 to 5 pounds, but to no avail. The tea garden had been cultivated by the Li family for centuries. "We only drink it, never sell it," reserving it solely for entertaining guests of the Li household. Furthermore, The water used for brewing the tea was sourced from the renowned Hupao Spring in Hangzhou, delivered directly to our home by a dedicated courier. We do not resort to ordinary water. Mao Qingshui paused, then pointed at the cup in Wang Jingzhe's hand, saying, "This set of blue and white porcelain dates back to the Tang and Song dynasties. I acquired it a few years ago at Sotheby's. It is said that several members of European royalty were present and coveted this tea set, but by a stroke of luck, it ended up in the hands of the Li family." Wang Jingzhe sighed inwardly, thinking, "I truly do not wish to commend your pretentiousness. I possess several pounds of Dahong Pao picked from the mother trees of Wui Mountain in my own cabinet. Who am I to boast?" After a few moments of hesitation, he managed to utter, "I am flattered." Mao Qingshui, gathering her hair, spoke lightly. "The reason I share this with you is to inquire whether you believe that, should you marry a daughter of the Li family, you could provide her with the quality of life that we regard as ordinary, yet others view as unattainable. The daughters of the Li family are accustomed to a life of such quality. A shift in lifestyle might prove disconcerting for her. Thus, I wish to be forthright with you regarding the engagement arranged by our esteemed elders. I am not particularly optimistic about it." Wang Jingzhe was taken aback by such candid remarks on their very first meeting, momentarily at a loss for words. Observing his bewilderment, Mao Qingshui formed a new assessment of him: inexperienced and somewhat dull. An arranged marriage might seem like a romantic notion, yet it is merely an outdated custom from decades past. In today's society, such practices hardly hold relevance. Suddenly raising her voice, she exclaimed, "Isn't it rather farcical that our patriarch arranged this betrothal with your elder so many years ago? What do you think?" Wang Jingzhe responded with an "oh," and muttered 2 words, "break the engagement?" Mao Qingshui chuckled softly, shaking her head. "Although I harbor reservations about this union, it was an agreement made with utmost sincerity by our patriarch. We, as a prominent family, would never act capriciously." Wang Jingzhe was momentarily stunned, struggling to grasp the implications of her words. "Ah, indeed. What precisely was the engagement arranged by your patriarch? Which daughter of the Li family was I to marry?" "The eldest daughter of the Li family, the esteemed Miss Li," she replied. "Ah, yes, the eldest daughter of the Li family," Wang Jingzhe echoed. Mao Qingshui nodded and instructed Li Bo, "Please bring the eldest daughter of the Li family here." Wang Jingzhe, perplexed, exclaimed, "Bring her here?" The term used left Wang Jingzhe utterly bewildered. Moments later, Li Bo entered the main hall, cradling a little girl of about 6 or 7 years, her mouth busily licking a lollipop, with her hair styled into a skyward braid. Mao Qingshui pointed at the child in Li Bo's arms and said, "This is the eldest granddaughter of the Li family, the young lady, Li Xianghe." Wang Jingzhe's expression shifted from surprise to shock, ultimately settling into disdain and mockery. He looked at Li Lanrong and Mao Qingshui and remarked, "You have claimed that the Li family is of high standing. Yet the manner in which you have called off the engagement is truly astonishing. When my father arranged the engagement with your elder, it was supposedly with the one who was about to be born. If we calculate the time, she should be in her 20s by now, right? After all, a child is carried for 10 months. Surely you aren't suggesting that you have been pregnant for over a decade? Even the mother of Neza would not be so outrageous." Mao Qingshui's expression instantly turned icy, and he replied flatly, "The engagement was arranged with the eldest granddaughter of the Li family. Her surname should be Li, correct? However, I must apologize, as my daughter does not bear the Li surname. She takes my name. Thus, she cannot be considered the eldest granddaughter of the Li family. This one here is." When Mao Qingshui emphasized the name Li, he enunciated it with unmistakable weight. Wang Jingzhe gaped in astonishment, and after a while, he erupted into laughter, exclaiming, I see now. This is a Li family version of a cat swapping for a prince. Why not wait another decade or so until this young lady comes of age, and then marry her?" Mao Qingshui replied coolly, "Suit yourself." Wang Jingzhe suddenly stood up, fixing his gaze on the two. "Have you made up your minds?" Mao Qingshui frowned and stated, "You are not worthy of a daughter from the Li family. You may not be aware, but the promise made between our Wang clan of Chaoga and yours is one that we can choose not to fulfill, while no one dares to refuse us." "You speak too boldly, young man," Li Lanrong interjected for the first time, scolding Wang Jingzhe. Wang Jingzhe chuckled, flicked his robe, and turned to leave. As he reached the door, he suddenly turned back, saying, "I will personally come to rescind this engagement in a month. I hope you will be prepared to accept it." Mao Qingshui waved his hand dismissively. "Do as you wish." The consequences will be yours to bear. Wang Jingzhe coldly scrutinized the space between their brows, noting that both Li Lanrong and Mao Qingshui had a hint of redness beneath their left brows, a sign of joy in their family. Before I rescind the engagement, your daughter will not marry anyone. The parents, with the right brow flushed for a son's marriage and the left for a daughter's, reflect the traditional notion of joy on their brows. Initially, Wang Jingzhe thought their joyful demeanor was due to his proposal. Yet it now appeared that the young lady of the Li family was already spoken for. After Wang Jingzhe departed, neither Li Lanrong nor Mao Qingshui found the interlude noteworthy. To them, the divide between Wang Jingzhe and the Longxi Li clan was as wide as the Wei River, with its rushing waters leaving no possibility for convergence. However, the elderly Li Bo expressed concern, saying, "This young man plans to return in a month. That timing coincides with when the Chui family from Qinghe will come to propose. If he chooses to stir trouble at that moment, the repercussions might not be favorable. Wouldn't that just make us the subject of ridicule?" Li Lanrong smiled. "If he truly comes over, we can simply show him the door," Mao Qingshui directly stated. "Let's ensure he doesn't even have the chance to cross the threshold." Regarding the marriage arrangement made by the elder of the Li family for his granddaughter, both Li Lanrong and Mao Qingshui had always harbored reservations. It was not that they looked down upon Wang Jingzhe, but rather that they felt it was rather hasty to settle such a significant matter as the marriage of the eldest granddaughter through a mere engagement in childhood. Over 20 years ago, shortly after Li Lanrong and Mao Qingshui wed, they found themselves expecting a child during a particularly challenging period for the Li family. As many of their enterprises were faltering and numerous obstacles lay ahead, it was a time when the domestic economy was on the brink of soaring. Thus, a single misstep could lead the vast Li family fortune toward decline. The elder, then the head of the family, often wore a troubled expression, and some influential figures within the clan began to pressure him to step down. It was during this tumultuous period that the elder mentioned to Li Lanrong his intention to journey to Longxi. "Do you know what enabled Wu Zetian to ascend to the throne apart from her ruthless methods? It was the support of powerful families," Li Lanrong remarked. The family records state that it was the two esteemed state masters of the time who predicted Wu Zetian's fortune and aided her ascent to the throne, Yuan Tiangang and Li Chunfeng. Without their guidance, not only would there have been no Empress Wu Zetian, but perhaps also no flourishing era of the Tang dynasty. Li Shimin once summoned Li Chunfeng and Yuan Tiangang to forecast the fortunes of the Tang dynasty. Unfortunately, they ceased their predictions after 200 years. When Li Shimin inquired why they could not predict beyond 500 years, they knelt and replied that to forcibly calculate a nation's destiny could be detrimental to its longevity. If they were to forecast the entirety of the Tang's future, they might meet an untimely demise on the spot. They reasoned that if they perished, the Tang would be left without its masters of fate, which could spell calamity. Thus, they deemed it prudent to limit their predictions to 200 years. Li Shimin, respecting their wisdom, accepted their reasoning, believing that a fortune spanning nearly 300 years was sufficient. Little did he know that the Tang dynasty's reign would conclude at a mere 289 years. In truth, during that calculation, they were aware that the Tang dynasty's reign would only last for 289 years, but this revelation was one they could never divulge to Li Shimin. Li Lanrong inquired, "Father, is the art of prediction practiced by Li Chunfeng and Yuan Tiangang truly so remarkable?" Of course, the elder, without elaborating further, simply told Li Lanrong, "I am going out to seek someone. A person who also possesses the knowledge of such predictions and seems to share a common origin with Yuan Tiangang and Li Chunfeng. We shall inquire about our family's concerns with him." When the elder departed, he was gone for more than 2 months. Upon his return, Mao Qingshui was already over 5 months pregnant, and the gender of the child was discernible. Upon learning of the impending arrival of a granddaughter, the elder conveyed this news to the couple. "As the child matures and reaches the age of 25, there will come suitors to our home, and at that time, we shall arrange a marriage for her." The reason for betrothing the eldest granddaughter of the Li family was not elaborated upon by the old gentleman, who merely insisted that this union must come to fruition. Initially, Mao Qingshui intended to voice her opposition, but Li Lanrong held her back, explaining that regardless of her father's health, he would undoubtedly not be around in 25 years. Thus, the matter of marriage would ultimately be their own affair. Furthermore, the prospective groom might not even wait the 2 decades required, rendering this arrangement potentially frivolous and merely a passing comment. Months later, Mao Qingshui gave birth to a daughter. While the old gentleman's health continued to decline, within a few years, he lay on his deathbed, preparing to depart from this world. Before his passing, he summoned Mao Qingshui and Li Lanrong, instructing them to ensure that the marriage contract was upheld without any regrets. To their astonishment, both women believed the old man had become muddled in his old age, still clinging to a betrothal made over 20 years prior. They did not contest him at the time, but after his death, they promptly changed their daughter's surname, no longer associating her with the Li family. This betrothal pertained to the eldest daughter of the Li family, yet without the Li surname, how could the contract hold any weight? Their intention was clear. Their daughter would not be bound by any matchmaking unless it was to a family of equal standing. In matters of marriage among noble families, connections were paramount. Their daughter could not marry just anyone. Meanwhile, Wang Jingzhe, after leaving the Li residence, felt rather indifferent to the whole affair. His father had merely suggested he propose, but there was no insistence on the necessity of marriage. Was it to be that if the family refused, he would be compelled to force the union? There was no harm in withdrawing from the engagement, but he needed to assert himself. Not long after departing the Li family, Wang Jingzhe hailed a carriage to the banks of the Wei River, planning to linger nearby in anticipation of another visit to the Li family. Along the riverbank, numerous fishing boats and wooden skiffs lay anchored, some ferrying passengers across while others conducted trade. The Wei River was renowned for its carp and river delicacies, and it was common for individuals to fish, preparing their catch on the boats for immediate consumption. As the hour for a meal approached, Wang Jingzhe procured a fishing boat and rowed into the river. Once anchored, the boatman inquired if he desired any alcoholic beverages, subsequently securing a basket of beer to the river. With a swift flick of his wrist, the boatman cast a fishing net, and after it sank into the water, he deftly drew it back aboard. "Ah, you are fortunate today, a fine catch awaits," exclaimed the boatman as he pulled up the net, revealing 2 lively carp and a bounty of river shrimp. Wang Jingzhe chuckled. "They say the Wei River carp are exceptionally tender. Let us prepare them." Not far from this fishing vessel, a wooden skiff drifted by, where a young woman sat on a bamboo stool, holding a fishing rod, while a younger girl beside her gazed mournfully at Wang Jingzhe's boat, lamenting, "Cousin, we have been fishing all day, yet we have caught not a single carp. Look at them. With one net, they have a bounty. What misfortune is this?" The fishing woman cast a glance in that direction and spotted Wang Jingzhe, who was exuberantly shouting about killing fish and feasting on meat. She was momentarily taken aback by his innocence, reminiscent of a child, his laughter pure and untainted. Wang Jingzhe, with a heart unburdened despite recently being spurned in marriage, squatted on the fishing boat, pointing at 2 Wei River carps with enthusiasm, suggesting they should be cooked, one steamed and the other braised, while a heap of river shrimp could simply be washed and fried. "Very well. We have the cooking utensils on board. Please wait a moment, and I shall prepare it for you," he said. Sitting on the boat with one leg crossed over the other, a cigarette in hand, he hummed a cheerful tune, completely oblivious to the shadow of rejection that had befallen him. The boatman skillfully prepared the fish right on the vessel, employing rustic techniques, simply adding a few seasonings to enhance the natural flavor of the fresh Wei River carp. Before long, 2 plates of carp were ready, elegantly arranged on the deck, and the boatman also brought up a basket of wine that had been submerged in the water. Wang Jingzhe picked up his chopsticks, took a piece of fish, savored it, and gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Delicious, truly fresh." Nearby, on another fishing boat, the young girl beside the fishing woman wrinkled her nose in dissatisfaction, saying, "This wind is truly troublesome. Why must it blow directly towards us? It is not the wind that is troublesome, but perhaps your cravings that are acting up." The woman replied, lifting her fishing rod. Today seemed to be an unlucky day for fishing, as not a single carp had been caught after a considerable time. Typically, she relished the tranquility of fishing on the Wei River, finding joy in spending an entire day by the water. Her master had often remarked that she possessed the temperament of a 50-year-old despite being merely 20, her composure and restraint surprisingly mature. The weather today appeared somewhat overcast, with the scent of summer rain permeating the air and an occasional drizzle falling softly. One must indulge in good wine. A drink is essential. Let us finish every cup, Wang Jingzhe declared, shaking his head as he held a piece of fish in one hand and a bottle of wine in the other, singing a merry tune as he tilted his head back to drink. The fishing woman rested her chin on her hand, lazily gazing in his direction while humming a melody of her own. A youth listens to the rain while boating on the water. with red candles flickering in the dim tent. A man in his prime hears the rain aboard a guest boat, the river wide and clouds low, while geese call in the west wind. With a sudden motion, Wang Jingzhe tossed the empty wine bottle into the river, and upon hearing her hum, instinctively chimed in. Now I listen to the rain by the way river, my hair flecked with gray. The joys and sorrows of life are indifferent, allowing the drops to fall until dawn. Little cousin, that fool is matching your verse, the young girl laughed, covering her mouth. The fishing woman sighed, remarking, if it were you, could you even rhyme with him? What gives you the right to mock? I just dislike that he is eating fish while I have none, the girl pouted. Well, let us row over there. That area seems to have a good catch. After all, didn't we just see two come up? Having consumed several bottles of wine, Wang Jingzhe felt a pressing discomfort in his belly and asked the boatman, what should I do if I need to use the restroom? For the big one, just hold it until we reach the shore. For the little one, simply urinate into the river, the boatman replied. Wang Jingzhe hesitantly said, isn't that a bit improper? What is improper about it? The sewage from nearby is already flowing into the Wei River to nourish the fish. Did you think the waste just disappears? The boatman explained. Wang Jingzhe glanced at the half-eaten carp before him, a look of bewilderment crossing his face. Adjusting his long robe, he spread his legs apart on the deck and began to relieve himself into the Weihe River below. The sound of water splashing was crisp, and a wave of exhilaration swept over him, causing him to shiver with contentment. With closed eyes, he exhaled deeply, murmuring, how refreshing. Suddenly, he heard a voice exclaim, you rogue. Startled, Wang Jingzhe opened his eyes to see a wooden boat drifting towards him. A young girl, covering her eyes, glared at him and scolded, while a woman beside her, holding a fishing rod, cast him a dispassionate glance. Despite Wang Jingzhe's thick skin, the awkwardness of the moment made him blush deeply. He quickly adjusted his trousers, lowered his robe, cleared his throat, and turned away. Oh dear, how embarrassing, he thought, returning to the boat and wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. The young girl in the wooden boat stomped her foot, saying, cousin, let's fish somewhere else. We can't eat the fish here anyway. Let us go home. The woman with the fishing rod replied, Li Minghan, paddle to shore, it's about to rain. After the wooden boat drifted away, the boatman glanced at the darkening sky and remarked, we should head back too. When it rains, the wind picks up, and the river becomes unsafe. Most accidents on the river are due to weather. Yes, let us go. Wang Jingzhe nodded in agreement. The weather on the river changes swiftly. Just as they began to row toward the shore, the rain intensified, and the wind began to pick up, causing the surface of the river to churn. The old boatman vigorously paddled toward the bank, muttering, this weather is uncanny. It changed so quickly. Is it time to make offerings to the river god again? Since ancient times, there have been legends that those who rely on rivers for their livelihood, such as those along the Yellow River, Yangtze River, and Weihe River, believe in making offerings to the river god. They burn incense and pray, and must also sacrifice pigs or sheep to throw into the river to appease the deity. Otherwise, the river god may become angry and refuse to bless fishermen and boatmen with a bountiful catch. After several minutes, the fishing boat reached the shore, and the rain poured down relentlessly. Just as Wang Jingzhe stepped onto the bank, he noticed the waves behind him beginning to swell, with a few small boats still struggling to return, rocking violently in the river. The old boatman frowned and said, this is not a good sign. Heavy rain and wild waves can lead to trouble. Wang Jingzhe wiped the rainwater from his face and asked, is there a risk of capsizing? It's hard to say, the boatman replied. Moments later, several fishing boats returned, but one boat remained over 20 meters from the shore. Suddenly, a massive wave surged forward, crashing against that boat. Onlookers gasped in shock as they watched helplessly. In an instant, the fishing boat was capsized, and two individuals aboard were thrown into the river. The old boatman stamped his foot and exclaimed, this is dire. Quickly, secure the boats together and row over to rescue the fallen. The fishermen on the shore, already familiar with one another, hurriedly organized their vessels to set sail, creating a flurry of activity along the bank. Wang Jingzhe also moved closer, but as he stepped forward, his foot slipped on a patch of moss, causing him to lurch forward. As he was about to fall, he instinctively reached out to grasp the arm of a nearby person for support. With a sudden motion, Wang Jingzhe found himself kneeling on one knee. Yet he did not fall. Upon looking up, he saw a woman standing before him, her clothing slightly disheveled from his unwitting tug just before his slip. The woman blinked, nonchalantly adjusting her attire. and Wang Jingzhe felt his face flush with embarrassment. This was the very woman he had encountered not long ago while she was relieving herself by the river. The fishing woman, still arranging her clothing, remarked lightly, "Why do you blush so easily?" Wang Jingzhe, at a loss for words, scratched his head awkwardly. Years later, she would pose him a question, "What was your impression of me when we first met?" To which he would reply, "Our story began with a blush and culminated in tears." In the waters of the Weha River, the two individuals who had fallen were thrashing amidst the waves. After a couple of tumultuous moments, their arms briefly surfaced, only to be swallowed again by the river, disappearing in less than 2 minutes. The fishing boats and wooden vessels on the riverbank were still unprepared to depart. The old boatman's face turned ashen, his lips trembling as he muttered, "It's over, it's over. The river god is displeased. This year, our livelihood by the water may be in jeopardy. Alas, heaven no longer provides." Wang Jingzhe wiped the rain from his face and glanced at the young woman beside him. To alleviate the awkwardness, he followed the old boatman's lead and inquired, "How is it over? What does this have to do with the river god?" Among the two who had fallen, one was unknown to him, but the other was an old acquaintance of the boatman. The old man's expression darkened as he pointed toward the river, saying, "That is old Zhao, a boatman I have known for decades. He was born right here by the Weha River when his mother was washing clothes. She had no time to reach the village clinic. Remarkably, he fell into the water as a newborn yet emerged unscathed, floating atop the surface. By the age of 7 or 8, he would dive into the river and stay submerged for quite a while. At 12, he began working on boats in the Weha, and he has been doing so for over 30 years. For people like us, a significant portion of our lives is spent drifting on the Weha, and our familiarity with this river is akin to that of our own bodies. Just think, for someone like old Zhao to fall into the Weha, even amidst wind and rain, and vanish so swiftly, how can that be normal? Do not be deceived by the tumultuous winds and raging waves. They are not necessarily fatal. As old Zhao spoke, the expressions of the boatmen and fishermen nearby turned grim. One among them remarked, "It must be the river deity. Surely, it is angered. We ought to find an auspicious day to pay our respects, perhaps by sacrificing pigs and sheep to honor the river god." Those residing by the river often harbor an inexplicable reverence for its waters, much like the devout faith mountain dwellers have in their mountain gods. In times of calamity, it is almost inevitable that the river deity is implicated. In modern society, while belief persists, it is not as excessive as it was centuries ago, when villages along the river would annually offer a pair of young boys and girls as sacrifices to the river god, 2 living children submerged directly into the depths. Strangely, at this moment, the torrential winds and downpour diminished, the earlier tempestuous conditions giving way to tranquility, and the river's surface ceased its ceaseless turmoil. The old boatman suddenly knelt upon the ground, and soon those beside him followed suit, reverently bowing towards the Wei River. Wang Jingzhe furrowed his brow and inquired, "Is the water deep here? Should we not retrieve the bodies of those who just drowned?" The old boatman shook his head, replying, "No need to recover them. Even if we tried, we could not. The waves are too fierce. The bodies, having sunk, have long been swept away by the undercurrents. How could we possibly retrieve them?" As Wang Jingzhe lamented the natural disaster, a delightful fragrance wafted into his nostrils, prompting him to inhale deeply. This aroma was exquisite, surpassing even the 2-way river carp he had just consumed. Turning his head, he noticed the angler had approached, the enchanting scent emanating from her. Oh, the fragrance of her skin, Wang Jingzhe suddenly comprehended. Upon her arrival, her gaze lingered on Wang Jingzhe's face for scarcely a second before flitting away. Following her line of sight, he glanced at the river's surface, where the spot where the two had submerged still rippled, the circles expanding outward. Before long, perhaps due to the overcast sky, twilight descended swiftly, and the Wei River regained its calm, transforming into a placid mirror, the sounds of flowing water diminishing to a near silence. At that moment, numerous villagers gathered by the riverbank, predominantly from old Zhao's family. An elderly woman sat weeping inconsolably, while several young men and women crouched nearby, burning paper money in sorrow. The loss of old Zhao, who had drowned in the river, weighed heavily on their hearts. Wang Jingzhe remained by the shore, waiting for darkness to envelop the scene. His curiosity about the two who had perished was piqued. He did not subscribe to the notion of an angered river god. Such a deity is not so petty as to claim lives over trivial displeasure. It is one that values karma and virtuous deeds. Unless the river god were to lose its senses, it would not drown two individuals without cause. All things in existence possess a spirit, even Yama, the king of the underworld, must consider whether the deceased deserve their fate. According to tradition, on the eve of a person's death, family members are required to vigil, particularly before the seventh day, as the soul may return home or appear at the place of death. During this time, the family must remain vigilant to ensure the spirit does not feel abandoned or desolate. As the clock approached midnight, a figure emerged from the distant riverbank, holding a lantern. As she drew nearer, Wang Jingzhe recognized her as the angler he had encountered before. The woman squatted down and softly addressed the wife of the boatman. "Old Zhao, it is not ideal for the old man's remains to be lost to the depths. I possess a method to retrieve his body. Would you care to try?" Old Zhao's wife and son exchanged astonished glances. The body has been swept to the riverbed. With such strong currents during the day, it could be anywhere by now. Is it even possible to find it? They queried. "Perhaps not, but it is worth a try," she replied. Old Zhao's wife quickly responded, "Young lady, we would be grateful for your assistance. We hope to recover his body. Thank you. Just provide me with his birth date and a piece of his clothing." The woman instructed. Wang Jingzhe immediately grasped her intent. She was holding a guiding lantern that, along with the birth date, could summon the deceased spirit. Once Old Zhao's soul appeared, they would naturally discover the location of his body. After the family relayed Old Zhao's birth details to the woman, she inscribed them on a talisman and set the guiding lantern on the ground. As she ignited the talisman, it flared to life, and the ashes danced into the night air. "His children should wear his clothes and call his name 3 times, she instructed. Wang Jingzhe silently observed the fishing girl as she performed the summoning ritual for Old Zhao's family. He was surprised to find her to be a practitioner of the same craft, adept in her methods, definitely not a novice. Earlier, during their fishing expedition on the Wei River, she had exuded a serene and gentle demeanor, her tranquil presence inexplicably causing a blush to rise on his cheeks. His embarrassment stemmed from having inadvertently urinated nearby, but he also felt a sense of desecration towards her, as if he had sullied a pristine sheet of paper with an unintentional stain. Little did Wang Jingzhe know, sometimes blushing is merely a sign of an awakened heart. The guiding lantern flickered uncertainly, its flame wavering. Old Zhao's son, clad in his father's garments, suddenly called out towards the river, Zhao Changzhu, please return." A chilling gust swept across the surface of the Wei River, causing the waters to undulate ominously, followed by the sound of rushing currents. The fishing girl cautioned, "Do not be alarmed by whatever you may see." No sooner had she spoken than the sound of rushing water intensified, and a shadowy figure emerged from the depths, wading through the water clad in a blue work uniform. The apparition appeared drenched, as if it had lingered beneath the surface for quite some time, its body swollen, face pale, and blood oozing from its orifices. Old Zhao's wife and child were suddenly taken aback. Although they recognized him, they couldn't help but step back several paces in fright. Old Zhao appeared to be in a daze, as if devoid of consciousness, and stumbled toward the guiding lantern placed on the shore. Upon approaching, he stood there like a statue, eyes fixated on the flickering candlelight. Having recently passed away, his spirit remained unstable, and his intellect seemed impaired. His shadow appeared insubstantial, as if a gust of wind could disperse it. Old Zhao's wife and family watched him in terror, covering their mouths to suppress screams. The fishing girl raised a finger to her lips, hushing them. "Do not shout, lest you frighten him. Just stand still and watch. I have a few questions for him." Without waiting for the Zhao family to respond, she stepped in front of Old Zhao, bent down, and held the guiding lantern, placing a talisman over the candle flame. Instantly, the flame blazed brightly, and Old Zhao's spirit seemed to stabilize somewhat. Naturally, if the flame were to extinguish, his soul would also dissipate. What happened to Zhao Changzhu in the river? Upon hearing the question, Zhao Changzhu opened his mouth in confusion. Contemplating for a moment before his expression morphed into one of terror, his features contorting. "Someone pulled me down. He clung to my foot so tightly that I couldn't break free. Then he dragged me into the water, and I could never come back up. Someone kept pulling me. I struggled to swim downstream, but I couldn't move." Old Zhao's son exclaimed beside him, "Impossible. The waves were so fierce. How could there have been anyone at the riverbed?" The fishing girl shot him a glare, startling him into silence. She then continued, "Where is your body? Did it float away, or is it still beneath the river?" Old Zhao glanced back and raised a hand to gesture. The fishing girl acknowledged with a sound, indicating her understanding, and soon Old Zhao's spirit began to dissipate. From the moment old Zhao appeared until his disappearance, only a few minutes had passed. His spirit could not linger long. It was the first day since his death. By the time of old Zhao's 7th day, his spirit would likely be much more resilient, and there was a strong possibility it could transform into a vengeful spirit, as his death indeed bore an air of injustice. You should return for now. Come back tomorrow to collect the body, the fishing girl suggested, contemplating. Though uncertain, it should be ready by then. Old Zhao's wife asked in surprise, is there no need for a wake? His spirit has already come. What is there to guard? The fishing girl frowned in response. Subsequently, old Zhao's wife and family tidied up and departed, leaving the banks of the Weha River nearly deserted. The girl approached the riverfront, skillfully untying a small wooden boat. Wang Jingzhe, who had been watching silently throughout, could not help but inquire as she seemed poised to row out into the river. Are you planning to retrieve old Zhao's body? Indeed. It is both true and not true. I yearn to discover what lies beneath the waters of the Wei River. The fishing maiden explained, I grew up here. As a child, I reveled in rowing and fishing upon this river. It has nurtured me. So I genuinely do not wish to see anything that might disrupt the lives of those along its banks. I must uncover what could have drowned old Zhao, a seasoned boatman who lived by the river for decades. Yet, you must find someone to retrieve the body, no? She queried. Would they dare? The maiden's retort left Wang Jingzhe momentarily speechless. Once she untied the boat, she pushed the wooden vessel into the river and climbed aboard. After a moment of hesitation, Wang Jingzhe finally spoke. I shall accompany you. It is rather perilous for you to go alone. Come aboard, she replied without hesitation, likely aware that he had remained by her side throughout. With a splash, the boat entered the water, and the young woman adeptly wielded the oars, stating, the area where old Zhao met his fate is not deep, merely 5 to 6 meters. Visibility is certainly compromised, yet I can sense the vicinity of the body through his lingering spirit. Wang Jingzhe merely acknowledged her with an "oh," choosing not to engage further. The maiden cast a glance his way and fell silent. It did not take long for their small vessel to reach the site of the capsized boat. She paused her rowing, rolled up her sleeves, and tied her hair back. Wang Jingzhe found himself momentarily captivated by her delicate arms. A striking red birthmark, slightly smaller than a pinky nail, adorned her forearm. Wang Jingzhe recognized it not as a mere mark, but as a zongguansha, traditionally signifying the purity of maidens untouched by man or those destined to enter a palace as consorts. This custom, however, had faded into obscurity over the past century, making its presence on her arm all the more intriguing. Once she secured her hair, she stood and prepared to leap into the water. Suddenly, she turned and remarked, under normal circumstances, wouldn't it be more fitting for you to say, let me go down instead? Wang Jingzhe, taken aback, appeared bewildered. The maiden chuckled softly. I was merely teasing you. His cheeks flushed as he stammered, I cannot swim. With a graceful bend of her legs, she leapt from the bow, plunging into the river. As she vanished beneath the surface, Wang Jingzhe stared at the ripples spreading across the water, muttering to himself, perhaps I should find time to learn to swim. It is rather embarrassing to be belittled by a woman. Beneath the inky night sky, the Wei River lay still, the moonlight cascading down, casting a gentle glow upon the water, exuding a serene beauty. Yet, beneath this beauty lingered an unsettling chill, for not long ago, this very water had claimed 2 lives, leaving a haunting silence in its wake. Wang Jingzhe remained focused on the surface, a knot of anxiety tightening in his chest for the maiden who had leapt into the depths. 5 to 6 meters of water could easily engulf several like him. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, a sudden splash echoed across the river's surface, and the fishing maiden abruptly emerged from the depths, taking a deep breath before submerging once more, seemingly having failed to locate old Zhao's remains. Her temperament is rather hasty, isn't it? Wang Jingzhe remarked, speechless. After several back-and-forth dives, the maiden resurfaced, clutching the edge of the boat, gasping for air, clearly exhausted. Her entire body glistened with moisture, especially her once-tied long hair, now cascading down her shoulders, adorned with droplets that sparkled under the moonlight. Perhaps we should cease the search. Given the tumultuous waves when the body fell, it could very well have been swept away by strong currents. Your efforts may be in vain. If all else fails, we could report this to the authorities tomorrow, surely. They would be more reliable than this pursuit. She shook her head in response. If you row a bit further east, approximately 10 meters, I sense old Zhao's spirit resides in that direction. Since I have already ventured down, I shall not abandon my quest. If I fail to find him this time, then I shall relent. With that, she took a deep breath and plunged back into the water. Wang Jingzhe, unable to dissuade her, awkwardly maneuvered the oars, steering the small boat eastward. Moments later, a few meters to the east, the submerged maiden abruptly surfaced, gesturing to Wang Jingzhe. Extend the oar, pull me over. I have found him. Wang Jingzhe quickly handed over the oar. The maiden grasped it and, with a few strokes, swam towards him, saying, "Come, lend a hand. Let us haul the body aboard." Without hesitation, she wedged old Zhao's lifeless form beneath her arm, exhibiting remarkable strength despite the corpse's weight of over 100 pounds. Compounded by the resistance of the water, Wang Jingzhe leaned over the boat, gripping old Zhao's arm to assist in lifting the body aboard. After hours submerged, the corpse had become waterlogged and swollen, its skin soft and taut, evoking a sense of unease. With a splash, the woman hoisted herself onto the boat, resting against the edge with her eyes closed. "Let us return," she declared. Wang Jingzhe struggled to row, his lack of swimming skills rendering the task akin to asking a sow to climb a tree. The atmosphere aboard the vessel felt surreal, with a bloated corpse, a resting woman, and a laboring Wang Jingzhe. After rowing for some time without making significant progress, embarrassment flushed his face, and the maiden, sensing the boat's stagnation, opened her eyes to regard him. In an attempt to alleviate the awkwardness, Wang Jingzhe asked, "I still do not know your name." "Call me Xiao Qiao," she replied, exuding a fragrance reminiscent of earthy soil, though it came across as somewhat rustic. Wang Jingzhe chuckled, responding with a few affirmations. The young girl, Little Grass, tilted her head in astonishment and asked, "Is my name so ordinary and unappealing?" "Not exactly," replied Wang Jingzhe. "My surname is Wang, and I am named Wang Jingzhe, as I was born on the day of the awakening of insects." He spread his hands, adding, "See, my name is quite ordinary as well." Little Grass looked at him as if he were a fool. Wang Jingzhe blinked and cautiously inquired, "What is the matter?" Little Grass pointed at the two oars floating in the river and said, "Why do you spread your hands while speaking? Are you not aware that you're holding oars?" Wang Jingzhe was momentarily taken aback. After a while, he leaned over the stern of the boat, his arms dangling beneath, splashing the water with his hands as the small vessel gradually glided towards the shore. He smiled, feeling quite elated, and exclaimed, "Look, look, rowing like this is rather swift." As Wang Jingzhe and Little Grass engaged in their carefree conversation, neither noticed that the corpse of old Zhao, lying on the deck, suddenly opened its eyes. Water trickled from the corners of its mouth, eyes, ears, and nostrils. Old Zhao's eyeballs shifted slightly as he silently opened his mouth, producing a gurgling sound from his throat. Wang Jingzhe, rowing at the stern, furrowed his brow, while Little Grass, resting with her eyes closed, also opened them. Both felt a simultaneous thought arise in their minds. Is there truly something beneath? Moments later, as the small boat reached the shore, Wang Jingzhe dragged old Zhao's corpse onto the land without uttering any words of respect for the deceased, as it was evident that this body held some mystery. He pulled out a crumpled pack of cigarettes, took one, and placed it between his lips, squinting at the corpse on the ground. He nudged it with his foot and said, "Get up, stop pretending. Don't you just want to find a body to inhabit?" With a puff of smoke, Wang Jingzhe exhaled and asked Little Grass, "Has anything like this ever occurred in the Weha River?" Little Grass replied, "Not recently, but I heard a few decades ago. The Yellow River experienced a cessation of flow, revealing several corpses. Some of them even rose from the dead, causing havoc among the villagers nearby. Eventually, celestial masters and Taoist priests from Longhu and Maoshan came to resolve the situation after much effort." Wang Jingzhe responded with an "Oh," and inquired further, "Which sect do you belong to? Where do you hail from?" He asked curiously. The various Taoist sects are akin to a towering tree, branching out into numerous offshoots, with well-known sects such as Maoshan, Longhu, Zhengyi, Xuanjin, and Tianshu being among the orthodox. There are also many others that do not strictly adhere to the orthodox teachings, such as the 5 branches of the Xianmen, which includes practitioners of medicine and divination, as well as those versed in feng shui and the yin-yang dynamics, with Kunlun Temple in the south and Chumasien in the north. In addition to these, many renowned mountains and famous scenic spots conceal numerous reclusive sects. Much like the solitary practitioners who have no fixed abode or sect, there are indeed many hermits residing on Mount Zhongnan. Thus, it can be said that the world is rife with those capable of vanquishing demons, dispelling evil spirits, and exorcising malevolent forces. Wang Jingzhe inquired about this from the young maiden Xiao Chao, only to be met with a sharp retort. Have you always been so impolite, prying into others' privacy? Wang Jingzhe, with a slight pout, retorted in frustration, say what you will. Suddenly, an unsettling sound emanated from the ground. Old Zhao's corpse stirred, producing bubbling noises reminiscent of boiling water from his throat. Then, his bloated body wobbled and stood up, resembling the specters that had appeared earlier. His form had swollen grotesquely, blood oozing from his 7 orifices, with water trickling from his mouth. Wang Jingzhe glanced at old Zhao's feet, noticing 2 dark handprints around his ankles, and remarked, he must have been forcibly dragged down by something. Even more bizarrely, old Zhao was clad in a pair of brand-new embroidered shoes, appearing as if they had just been stitched, the vibrant colors still gleaming. Rivers, ponds, and lakes have long been associated with supernatural occurrences, stemming from the fact that many souls have perished in these waters. Any place with water is inherently linked to the ethereal realm. When one drowns, vengeful spirits are likely to arise. Folklore often warns that water ghosts may pull unsuspecting individuals beneath the surface to their doom when they see someone above. Therefore, the well-known online author, Mr. Cohen, who struggles to sleep, advises, at night, avoid wandering into forests and do not cross waters. The dense woods and waters at midnight are particularly prone to supernatural events, teeming with countless restless souls seeking to wreak havoc. This is not mere superstition. It is a stark reality. In this modern age, even the most remote and ancient villages may lack individuals skilled in crafting such embroidered shoes, and the banks of the Wei River would certainly not possess them. The design of these shoes resembles those from the late Qing dynasty, prior to the Republic of China. Xiao Chao gazed at old Zhao's embroidered shoes for a moment before looking up and asking, doesn't it seem like he is making a gesture akin to the orchid finger? Old Zhao, with bloodshot eyes, continued to emit bubbling noises from his throat, his right middle finger and thumb awkwardly pressed together, before he lifted his hand to point at Wang Jingzhe. Why are you pointing at me? Wang Jingzhe snapped, agitated. Without hesitation, he raised his foot and kicked old Zhao's abdomen, exclaiming, you've interrupted my beauty sleep. It's the middle of the night, and I've wasted enough time on you. Show yourself already, or must I take matters into my own hands? With a resounding thud, Wang Jingzhe's foot collided with old Zhao's belly, and he felt as if he had kicked a water balloon, his foot sinking into the soft flesh. Old Zhao stumbled backward, rolling away in disarray. Old Zhao, with his peculiar eyes wide open, suddenly let out a sharp shriek. His previously stiff and sluggish movements became unexpectedly nimble, and he sprang upright from the ground, arms outstretched towards Wang Jingzhe. The young girl, Grass, reacted swiftly, retreating a few steps to evade him, crossing her arms as she observed the unfolding scene. Wang Jingzhe was momentarily speechless. Initially, he was merely a spectator, and it was this young girl who instigated the situation. He considered himself nothing more than a rower in this unfolding drama, yet now he found himself reluctantly burdened with the aftermath. Grass had no intention of intervening. Her curiosity was piqued by the young man in the long robe. On the surface, he appeared to be an utterly ordinary individual, but she sensed that there was more beneath the surface. It was not appropriate to directly inquire about his background, especially since she had previously exchanged barbs with him. Grass held the confidence that, once Wang Jingzhe made his move, she would discern whether he hailed from the Celestial Master sect, Maoshan, Longhu, or the Southern Kunlun or Northern Chuma, or even from one of the 5 branches of the Xianmen. Her confidence stemmed from her origins. Fanjing Mountain, known as the Library of the World's Taoist schools, housed an extensive collection of Taoist texts, and she was well versed in the vast majority of Taoist arts. However, to her disappointment, she found Wang Jingzhe's actions to be rather simple and crude, yet undeniably efficient, embodying a certain brutal aesthetic that unfortunately revealed nothing of his origins. As old Zhao reached out to grasp him, Wang Jingzhe stepped back, raising his left hand to deflect the attack, while swiftly plunging his right hand into his tattered bag. Retrieving a pair of scissors with casual ease, he thrust the scissors forward, the rusty blade piercing the left side of old Zhao's chest. With a sickening squelch, the blade sank deep into the bloated corpse, and it was as if the body suddenly deflated, a noxious torrent of black liquid erupting from it, transforming the grotesque figure back into a normal corpse. Wang Jingzhe nonchalantly withdrew the scissors, pushing the body aside, which fell to the ground with a thud. Grass furrowed her brow, realizing that Wang Jingzhe's strike had targeted the vital point of the corpse. a decisive maneuver that had forced out whatever malevolent entity had taken residence within. The technique was straightforward, concealing its origins, yet that was not the crux of the matter. The most astounding aspect was Wang Jingzhe's remarkable discernment. She had failed to identify the corpse's weak point at a mere glance. Suddenly, a chill swept through the air as a faint specter emerged from old Zhao's body, its feet adorned with a pair of pristine embroidered shoes. This apparition was neither a bloodied ghost draped in scarlet nor a malevolent spirit with a ghastly visage. Instead, it was a young maiden clad in a floral garment. Her features delicate, with a hairpin adorning her hair. Aside from the eerily pristine shoes, she appeared pitiful and vulnerable. A pair of embroidered shoes has always been a source of supernatural and chilling tales. She cast herself into the Wei River while wearing those very shoes, which she had crafted with her own hands. As she sewed, her blood stained the thread, binding the fabric together. After her tragic demise in the river, those embroidered shoes became the vessel for her soul, unable to transition to the underworld. Over time, they transformed into their current form. The young girl, with a soft exclamation, succinctly explained, "This must be an incantation from the Qing dynasty court, akin to the curses cast by concubines against their foes." Yet, she had turned it upon herself. Curiosity piqued. I wondered what grievances could drive her to such self-destruction. It seems that the capacity for such despair in a woman could only stem from the complexities of love. The man, Wang Jingzhe, could only scoff in silence, commenting that when she uttered her final words, she should perhaps refrain from emphasizing man so fervently while looking directly at him. "What are you so flustered about?" "I never named names," he retorted. Yet, he felt a heat rise to his cheeks. He realized that whenever he spoke with this enigmatic girl, he never held the upper hand. But was he truly feeling guilty? He recalled the marriage contract, which his father had told him about years ago. Although it was never explicitly stated that he must marry the eldest daughter of the Li family, he had been warned that this woman would be his destiny, inescapable. Now, Wang Jingzhe found it curious that he had blushed multiple times in the presence of this inexplicable girl, yet felt no semblance of interest towards the Li family's eldest daughter. From an ethical and moral standpoint, could this be considered betrayal? After all, despite the prior broken engagements with Li Lanrong and Mao Qingshui, a betrothal is still a form of commitment, and failing to honor it is a form of treachery, regardless of whether the Li family adhered to their traditions. As Wang Jingzhe's mind wandered through this chaotic web of thoughts, the ghostly figure of the girl in embroidered shoes suddenly let out a piercing scream and lunged toward him, revealing the terrifying aspect of her ghostly nature. Her delicate hands sprouted elongated nails, painted in a garish crimson reminiscent of expired nail polish, exuding a nauseating stench. Wang Jingzhe lightly tapped the ground with his toes, swiftly gliding away towards the girl, and as he brushed past her, he tossed out a parting remark. "You've stirred up this trouble yourself. It's for you to resolve, and it has nothing to do with me." In an instant, he had left her side, moving away with remarkable speed. The young girl glared at him in frustration before pivoting to evade the advancing ghost, quickly retrieving the soul-calling lamp she had placed on the ground. With a snap of her fingers against the lamp, a flame flickered to life, which she then positioned defensively in front of herself. Upon encountering the soul-guiding lantern, the female ghost abruptly halted, as if confronted by an object that instilled profound fear within her. She covered her face with her hands and retreated repeatedly, her body trembling uncontrollably. A short distance away, Wang Jingzhe furrowed his brow, feeling a twinge of disappointment. He and the young maiden, Xiao, were both driven by a singular intention: to discern the true nature of this ghostly apparition when pressed to act, and to ascertain her origins. In the vast cosmos of philosophical doctrines, all paths ultimately converge into one. The esteemed texts of the I Ching, encompassing the Lianshan, Guizhong, and Zhou, encapsulate myriad mystical arts. Revered as the foremost scripture of Huaxia, the pinnacle of all classics, the intricate techniques documented within the realm of Qimen Duanjia have evolved into countless methods. Although Wang Jingzhe could not claim comprehensive understanding, he recognized that disparate paths can lead to a singular destination. Thus, should anyone employ related techniques, he would undoubtedly discern the signs. Alas, the female ghost was afforded no opportunity to act. A silent exchange of glances between Wang Jingzhe and Xiao conveyed a singular sentiment: cunning. Neither of them had succeeded in probing the other. Once Xiao shifted her gaze from Wang Jingzhe to the ghost, she addressed her. This lantern is known as the soul-guiding lantern, and the flame ignited upon it is a strand of yang fire, incapable of extinguishing human life. However, for restless spirits like yourself, it proves quite effective. It can easily disperse your soul. When you perished, you carried an immense grudge, and your spirit remains tethered to a pair of embroidered shoes. It seems that your grievances have yet to be resolved. I present you with two choices. Either return to those shoes and remain quietly within them, or I shall incinerate you to ashes. The decision rests with you. Wang Jingzhe sighed inwardly, realizing that his probing had borne little fruit. The ghost, provided she possessed even a modicum of sense, would have no reason to oppose her fate. He understood that the yang fire of the soul-guiding lantern was the greatest nemesis of her kind. She lacked the cultivation to withstand it. As anticipated, once Xiao Cao's words fell silent, the ghost lowered her hands from her face, gazing fearfully at the candle flame of the lantern, and spoke slowly. I am a woman from the early Republican era, a villager by the Weha River. Her tale unfolded like a scene from a television drama. She had a childhood sweetheart, and their innocent affection blossomed as they approached 20. However, in those tumultuous times, the man was conscripted and perished far from home. Grieving for her lost love, she crafted a pair of embroidered shoes and cast herself into the river. Wang Jingzhe, upon hearing this, cast a sidelong glance and inquired, a man? What of him? Regretting his words immediately, he realized he was at a disadvantage. Men are never to be trusted, Xiao Cao scoffed. Wang Jingzhe fell silent, rendered speechless. Xiao Cao then inquired, do you have any unresolved matters? I merely wish to be buried alongside my husband. I desire nothing more, the ghost replied. Xiao Cao frowned, but you do not even know where he lies. How can you be buried together? The woman in embroidered shoes lowered her head, sobbing softly. Wang Jingzhe suddenly spoke, suggesting that the two must have shared an intimate relationship, which, according to propriety, could be regarded as a legitimate marriage. He proposed finding the man as family, if they still had descendants. It would be prudent to inquire about his name, and if they knew his birth date, it would facilitate uncovering the location of his remains, provided that his bones still existed. Xiao Cao glanced at him and replied, I am not adept at such deductions. Wang Jingzhe was momentarily taken aback, realizing he had inadvertently revealed his own ignorance. Xiao Cao's large, glistening eyes swept over him before she tucked away her guiding lantern and turned to leave, her gaze imparting a sense of disdain. Wang Jingzhe, grinding his teeth, muttered indignantly, Is this amusing to you? Xiao Cao glanced back at him, retorting, What else should I do? Go ahead, bite me. Wang Jingzhe found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, what could he do? Previously, his elder sister, Wang Dongji, had tirelessly imparted numerous lessons on the intricacies of interacting with women, emphasizing the importance of safety and caution. Wang Dongji had once proclaimed, Do you know what the most foolish endeavor in this world is? It is the insistence on proving oneself right during an argument. Such behavior reflects immaturity and naivety. When engaged in a debate, merely smiling faintly at the other person can convey a sense of superiority. However, if you attempt to argue with a woman, that transcends mere foolishness. Curiously, Wang Jingzhe inquired, What would you call that? Utter foolishness, Wang Dongji replied solemnly. For women are the most unreasonable beings on this planet. Once you choose to argue with them, you have already lost. Think about it. Women are inherently unreasonable, so what is the point of debating with them? Wang Jingzhe had always regarded his sister's words as gospel, holding them in the highest esteem. At 20-something years of age, he had seldom heeded his grandfather's or father's advice. But he viewed Wang Dongji as a guiding light. Despite the fact that she had often bullied him throughout their childhood, he felt an unshakable loyalty and reverence for her. Thus, reflecting on her wisdom, he composed his expression and regarded Xiao Cao with a faint smile of disdain. Xiao Cao scrutinized him for a considerable time before she quietly remarked, You look rather foolish when you smile. It's quite unattractive. Wang Jingzhe felt a surge of blood rise to his chest, nearly choking on his own indignation, and he began to question whether his sister's advice was infallible after all. Xiao Cao departed with an air of nonchalance, leaving Wang Jingzhe standing by the Weha River, lost in the wind and his own disarray. By the time Xiao Cao returned home, it was already late into the night. Entering through the back door and making her way to her room, she discovered a figure curled up on her bed, sleeping soundly. Sighing, she approached and nudged the person, saying, Li Menghan, what are you doing sleeping in my room? Go back to your own. Li Menghan rubbed her eyes and, still drowsy, responded, Cousin, why are you only just returning? I might as well not have returned. muttered Xiao Qiao, rolling her eyes. She possessed a rather idiosyncratic sense of cleanliness, as she preferred that no one ever touched her bed. Li Menghan yawned and sat up cross-legged, saying, "Your second uncle and aunt waited for you half the night. They mentioned wanting to discuss something with you, so I stayed here in anticipation. Little did I know you would not return, and they eventually left. I dozed off in a daze. Discuss with me?" Xiao Qiao replied nonchalantly. "Huh, I suppose they are deliberating on how to marry me off?" Li Menghan immediately perked up, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "I heard it's the eldest son of the Chui family from Qinghe." Such phrases as talented youth and handsome figure fail to encapsulate him. People say he is the brightest star in the sky, overshadowing all others with his brilliance. "Why should I care?" Xiao Qiao retorted. Li Menghan continued. "He is coming to propose." Xiao Qiao exclaimed, "Oh, I take back what I just said. What I should have said is, what business is it of mine?" Li Menghan fell silent, for her cousin had always been remarkably unconventional. One could not label her rebellious, as rebellion lacks any form or rationale, yet everything Xiao Qiao did left no room for criticism. The wisdom and maturity she exhibited earned her the same title of the brightest star in the sky. Thus, she was taken from Longxi to the Tiandao peak of Mount Fanjing at a young age, becoming the holy maiden who had not graced the world for centuries. Tiandao Peak, often referred to as the library of the Taoist sects, houses nearly all the treasures of Taoism. Its oldest manuscripts can be traced back over 2,000 years, and it is said that Laozi's Tao Te Ching is preserved there. The Holy Maiden of Tiandao Peak is essentially akin to the reincarnated spiritual children of Tibetan Buddhism. This notion may seem mysterious or hard to believe, yet the truth is that the Holy Maiden is determined through the calculations of four esteemed elders. Upon the passing of the previous Holy Maiden, the elders will perform divinations to predict where the next incarnation will emerge after traversing the underworld, sending individuals to sift through and assess until a suitable candidate is confirmed and brought back to Tiandao Peak. Thus, the Holy Maiden is not guaranteed in every generation. Sometimes, decades may pass, or even centuries, before another arises. Xiao Qiao arrived at Tiandao Peak 2 centuries after the previous Holy Maiden's passing. According to the people of Longxi, Xiao Qiao was born with her eyes wide open, her gaze sparkling with the wisdom of one far beyond her years, startling the midwife at her birth. Even now, the elderly doctors and nurses still recall that moment vividly. Before she turned 1, Xiao Qiao exhibited extraordinary intelligence, speaking and learning to recognize characters much earlier than typical children. By the age of 2 or 3, she was already writing independently. When she turned 5, the people from Tiandao Peak, having conducted their calculations, arrived in Longxi and preliminarily identified her as the possible reincarnation of the Holy Maiden. At the age of 12, Xiao Qiao was taken from Longxi to study the Tao at Tiandao Peak on Mount Fanjing. At the age of 24, according to the regulations of Tiandao Peak regarding the saintess, she was to embark on her worldly cultivation, enduring the tribulations of mortal life. After being dismissed by Xiao Qiao, Li Menghan finally shed her damp garments and retreated to the bathroom for a cleansing bath. Upon finishing, she emerged to find the dawn light breaking across the horizon. As she lay in bed, Xiao Qiao appeared to be in a state of drowsiness, struggling to keep her eyes open. After a yawn, she reminisced about the events of the day and remarked with a pout, "Fool." A few days later, that evening marked the 7th day of old Zhao's passing. Throughout this time, Wang Jingzhe had been lingering by the banks of the Wehe River, wandering aimlessly when idle, and occasionally taking a boat out to breathe the fresh air. The recent capsizing incident had not dampened the spirits of the local populace along the riverbanks. As the saying goes, those who frequently walk by the river are bound to get their shoes wet. It was not uncommon for individuals living along the river to succumb to its depths. On the riverbank, old Zhao's family kindled incense, setting offerings upon the ground, with muffled sobs echoing in the air. Once the flames were ignited, it signified the true separation between the mortal realm and the heavens. Wang Jingzhe observed quietly from the side when he noticed the approach of Xiao Qiao. Today, Xiao Qiao donned a simple long dress, standing silently by the river, gazing into the distance, lost in thought. Clutching a handful of paper money, she suddenly cast it skyward, the offerings fluttering down like autumn leaves, gently drifting upon the water's surface. Eventually, old Zhao's family departed, and as dusk settled, only Xiao Qiao remained, playfully stirring the water's ripples with her fingers, while Wang Jingzhe hesitated before finally approaching her after watching for some time. Initially, neither spoke. Xiao Qiao, perhaps due to her serene nature, preferred silence, while Wang Jingzhe was shy in the presence of women, finding it difficult to articulate his thoughts. In his life, his interactions had predominantly been with his elder sister, Wang Dongji. After their mother's untimely death, she had raised him single-handedly. Despite their small age difference, she assumed the roles of both a mother and father, nurturing him through life's trials and tribulations. This was largely due to their father's unreliability, often adopting a hands-off approach, disappearing for weeks on end. If the two children wished to survive, they had no choice but to fend for themselves. During Wang Jingzhe's formative years, Wang Dongji, when gentle, was like a warm spring breeze. When angered, she was as cold as winter frost, leaving him trembling with fear. At times, she would take on the role of a mentor, guiding him along his path, ensuring he learned from his mistakes, often chastising him when he faltered. While Wang Jingzhe had only a cursory understanding of the I Ching and Qimeng Duanjia, Wang Dongji had immersed herself in the study of the entire canon. Having read the texts countless times, the lineage of the Shi Dao is traditionally passed down through males. Yet this did not prevent Wang's father from bestowing upon his daughter a collection of Taoist classics. In his words, as long as the Shi Dao has descendants, he has not violated the customs of the Shi Dao practitioners. His daughter merely perused the Book of Changes a few times. He did not impart any martial arts techniques to her. Thus the ancestral masters could hardly hold him accountable. Wang Dongji, entirely self-taught, exemplified the adage that one can grasp profound knowledge through diligent study. Wang's father later lamented that had Wang Dongji been born a male, she would have outshone even the most illustrious of her contemporaries. For years, Wang Jingzhe lived under the shadow of his elder sister, which led to an ingrained timidity and ineptness in conversing with women. Do you often suffer from insomnia? Wang Jingzhe, sensing the awkwardness of their shared moment by the river, initiated the conversation. However, it must be said that his ability to engage with women was utterly lacking. While others might begin with flattery, he bluntly inquired about her sleepless nights. Had Wang Dongji been present, she would have likely reprimanded him. Do you even know how to court a woman? Xiao Qiao tilted her head, frowning as she regarded Wang Jingzhe. After a deep breath, he seemed to believe he had hit upon a revelation and confidently continued. Nocturnal sweating and insomnia may stem from a deficiency in kidney yin, often exacerbated by hormonal imbalances. Prior to sleep, soak some goji berries in vinegar and place 2 slices of ginger on the soles of your feet. After about half a month, your symptoms should alleviate significantly, and the frequency of your sleepless nights will diminish. If you maintain this regimen, your insomnia may ultimately be cured. Xiao Qiao responded with an intrigued nodding. Is there more? Wang Jingzhe pondered for a moment, his cheeks slightly flushed, and cautiously remarked, if you were to marry, this situation might improve even further. Xiao Qiao gaped in astonishment, while Wang Jingzhe's heart sank as he realized the implications of his words. His suggestion that marriage might be necessary for improvement was rather blunt, especially considering the woman before him bore the mark of chastity, a clear indication of her conservative nature. Xiao Qiao slowly rose from her seat, prompting Wang Jingzhe to retreat a few steps, only for her to advance toward him. She fixed her gaze upon his eyes and uttered a single word, fool. Wang Jingzhe pressed his lips together, remaining silent, a sheepish smile playing upon his face. Xiao Qiao then turned and gracefully departed. Wang Jingzhe squatted on the ground, lit a cigarette, and gently slapped his own face, contemplating, language is indeed an art. Upon returning home, Xiao Qiao passed through the main hall and observed her parents engaged in casual conversation. Uncle Li stood behind them, and upon seeing her return, Mao Qingshui promptly waved her over, exclaiming, daughter, come, come. Xiao Qiao entered with a furrowed brow, and Mao Qingshui, grasping her arm with delight, exclaimed, in just a few days, the Chui family from Qinghe will be coming to propose. Come, take a look. They've already sent over the photo and birth details of their eldest son. TSK, I must say, this Chui young master is quite the handsome figure. Li Lanrong nodded in agreement from the side, affirming, he is indeed impressive, a rarity. Xiao Qiao did not even glance at the photograph in Mao Qingshui's hand, and simply smiled faintly, saying, as long as you are happy. Naturally, we are thrilled. Xiao Qiao, I assure you, my judgment in people is never wrong. This Chui young master has a broad forehead, a tall nose, and a stately figure. His appearance cannot merely be described as that of a dragon or phoenix in this world. As long as you are happy. Xiao Xiao nodded again and then turned to Uncle Li, requesting, "Please bring me some ginger, vinegar, and goji berries to my room." Of course, Mississippi Mao Shui, puzzled, inquired, "What do you need those for? I've been experiencing some insomnia lately." Xiao Xiao was unsure why she had so easily instructed Uncle Li to bring her vinegar, ginger, and goji berries. Firstly, she had indeed been suffering from insomnia for some time, and secondly, why had she so readily believed that foolish man's words? During the years spent at Tiandao Peak on Mount Fanjing, Xiao Xiao often immersed herself in the Taoist scriptures throughout the night, which gradually affected her sleep. In recent years, she had even begun to experience night sweats and would frequently wake at dawn after lying down at midnight. The torment of being too tired to sleep was truly unbearable. After Uncle Li delivered the items to her room and set them down, Xiao Xiao suddenly furrowed her brow and asked, "Has he arrived?" He referred to the man with whom she was betrothed by arrangement. Xiao Xiao had known about him for years, and much like her indifference towards the Chui family's eldest son, she held no particular concept of this man destined to be her husband. They seemed to be mere passers-by in her life, to the point where she might never even meet him, perhaps not even deeming it necessary to know his name. Uncle Li replied, "He came a few days ago and then left." Xiao Xiao responded with a simple, "Oh," and casually inquired, "What kind of person is he?" This was purely a matter of curiosity, as he was her betrothed, and according to the customs of the ancient world, they were already considered to have a marital bond. After a moment of thought, Uncle Li honestly commented, "He is quite an ordinary person, nothing particularly remarkable." With that, the conversation came to an end, and Xiao Xiao did not pursue further inquiries. Therefore, she remained unaware of the words Wang Jingzhe had left behind as he departed, "I will personally come to annul the engagement." That night, Xiao Xiao went to bed early, sipping a cup of aged vinegar infused with goji berries, with slices of ginger placed beneath her feet. On the following morning, she awoke at her usual hour, yet today she felt extraordinarily invigorated. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Xiao realized that she had slept approximately half an hour longer than usual the previous night, a rarity that had not occurred for many years. With a slight curl of her lips, she remarked, "Even a fool knows quite a bit, doesn't he?" At that moment, Wang Jingzhe, often referred to as a fool, was nestled in a stilted house by the banks of the Wei River. After sneezing, he rubbed his nose and rose from his bed, pushing open the window to gaze upon the expansive river, evoking a sense of warmth akin to spring blossoms facing the sea. Basking in the sunlight, Wang Jingzhe stood before the riverside room, rummaging through his bag to produce a tortoise shell, which he casually tossed onto the table, his fingers drumming rhythmically upon its surface. About half a month left, he mused. The Chui family of Qinghe County, tracing its lineage back to the spring and autumn period as one of the noble families of the Qi state, saw its descendant Chui Yin serve under Cao Cao, establishing the family as a distinguished lineage in the Central Plains. The Chui family boasted a remarkable heritage, with 23 individuals attaining the esteemed rank of chancellor. However, by the late Tang dynasty, many illustrious families began to crumble, and the Chui clan faced a decline. Yet, owing to the presence of many erudite individuals within the Chui family, numerous members transitioned into commerce, leveraging their influence in the court before their decline. Particularly during the Ming dynasty, as Zheng He embarked on maritime explorations, many Chui merchants accompanied him, discovering numerous nations beyond the borders of China. Consequently, during that era, numerous members of the Chui clan ventured overseas, carrying porcelain, silk, and gold and silver wares to establish their businesses. To this day, the entire Qinghe Chui family has flourished both domestically and abroad, with an extensive array of enterprises. It is said that the Chui family's overseas ventures span at least a dozen countries, many of which remain discreetly managed, their influence having evolved over countless generations. The Chui clan is acutely aware of the adage that a large tree attracts the wind. The realm of politics is akin to a vast ocean. Even a fool, after spending ample time within its depths, can become astute. The Chui family understands that quietly amassing wealth is far more sustainable than ostentatiously displaying one's fortune. In front of the ancestral home of the Chui clan in Qinghe County, a sleek black Mercedes-Benz was parked, its trunk wide open. Beside the vehicle stood a group of middle-aged men dressed uniformly in Tang attire. A steward, resembling a butler, held a ledger and called out in a clear voice. 1 dragon and phoenix jade pendant, 3 Tang Sankai horses, and 2 exquisite Persian carpets, along with 8 gold bracelets and 8 necklaces. As the steward read aloud, individuals began placing the specified items into the trunk, verifying each piece before sealing it shut. Once the trunk was filled, the driver promptly entered the vehicle to await further instructions. The steward continued his announcements for nearly 4 to 5 minutes, and by the end, all 8 Mercedes were filled to capacity. The total value of these items likely far exceeded that of the entire convoy. For instance, the Dragon and Phoenix Jade Pendant and the Tang Sankai horses are treasures that one would seldom encounter in the marketplace, only found in prestigious auction houses. This collection served as a betrothal gift, an essential component during the marriages of noble families, with the quantity and value of such gifts reflecting the stature of the family involved. The illustrious family of the Qinghe Chui clan and the Longxili clan, having thrived for numerous generations, continues to uphold many of their ancestral customs. Despite the advancements of modernity, they remain steadfast in their adherence to traditional values. Recently, the eldest son of the Chui family was set to visit the Li clan in Longxi to propose marriage. Prior to this, however, it was customary for him to make a journey to Bowling, as many members of the Chui family had migrated south during the Eastern Han period and established a significant branch there. Among them were several renowned ancestors. Thus it was deemed proper for the eldest son to first pay his respects in Bowling before proceeding to Longxi to propose. At the entrance of the Chui family's ancestral residence stood a young man, approximately 30 years of age, expressionless as he observed the steward managing the engagement gifts. Beside him stood 2 men who bore a resemblance to him. One of them remarked softly, "Brother, seeing you like this gives me a sense of a powerful CEO making a grand entrance. Are you envious?" "I am not," he replied. "The one thing I detest most in life is the lack of freedom in marriage. Fortunately, as the eldest, you shield us younger brothers from a great deal of trouble and prevent us from becoming mere sacrifices." The other brother scoffed. "Don't be sour just because you can't have the grapes. It is said that the Li family's eldest daughter is a beauty akin to a celestial being." The eldest son of the Chui family shot him a sidelong glance and retorted, "Are you envious?" The man who had just spoken fell silent. "Truthfully, I do advocate for marriage freedom." The eldest son let out a cold laugh. "That is all nonsense." The 2 younger brothers swallowed nervously and said, "Brother, at this moment, you must not stir up any trouble." At Gonga Airport, an Airbus arriving from Huhai gradually descended. As the aircraft touched down, a woman who had feigned sleep since boarding began to awaken amidst a slight jolt. As she stretched and yawned, at least 2/3 of the male passengers in the first-class cabin discreetly turned their gazes toward her. The remaining third, seated beside female companions, still exhibited an eager curiosity. As the Airbus glided to the terminal, a man in his 30s, elegantly attired in an Armani suit, extended his right hand, revealing a Rolex Submariner on his wrist. With a charming smile, he said, "I noticed you've been asleep since we boarded. I apologize for disturbing you. May I introduce myself? I am Qijingrong, a visitor from Huhai exploring Tibet." The woman, having completed her stretch, lowered her hand and casually responded, "Thank you, but I truly dislike being disturbed while I sleep." As the 2 engaged in conversation, the men in the first-class cabin who had previously admired her were filled with regret, lamenting internally, "Why didn't I speak to her first?" This woman did not resemble the youthful Yang Yueying, nor did she resemble the 25-year-old Li Jiasin or the mature beauty of over 30, Zhang Manyu. While she could not be classified as extraordinarily beautiful, her presence evoked a sense of conquest in men. It is this very aura that defines the essence of such a woman. As the airplane glided towards the terminal, a woman stood up to open her luggage compartment, intending to retrieve her carry-on. Before she could reach for it, an arm unexpectedly extended from beside her, and as he lifted it, a Patek Philippe watch casually adorned his wrist. "My luggage is right next to you. Allow me to assist you," the gentleman said. Exuding an air of maturity, likely in his 40s, with an aura reminiscent of Takashi Kaneshiro, his voice, deliberately lowered, possessed a captivating timbre. "Thank you," the woman replied with a smile, as if accustomed to such attentions, akin to being the center of admiration. "My company sent a car to pick me up. If it's convenient, I could offer you a ride." The middle-aged gentleman's face brightened upon receiving her response, radiating warmth. Suddenly, the first speaker, Qijingrong, interjected, "My car is always parked at the airport. I make a point to visit the Potala Palace every month. I can take you wherever you wish." The woman, pulling the handle of her suitcase, remarked, "It seems impolite to refuse either of you, so I'll simply take a cab instead." A brief glance exchanged between the gentleman and Qi Zhengrong ignited a spark of rivalry. Both felt that the other had encroached upon their romantic opportunity, their teeth nearly grinding in frustration. A few minutes later, the woman, pulling her suitcase, exited the airport's VIP passage and joined the line for a taxi outside. Suddenly, a series of hurried footsteps echoed behind her as Qi Zhengrong hurriedly approached. "You're in luck, the parking lot is nearby. And it's far more convenient than hailing a cab. I assent it. The place I'm headed might be a bit far. That's inconsequential, in my eyes. There is no distance between us," Qi Zhengrong replied cheerfully. 2.5 hours later, Qi Zhengrong truly understood the meaning of a bit far. The vehicle departed from the airport, past the Potala Palace, and continued for nearly 100 kilometers into desolation, approaching the northern Tibetan region. If they drove another 500 kilometers, they would reach the border. Had it not been for the presence of the woman beside him, Qi Zhengrong might have felt a shiver of fear as night began to fall. Around 7 in the evening, the car arrived at the foot of a mountain, surrounded by towering, jagged rocks, the peaks stretching endlessly. Suddenly, the woman exclaimed, "Stop!" startling Qi Zhengrong. "Stop? Here?" he asked incredulously, glancing outside. "Yes, I'm getting off here," she affirmed with a nod. Qi Zhengrong swallowed nervously, gesturing toward the window. "But there's nothing here. Why are you stopping?" "I've arrived at my destination," she replied coolly, then opened the door. "Please open the trunk. I need to retrieve my suitcase." Dazed, Qi Zhengrong opened the trunk. As she took out her luggage, she extended her hand, saying, "Thank you." The distance was indeed quite far. Qi Zhengrong felt a pang of despair. This place was exceedingly remote. Driving back alone would likely terrify him, yet he was even more curious about where this woman intended to go from here. "I am about to ascend the mountain. Your vehicle cannot make the journey, so it is best to return. May I add you on WeChat, or perhaps exchange phone numbers?" Qi Zhengrong inquired tentatively. 3 days hence, I shall be departing from Gongga Airport. If fate allows us to meet again, I shall reveal to you the truth." The woman opened her suitcase, donned a windbreaker, waved her hand, and turned to leave, bidding farewell. Qi Zhengrong sighed and asked, "May I inquire your name?" "I am Wang Dongji," she replied, effortlessly lifting her suitcase and making her way up the mountain. Qi Zhengrong, perplexed, gazed upward and faintly discerned a glimmer of light halfway up the slope. He retrieved his phone, located his position, and searched for the address. Moments later, several lines of text appeared on the screen. Mount Namjidbarwa, standing at 782 meters, perpetually cloaked in snow and shrouded in mist, with a small temple named Xiao Zhao Temple situated at an elevation of 500 meters. After more than half an hour, Wang Dongji ascended the mountain with ease, arriving at the entrance of Xiao Zhao Temple. The flickering lights within hinted at the presence of lamas engaged in evening prayers, and the sound of scripture recitation could be faintly heard. Standing before the temple, Wang Dongji called out with a melodious voice from the Wang clan of Chaoga. "Wang Dongji comes to pay respects to His Holiness Sangmu Rinki Daba Wang." Wang Dongji refrained from stepping inside, for while most Lama temples do not prohibit women from entry, the most orthodox practitioners harbor reservations regarding this matter. The history of Xiao Zhao Temple stretches back over a millennium, and the reincarnation of its living Buddha remains untainted by any institutional or administrative interference, existing as a self-contained system. Wang Dongji continued northward. From the Wang clan of Chaoga, Wang Dongji comes to pay respects to His Holiness Sangmu Rinki Daba Wang. Her voice echoed softly, causing the recitation of scriptures within the temple to abruptly cease. Shortly thereafter, a group of monks escorted a venerable lama outside. It is not common for just anyone to summon His Holiness Sangmu Rinki Daba Wang with a mere shout at the temple entrance. Among the lamas of Tibetan Buddhism, his reputation ranks within the top 5, possibly even higher. His emergence was prompted by the fact that while the lamas were engaged in their recitation, they had inadvertently formed a kind of barrier. Not even the din of firecrackers or drums could disrupt their chanting. Had the lamas not ceased their recitation, it would have continued for at least another 3 to 5 minutes. Yet Wang Dongji's invocation had interrupted it. This alone attested to one truth. The individual outside the temple possessed a depth of cultivation that surpassed that of all the lamas within combined. His Holiness Sangmu Rinki Daba Wang appeared youthful, with long eyebrows casting shadows over his eyes, his face etched with the marks of time. Despite his seemingly advanced age, he moved with remarkable steadiness, and upon seeing Wang Dongji, a flicker of surprise crossed his aged eyes. This young benefactor appears remarkably youthful. Wang Dongji clasped her hands together and softly spoke. Esteemed His Holiness the Great Treasure, I humbly ask for your forgiveness for any disturbance I may cause. It is somewhat abrupt for a humble woman to visit the Xiaozhou Temple, yet I come with a matter of utmost importance. Please proceed, Wang Dongji continued, as she sought an audience with Sangmu Rinpoche. Their exchange was devoid of any superfluous formalities. Even the most basic introductions were eschewed in favor of directness. Wang Dongji was acutely aware that soon she would not need to elaborate, for her lineage would be readily apparent to her interlocutor. Having heard of a sacred text, the Ma Yoga Sutra, housed within Xiaozhou Temple, which purportedly fortifies the 3 souls and 7 spirits through continuous recitation and immersion in the Buddha's teachings. She expressed her desire to borrow it, promising to return it in 5 years' time. As her words lingered in the air, the lamas behind Sangmu Rinpoche manifested visible displeasure. The Ma Yoga Sutra was the temple's most revered scripture, intended to solidify the soul of the reincarnated living Buddha discovered by the temple. The notion of Wang Dongji taking it away, even temporarily, was unthinkable. In fact, aside from Sangmu Rinpoche, no other monk had the authority to recite it, let alone allow it to leave the temple's sanctum. Sangmu Rinpoche furrowed his brow, his expression inscrutable, but certainly not one of approval. It was akin to someone entering your home to request the temporary use of your spouse. Unperturbed, Wang Dongji continued, regardless of context. It is inappropriate to lend out sacred items. In the spirit of fairness, I propose that in exchange for your Ma Yoga Sutra, I can offer you 2 items of equivalent value. With patience, Sangmu Rinpoche responded, please elucidate. To the east of the sacred Lamanako Lake. After walking 33,720 steps, one will encounter a village with a population of 726. Among the children aged 5 and under, there are 7, 3 of whom are male. One was born on the day of the fire horse in the year of the wood horse. Wang Dongji stated with a calm and measured tone. Astonishment swept over the lamas of Xiaozhou Temple, and Sangmu Rinpoche's countenance was one of shock, his eyes reflecting a profound realization. The information Wang Dongji had just revealed was precisely what the monks had deduced regarding the birthplace and identity of the current reincarnated living Buddha, which they had been preparing to seek at dawn the following day. Thus, the emergence of the reincarnated child was known only to the monks of the temple, a closely guarded secret, and had not been made public. For Xiaozhou Temple, this was of paramount significance. An indiscretion could spell disaster for the monastery. The search for the reincarnated living Buddha remained a matter of utmost confidentiality across all Buddhist monasteries. Wang Dongji's revelation left the assembly in awe. As I recall, over 4 centuries ago, the esteemed great treasure Master Marpa of Xiaozhou Temple passed into nirvana at the age of 100, yet his physical form has remained elusive. It has been nearly 430 years since that time, has it not? Sangmu Rinpoche inhaled sharply, slowly articulating. That was one of the few revered Buddhas of our temple. Regrettably, Master Marpa was wandering the world when he departed, leaving us without any guidance, resulting in the current mystery surrounding his relic's resting place. Truly a significant loss for Xiaozhou Temple. Who claims that relics emerged after the passing of Master Marpa? I must speak of a decaying flesh. Wang Dongji suddenly raised his arm and pointed in a certain direction, saying, I can deduce where the reincarnated spiritual child of your generation will meet their end. Now, if I were to exert some effort to determine the location of the great Lama Marpa's passing, could that also be possible? Sangmu Rinpoche was momentarily taken aback, and a memory flashed in his mind of Wang Dongji's earlier words at the temple gate. Suddenly, he felt a surge of clarity. The Wang family's ancestral lineage traces back to the king of Chaoga, Wang Dongji declared directly. Sangmu Rinpoche immediately brought his hands together and bowed, saying, My apologies. Wang Dongji chuckled, extending his hand, and remarked, I wish to borrow your Maha Yoga scriptures for a moment. I shall return them to you in 5 years. Shortly, I will reveal to you the resting place of the great treasure, Master Marpa. Sangmu Rinpoche promptly turned and, with open palms, said, There is a guest room behind the temple. Please, allow me to escort you there. A day later, Wang Dongji deduced the location of the great treasure Master Marpa's remains for the Xiaozhou Temple. On the 3rd day after her arrival in northern Tibet, she hurried to Gongai Airport. Upon arriving at the airport, just as she was about to collect her boarding pass, she froze in astonishment. The airport announcement relayed a missing person notice. Dear esteemed guest, Miss Wang Dongji, Your friend Qi Jingrong has become separated from you and cannot be reached. If you hear this announcement, please come to the China Southern Airlines check-in counter. Wang Dongji was momentarily stunned, then a resigned smile crossed her face. It seemed that every man, in matters of the heart, was akin to a Sherlock Holmes. A few minutes later, Qi Jingrong rushed over, panting. Upon seeing Wang Dongji, he let out a sigh of relief. Gongga Airport is quite expansive. Finding someone here is exceedingly difficult. There was no other choice but to resort to this strategy. I was even wondering if the name you told me was a fabrication. I was born on the day of the winter solstice and thus named Wang Dongji, she replied. Qi Jingrong glanced at the disheveled Wang Dongji, who had not changed her clothes or shoes after 3 days, and asked incredulously, "You've only been here for 3 days and are leaving already? It doesn't appear to be a business trip, nor does it seem like leisure. Why the haste?" Wang Dongji brushed her hair back and lamented, "My little adversary at home is about to propose, and as his older sister, I must prepare a grand gift for him. Thus, I made a special trip to northern Tibet." At the riverside residence in Weha, Wang Jingzhe awoke one morning, drew open the curtains, and opened the window. He spotted a figure sitting on the blue stone steps beneath the stilted building not far away. The girl Xiao Chao donned a dress, her hair casually tied back with a 2-foot red ribbon, without a trace of makeup. Her bare feet dipped into the water as she playfully splashed the surface, sending ripples dancing. At that moment, the morning light fell from the horizon, illuminating her form and casting her silhouette into the water below. The scene of green mountains, flowing river, shimmering ripples, and the young woman was profoundly poetic, reminiscent of Fu Baoshir's exquisite paintings of landscapes and women, a beauty that transcended the ordinary. Wang Jingzhe quietly observed for a long while before. As if compelled by some unseen force, he stepped out of the stilted building. As he drew closer, he noticed that beside Xiao Chao's feet, several small green fish danced about in the water, and she was thoroughly enjoying herself. By chance, as Xiao Chao lifted her foot, Wang Jingzhe's gaze fell upon the sole, where a distinct dark red mark resided in the center. He chuckled softly. Xiao Chao seemed to sense the presence behind her, likely aware it was Wang Jingzhe. And without turning her head, she remarked, "Thank you. Placing ginger beneath your feet and drinking a cup of aged vinegar steeped with goji berries does help alleviate insomnia. Some old remedies prove effective. After all, the ancients validated them over countless years, and their endurance speaks for itself." After Wang Jingzhe spoke, he suddenly furrowed his brow and blurted out, "The riverside is inherently damp, and the bluestone steps are prone to moss. Sitting there like that allows moisture to seep into your, body. You ought to place something beneath you, at the very least. If your monthly cycle coincides with your visit, stomach aches are inevitable. Over time, the accumulation of dampness could become quite troublesome." Xiao Chao turned her head and shot him a fierce glare, saying, "Is this how you always converse?" Wang Jingzhe's face flushed, surprised as he asked, "Is there anything wrong with what I said?" Xiao Chao replied. She realized that the art of language indeed relies on talent. Just like this fool behind me. He belongs to the category of those who are inherently incapable of speaking. When he does, he tends to choke others. Choosing silence, Xiao Chao ceased her retorts, leaving Wang Jingzhe standing awkwardly for a moment, uncertain. After a while, he removed his shoes and sat on the adjacent steps, dipping his feet into the water while seeking a topic to discuss. "You have stowed away those embroidered shoes. You promised to bury her alongside her husband, whose whereabouts remain unknown. For ordinary folk, contradicting oneself is commonplace, but for individuals like us, words spoken are akin to water spilled, irretrievable. Once a promise is made, it is rarely retracted. You must consider how to rectify this situation. Should you fail, she may harbor resentment towards you, which would be far from favorable." Xiao Chao sighed. "I appreciate your concern. There's no need for thanks. I'm merely offering a reminder." "Do I require your reminders? Can I not resolve the troubles I undertake? Do you think I am as foolish as you?" Wang Jingzhe opened his mouth, his face reddening, before indignantly retorting, "Where does your temper come from? I have not provoked you. Simply seeing you is provocation enough." Xiao Chao retorted unreasonably, retracting her feet from the water, slipping on her sandals, and standing up. In her vigorous motion, water splashed onto Wang Jingzhe. He ground his teeth and said, "You truly lack reason." Xiao Chao replied with a cold laugh, "Arguing with a woman? You claim you are not foolish, huh?" Wang Jingzhe was instantly speechless. Her words held undeniable truth. As the delicate grass flicked her long hair, lifting her dress to reveal a segment of her smooth, fair calf, she suddenly turned and walked away. Wang Jingzhe glanced back at her. Her figure bathed in sunlight as she gracefully departed. Despite her earlier outburst, Wang Jingzhe's mind was filled with a thought. A young man should not witness such a stunning woman, for henceforth, his life would be but a shadow of her presence. Today, the temperament of the grass was rather unyielding. Upon waking, Mao Qingshui informed her that the Chui family from Qinghe had already set off for Longxi, intending to visit Bowling first before arriving. Calculating the days, it seemed that little time remained. As Mao Qingshui spoke, he was filled with joy, embodying the saying that a mother-in-law grows increasingly fond of her son-in-law, even though he had yet to meet the eldest son of the Chui family. The grass displayed no particular reaction, merely tossing back a casual remark that it was fine if they were happy, adopting the obedient demeanor of one resigned to parental arrangements, seemingly harboring no objections to the marriage. The entire Li family of Longxi was enveloped in an atmosphere of joy. The grass's younger brother was still quite young, at least 7 or 8 years away from marriageable age, making the grass's impending nuptials a significant event for the Li family, especially given that the suitor was the eldest son of the esteemed Chui family from Qinghe. The proposal was essentially a betrothal, unlikely to change. 3 days passed, and visitors arrived at Tiandao Peak in Fanjingshan. Among them was the grass's elder, her master uncle, affectionately referred to as Granny Yu. The true orchestrator of this marriage was not Mao Qingshui or Li Lanrong, but rather the prestige of Fanjingshan. As the eldest son of the Chui family was also the top disciple of the Southern Kunlun sect, the union of the Chui and Li families could be seen as a strategic alliance, just as the connection between Tiandao Peak and Southern Kunlun represented a mutual benefit. Upon arriving in Longxi, Granny Yu summoned the grass for a private conversation, imparting several pieces of advice. Essentially, she emphasized that this marriage was of great significance, both for her sect and her family. Furthermore, the Chui family's son was commendable in both appearance and talent, making him a suitable match. The grass simply responded with a nonchalant, that's fine. As long as you are happy. Days passed once more, and the proposal party from the Chui family had reached Lanzhou, settling into a hotel, preparing to journey to Longxi in 2 days. The day of the proposal was merely 2 days away. Wang Jingzhe had lingered in Longxi for nearly a month, anticipating this day. The saying goes that a spoken word cannot be retracted. Should it truly be unretractable, he would bear all consequences. The evening before the proposal, as dusk approached, the sun dipped low, casting a warm glow over the surface of the Wei River, soon to vanish entirely below the horizon. Wang Jingzhe found himself alone on a boat, a fishing vessel he had rented. During his time near the Wei River, he had perfected his rowing skills, and in his leisure, he would take the boat to the center of the river, lying back in it, idly passing the time. As the sun began to descend, Wang Jingzhe stretched languidly and climbed up from the boat, preparing to return to shore. At that moment, a small wooden boat approached him, aboard which sat the young maiden, Xiao Qiao. When their gazes met, it was Xiao Qiao who spoke first. I will be leaving Longxi tomorrow. Where to? Wang Jingzhe inquired, lacking any finesse in his dialogue. To Chang'an. Xiao Qiao replied, rolling her eyes. The husband of the embroidered shoes is to be buried near the city of Chang'an. I am escorting her to her resting place, and I leave tomorrow. Wang Jingzhe merely responded with an "oh," and the conversation faltered. He had intended to suggest postponing her departure by a couple of days, as he had an urgent matter to attend to the following day. He thought that after handling his affairs, he could accompany her to Chang'an. However, he quickly recalled that their relationship was one of subtlety, lacking a reason to impose upon her with a delay. Thus, he simply acquiesced with a good. Xiao Qiao cast him a sidelong glance, letting out a quiet sigh inwardly. It was truly exasperating that a man could be so dense. Any slightly perceptive individual would have grasped her earlier implication. Why would she go out of her way to bid him farewell? She had noticed how Wang Jingzhe floated idly on the Weihe River, seemingly with nothing to occupy his time. Regrettably, Wang Jingzhe was rather slow to recognize the subtleties of her intentions, believing their exchange was merely casual conversation devoid of ulterior motives. Even a few awkward pleasantries could have led to a more substantial topic, yet, unfortunately, there were none. An uncomfortable silence enveloped them. The small boat and fishing vessel drifting side by side, with only the sound of the flowing water and their faint breath shattering the stillness. How embarrassing, how awkward. As the sun was about to vanish, Xiao Qiao picked up the oar and announced, I'm leaving. Wang Jingzhe acknowledged, and as he watched Xiao Qiao row away, it seemed he suddenly remembered something or reached a decision. He too grasped an oar and began to row vigorously, though his technique paled in comparison to hers. Splashing water several decimeters high, and failing to gain any significant speed. By the time Xiao Qiao reached the shore, he was still over 20 meters away. When Wang Jingzhe finally disembarked, Xiao Qiao had already ventured quite far. He waved his hand and called out, but she appeared not to hear. Upon reaching the bank, Wang Jingzhe discarded the oar and sprinted in the direction Xiao Qiao had taken, but after a moment, he found himself at a corner, gasping for breath as he stood by the roadside, scanning the area. She vanished so quickly? Wang Jingzhe shook his head and sighed. Just as he turned around, he spotted Xiao Qiao leaning against the wall behind him, leaving him momentarily stunned. Are you looking for me? Wang Jingzhe scratched his head. Is there something you need? If there's nothing, then I shall take my leave, Xiao Qiao replied expressionlessly, brushing past him. Wait, Wang Jingzhe called after her retreating figure. When Xiao Qiao turned back, he retrieved a piece of red cloth from his bag, upon which lay a talisman. The young grass cast a glance downward as Wang Jingzhe handed her an item, saying, "This is for you." "What is it?" she inquired. Wang Jingzhe replied earnestly, "This object took considerable effort for me to acquire. A month ago, it held great significance for me. Initially, I intended to gift it to someone quite important to me. But recently I realized that it may not be possible to present it to her. So, I thought I would give it to you." The young grass scoffed. "Oh, something you can't give away, and now it's mine?" Wang Jingzhe was momentarily taken aback, his urgency evident as he clarified, "No, that's not what I meant. I was uncertain about who to give it to. Perhaps there was never any fate between us. If it cannot be given, then so be it." "Then why offer it to me?" the young grass pressed. After a prolonged silence, Wang Jingzhe managed to murmur, "Perhaps I feel, in some inexplicable way, that you are the most suitable recipient." Handed over, the young grass extended her hand, accepting the item from Wang Jingzhe. As she unwrapped it, she discovered a jade hairpin swathed in crimson fabric. The sky had darkened, yet remnants of the sunset lingered, and when the hairpin rested in her palm, it shimmered with a captivating radiance. The glass-like jade appeared particularly resplendent, remarkably translucent. It is a common trait among women to be irresistibly drawn to glittering objects, such as diamonds, jade, or precious stones. The young grass was no exception. She suddenly felt a peculiar sense of belonging to the hairpin, as if it were meant for her. A fleeting expression of joy crossed her face, which Wang Jingzhe noticed, alleviating his anxiety about her acceptance of the gift. "Thank you. I truly like it," the young grass said as she carefully rewrapped it. "As long as you like it," Wang Jingzhe responded, and they parted ways. The following morning, at dawn, Li Minghan burst into the young grass's room, her face brimming with anticipation and delight. "Cousin, are you excited? He's just an ordinary man. Neither a celestial being descending on a rainbow, nor a valiant hero willing to meet his end for honor. What is there to be excited about?" the young grass replied, tending to her hair and noting the dark circles under her eyes from a sleepless night. "But he is the eldest son of the Shui family, the brightest star. That is of no concern to me." At that moment, the Shui family's proposal entourage was merely a few kilometers away from Longxi, consisting of not only the eldest son of the Shui family and his father, but also an elder from the southern Kunlun. The union between the Shui and Li families was of significant importance, not only to these two households, but also to the southern Kunlun and Tiandao Peak, signifying that after the engagement, there would be ample resource sharing between them. On the stilted building by the Wei River, Wang Jingzhe understood the gravity of his impending visit. He was not merely facing the Li family of Longxi, but also the Shui family of Qinghe. Offending two prominent families simultaneously was not a wise course of action. The Li family residence today is adorned with vibrant decorations, in addition to Mr. and Mrs. Li Lanrong standing at the entrance. Two esteemed elders from the clan and elder Yu from Tiandao Peak are also present to greet guests. This gathering represents a modest, yet significant alliance between Tiandao Peak and the Li family, considering it is not a day of grand marriage celebrations. The proposal signifies the prelude to a marriage, holding similar importance for affluent families. Once the engagement is established, it merely becomes a matter of selecting an auspicious date for the wedding. "Where's Xiao Qiao? Where's Minghan?" inquired Mao Qingshui. Li Minghan replied, "I just visited my cousin. She is currently busy with her makeup and attire. She asked for my advice, but was dissatisfied with several outfits, and asked me to leave so she could contemplate further." Mao Qingshui chuckled. This child takes it quite seriously. It reflects her composed nature, My daughter usually remains indifferent towards such matters, so this is indeed rare. Li Lanrong nodded in agreement. Marriage is a significant affair, not to be taken lightly, and Xiao Qiao understands the gravity of it. After exchanging a few casual remarks, a convoy of vehicles approached from a distance, halting before the grand residence. Stepping out from the lead Mercedes were young Master Chui and his father, along with an elder from Nankunlin. Li Lanrong and Mao Qingshui promptly went to greet them. The two heads of the family shook hands, with Li Lanrong saying, "Brother Qinliang, it has been many years since we last met. Welcome to our humble abode." Chui Qinliang replied with a smile, "If your Li family is to be considered humble, then our Chui family is but a small courtyard." They shared a hearty laugh, as Li Lanrong and Chui Qinliang engaged in pleasantries. Elder Yu subtly nodded towards Elder Tang from Nankunlin, and both exchanged fleeting smiles of satisfaction. This meeting is pivotal for both Nankunlin and Tiandao Peak. Mao Qingshui looked on with satisfaction at young Master Chui, who smiled politely, displaying a perfect set of 8 teeth in a standard, formulaic grin. After a brief conversation at the entrance, they proceeded into the main hall of the residence. The Chui family members took their seats on either side, while Li Lanrong, Mao Qingshui, and the two clan leaders occupied the center. Chui Qinliang glanced around and inquired, "Where is Miss Li?" Mao Qingshui responded, "She has been changing outfits and applying makeup all morning. She just went to check and should be out shortly." Young ladies tend to take their time preparing for such occasions. Chui Qinliang promptly complimented, "I have long heard that the Li family's eldest daughter is as graceful as a lotus emerging from water. Even without makeup, she is unmatched." Indeed, young Master Chui is a true gem among men. Mao Qingshui replied before calling for Li Menghan. "Go check on your cousin and urge her to come quickly." "Of course, Aunt," Li Menghan responded, then exited the main hall and made her way to her cousin's chamber. Upon entering, she found that Xiao Qiao was no longer there. The room was impeccably tidy, with the bedding neatly arranged and everything placed as it had always been. Li Menghan glanced around but saw no one, so she thought little of it. After waiting for a while without any sign of life, she began to search the other rooms with growing suspicion. Despite her efforts, she found no trace of anyone and felt increasingly bewildered. When she picked up her phone to call, she was met with the disheartening message that it was powered off. The realization of her solitude left Li Menghan in a state of panic as she hurried back to the main hall, leaning close to Mao Qingshui's ear to whisper, "Aunt, my cousin is missing." "What do you mean missing?" Mao Qingshui initially failed to grasp the gravity of the situation. "She's gone. Not in her room, not at home. And I can't reach her by phone." At this revelation, Mao Qingshui's heart sank. She nudged Li Lanrong with her toe and murmured, "Our daughter is missing. She's not in her room and her phone is unreachable." Li Lanrong frowned and queried, "Have you looked everywhere?" "Yes, she's nowhere to be found." "Let Menghan continue searching. There's nothing we can do here. We must proceed as planned," Li Lanrong calmly instructed, her demeanor betraying no hint of distress. Old Lady Yu, who had been listening nearby, exchanged a glance with her, signaling that all was well. Their daughter's disappearance was concerning, but as long as the parents remained, there was nothing to fear. The engagement was already settled. Even if the eldest daughter of the Li family failed to appear, the marriage would proceed as long as the elders from both sides consented. After Li Menghan rushed out, Li Lanrong and Mao Qingshui resumed their conversation with Chui Liangqin. At that moment, the esteemed young master of the Chui family sat upright in his chair, his expression inscrutable, yet his fingers fidgeted rapidly. After a brief interlude of casual conversation, the discussion shifted to more serious matters. The Chui family's steward began to present the betrothal gifts, elegantly adorned with red silk. The union between the Chui and Li families had reached this pivotal stage, moving beyond the trivialities of ordinary engagements. This alliance, being a strategic marriage, indicated that both parties had already reached mutual agreement, leaving no room for further negotiation. The only remaining formality was to present the birth dates of the couple and have them read aloud, concluding the matter if there were no objections. Their birth dates had been scrutinized long ago. While not flawless, there were no signs of conflict, thus sealing their fate as a married couple. Meanwhile, outside the grand estate of the Li family, Wang Jingzhe, clad in a pristine Taoist robe and carrying a bag, approached the Li residence. As he neared the entrance, he noticed a convoy of vehicles, all sporting consecutive license plates. Wang Jingzhe maintained a composed demeanor as he passed several cars. Upon reaching the entrance, two members of the Li family intercepted him. "Sir, I'm afraid there is a family matter. We cannot receive guests. If it were anyone else, you might deny them. But I must enter. Today's events are directly related to me. Both guards furrowed their brows in unison and replied, "What jest is this? We have stated that no one is to be admitted today." Wang Jingzhe chuckled softly. Inside the Li family's main hall, Old Lady Yu held the birth date of Xiao Chao, while the elder from the southern Kunlun presented the birth date of the Chui family's young master. Both, as intermediaries, began to speak in turn. Chui Xuanzi, age 26, and Mao Xiaochao, age 24, were fated to be united in a harmonious marriage, as their birth dates aligned perfectly according to the ancient astrological traditions. With the blessings of their esteemed elders, the union was destined to proceed without contest. Chui Liangshan nodded in agreement, while Mao Qing and Li Lanrong simultaneously voiced their consent. Even the elder from Nankunlin and Granny Yu nodded in approval, affirming the auspiciousness of the occasion. However, just as the proceedings were about to be finalized, an unexpected interruption occurred. "I have an objection." The jubilant atmosphere in the hall was abruptly shattered by the entrance of Wang Jingzhe, who strode in confidently, clad in a long robe and carrying a bag. His declaration sent a wave of tension through the room, darkening the faces of Li Lanrong and Mao Qingshui, who recognized the voice all too well. It had echoed in the hall just a month prior. Li Bo frowned, having previously stationed guards at the entrance. Upon witnessing Wang Jingzhe's entrance, he sternly demanded, "Who dares to disrupt this celebration? Do you not know that the Chui and Li families are in the midst of a joyous occasion? Someone, remove him at once." As Li's men approached to confront Wang Jingzhe, he remained unperturbed, halting his steps and fixing his gaze on Li Lanrong and Mao Qingshui. "It may be a tad late for you to try and expel me now. I would not have dared to enter your home if I feared being ousted. Besides, do you not think the members of the Qinghe Chui family are curious as to why there is dissent regarding your union? To cast me out now would surely raise their suspicions and complicate matters further." The engagement between Mao Xiaochao and Chui Xuanzi was known to the Li family. Granny Yu from Tiandao Peak and the elder from Nankunlin, but the members of the Qinghe Chui family remained oblivious. Realizing the potential ramifications of Wang Jingzhe's intrusion, the Chui family members began to connect the dots. Li Lanrong's face turned pale with fury as he sprang to his feet, pointing an accusatory finger at Wang Jingzhe. "What nonsense are you spouting? Our families are betrothed, with our parents present. What relevance do you have in this matter? What grudges could possibly involve you? Why are you all still standing there? Shouldn't you be removing him instead of waiting for a grand procession to escort him out?" Wang Jingzhe scanned the room, and his gaze landed on Chui Xuanzi, pausing momentarily with a knowing smile. Just then, someone attempted to seize Wang Jingzhe, but Chui Xuanzi, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. "Uncle Li, as the groom, do I not possess some right to speak?" "Of course, young Master Chui, you may speak. But let us first remove this raucous individual," came the reply. Chui Xuanzi gestured towards Wang Jingzhe. "My remarks are directed at him. If you expel him, how can I possibly voice my concerns?" Li Lanrong was rendered speechless, while Mao Qingshui chuckled. "Look at his strange attire. He must be out of his mind. Why should we heed his nonsensical ramblings?" Chui Xuanzi chuckled and remarked, "If the garments from Long Qingxiang can be deemed peculiar, then I truly wonder what constitutes a normal attire. Surely, you have seldom encountered someone like your uncle and aunt who can don a custom robe from Long Qingxiang." With keen eyes, Chui Xuanzi quickly discerned the Long Qingxiang label beneath Wang Jingzhe's robe. Such garments were ordered by the Chui family from the shop every year, making them easily recognizable. Li Lanrong exhaled deeply, returning to her seat with a rather unfriendly expression. Chui Xuanzi turned and smiled. "What was it you mentioned regarding this marriage? You harbor objections? Pray tell, what objections could you possibly have?" Wang Jingzhe replied, "I am already betrothed to the eldest daughter of the Li family, a union arranged by our forebears. Should she wish to become engaged to another, I naturally have my reservations." Upon hearing this, Chui Xuanzi narrowed his eyes, while Chui Qinliang observed Wang Jingzhe with indifference before turning to the members of the Li family nearby. Mao Qingshui, maintaining a calm demeanor, stated, "What utter nonsense. You claim a betrothal with my daughter exists? Which of your ancestors made this arrangement, and with which elder of our Li family? Your words lack any substantiation. Do you possess evidence? Was there a signed agreement or a token to validate this? A betrothal cannot simply be established through mere empty words. In regard to my family's elder, my father, Wang Xinji," Wang Jingzhe declared, uttering his father's name. Both the Chui and Li families were momentarily taken aback, their minds racing, Yet after much contemplation, none could identify this Wang Xianji, as he seemed unknown among both the common folk and the esteemed practitioners of the Tao. Mao Qingshui burst into exaggerated laughter, saying, I expected you to mention a name of great renown, yet it appears we are the ones lacking knowledge. Unfazed, Wang Jingzhe continued. It was indeed my father who arranged the betrothal with your family's esteemed patriarch. Li Lanrong scoffed, you continue to spout nonsense. If there were a betrothal, do you have written proof? None. Wang Jingzhe shook his head. Any witnesses? None. Any tokens from the Li family? Still none. Li Lanrong and Mao Qingshui erupted into laughter, while Cui Chenliang and the elder from Nankuan Mountain furrowed their brows. Granny Yu could no longer contain herself and interjected, Young man, you are being utterly unreasonable. You demand what you do not possess. Are you attempting to make a mockery of us? Indeed, I possess nothing you claim. Yet the betrothal set by my father is recognized by all, save for us two. No one dares to dispute it. Wang Jingzhe replied coolly. What a laugh. Li Lanrong retorted coldly, before turning to Cui Chenliang. Brother Chenliang, I trust you see that this individual is speaking utter nonsense. If he could truly produce evidence of the betrothal, I might concede, but he has nothing to substantiate his claims. This matter is evident to all present, is it not? Cui Chenliang pondered for a moment and replied, It does indeed seem so. Then let us have him removed, lest he disrupt our joyous occasion. Li Lanrong suddenly rose. Pointing at Wang Jingzhe, will you leave on your own accord, or shall I summon others to carry you out? I can walk away on my own. Master Li, I have a question for you. Will you dare to answer? Wang Jingzhe inquired disdainfully, with his hands clasped behind his back. Speak. Wang Jingzhe raised his head, enunciating each word. If you simply declare that the marriage pact between the Li family's eldest granddaughter and the Wang family of Chaoga does not exist, I shall immediately turn and leave, never to set foot in your Li family residence again. Furthermore, I will never mention the matter of the betrothal to you or your Li family daughter again. Mao Qingshui's heart leaped with joy, while Li Lanrong pressed her lips together and asked, Is that so? Do you dare to acknowledge it? It was never a matter in the first place. It was merely your utter nonsense. What do I have to fear in acknowledging it? Wang Jingzhe smiled knowingly and replied, Very well, you acknowledge it, and I shall depart at once. Li Lanrong hesitated for a moment before finally stating, The marriage pact between the Li family's eldest granddaughter and the Wang family of Chaoga is nothing but sheer folly. Though Li Lanrong felt a twinge of doubt, aware that the Taoists hold great importance to a promise made verbally, he reasoned that the betrothal was a matter settled between his father and Wang Jingzhe's father. Thus it bore no relevance to him, leading him to dismiss the concern. As Li Lanrong's words faded, the great hall fell into an eerie silence. Yet, at the very moment he uttered his last word, ominous clouds swiftly gathered above the Li family, merging at an astonishing speed. Suddenly, a flash of lightning erupted from the dense clouds. Crack! A resounding thunderclap echoed as a bolt of lightning struck the ancestral hall of the Li family with tremendous force. Li Lanrong, taken aback, raised his head in bewilderment, pondering where the lightning had descended from. Such oaths should not be made lightly. There are always those who would proclaim that if I were to lie, I would be struck by divine retribution. Perhaps this was that very moment. Crack! A second thunderclap reverberated, startling everyone still in confusion. The great hall trembled as a third, fourth, and fifth thunderclap followed in rapid succession, leaving the listeners' heads ringing. The sudden thunderclaps heralded an unforeseen upheaval. July's weather is not akin to June's. The sky can change in an instant. Just this morning, when the Chui family from Qinghe came to propose, the sky was clear without a cloud in sight. The morning weather report had predicted favorable conditions, and both Li Lanrong and Mao Qingshui had even consulted the almanac, which deemed today auspicious for marriages and funerals. Given these conditions, from whence had this sudden thunder descended? Had the heavens caught a chill and sneezed? After the 5 thunderclaps, silence reigned in the great hall until footsteps approached from outside. The Li family members hurriedly rushed in, completely oblivious to the grave atmosphere, exclaiming, Clan leader, the thunder just now struck our ancestral hall, leaving a gaping hole, and several ancestral tablets have shattered. In an instant, at least a dozen gazes converged upon Wang Jingzhe, especially those of Li Lanrong, Mao Qingshui, and several elder members of the Li family, all wearing expressions of fury, their bodies trembling with rage. Undoubtedly, the thunder had some connection to Wang Jingzhe. Everyone could see the mocking smile upon his face. The ancestral tablets hold immense significance for illustrious families that have endured for millennia, particularly for the Li clan, whose spiritual altars commemorate several historic figures, including the venerable founder. Those who occupy the inner sanctum are not mere ordinary souls who dismiss the supernatural. It is widely acknowledged that beyond the realm of humanity and livestock, myriad entities exist unbeknownst to common men. For instance, the feng shui masters of the southern Kunlun Mountains understand that the vast expanse of 9,600,000 square kilometers is inextricably linked to the principles of feng shui. Similarly, Mount Fanjing's Tiandao Peak is esteemed as a repository of Taoist scriptures, revealing that creatures of myth and legend are not mere figments of imagination. Moreover, both the Chui and Li families boast a storied history of 1,000 years, with a wealth of ancestral texts preserved through the ages. Thus, it is evident that the recent thunderclap was not a mere coincidence or a whim of the heavens. It undoubtedly emanated from Wang Jingxia. Yet, curiosity abounds regarding the manner in which this thunder was summoned. Cui Xuanzi cast a penetrating glance at Wang Jingxia before diverting his gaze to the Li family members. Speaking slowly, to my knowledge, there exists within our circle a sacred vow, once established. Leaves no room for retraction unless the vow-maker personally annuls it or both parties mutually agree to forego it. Should one party unilaterally disregard this vow, they shall inevitably face repercussions. I reflected on your earlier statement, Uncle Li, questioning whether the marriage pact between the eldest granddaughter of the Li family and the Wang clan of Chaoga truly does not exist. Following your repetition of this assertion, the thunder struck. I surmise this is indeed the sacred vow of the Taoist tradition. Thus, it appears that the individual from the Wang clan of Chaoga is genuinely betrothed to your esteemed young lady from the Longxi Li family. Otherwise, the thunder would lack justification. The Shadao lineage places immense weight on promises, and the oaths made by its members are unbreakable. Should a borrowed blade remain unretrieved, it would confirm Wang Jingxia's earlier proclamation. The consequences are to be borne by oneself. However, this time, the repercussions faced by the Longxi Li family are not directly from Wang Jingxia, but rather, the heavens have intervened. Cui Xuanzi's words served as a resounding slap to the face of the Li family, echoing loudly. Previously, Li Lanrong and Mao Qingshui had vehemently dismissed Wang Jingxia's claims as mere nonsense, only for the ancestral hall of the Li family to be struck by lightning. Truly, a resounding rebuke. But what of it? Why should we acknowledge an unclear marriage pact? Why should the eldest granddaughter of the Li family concede? An elderly member of the Li family coldly remarked, "Now that the engagement is public and the thunder has ceased, must we not proceed with the betrothal?" Wang Jingxia, momentarily taken aback, scornfully uttered 3 words, "Shameless." The elder from the Li family retorted without any sense of shame, "And what of it?" With a knowing smile. Wang Jingxia chose silence and turned to leave. Li Lanrong then addressed Cui Chenliang, saying, "Brother Chenliang, this is merely a minor interlude. Once it passes, we shall continue discussing the betrothal between our families." Cui Chenliang furrowed his brow. The unexpected interruption was far from delightful, even somewhat distasteful. Yet, as Li Lanrong had remarked, the interlude had passed. Could the engagement still proceed? Cui Chenliang turned to quietly inquire of the elder from Nankun Lun, who nodded in affirmation, indicating that the betrothal could indeed continue. Although the eldest granddaughter of the Li family was already betrothed, it seemed that circumstances had changed. The Li family wished to marry off their daughter, and the Cui family was eager to take her hand, making it reasonable for the arrangements to persist. At that moment, Wang Jingxia had reached the entrance of the main hall, slightly tilting his head and shaking it gently. Just as he was about to step outside, Li Lanrong's phone rang. He glanced at the screen. The call was from the elder overseeing the family cemetery. Such calls were only received during the annual ancestral rites of the Li clan. The Longxi Li family possessed 2 cemeteries, one of which was well known at Tangjiaoling, now nearly a tourist attraction. To be frank, that cemetery no longer belonged to the Li family. They merely visited annually to pay their respects. The other cemetery, located near the Weha River in Longxi, contained the tombs of the clan's patriarchs and significant figures since the Tang dynasty. Li Lanrong answered the call in astonishment, only to hear the elder's deep voice. "Lanrong, there has been a disturbance at the cemetery." Alarmed, Li Lanrong quickly inquired, "What has happened?" "The tomb of your father has cracked open, and numerous snakes, insects, and beasts have emerged. Additionally, the graves of your great-grandfather and brother are also affected." I have hastily observed a few. At least 4 or 5 tombs are in disarray. Before the elder could conclude the call, another member of the Li family rushed into the main hall, breathlessly reporting, "In the backyard, the old well has overflowed, nearly flooding the courtyard." The Li family's estate had an ancient well, which dated back to the time the Li clan established themselves in Longxi. While most knew that the Li family's mansion boasted excellent feng shui, few were aware that the well, long dry for centuries, served as the focal point of this auspicious site. Li Lanrong was in a state of panic, his chest rising and falling erratically. Cui Xuanzi spoke solemnly. "The feng shui has deteriorated." When Cui Xuanzi stated that the Li family's feng shui was compromised, it held weight. As the brightest star among the disciples of Nan Kunlun and the chief disciple under its leader, his expertise in feng shui was unparalleled, rendering many hesitant to approach his level. His words carried immense significance in matters of geomancy. The overflowing well signified financial loss, while the cracked tombs indicated a dispersal of fortune. Should these disturbances not be properly addressed, the Longxi Li family would likely face another grave calamity, reminiscent of the first during the Song dynasty's annihilation of the Tang. As Wang Jingzhe approached the entrance of the main hall, he sensed that he might not be able to cross the threshold of the Li family. A sudden surge of ominous energies emerged from behind. Li Lanrong, Mao Qingshui, and several elders from the Li family. The enmity of a father's murder, the resentment of a stolen wife, and the ruin of one's estate are the most despised grievances. Li Lanrong stumbled down the steps, filled with rage and terror, exclaiming, "You dare to disrupt the feng shui of the Li family? How audacious of you! Clarify this. Was it I who caused this?" Wang Jingzhe slowly turned around, mockingly remarking, "Since I stepped through the gates of the Li family, have I lifted a single finger? Have I wielded a blade or recited a spell? You are utterly oblivious. Having disrupted the rules and sullied your own fortune, yet you insist on placing the blame upon me. What reasoning is this?" Li Lanrong was instantly rendered speechless. Mao Qingshui also rose, coldly stating, "In our Li household, we adhere to rules and principles. Do you not think yourself rather foolish?" Wang Jingzhe paused, suddenly finding her words somewhat familiar, as if someone had recently posed a similar question. "Is it foolish to reason with women?" Elder Yu quietly leaned towards Elder Nan Kunlun and inquired, "Is the Li family's fortune truly in decline?" Elder Nan Kunlun pondered before responding, "Indeed, it is deteriorating. If this continues, the Li family will inevitably face decline." The fortunes of the Great Tang were upheld for 289 years by the two national masters, Li Chunfeng and Yuan Tiangang. Once they departed, the foundation of the Great Tang could not endure beyond 3 centuries. The Li family has merely been surviving in the present, and if their fortune worsens, the Longxi Li clan may soon become a thing of the past. Li Chunfeng and Yuan Tiangang ceased to support the Great Tang's fortune after 289 years because they understood that no dynasty could surpass the 3-century threshold. Throughout the annals of Chinese history, examining the timelines of the most renowned dynasties, we find the Great Tang lasted 289 years. The Qing dynasty 276 years, and the Ming dynasty also 276 years, while many dynasties barely reached a century. The Qin dynasty lasted a mere 15 years, and only a handful of dynasties have achieved 3 centuries of prosperity. Surviving for 300 years is a formidable challenge. Elder Yu sighed, casting a deep glance at the composed Wang Jingzhe, then murmured once more, "The fortune of the Li family must not suffer any detriment. Elder Su Jie, you must investigate." Elder Su Jie acknowledged with a grunt, calling to Cui Xuanzi, "Come with me to assess the situation. Even a broken mirror can be mended. Surely the damaged fortune can be repaired. Your time in Kunlun Mountain has been short, but practical experience must eventually merge with theory to be of true value." Cui Xuanzi rose and replied, "Understood, Uncle Master. Let us proceed." Li Lanrong pointed at Wang Jingzhe, sternly instructing Li Bo and the others of the Li family. "Keep a close watch on him. He must not leave the Li residence, not even a step." Wang Jingzhe smiled lightly and casually returned to take a seat on a chair, closing his eyes to meditate. Upon closing his eyes, Wang Jingzhe softly spoke, "Should you restore this damaged fortune, South Kunlun shall no longer be South Kunlun." Su Jie and Cui Xuanzi, who had not strayed far, halted simultaneously. They did not believe that Wang Jingzhe's words were mere idle chatter, yet they found themselves perplexed. Su Jie furrowed his brow and asked, "What do you mean by that?" Wang Jingzhe merely chuckled without elaborating. The feng shui arrangement established by Li Chunfeng and Yuan Tiangang for the Longxi Li family derived from the Book of Lianshan, a text that, in this world, could likely only be thoroughly understood by Wang Dongji and Wang Xianji. Wang Jingzhe himself grasped only its superficial aspects. Though you, the South Kunlun, hold dominion over the art of feng shui, it is evident that you lack the wisdom of ancient texts. Therefore, how shall you mend the already disrupted feng shui? Restoring this feng shui would mean it is no longer South Kunlun, but rather, it ought to be called Kunlun of the world. Cui Xuanzi cast a penetrating gaze at Wang Jingzhe, who remained silent, before following Su Jie to the rear courtyard of the Li residence, eventually arriving at the old well. At this moment, the well, which had been dry for nearly a century, was slowly emitting water from its mouth, saturating the entire courtyard. And even fish and shrimp could be seen swimming in the well water. Aunt Yu, astonished, inquired, "Wasn't this well dry?" Li Lanrong furrowed her brow and explained, "It is said that the well connects to the Wei River. Its dryness was merely due to an obstruction preventing the river's water from flowing through." After a brief glance at the dry well, Su Jie and Cui Xuanzi exchanged no words, both departing the courtyard simultaneously to swiftly survey the entirety of the Li family's estate. As experts in feng shui, they could ascertain the source of the issue with just a single glance. After some time, both Cui Xuanzi and Su Jie emerged, simultaneously questioning, "This is incorrect. There should not be only this one well. There must be another." Li Lanrong and several elders of the Li family were momentarily taken aback, shaking their heads in unison. "There is none, only this well." "Impossible," Su Jie retorted. "While this well is said to be the eye of the formation, it is actually a dragon's eye. Dragons cannot have just one eye, there should be a pair. In any true feng shui formation, it is fundamentally constructed upon a dragon vein. And the courtyard of the Longxi Li family is indeed situated atop a dragon's head, where two wells would represent the dragon's eyes. However, if one dragon eye is here, where is the other? The well's resurgence signifies the dragon's eye weeping, an ill omen of dire consequence." Li Lanrong was instantly bewildered. No one knew the flora and terrain of the Li residence better than she did. How could she not be aware of the number of wells within her home? If this well has sprung forth water, then surely if another exists, it would have done so as well. Aunt Yu suddenly interjected, "Isn't it strange that, indeed, that is the crux of the matter," Cui Xuanzi remarked, glancing towards the main hall. "What a mysterious situation. It is indeed challenging to unravel." Su Jie furrowed his brows, pondering, "One dragon eye? How could there be only one? This is highly irregular. Xuanzi, have you not nearly exhausted the feng shui texts of Kunlun? In your knowledge, has there ever been a feng shui formation with only a single dragon eye?" To which Cui Xuanzi, his face filled with astonishment, responded, "Indeed. There seems to have been such an occurrence once before." The eyes of the others instantly converged upon Cui Xuanzi. "To the best of my knowledge, there indeed once existed a one-eyed dragon affair, though it transpired quite some time ago." Cui Xuanzi's mind resembled an exaggeratedly capacious storage device. Rapidly sifting through the contents of his past recollections, El Wei of the Pre-Qin dynasty, known for his immense wealth that rivaled nations, is said to have met his demise due to the treachery of Lao Ai, resulting in the loss of his official position. However, according to the records of our Kunlun classics, El Wei's fortune may have stemmed from the favorable geomancy arranged by his master, Giguzi. The veracity of this tale is difficult to ascertain. Yet, 3 months prior to his suicide by poison, a dry well in his household unexpectedly gushed forth with water, teeming with fish and shrimp, seemingly related to this one-eyed dragon affair. Some assert that a promise existed between El Wei and Giguzi, which he failed to uphold, inciting Giguzi's wrath and severing his favorable feng shui. Subsequently, El Wei found his attempts at atonement too late. Within a mere 3 months, he lost both wealth and power, rendering him utterly helpless and thereby compelled to end his own life. Li Lanrong, upon hearing this, furrowed her brow and remarked, "Such historical anecdotes are often mere hearsay. They may not truly reflect reality." Cui Xuanzi, with utmost seriousness, replied, "Those accounts recorded in our Kunlun texts are likely to be authentic, perhaps with occasional inaccuracies. But that is not guaranteed." At this moment, within the terminal of Zhongchuan Airport, Xiao Chao, carrying a modest amount of luggage, walked while retrieving her phone. Upon activation, a cascade of message notifications erupted, ringing incessantly for nearly a minute. She briefly scanned the incoming numbers, noting that they were all from Li Menghan and Mao Qingshui. whose calls appeared to have been made with relentless frequency. Just as Mao Xiaoqiao finished reviewing the messages, a phone call came through. Upon answering, Mao Qingshui's urgent and irate voice burst forth. "Xiaoqiao, where have you been? Everyone's waiting for you, don't you know? I often tell you all that your happiness is paramount, yet in your moments of joy, you never consider whether I am happy. It seems you do not even seek my opinion. Marriage is a woman's greatest reliance and hope for the latter part of her life, yet in such a significant matter. No one has bothered to ask if I require support from that young master of the Shui family. You presume that your agreement should naturally extend to me as well. But that is not the case. Is it truly so difficult to discern my discontent?" Xiao Chao's brow furrowed as her voice revealed rare traces of annoyance and indignation. On the other end of the line, Mao Qingshui was taken aback, momentarily speechless. After a long pause, she finally responded, "What are you saying? Your father and I are merely looking out for your best interests. What kind of person is that young master of the Shui family? He is destined to take over the Qinghe Shui clan and will also assume leadership of Nenkunlun. What is wrong with such a match? Everything seems fine. Yet the sole issue lies in my feelings. I simply do not like him," Xiao Chao replied coolly. "This alone suffices as my reason for resistance. I do not require a man of extraordinary brilliance. I only seek companionship for the remainder of my life." With that, Xiao Chao hung up the phone, removed her SIM card, and casually discarded it into the nearby trash bin. Not every woman yearns to marry a domineering CEO. For instance, she believes that the more ordinary a man is, the better. In her view, an overly dazzling man is simply not suited for her. After all, the more radiant a man is, the busier he becomes. She prefers a man who has ample leisure time to accompany her in romantic pursuits. As Mao Xiaoqiao discarded her phone card and grabbed her suitcase to move forward, she coincidentally brushed past another woman. After their brief encounter, the woman halted a few steps ahead and turned to gaze thoughtfully at Mao Xiaoqiao's retreating figure. Sensing someone observing her from behind, Xiaoqiao also turned around. Their eyes met, and with a hint of hesitation, Xiaoqiao tilted her head slightly, inexplicably feeling a sense of familiarity from the woman's face. It seemed as though she had encountered this woman before, yet she could not recall where. Wang Dongji smiled and suddenly broke the silence. "Why are you looking at me like that? I feel as if I have seen you somewhere." Mao Xiaoqiao was momentarily baffled. She had always prided herself on her memory, as she could remember everyone and everything she had encountered. Yet, this woman left her with a vague impression. "Is there something familiar about your features?" Mao Xiaoqiao mused, to which she nodded and replied, "Indeed, there is something familiar." Wang Dongji chuckled and left her with a cryptic remark, "It is all fate." Confused and perplexed, Xiaoqiao furrowed her brow and murmured, "What fate do I have? Whose fate is it?" Meanwhile, at the Li family mansion in Longxi, Wang Dongji had just arrived. Inside, Su Jie and Cui Xuanzi were searching for another dragon eye, but had scoured the entire estate and inquired among all the Li family members and residents of Longxi. To no avail. They found no trace of the second dragon eye. There were numerous ancient wells in Longxi, at least a dozen still remaining, yet after inspecting each one, none revealed the presence of the elusive dragon eye, as if it had never existed. After their thorough search yielded no results, the group hurried to the Li family's mausoleum. Upon their arrival, they felt a heavy aura of negativity permeating the surroundings, causing the hearts of all Li family members to race with unease. An elder overseeing the cemetery greeted them, saying, "Lanrong, ever since I received your call, all the direct descendants' graves of the Li family have cracked open." Upon hearing the elder's words, Li Lanrong suddenly raised his foot and crushed a cockroach that had crawled onto it. The elder pointed to the ground and remarked, "These creatures are everywhere now." Inside the mausoleum, several small snakes, as thick as a thumb, coiled around the branches, while cockroaches and centipedes scurried about. And even a few large rats darted around, unafraid of human presence. The sight of snakes, insects, and rodents in the burial ground was an ominous sign, suggesting that the resting ancestors were disturbed, which could spell misfortune for the living descendants. Upon entering the mausoleum, Li Lanrong and his companions were met with the sight of several ancient graves that had developed cracks, with insects crawling in and out of the fissures. Instantly, all the members of the Li family were engulfed in a fury. "Are there worms crawling on your ancestors' remains? Aren't you infuriated?" "Nonsense, absolute nonsense," Li Lanrong exclaimed, her frustration palpable as she stomped her feet in anger, her lips trembling. Su Jie produced a feng shui compass, and instantly the needle began to spin wildly, rendering it nearly impossible to discern its direction. The magnetic field of the grave site was in utter disarray. The placement of ancestral graves holds significant implications for the descendants, directly influencing their fortunes and playing a crucial role in their destinies. Thus, the location of an ancestral grave is of paramount importance. Unlike modern practices, where ashes are often placed in funeral homes, failing even to achieve a proper burial, the concept of benefiting from ancestral blessings seems a distant reality, leaving individuals to rely solely on their own efforts to forge a path to success. Upon discovering the anomalies surrounding their ancestral grave, the Li family from Longxi was engulfed in rage, perceiving it as a direct threat to their lineage. Their animosity towards Wang Jingzhe ran deep, yet they failed to consider that it was their own family that had breached the agreement first. In their fury, Li Lanrong and Mao Qingshui lost their capacity for rational judgment, neglecting to ponder why a mere marriage contract would lead to such turmoil, culminating in the severing of ancestral ties. The engagement between Wang Jingzhe and Mao Xiaoqiao was evidently far more complex than it appeared. Regrettably, when emotions cloud judgment, clarity becomes elusive. The disruption of the ancestral grave and the ensuing chaos within the family's feng shui struck at the very heart of the Li clan. Old Su, is there any hope for resolving the issues surrounding the Li ancestral grave? Li Lanrong pressed, suppressing her fury. It is quite challenging, Su Jie replied, shaking his head. The damage to your ancestral grave does not stem from the burial site itself, as there are no discernible signs of tampering. Thus, discovering the source of this disturbance will require considerable effort and ingenuity. Suddenly, Cui Xuanzi recalled a previous remark made by Wang Jingzhe. If you can mend the disrupted feng shui, the South Kunlun will no longer be known as South Kunlun. Wang Jingzhe's words, though incomplete, hinted at a profound confidence that the Kunlun experts would be unable to remedy the feng shui plight of the Longxi Li family. Li Lanrong gritted her teeth, questioning, what can we possibly do? Su Jie remained silent for a moment before responding with resignation. The one who tied the knot must also be the one to untie it. Li Lanrong fell into silence. Cui Xuanzi leaned closer to Su Jie and murmured, Master, have you noticed something peculiar? What is it? Su Jie inquired. The feng shui arrangement of that one-eyed dragon from the Li family, along with the recent disturbances at the ancestral grave. Astonishingly, we at Kunlun have no relevant records on these feng shui issues. It is rather intriguing, isn't it? The saying that all feng shui originates from Kunlun now feels a tad embarrassing. Encountering a tricky feng shui conundrum is one thing, but to face two simultaneously is quite improbable. It feels as if we, the Kunlun experts, are mere elementary students confronted with a college entrance examination. Su Jie blinked in surprise, then furrowed his brow and asked, what are you implying? Cui Xuanzi's sharp intellect shone through as he adeptly unraveled the threads of unusual occurrences, piecing together a coherent narrative from seemingly disparate clues. It is said that the records of the geomantic formations within the Kunlun Mountains account for approximately 50 to 60% of the world's feng shui knowledge. Furthermore, some of the unrecorded formations have been lost or forgotten over the millennia, which could represent an additional 20 to 30%. As for the remaining enigmatic feng shui formations of Kunlun, where might they be? Cui Xuanzi, narrowing his eyes, articulated his thoughts with remarkable clarity. Master, I harbor a bold hypothesis, one that bears considerable likelihood. Su Jie fell silent, as Cui Xuanzi's words had almost illuminated a realization for him, causing his expression to shift to one of grave seriousness, his breathing becoming noticeably rapid. After a prolonged silence, Su Jie finally rubbed his hands together and inquired, do you truly believe the possibility is significant? Perhaps we are nearing the truth? It appears that the feng shui formations unknown even to us at Kunlun may only be the ones recorded in the Lianshan texts. For many years, there have been claims that the knowledge of Lianshan has not been entirely lost. It might still reside in the hands of certain individuals. For instance, during the Tang dynasty, when Li Chunfeng and Yuan Tiangang served as national advisors, there were speculations that they might possess knowledge of Lianshan or Guizhong. However, the reports of the disappearance of these two texts predate the Tang dynasty, raising the question of how Li Chunfeng and Yuan Tiangang could have understood them. Su Jie, astonished, remarked, if your supposition holds true, it implies that the disturbance of the Li family ancestral grave and their residence as feng shui is indeed related to Lianshan. Cui Xuanzi stated with resolute conviction, without a doubt, Wang Jingzhe must be aware of this. Su Jie, with caution, posed a question to Li Lanrong. Is it possible that the feng shui of your Longxi Li family originates from the hands of Yuan Tiangang or Li Chunfeng? The truth of this matter remains shrouded in mystery. However, since Longxi is the leased land of the Li family, it seems reasonable that the esteemed national advisors and masters of feng shui would have offered their expertise to them. Cui Xuanzi responded, if that is indeed the case, it becomes rather intriguing. There are times when human calculations fall short of the designs of fate. The lineage of Shi Dao has long safeguarded the secrets of Lianshan, Guizong, and Qimen Duanjia, yet perhaps even Wang Xianji could not have anticipated that the Li family's renouncement of this marriage alliance would embroil them in the turmoil of Nanquan, thereby alerting others to the imminent emergence of Lianshan or Guizong. Frankly, if other feng shui masters were to encounter these two challenging formations, they might not perceive any issues. Yet, Nankunlin possesses an exceptional insight, owing to the ancient adage that the essence of feng shui emanates from Kunlun. The Kunlun Mountains hold an abundance of feng shui formations, and it is indeed rare to find those not catalogued within this treasure trove. Thus, Cui Xuanzi and Su Jie swiftly deduced that Wang Jingzhe or his kin might indeed possess knowledge of the Lianshan text. Human calculations are no match for the whims of fate. Regardless of the prowess of the Shi Dao lineage, they cannot escape the myriad uncertainties brought about by coincidence. Su Jie squinted slightly and whispered, to untie the knot, one must seek the one who tied it. All present were astute individuals, seasoned by time, and this statement directly articulated the shared thought in their minds. Rather than laboring intensely to resolve this perplexing feng shui dilemma, why not summon the one who created the knot to unravel it? This would surely prove to be a simpler endeavor. The one capable of doing so is Wang Jingzhe, who is presently within the Li family estate. Wang Jingzhe remained steadfast, neither contemplating departure nor harboring intentions to leave. Even with the imminent threat of being besieged, he chose to stay, driven not only by the pride and self-respect inherent in the Shidoran, but also by a desire to discern the outcome of a confrontation with the southern Kunlun regarding the principles of feng shui. During his years away from home, Wang had engaged in few altercations, even when pursued by Bei Chuma Wuqiao. His reluctance stemmed from a wish to conceal his abilities and an eagerness to propose marriage. However, this time, urgency had dissipated, and he was unperturbed. It was evident that the art of feng shui need not solely rely on the contents of the Guizong, as the Shidoran possessed numerous pathways to navigate the intricacies of yin and yang. Regrettably, Wang Jingzhe's limited experience in worldly matters, his youth of merely 20-something years, had left him ill-prepared for the deductions made by Cui Xuanzi and Su Jie, who, leveraging the unique dragon eye and the feng shui anomalies surrounding the Li ancestral tomb, had unraveled certain truths. After a prolonged wait, Wang sensed an abrupt shift in the surrounding energies, akin to being ensnared within an invisible cage, devoid of bars or shackles. In simpler terms, he found himself trapped, unable to exit the main hall of the Li residence. Feng shui, one of the most enigmatic terms in Chinese culture, is often recognized solely in relation to domestic settings, with many unaware of its applicability in conflict. For instance, Zhuge Liang's 8-formation battle diagram from the Three Kingdoms exemplifies a feng shui array capable of multiplying one's combat efficacy, while the formidable 8 Gates Golden Lock formation once struck terror across the warring states. Thus, the concept of feng shui extends beyond prosperity. It can also dictate life and death amidst the clashing of swords. Upon realizing his confinement, Wang Jingzhe observed a group entering: Cui Xuanzi, Su Jie, Li Lanrong, Mao Qingshui, and Granny Yu, each bearing distinct expressions. Cui Xuanzi and Su Jie exhibited surprise and confusion, tinged with yearning, while Li Lanrong and Mao Qingshui radiated indignation and fury, their eyes ablaze with an intensity that seemed capable of incinerating him. How could you still be here? They mused, taken aback by Wang Jingzhe's composed demeanor as he sat unwaveringly in a chair. Why should I leave? Wang Jingzhe countered, his rhetorical question seemingly trivial. Li Lanrong, her face shadowed with displeasure, retorted, you have marred the feng shui of the Li family, disrupted our ancestral tomb, and you remain here, expecting that I would allow you to escape unscathed? Do not speak to me of the legal ramifications of murder. Here in Longxi, the Li family is countless in number. The local officials are all intertwined with the Li clan, and even if one were to perish within my abode, it would be but a whisper in the wind, disposed of in the way river to nourish the fish. leaving naught but a pile of unrecognizable bones. The depths of the Wei River conceal an incalculable number of corpses, both innocent souls drowned and those deliberately sunk beneath the surface. Wang Jingzhe tilted his head, speaking earnestly. All that you assert relies on one condition, that you possess sufficient power to retain me. Su Jie suddenly interjected. Is that not possible? Can you truly leave this place? Do you not grasp the gravity of your situation? The formation known as Tianjin 16, characterized by an external square and internal circle, serves to elevate the winds. Its configuration resembles the qi of the two instruments, trapping life within, sealing off the magnetic field of this area. It is said that even wandering spirits could not escape such a feng shui arrangement, purportedly employed by Zhong Kuei to capture ghosts. Clap, clap, clap. Cui Xuanzi chuckled. Applauding, what a spectacle. You have not moved from your seat, yet you discern your predicament so astutely. I was initially concerned that my deductions might lack reliability, but now my confidence has soared. Few understand the two instruments' formation outside of our southern Kunlun, yet you recognized it at a glance. I have a question I wish to pose, although I am uncertain if it is appropriate. Wang Jingzhe furrowed his brow. What is it? Cui Xuanzi squinted, stating, the art of feng shui, though ever-changing, remains rooted in the principles of the I Ching. Among the texts, it is the records in the Lianshan and Guizhong that are the most comprehensive. It is said that 70 to 80% of all feng shui knowledge derives from or evolves from these two texts. Am I incorrect in this assertion? Wang Jingzhe's expression remained unchanged as he replied instinctively. Zhong Kuei hails from the Zhongnan Mountains, a master of his time, and it is said that he took many disciples. His teachings appear to have persisted. Huh. Your response was rather swift, remarked Cui Xuanzi. Wang Jingzhe. Cui Xuanzi continued. Your reply was too rapid, and your reaction was misguided. If I were you, or anyone else, the most appropriate response upon hearing that question would be, what nonsense are you spouting? What do Lianshan and Guizhong have to do with me? Have you lost your mind? Those texts have been lost to time for countless years, and yet you presume I would understand them. But instead, you hastily attributed it to the master Zhong Kuei, avoiding any mention of Lianshan and Guizhong, which only serves to expose your intent. Quite frankly, it is a failure. Any seasoned negotiator would detect the subtle discrepancies in your defense. Su Jie, with a cold smirk, remarked, whether you acknowledge it or not matters little. We can always press you further later. I need not confirm anything, merely harbor suspicion. The world of martial arts knows no morality, only interests and desires. At this moment, Wang Jingzhe's demeanor shifted slightly. He had unwittingly stepped into a simple verbal trap, which was rather embarrassing. Yet, what could be done? A novice who has never triumphed in conversations with women, when faced with a seasoned practitioner like Cui Xuanzi, would be fortunate to survive more than 3 exchanges. For instance, during their acquaintance of over half a month. Every encounter with Mao Xiaoqiao left Wang Jingzhe at a loss for words, as she effortlessly silenced him with a single remark. Indeed, he is rather inept with words. Can you enlighten me on which particular text you are familiar with concerning Lianshan and Guizhong? Cui Xuanzi inquired, causing the atmosphere to grow tense and hurried for both Granny Yu and Su Jie, as if Wang Jingzhe had suddenly transformed into a treasure trove. With them standing at the threshold, Wang Jingzhe remained silent, his gaze sweeping over them with a calm demeanor. He remarked, but what significance does that hold? First, you must be able to keep me here. Wang Jingzhe continued, you need to ensure my presence remains. Cui Xuanzi countered, moreover, can you even make your exit? Following this brief exchange, a moment of silence ensued. As their eyes met, Wang Jingzhe suddenly sprang into action, not toward either of them, but darting directly towards the main hall's entrance. Upon emerging, he felt as if he had encountered an invisible barrier, a boundary set by the two instruments trapping life formation, which ensnared individuals within the feng shui array, rendering them as if imprisoned, unable to take flight even with wings. This was a technique employed by the celestial master Zhong Kuei to capture wandering spirits. Once outside, Wang Jingzhe pivoted abruptly, charging towards an ancient locust tree in the courtyard. As he approached, he swiftly drew a seemingly ordinary kitchen knife from his bag, leaping onto the tree trunk and soaring into the branches, where he brought the knife down decisively upon a branch that appeared quite unremarkable. With a resounding crack, the branch succumbed beneath the knife's edge. Su Jie furrowed his brow, exclaiming, indeed remarkable. He has swiftly identified the focal point of the formation. Every feng shui array hinges on the concepts of life and death doors. Entering the death door ensnares one in peril, while discovering the life door offers immediate salvation. Wang Jingzhe seemed intimately familiar with the two instruments trapping life formation, locating the life door in a flash and shattering the array with a single stroke. As Su Jie prepared to intervene further, Cui Xuanzi halted him, stating, "Master Uncle, this is a matter for the youth. I shall handle it. It is said that Nan Kunlun commands the world's feng shui, and if I cannot surpass him in this art, it would surely tarnish my reputation." "Very well, proceed. I shall support your endeavor." Su Jie acquiesced. After dismantling the two instruments trapping life formation, Wang Jingzhe did not rush to exit, but instead glanced back at Cui Xuanzi, eager to gauge the prowess of Nan Kunlun. Knowing full well that his opponent likely had further strategies in store, a feng shui master excels in the intricate interplay of formations, capable of layering multiple similar arrays. Even seemingly inconsequential adjustments can yield profound transformations. Indeed, Cui Xuanzi leisurely remarked, "The swiftness with which you dismantle the formation not only astonishes me, but also reaffirms my assertion. Apart from those from South Kunlun, who possess an intimate knowledge of the world's geomantic arrays, only those versed in the principles of Lianshan or Guizhong can accomplish such feats with ease." "And what of it?" Wang Jingzhe replied in a tone devoid of urgency. "Nothing much. Let us engage in a contest of skills," Cui Xuanzi suggested. Upon finishing his words, he casually lifted a chair and collected 2 teacups brimming with tea from the table. With a deft step, he traversed the 8 trigrams, placing the chair seemingly haphazardly on the ground. He then shifted 3 steps to the left to set down 1 teacup, advancing 3 feet further to place the other on the windowsill outside, as if he were merely discarding 3 commonplace items. Suddenly, a chilling breeze swept through the courtyard outside the main hall, altering the flow of energy. The 2 instruments gave rise to the 4 symbols, and in an instant, Cui Xuanzi transformed the 2 instruments' confinement array into the 4 symbols' confinement of spirits, a development stemming from the confinement array of the celestial master Zhong Kuei, passed down by the current leader of Kunlun Mountain. This array seldom manifests in the world, existing solely within the annals of Kunlun's texts. The 2 instruments' confinement ensnares wandering souls and wayward spirits, while the latter can entrap any living entity. Most importantly, Cui Xuanzi was certain that aside from their kin from South Kunlun, no outsiders had ever encountered this 4 symbols confinement of spirits. Indeed, despite his seemingly minor alterations, Wang Jingzhe's brow furrowed. Though it appeared that Cui merely executed a few casual gestures, the formation had undergone a significant transformation, no longer resembling the familiar 2 instruments array. "Would you care to test it once more?" Cui Xuanzi inquired. "Very well, I shall," Wang Jingzhe responded, his tone lacking the firmness he would have preferred. For this marked his true first encounter with a peer since leaving home. Had it been Wang Dongji instead, such a conversation would likely have earned him a disdainful glance from her. "You are unworthy to engage with me." After conversing with Cui Xuanzi, Wang Jingzhe took a step forward, not toward the chair and teacups, though they were the tools utilized to set the array. Dismantling the chair or shattering the cups would not suffice to breach the formation. The flow of energy had already solidified, and to break it, one must locate the critical point of the array. With furrowed brows, Wang Jingzhe wandered the courtyard, his mind racing to comprehend the transition from the 2 instruments to the 4 symbols, his lips quivering slightly as he murmured incantations. If one were to stand close enough, they would hear him reciting. The earth array takes 12 forms, square in shape. The clouds govern the 4 corners, scrutinizing below, inevitably inflicting harm. A single soldier charges forth, and no army can withstand. At that moment, having taken 81 steps, Wang Jingzhe's foot came upon an ordinary brick, roughly the size of a fist. He lifted his leg and kicked the brick, propelling it forward. With a swift motion, as the brick was sent flying, the teacup set down by Cui Xuanzi shattered with a sharp crack. Su Jie was momentarily taken aback, his expression grave, while Cui Xuanzi remained unfazed, as if he had anticipated that Wang Jingzhe could breach the formation so swiftly. A flicker of excitement and astonishment crossed his face, and he promptly resumed his contest of feng shui formations with Wang Jingzhe. This time, the two appeared as unparalleled masters from a martial arts novel, exchanging moves in a duel of wits. Cui Xuanzi stood a mere few meters away from Wang Jingzhe, swiftly altering his intricate feng shui array. Each time he crafted a formation, Wang Jingzhe promptly devised a countermeasure, their confrontation akin to two eminent Go players engaged in a silent yet perilous battle, fraught with tension and stakes. A single misstep could lead to a backlash for the one who set the formation, while the one unable to dismantle it could find themselves ensnared in danger. Gradually, Chui Xuance's breathing grew labored and erratic, his eyes reddened with strain. With each movement, his hands trembled slightly, a testament to the immense mental fortitude expended. Wang Jingzhe was not faring any better. Beads of sweat adorned his forehead and nose. His brows knitted tightly in concentration. Time slipped away unnoticed, as both men's steps grew increasingly unsteady, resembling frail elders leaning on canes, drained of energy and spirit. It was evident to any observer that within a brief moment, one of them was bound to fall, or perhaps both would collapse simultaneously. In this latest round of formations and counterformations, the frequency of their actions noticeably slowed, each strike punctuated by hesitation, their movements awkward and excruciatingly laborious. Granny Yu gazed at the two in astonishment, uncertainly remarking, "It seems Xuanze has already set 18 formations, and that fellow Wang has consecutively unraveled them? 19 formations." Su Jie replied gravely, "Such a rare occurrence in this world." The Kunlun texts recount that before Zhang Zia assisted King Wu in overthrowing Zhou to establish the Zhou dynasty, he laid down 28 feng shui formations in succession. This is the only recorded instance of such a feat. No one has equaled Zhang Zia's prowess since. Aside from a few exceptional feng shui masters like Huang Shigong, Zhuge Wuhou, and Giguzi, for centuries, no one has managed to lay down several formations in succession. Perhaps it was due to a lack of opportunity or necessity, or the sheer mental and physical toll required. Most importantly, who can harbor countless feng shui formations in their mind? Granny Yu sighed. Indeed, Kunlun Xuanze deserves the title of the most radiant star of southern Kunlun for centuries. Su Jie responded with pride. The great disciple of Kunlun is not merely a name of empty reputation. Just as their conversation concluded, the expressions of all present froze simultaneously. Indeed, Chui Xuanze shone brilliantly, yet this sudden emergence of the rustic youth Wang Jingzhe proved to be an equal adversary. Until now, their contest remained neck and neck, indistinguishable in prowess, suggesting that he too radiated with brilliance. As Wang Jingzhe and Chui Xuanze staggered, seemingly on the brink of collapse, a glimmer of determination flickered in Su Jie's eyes, overshadowed by a grim expression directed towards them. In the 20th formation, with one constructing and the other dismantling, both appeared to be at their limits, their gazes increasingly vacant. The depletion of their mental and physical reserves rendered them teetering on the edge of exhaustion. Chui Xuanze, gasping for breath, fixed a penetrating stare on Wang Jingzhe and declared, "One last move, you and I." Before Chui Xuanze could finish, Wang Jingzhe, engaged in dismantling the formation, suddenly gasped, and blood erupted from his mouth. A spurt of crimson splattered forth, prompting a violent cough that brought him to one knee, his leg giving way beneath him as his knee struck the ground. Stunned, Chui Xuanze turned in fury towards Su Jie, shouting, "Master, what are you doing?" Unbeknownst to them, Su Jie had positioned himself a mere 7 or 8 meters away from Wang Jingzhe. His presence disrupted the critical energy needed to break the formation, resulting in an immediate backlash against Wang Jingzhe. The shameless Wang Jingzhe wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Su Jie calmly addressed Chui Xuanze. "As the foremost disciple of Kunlun, you are destined to inherit the position of leader. Your duty lies in promoting the legacy of southern Kunlun, not in squandering your efforts in this endless and meaningless personal conflict. Should you be consumed by a backlash, it would be a grave loss for southern Kunlun. This stalemate has gone on long enough." With a sigh, Chui Xuanze replied, "Is this not a form of tempering? To enhance oneself through battle has always been the best method. Such opportunities are rare and precious. Master, by intervening, you are not aiding me, you are hindering me. I seek not victory or defeat, but a genuine confrontation." What a pity, what a loss. Su Jie, hands clasped behind his back, shook his head with indifference. "Your intentions may be noble, but the outcome is not what I desire. As your elder and a member of the Kunlun Council, my considerations are for the greater good. I seek victory, not for you to fall as he has." Wang Jingzhe scoffed, gritting his teeth. "Kunlun claims dominion over the world's fortunes. Yet it is merely a hollow reputation. What nonsense is this, that we should engage in such trivial matters?" Chui Xuance's face flushed with embarrassment, rendering him silent, while Su Jie nonchalantly continued, I have previously stated that the martial world is devoid of righteousness. It is driven solely by interests and desires. In the face of profit, what does it matter if I appear shameless? All that matters is the outcome. You have lost, and your endurance has waned. Kunlun can now seize you and obtain what we desire. Su Jie's words were harsh and unrepentant, yet they rang true. Conflict is defined by its victories and losses, and few truly care about the means employed. As the saying goes, 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands. It matters not how many hands I employ against you, for victory is all that counts. Su Jie gradually approached Wang Jingzhe and remarked, I have previously stated that your acknowledgement of understanding Lianshan or Guizong is of no consequence to me. I do not require your admission. Capturing you and interrogating you will suffice, correct? Wang Jingzhe cast a glance at him and then observed the visibly relieved Li Lanrong, Mao Qing Shui, and Granny Yu. Suddenly, he uttered a seemingly nonsensical statement. I have an elder sister. Su Jie was taken aback. I have an elder sister named Wang Dongji, and her temper is quite dreadful. Throughout our childhood, she frequently bullied me. If I dared to talk back or resist, she would likely slap me or give me a proper beating. Whenever I was lazy and reluctant to study, she would wield a broom to chastise me. I have lost count of how many brooms she has broken on me. Wang Jingzhe took a deep breath and continued. Despite her terrible temper and penchant for bullying me, she absolutely will not permit anyone else to do so. For instance, there was a time when I was being chased and bitten by a wild dog in the village. My sister kicked that dog to death in an instant. She declared that if anyone dared to lay a finger on me, she would sever that person's hand. After a moment of bewilderment, Su Jie frowned and said, What nonsense are you spouting? Wang Jingzhe replied earnestly, I am not speaking in jest. I am informing you that should you dare to bully me, my sister will not hesitate to storm Kunlun and overturn your grand hall, extinguishing the lineage of the Li family in Longxi. I am quite serious. Do not provoke me, for my sister will be most displeased. I have an elder sister, and if you bully me, she will ascend Kunlun Mountain to topple your grand hall. As he spoke, Wang Jingzhe resembled a child wronged and bullied, yet his demeanor was entirely earnest and resolute. Wang Dongji had raised Wang Jingzhe since childhood. This sister, only slightly older than him, was both a sibling and a mentor. Due to the inaction of their father, Wang Xianji, the responsibility of guiding Wang Jingzhe largely fell upon Wang Dongji. Wang Xianji had once lamented that it was a pity Wang Dongji was not a son, for if the legacy of the Shi Dao people were in her hands, she would undoubtedly surpass Wang Jingzhe by leaps and bounds, leaving him far behind. While Wang Jingzhe spoke with conviction, his words struck the ears of others as rather amusing, akin to a child who, having lost a fight, seeks solace from a parent. Su Jie regarded him with a mocking tone and said, Have you lost your wits? You speak of toppling our grand hall. Do you even know who the founding masters of Kunlun are? Are you aware of how many disciples reside on Kunlun Mountain? Do you know who the current sect leader is? And do you comprehend the number of individuals who have dared to provoke Kunlun over the years, only to find it exceedingly difficult to depart unscathed? Wang Jingzhe shook his head and replied, I do not know any of that, but I am certain that Wang Dongji will not spare you. Then let someone fetch you back from Kunlun Mountain. I would like to see who dares to wreak havoc in our southern Kunlun, Su Jie retorted coldly, stepping forward to restrain Wang Jingzhe. With a resounding bang, the door of the Li family mansion was suddenly kicked open from the outside before Su Jie could even touch Wang Jingzhe. A woman, devoid of any makeup yet possessing a serene countenance, stood at the threshold, her gaze fixed on Su Jie's outstretched hand as she declared, Should you dare to lay a finger on him, I shall sever one of your claws. If you touch him with both hands, you might as well learn to eat with your toes. Wang Jingzhe turned his head, and upon seeing Wang Dongji at the entrance, his heart ached, his eyes glistening with unshed tears as he called out, Sister. Wang Dongji suddenly smiled, and her previously cold expression transformed as if the warmth of spring had arrived overnight. Several pairs of eyes turned towards her, and while Wang Dongji may not possess an extraordinary beauty that could topple kingdoms, her presence evoked a multitude of poetic descriptions. One might liken her to a lotus, emerging untainted from muddy waters, or to a peony, resplendent and dazzling. Alternatively, she could be compared to a vibrant yet thorny rose, exuding a charm that was impossible to overlook, much like a celestial figure gracing the horizon. After being called out, Su Jie's outstretched hand froze momentarily, maintaining this position for several seconds before he resumed reaching for the exhausted Wang Jingzhe. A sudden glint of coldness flashed across Wang Dongji's face as she softly uttered, "You truly do not heed warnings. Do you truly believe that your Kunlun sect is the pinnacle of all mountains? Is it not? In my eyes, certainly not. You are merely a group of frogs confined to a well," she replied, gracefully advancing with a poised demeanor. However, as she entered, both Cui Xuanzi and Su Jia were taken aback. It must be noted that at this moment, the 21st array had yet to be breached. Those within could not exit, and those outside could not enter. How was it that Wang Dongji appeared to stroll in so effortlessly? Cui Xuanzi could hardly believe his eyes, finding her presence exceedingly peculiar. Yet he could not dismiss her strength. He believed that even if this woman had been cultivating since birth, she would not be able to throw him off by much. This was not a tale from a martial arts novel, where decades of internal power could be amassed in an instant through mystical means. Such notions were mere fabrications, fantasy that could not exist in reality. The art of feng shui draws upon the accumulation of knowledge and experience, relying on a wealth of understanding contained within one's heart. Hence, this woman was indeed strange, but not necessarily overwhelmingly powerful. This was the 8 directions wind and rain array, designed to lock down all 8 cardinal points, purportedly used in ancient times to imprison fierce beasts, though that was a fallacy, as such beasts were mere figments of imagination. It was simply a hunting trap utilized by ancient shamanistic tribes, which later evolved into a feng shui formation. My dear brother, did your sister not teach you that this so-called 8 directions wind and rain array is quite simple to dismantle? You merely need to grasp the positions of Kan and Kuan. Look at you. At your tender age, have you truly lived like a dog, allowing that claw to strike you? How unsightly. I merely inquired whether it was unclean. Wang Dongji spoke as she walked, and at that moment, Su Jie suddenly realized he was immobilized. Ah, it is indeed the case that when I taught you before, it was merely theoretical, devoid of practical application, which may render your execution somewhat cumbersome. Observe how your elder sister imparts this knowledge for practical use, Wang Dongji said, and without warning, she leapt forward, landing heavily less than 3 meters from Su Jie. With a loud thud, she left a profound footprint in her wake. Su Jie, stunned, shivered as his breath and body abruptly froze. This is indeed the critical juncture. That old man has employed a trick and concealed the critical point within the realm of death. Wang Dongji lifted her right foot, revealing an incantation paper for reasons unknown. Su Jie's complexion shifted dramatically. Knife. Wang Dongji beckoned with her finger, and the kitchen knife in Wang Jingzhi's hand suddenly soared towards her. With a delicate motion, she caught it. Amidst the astonished and bewildered expressions, she swiftly swung the knife towards the immobilized Su Jie. With a swift motion, the blade struck Su Jie's wrist. The tempestuous formations arise from the Lianshan. Do you not wish to know? I shall candidly reveal that this is indeed from Lianshan. I could further transform it into a 16-directional tempest, or even a 32-directional tempest, but alas, you lack the qualification for such an endeavor. Blood gushed from Su Jie's wrist, and his already pale face turned completely ashen. Clutching his bleeding wrist, he lowered his gaze to the severed hand on the ground, beads of cold sweat beginning to form on his forehead. Cui Xuanzi cried out in alarm, "Master Uncle." Wang Dongji replied nonchalantly, "I warned you that I would not indulge your recklessness by merely severing one hand. Do you wish to attempt touching my brother with your other paw? If so, I shall require you to experience the sensation of grasping chopsticks with your toes. At your age, engaging in sneak attacks on a junior, do you not fear being mocked for the cowardice of those from Kunlun Mountain? Did I not hear you speak of chivalry in the martial world? Now, as I take advantage of your misfortune to claim your life, does that not pertain to the chivalric code as well? Ultimately, when I cast you into the Weha River to feed the fish, you will merely become a pile of bones." Li Lanrong and Mao Qingshui's faces flushed crimson, while Wang Jingzhi stared in astonishment. "Sister, you arrived early? I have long seen your pitiful state." Wang Dongji shot him a glare. Cui Xuanzi took a deep breath and said, "Miss, let us acknowledge the truth. Whether you intend to kill or maim, please feel free. However, even if you malign Nan Kunlun, it still possesses a modicum of resilience." Wang Dongji turned, her voice laced with intrigue. "Is your resilience indeed so formidable?" "Fairly so." Cui Xuanzi nodded in affirmation. Wang Dongji smiled, brushed her hair back, and said lightly, "I have heard of you, the eldest disciple of South Kunlun. It is said that you are the most gifted and promising disciple on Kunlun Mountain in centuries, the designated successor to the next sect leader. Being able to dismantle over 20 formations consecutively with my brother is no small feat. Especially considering you accomplished this without understanding Lianshan and Guizong. That is quite remarkable. Cui Xuanzi humbly replied. In comparison to the lady, I seem to fall woefully short. With a laugh, Wang Dongji retorted, what do you have to compare with a mere woman? You can measure yourself against my brother later. She then turned back to Wang Jingzhe and remarked, the consequences you have woven for yourself are not something I should resolve. Wang Jingzhe nodded in agreement, affirming, indeed. That is true. Wang Dongji shot a glare at Su Jie, saying, why are you still lingering? Take your mangled paw and leave swiftly. If you tarry, you may miss your chance. Su Jie, filled with resentment, glared fiercely at Wang Dongji before bending down to pick up his severed hand. Awkwardly assisted by Cui Xuanzi as they made their way to the door. As they reached the entrance, Cui Xuanzi gazed intently at the stunning woman and said, as we part today, I hope you remember me as Cui Xuanzi of South Kunlun when we meet again. Wang Dongji nonchalantly waved her hand and replied, there are many men who wish to be remembered by me. You shall have to stand in line. Once Su Jie and Cui Xuanzi had departed, Wang Dongji turned towards Granny Yu of Tiandao Peak and said, you are of a certain age now. Granny Yu's expression fluctuated between various emotions before she finally sighed. She was not afraid of Wang Dongji. After all, Tiandao Peak on Fanjing Mountain is renowned as a library of the world's Taoist sects, harboring countless arcane arts. She was not concerned about losing face in confronting Wang Dongji. However, Granny Yu realized that today's proposed union had been thoroughly disrupted, leaving her with no reason to persist. Moreover, she had suddenly noticed that this young man, named Wang Jingzhe, seemed quite remarkable as well. Casting a glance at the two siblings, she left with a thought-provoking remark. When you have the opportunity, you are welcome to visit Fanjing Mountain. Once the Qinghe Cui family and Granny Yu had departed, only the Li family from Longxi remained in the courtyard, with Li Lanrong and Mao Qingshui wearing expressions of awkwardness. Wang Dongji appeared disinclined to engage with them, reaching out to support the nearly exhausted Wang Jingzhe, saying, why is there no joy or excitement on your face at seeing your sister? I fear you will hit me. What a coward. The siblings strode towards the courtyard gate when Li Lanrong suddenly mustered the courage to speak. May I inquire about the ancestral grave and feng shui of my Li family? Li Lanrong trembled in fear. The feng shui of the Li family had deteriorated, and the lineage had been severed, effectively cutting off their prospects. He was terrified of facing the spirits of his ancestors. Wang Jingzhe turned back and said, that is your own doing. I shall annul the engagement. Suddenly, Wang Dongji pinched Wang Jingzhe's cheek and, after telling him to be silent, turned back and spoke coolly. What is your Longxi Li family to me? I care not at all. You are merely the descendants of a fallen dynasty. Do not overestimate your worth. Even your esteemed ancestors have turned to dust. What does that signify? Entitled history, it urges you to swiftly remove the proud halo from your heads. This marriage contract pertains to your daughter alone and bears no connection to your Li family. As for your claims regarding the feng shui and ancestral grave, as long as the contract remains intact, there is nothing to worry about. It would be wise for you to reflect on your actions. When we next come to propose to the Li family, I hope you will adopt a different attitude. Li Lanrong spoke rapidly, but Lei has struck our ancestral hall and our ancestors' graves on the mountain. Wang Dongji scoffed. That was a marriage agreement set by my father. If you go back on it, you should naturally expect some punishment and lesson. I remind you that the commitment made by my Wang family is invaluable and cannot be altered. As for the marriage contract, unless my father explicitly nullifies it, it remains in effect. This stubborn boy's words carry no weight. Wang Jingzhe sulked. Sister, I don't want to marry anymore. Objections are futile. And you, silence your mouth, or I shall strike you. Wang Jingzhe promptly fell silent. The marriage contract was established over 20 years ago between Wang Xianji and the elder of the Li family. Unless Wang Xianji herself cancels it, it remains binding. Only someone with greater prowess than her may nullify it. Li Lanrong and Mao Qingshui could not resist, nor could Wang Dongji and Wang Jingzhe. Hence this contract persists despite the current uproar. This is destiny, also known as a prophetic utterance, unchangeable. After Wang Jingzhe and Wang Dongji departed, the Li family was engulfed in gloom, their spirits hanging by a thread. Subsequently, amidst this bleak atmosphere, someone inadvertently remarked, this young man of the Wang family seems rather admirable. People are, after all, quite realistic. On the Weha River, a fishing boat floated, carrying two-way river carp and a few side dishes. Wang Dongji lounged on the deck, casually picking up chopsticks to sample a piece of fish. Is this the legendary Wei River carp? Its taste is decent, but I find the flavor of the yellow river carp to be more exquisite. The boatman chuckled, Miss. The Weiha is a tributary of the Yellow River. Strictly speaking, the carps in both rivers belong to the same species, and the water quality is quite similar. Hence the taste is not markedly different. Wang Dongji replied coolly, the Yellow River claims so many lives each year, far more than the Weiha. Can their flavors truly be the same? Wang Jingzhe, who had just taken a bite of fish, froze, feeling a churn in her stomach. Wang Dongji's comment had completely dampened her appetite for the otherwise delicious carp. Sister, what brings you to Longxi? Wang Dongji casually retrieved a scroll of scripture from her person and tossed it over. This is the Ma Wai Na Sutra I procured from the Shaojiao temple for you. It is employed by the living Buddhas to solidify the 3 souls and 7 spirits during the process of reincarnation. By chance, you have encountered the 3rd generation of the debt collecting class. This scripture will serve you well. While it may not alter your unfortunate fate, it can certainly embellish your existence. Take your time to study it, as I must return it to those lamas after you finish reading. Do not misplace it. Wang Dongji's words were nonchalant. Yet Wang Jingzhe could hardly believe that merely requesting this scroll from Shaojiao Temple would grant her access to such a treasure, which must be considered a sacred relic of the temple. It was unlikely that a simple plea would suffice. Even offering a precious item in exchange might not yield it. Undoubtedly, there was a complex process involved, yet she chose to remain silent about it. Wang Jingzhe could easily infer that Wang Dongji had gone to great lengths to acquire it. Born as a sister, Wang Dongji. Sister, why must both you and father insist that I marry the eldest daughter of the Longxili family? Is there no possibility of breaking off the engagement? Wang Jingzhe inquired. Her curiosity piqued about her betrothal, without uttering any words of gratitude or appreciation. It is undoubtedly beneficial for you. The eldest daughter of the Longxili family possesses a precious fate. By uniting with her, you will both rely on one another for support, and you shall benefit from her fortunate destiny. As a member of the debt-collecting class, you are bound to face divine retribution every 3 generations. However, there are ways to mitigate this. This marriage arrangement was specifically orchestrated by Father. You may not comprehend my words now, but you will understand when you eventually wed her. Otherwise, why would the Wang family of Chaoga actively seek a marriage alliance? The Li family is not worthy or deserving. This is a well-prepared strategy. So do not entertain thoughts of breaking the engagement. It is your destiny, as well as hers. Wang Jingzhe fell silent for a moment before responding. But what if I do not like her? What relevance does that hold? Wang Dongji replied, as if it were self-evident. Wang Jingzhe spoke earnestly. An engagement signifies marriage. I must build a home with her and potentially have children. We will live together for a lifetime. In such circumstances, if I do not like her, or she does not like me, does that not doom both our futures? What relevance does that hold? Wang Jingzhe paused once more, and a young woman's visage suddenly flashed in his mind. He turned to gaze at the river, saying, but what if I have someone I truly adore? What relevance does that hold? Wang Dongji poked Wang Jingzhe's forehead with her finger. You can marry the Li girl and simultaneously cherish your beloved outside of that union. It's a win-win situation, is it not? Wang Jingzhe remained silent. Wang Dongji sighed, adopting an unusually serious tone as she addressed him. You claim to have someone you cherish and wish to be with. Very well, let us suppose she is equally willing to be with you. However, under such circumstances, do you not need to ensure your own survival? If you cannot even steer your own destiny, how can you speak of growing old together with the one you love? If you do not marry the Li girl and instead choose to be with that woman, and you meet an untimely demise at 30, would you not leave her to live as a widow? Tell me, is this love or a form of harm? If you were to have a child, wouldn't that leave them to struggle as an orphan? If I were that woman, I would be devastated or consumed by hatred. Wang Jingzhe gazed blankly at the surface of the water, his mind a tumult of thoughts, utterly shattered by a single remark from Wang Dongji. He then contemplated how rare it is for everything to align perfectly in this world. How wonderful it would be if the esteemed Miss Li were indeed the gentle maiden. Xiao Xiao. Alas, reality is invariably cruel. Putting aside other thoughts, he decided to focus on the matter of courtship. After a time, he would need to proceed with his proposal. Wang Jingzhe suddenly raised his head and declared, I wish to visit Chang'an. Xiao Xiao had mentioned that the husband of the ghost in embroidered shoes was said to be buried in Chang'an. Wang Dongji waved her hand dismissively. Go wherever you please. It is of no concern to me. Sister, where will you go next? That is none of your business. I am quite busy, Wang Dongji replied with a sudden smile. However, there is something I must remind you of. What is it? At present, you are akin to a piece of Tang Seng's flesh. Once the people from Kunlun return, news of your connection to Lianshan or Guizhong will inevitably leak. Consequently, as you traverse the world, there will surely be those who wish to take a bite out of you. Thus, you must exercise caution. Wang Jingzhe paused, then queried, aren't you in the same predicament? Wang Dongji looked at him with an expression of incredulity. Are you foolish? Am I a pig? Why should I be afraid? How amusing. I can only hope they do not cross paths with me when my temper flares. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire. Wang Jingzhe pondered her words and realized she was correct. If someone sought to consume Tang Seng's flesh and encountered Wang Dongji, she would not be the immortal Tang monk. She would be the great sage, Sun Wukong. And the one weeping would surely be on the other side. My dear brother, it would be wise to exercise caution, Wang Dongji advised earnestly. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, stirring a wave among the sects of the Xianmen, Maoshan, and Tianshi, causing those who heard it to tremble with anticipation. Whispers spread that the texts of Lianshan and Guizhong had emerged, and someone had mastered the techniques within, providing concrete examples. This wind undoubtedly blew from the southern Kunlun. Some may wonder why the Xianmen sects, upon learning of this, remained silent, while the southern Kunlun chose to release this revelation, which seems illogical. Surely they understand the principle of 3 monks having no water to drink? Chui Xuanzi remarked, this large cake is clearly beyond our capacity to consume alone. We cannot contend with Wang Dongji's display of strength. Therefore, since we cannot eat this cake by ourselves, why not invite others to partake? Although we may receive a smaller portion, it is still better than being left with nothing. The wise never lament over what they cannot possess. Instead, they strive to reach out and grasp it. Chui Xuanzi's assertions garnered unanimous approval from all corners of Kunlun. After deliberation, they concluded that the information should be disseminated, inviting all those interested in Lianshan and Guizhong to converge, uniting their efforts to extract these treasures from Wang Dongji and Wang Jingzhe. Thus, as Wang Dongji aptly remarked, Wang Jingzhe must exercise caution. He has become the coveted prize, akin to the flesh of Tang's son, while I, his sister, embody the white-boned spirit. Though they may hesitate to provoke me, you remain a target. Indeed, following the announcement, many individuals swiftly took action. In the capital, at a certain location, Tianyi, Susu, and their esteemed elders gathered, their expressions grave. The news that had spread was exceedingly vexing for them. It seems our agreement with Wang Jingzhe has turned into mere empty words, sighed Tianyi. What was once a secret known only to us is now common knowledge. What shall we do? Susu clenched her small fist and exclaimed, this is utterly infuriating. The elder and the second elder exchanged glances, refraining from comment, as both appeared to be engrossed in some hidden calculations. The headquarters of the Xianmen had already issued a summons to convene regarding this matter. The 5 branches of the Xianmen, mountain, medicine, fate, and divination, had traditionally operated independently, refraining from interference. Nevertheless, these 5 branches stemmed from the Xianmen and were subject to its overarching authority, which, while lacking direct jurisdiction over the branches, could gather them for collective deliberation in times of significance. This time, the convocation of the 5 branches was prompted by the emergence of Lianshan and Guizhong. The intent of the headquarters was clear. They aimed to pursue Wang Jingzhe, just as others were inclined to do. It was evident that such a substantial temptation would stir the Xuanmen's interest. Thus, the pressing question before us is whether we should advance or retreat alongside the Xianmen. Pondered the second elder with a furrowed brow. What are your thoughts? Queried the elder. I believe we should certainly align ourselves with the headquarters, replied the elder. Our 5 branches have always moved in concert, and while we have previously engaged with Wang Jingzhe, his promises remain merely verbal commitments. There were indications that some were inclined to follow the crowd. Would that not place us in opposition to that young man? Susu frowned, adding, we would be reneging on our word. Once spoken, a promise cannot be retracted without consequence. For us, commitments are not mere trifles. Profit is paramount. Sighed Tianyi. Following the headquarters is undoubtedly prudent, but I contend that since we initially reached an agreement with the other party, we should not hastily alter our course. After all, when competing with so many for a single morsel, how much we might ultimately secure remains uncertain. However, adhering to our prior accord may yield greater rewards. But what if Wang Jingzhe is snatched away by others first? A pack of hungry wolves is currently eyeing him, countered the second elder. The master tapped the table and spoke. Let us refrain from quarreling for now. We shall investigate the main hall first before deliberating further. However, for the time being, let us not antagonize Wang Jingzhe. We will observe the unfolding events. Meanwhile, in Yongcheng, the northern faction gathered, with Wu Qiao standing with his hands clasped behind his back, listening to the heated debate behind him. It seems without a doubt that it is that woman. We pursued her from the capital to Yongcheng, only to find she has fled to Longxi, and now she has gotten embroiled in a dispute with the southern Kunlun people? Huh. Indeed, she is a restless spirit, causing us no small amount of trouble. Approximately a month ago, members of the northern faction encountered Wang Dongji in Yongcheng, leading to a clash over a certain matter. The outcome was that Wang Dongji swiftly incapacitated them all and departed gracefully. However, the northern faction had some formidable individuals during their confrontation with Wang Dongji. They forced her to exert all her skills to escape, nearly being overwhelmed before she resorted to her most secret techniques to break free, inadvertently revealing her true capabilities. Thus, Wu Qiao hurriedly brought his men over. This woman has a brother? According to reports from the Kunlun faction, it seems his prowess in geomancy is quite remarkable. What lineage do these siblings hail from, that even the mountain and return to the hidden arts are in their possession? What does their background matter? As long as we have an opportunity? What opportunity? Wu Qiao turned back, frowning. Upon his inquiry, the few who had been speaking paused momentarily, then one ventured, robbery. Isn't it? Everyone desires valuable items. If we can't obtain them, we shall simply take them. Haha. Those from the north inherently possess a touch of brigand spirit. Wu Qiao cast a glance at them, speaking with indifference. Do you think the southern Kunlun faction are fools? They don't seem particularly foolish, right? It is said that the foremost disciple from southern Kunlun, Cui Xuanzi, is quite talented and is about to assume leadership of this generation of Kunlun. Wu Qiao retorted. If he is so clever, why would he allow this information to leak? Are you not curious? Unless the southern Kunlun members are a bunch of simpletons, it would be foolish to forego such a significant advantage and indiscriminately share the news. If you were aware of a gold mine, would you invite outsiders to join you in digging? Is this a contest for moral excellence? Wu Qiao's words rendered the others silent. None were foolish enough not to realize that the actions of southern Kunlun were laden with profound implications. Old Qiao, what do you mean? Wu Qiao replied. Unless southern Kunlun regards this as a tough nut to crack, I truly cannot fathom why they would choose not to monopolize it. That woman whom you have faced, can someone who can so easily gain the upper hand over you be underestimated? Moreover, has no one noticed that both opponents are merely in their 20s? To possess such skills at that age could hardly be attributed solely to natural talent. If not, it suggests that their mentors or elders hold significant influence. Even if we can bully these two youngsters, can you guarantee that the elders behind Wang Jingzhe and Wang Dongji will remain uninvolved? It is the nature of many to protect their own. After Wu Qiao finished speaking, the expressions of the individuals accompanying Bei Chu Ma grew solemn, sensing the profound truth in his words, as if he had immediately hit the nail on the head. While Wang Jingzhe and the others had not encountered her, Wang Dongji had. A delicate young lady capable of overshadowing them must surely be backed by someone extraordinarily formidable, perhaps even more than one. Surely, we cannot remain passive observers in such a situation. With so many responding to the winds of change, should we, as practitioners, merely stand by? After contemplating for a moment, Wu Qiao remarked, let us observe the developments. Sometimes, an enemy may not always remain an enemy, and a friend may not be a true ally. At the Longxi train station, after parting ways with Wang Dongji on the banks of the Wei River, Wang Jingzhe purchased a ticket to Chang'an. A peculiar feeling compelled him to believe that the young girl, clad in embroidered shoes, had also set her sights on Chang'an. Time is a tormenting concept, aptly encapsulated by the sentiment that absence makes the heart grow fonder. Following the flow of passengers, he passed through the ticket gate and boarded the train. After stowing his belongings, he settled into a window seat. Not long after, an elderly man, frail and burdened with shabby luggage, took the seat beside him. Clad in faded workman's attire, his clothes marred with dirt, the old man deliberately maintained a distance, seemingly to avoid soiling Wang Jingzhe's belongings. Wang Jingzhe studied the old man, noting not only his emaciated frame, but also the sickly pallor of his face. with dark circles under his eyes and a persistent shadow of blackness on his forehead, an indication of severe illness. The man's appearance suggested he had been besieged by a grave ailment, and without medical intervention, he might not endure much longer. After settling in, the old man retrieved a bottle of water and a dry, hard bun from his bag, beginning to eat. However, perhaps due to his haste, he soon erupted into a violent coughing fit, scattering crumbs everywhere, much to the distaste of a nearby passenger. The old man quickly offered an apologetic smile, his hands rough and calloused as he attempted to tidy up. Wang Jingzhe observed him quietly and gently advised, "Sir, if you feel unwell, it would be wise to seek medical attention." He refrained from bluntly stating the evident severity of the old man's condition. After all, a skilled observer can discern many truths, yet some should remain unspoken. Each day, countless individuals confront the specter of death, and those with the gift of insight are not omnipotent saviors. They cannot simply linger in public spaces offering prophecies. The world operates on cycles. When one's time comes, clinging to life becomes futile. The old man reacted minimally to Wang Jingzhe's words, responding with a seemingly ordinary, yet deeply bitter statement. "I usually endure minor ailments, and for serious ones, I simply await death." Wang Jingzhe, perplexed, inquired, "Why is that?" The old man lifted his head to drink from his water bottle and replied, "Because I have no money. Every day, countless individuals languish in despair due to financial constraints. This elderly man has evidently come to terms with his physical ailments, as he candidly expressed. I typically endure minor illnesses while awaiting the inevitable arrival of a major one, for I lack the funds for treatment." However, Wang Jingzhe discerned no trace of regret, helplessness, or desolation on the man's face. He was just an ordinary soul, existing at the very bottom of society. Yet one would expect a human to possess a desire to survive. Wang Jingzhe found it astonishing that this man seemed devoid of any will to live. Wang Jingzhe, a person driven by the instinct for survival, was tirelessly grappling with the fate that accompanied his role as a debtor. It is better to seek help than to remain passive. Perhaps, beyond financial reasons, there exist alternative methods for healing, he gently advised. The elderly man chuckled, setting down the bottle he held, and remarked, "Having lived a long life, married, raised children, and enjoyed prosperity in my youth, I have also faced the hardships of old age. I have experienced all that life has to offer. Therefore, whether I live or die is of little consequence to me. After all, death is inevitable. Why should I strive for just a few more days of life?" Wang Jingzhe was taken aback by the seemingly ordinary yet profoundly philosophical words emanating from such a person. Particularly striking was the final thought, "Why should I contend for just a few more days of life?" This prompted Wang Jingzhe to reflect. Why should I fight for a few more years of life? The essence of the elder's message was clear. I have savored the pleasures and endured the trials of life. Existence is fundamentally simple. Living well constitutes a lifetime, while merely existing also spans a lifetime. In that moment of clarity, Wang Jingzhe contemplated what experiences he had yet to embrace, what pleasures he had yet to enjoy. If death awaited him regardless, he resolved to seize the opportunity to fully experience all that life had to offer. For instance, love? At that juncture, the source of his sudden yearning to visit Chang'an became evident. "Thank you." Wang Jingzhe suddenly turned to the elderly man and expressed his gratitude. The man was momentarily taken aback, evidently unaware that their conversation had imparted such enlightenment to Wang Jingzhe. That simple thank you allowed Wang Jingzhe to relinquish much of his burden. A few hours later, the train arrived in Chang'an. Upon gazing at the sky above the ancient capital, a city that had witnessed 13 dynasties, Wang Jingzhe felt the profound aura of imperial history enveloping him. This city exuded an air of grandeur. The talented scholars of the south, the generals of the north, and the loamy earth of Chang'an cradle the emperors. In the eastern outskirts of Chang'an lay an expanse of desolate land. This area, part of the suburban district of Chang'an, was a site awaiting development. In recent years, the government had vigorously pursued real estate development, adopting a policy of encircling rural areas with urban expansion. This territory, once an uninhabited wilderness, was not far from the city. Logically, even if factories could not be erected, at least agriculture could thrive. It seemed a pity for such land to remain fallow. However, the elder residents of Chang'an are well aware that this place is far from peaceful or clean. When the elderly speak of it in such a manner, it can only imply one thing. There may be something sinister lurking here. It is said that around 1995, a Taiwanese businessman came to Chang'an to invest, and he set his sights on the vast expanse of land in the eastern suburbs. After negotiations with the authorities, he swiftly acquired the land and, come spring, commenced construction of a factory. Not long after the materials were delivered and the laborers began to settle in, an unusual incident occurred in the second week of excavation. While digging the foundation, the workers unexpectedly unearthed a disarray of white bones at a depth of approximately 3 to 4 meters. This discovery startled the laborers, prompting the construction team to swiftly alert the authorities. Upon arrival, the police cordoned off the site and unearthed the pile of bones, which were determined to be around 5 or 6 skeletons. Notably, some of these remains exhibited clear signs of knife and gunshot wounds. Following thorough investigation and forensic examination, the police concluded that these bones dated back several decades, having been buried underground long before the establishment of the state. It was tentatively theorized that they were remnants of the tumultuous past, a time when lives were so carelessly discarded amid chaos. Since this was a historical matter rather than a criminal case, the incident was soon forgotten and construction resumed. However, just a day later, another mishap occurred during the foundation work. A laborer unearthed a tattered mat, which surprisingly contained a well-preserved corpse. Even more astonishing was the fact that the body showed no signs of decay and was clad in antiquated, threadbare clothing. The discovery of this corpse sent shockwaves through the workers, and when the police arrived, they were equally bewildered. While the unearthing of bones could be explained, the emergence of a complete body was a far more serious matter, and its remarkable preservation allowed for a clear view of its visage. Elderly locals from the nearby eastern suburbs gathered to witness the spectacle and recounted that this area had once been a graveyard, where remnants of several tombs could still be faintly discerned. For reasons unknown, those tombs had vanished, yet locals would not dare traverse this area after dark. After this, the story fell silent. The Taiwanese investor withdrew his capital and departed without a trace, leaving the construction site abandoned, which soon reverted to a desolate wasteland. However, it was reported that on the third night following the discovery of the corpse, a group appeared to seal off the area, and later that night, flames erupted, burning for an extended period, accompanied by a pungent odor of charred remains. When daylight broke, some daring individuals ventured forth to find that a patch of earth had turned a deep black, and the surrounding wild grass had been completely incinerated. This was the very spot where the body wrapped in the mat had been unearthed. 2 decades have passed, and this location remains forsaken. Even as Chang'an and its vicinity have been developed, this particular site inexplicably remains untouched and neglected. That night, around 9 o'clock, a vehicle approached the wild outskirts of the eastern suburbs. 3 individuals emerged from the car, their heads wrapped in cloth and dressed in traditional garments. Among them, one appeared to be quite elderly, while the other 2, likely in their 40s, had dark complexions and were not particularly tall. After disembarking, 2 of them opened the trunk and began retrieving tools, while the elder walked straight into the heart of the wilderness. He squatted down, casually sifting through the dirt beneath his hands. Moments later, he uncovered a patch of scorched earth, as if it had once been charred by fire. Sighing, he remarked without lifting his gaze, "It is unfortunate that the body is gone. It was burned immediately after being exhumed, and we had no time to take it away. Such a waste, Uncle Dongon. Is everything else all right?" The 2 men approached with shovels in hand to inquire. Uncle Dongon shook his head and replied, "It's fine. Since then, no one has come to this place. It is buried deep, and it won't be easily discovered. Point out the location. You should dig quickly so we can leave tonight." "Very well, Uncle Dongon, we shall retrieve the body." Retrieving a body, a term both professional and obscure, was said to be a practice of the ancient witch tribes of Xiangxi, who would nurture corpses in a place rich with yin energy, waiting until they had matured before excavating them for transport. This practice greatly differs from the transportation of corpses in Xiangxi, which merely returns the deceased who died away from home to their native burial grounds. Alongside the gu poison and the women of Luohua Cave, collectively known as the 3 evils of Xiangxi, the nurturing of corpses, however, is an ancient sorcery passed down from the Miao people of Xiangxi. Nurturers would specifically seek out certain corpses to cultivate underground, and when the bodies had taken form, they would be exhumed anew. Upon excavation, these corpses often retained their original appearance, showing no signs of decay. Their flesh was intact, and even their hair, teeth, and pores were distinctly visible, with skin that appeared only slightly relaxed as if they had just recently passed. There were once two renowned sites for nurturing corpses in the country. One was the Yangon Nurturing Ground in Minnan, and the other was Fuxian Lake in Yushi, where it was said that numerous corpses stood beneath the water, swaying with the currents as if still alive and walking beneath the surface. However, as these locations became known to the public, they gradually fell into disrepair and have effectively ceased to exist today. As for the reasons behind nurturing corpses, outsiders remain oblivious. Only the ancient shamans of the Miao tribes in Xiangxi are privy to this ancestral secret, which is not meant for the ears of outsiders. Beneath the pitch-black night sky, shovels turned over the earth, and before long, the two individuals had excavated a pit some 4 to 5 meters deep. Subsequently, a decayed and worn coffin was unearthed, exuding a foul odor of rot. The dilapidated coffin crumbled upon contact, clearly having deteriorated due to moisture. Two middle-aged men, wielding a crowbar, leapt into the pit. They each took hold of an end of the coffin, prying the lid open. Inside lay a corpse, remarkably preserved despite the coffin's decayed and warped state, as if the deceased were merely in a deep slumber. Between the rows of teeth in the corpse's mouth rested a piece of jade, now tarnished, and a yellow talisman was affixed to its forehead. With solemnity, Uncle Donggon ignited 3 long incense sticks, raising them above his head in reverent tribute to the body. Murmuring obscure ancient Miao incantations, "Great God, Zhu roam from afar, please bestow upon your devotee the power of the shaman." The two men set down their crowbar, bending to perform a ritual dance around the coffin. As Uncle Donggon's recitation of Miao phrases quickened, a chilling wind swept through the desolate fields, causing the talisman on the corpse's forehead to flutter away. In an instant, the corpse's eyes snapped open, revealing a vacant gaze devoid of any emotion. As a wisp of dark mist slowly escaped from its nostrils, the Miao people, who revere the spirits of the dead, believe that the soul lingers after death. They do not subscribe to the notion that death equates to complete oblivion. The corpse suddenly sat upright in the coffin, its legs unbending, and with the agility of a wooden post, it sprang from the 4-meter-deep grave, standing motionless. "Quickly now, we must summon the second body before the midnight hour. We need to enter the mountains post-haste," urged Uncle Donggon. After several minutes, the 3 men excavated another deep pit nearby, revealing a straw mat that encased yet another well-preserved corpse. An hour later, they had unearthed a total of 5 bodies, all intact, standing side by side with heads bowed, arms hanging, and legs together. The jade held in the mouths of the corpses served to anchor their souls, ensuring that the spirits remained tethered to their earthly vessels. This created the illusion that, although the bodies were deceased, they still possessed a semblance of life. One of the men produced a long red string, tying the middle fingers of the 5 corpses together before securing it to himself at the front. "Wenhua, light the lantern and prepare to lead the way," Uncle Donggon quietly instructed. Wenhua retrieved a lantern from the vehicle, igniting it to emit an eerie, spectral flame, suffused with an unsettling aura. With a soft jingle, Uncle Donggon shook a bell in his hand. As its clear sound resonated, the corpses abruptly lifted their heads, their hollow eyes fixated ahead. "We are ready to summon the spirits," Uncle Dong suddenly exclaimed, taking a few steps forward. The middle-aged man, gripping the red string, followed suit, and the 5 corpses sprang to life in unison, trailing closely behind them. In the vast expanse of the eastern outskirts, only a sprinkle of starlight graced the darkened surroundings. The once tranquil night sky was suddenly pierced by the rhythmic sound of footsteps, accompanied by 5 leaping corpses. Should the scene be witnessed, it would surely send shivers down the spine. Before dawn, Donggon and his 2 companions intended to transport the bodies into the nearby forest, lest they be discovered. Their strategy was to travel by night and rest during the day, for the sun's harsh rays could provoke a transformation in the corpses, rendering them uncontrollable. At that moment, an unexpected figure appeared at the edge of the field, a petite woman with long hair, dressed in a flowing gown. Upon entering the field, she chanced upon the sight of Donggon and his companions guiding the corpses. She furrowed her brow slightly. "Is that a corpse transport team?" murmured Mao Xiaoqiao, who then paid no further heed, instead retrieving a pair of embroidered shoes from her bag and placing them on the ground. The tradition of corpse transporting in Xiangxi has endured for centuries, not merely a fabrication of films and novels. In the regions of Yunnan and Guizhou, the practitioners of this craft have never ceased their work, while in Longxi, through careful calculation and inquiry, Mao Xiaoqiao had discerned that the husband of the ghost bound to the embroidered shoes was buried near Chang'an. After departing from Longxi, she journeyed directly to Chang'an and subsequently found her way to the eastern outskirts, fairly certain that the deceased had been interred there. As the embroidered shoes rested on the ground, the female ghost emerged gracefully. Mao Xiaoqiao spoke softly. Your husband should be buried nearby. Given your marital bond, you are, in essence, family. As long as his body remains intact and has not been reduced to ashes, you should be able to sense his resting place. I will ensure you are laid to rest together, fulfilling the promise I made to you. Overcome with gratitude, the ghost expressed her thanks and bowed to Mao Xiaoqiao. However, she suddenly stiffened and turned her gaze toward the 5 corpses being guided by Dong Gan and his companions. With a piercing scream, the once beautiful visage of the ghost contorted into a terrifying snarl, and she swiftly darted toward them. Mao Xiaoqiao, taken aback, shook her head in disbelief. Surely, it cannot be this coincidental? At that moment, the notion of coincidence was moot. It was evident that the ghost's husband was among the corpses being transported, igniting her rage. The primary reason for her fury lay in the fact that, although her husband had passed, his 3 souls and 7 spirits remained trapped within the body, preventing his soul from entering the underworld, thus binding him in eternal confinement. The ghost's anguished wail reached Dong Gan and his companions, who turned to see her rushing toward them, their brows furrowing in concern. Notably, the second corpse began to leap uncontrollably before crashing to the ground, trembling slightly. Observing this, Wenhua hastily produced a talisman and slapped it onto the corpse's forehead, then swiftly inscribed a series of runes upon the paper, causing the body to gradually settle down. In the eyes of ordinary people, malevolent spirits are often depicted as grotesque and terrifying, bearing fangs and oozing blood from their orifices. However, what they fail to realize is that the expressions of these apparitions bear a striking resemblance to those of humans, most of the time. Their fearsome fade is merely a ruse to instill terror. They too experience the full spectrum of emotions. The ghost of a woman in embroidered shoes flitted anxiously, her eyes brimming with dread and fury, before suddenly collapsing at the feet of a second corpse. This body belonged to a young man, likely in his 20s, who in life may have possessed an appealing visage, but in death appeared pallid and devoid of color. A stream of blood tears cascaded from the ghost's eyes, dissipating into mist as it vanished. A woman's tears are often born of deep emotions. In that moment of reunion, it was neither a separation by realms nor a divergence of paths, nor was it the span of a century that divided them. Rather, I stood beside you. Yet you could never reach me again. Alang, do you recall the words you spoke to me when you were conscripted? The ghost murmured softly while cradling the feet of the lifeless body. The maiden travels north, and Alang journeys south. In this life, we part ways, never to disturb one another again. I hope, dear Chuier, that you will take care of yourself, encounter a noble soul, and find joy and warmth in your remaining days. The ghost, named Qin Chuier, reminisced about her childhood sweetheart, Alang, who was taken away to serve in the military. His parting words conveyed that their separation might be eternal as he faced the unknown on the battlefield, urging her to seek another companion and live a carefree life. Alang's body trembled slightly, the talisman affixed to his forehead, fluttering momentarily, yet remaining steadfast. How curious, Donggan remarked, observing the scene. His spirit is clearly sealed, yet it stirs with such vigor. It seems this woman has deeply moved him. However, let us not jeopardize my plans. We have nurtured these corpses for a century, and after nearly claiming them, one was inexplicably burned, which pained me greatly. We cannot afford another loss. Wenhua, please contain this female ghost and ensure her tranquility. Understood. Wenhua replied, taking the lantern of souls and approaching Qin Chuier. Standing at a distance, Mao Xiaoqiao sighed inwardly and spoke up. Might I propose a discussion? Donggan and Wenhua turned their gazes towards her. I have promised her that I would find her a husband and lay them to rest together. I traversed thousands of miles to reach Chang'an and, fortunately, discovered the remains of her beloved, the very body she now clutches. Could you grant this couple, who could not grow old together in life, the chance to be interred side by side in death? Why should that concern me? These corpses have been tended to for a century. In life, he was a man of flesh and blood, yet in death, he has become naught but a lifeless entity, devoid of even a soul to claim him, thus rendering him a thing without a master. Having found them, they naturally belong to us. The tragic love story you recounted fails to stir my emotions in the slightest. Your apparent fearlessness suggests you possess some degree of discernment. It would be wise for you to remove this female specter from my sight. As for these 5 corpses, I intend to dispose of them immediately." Mao Xiaoqiao furrowed her delicate brows and replied in a calm, yet firm tone, "I only require that one. I shall see him and the woman laid to rest together, and I shall concern myself with nothing further." Dong Gon, amused yet irritated, retorted, "Do you not comprehend my words? If you continue to dally with me, my patience will wear thin, and it may come to pass that, upon claiming this female ghost, I shall also lay claim to you." With a sigh, Xiaoqiao replied earnestly, "Do you not grasp my meaning? Should you persist, my patience too shall be exhausted, and I may find myself desiring not just this single corpse, but all the rest as well." The two exchanged nearly identical sentiments, and a profound silence enveloped Mao Xiaoqiao and Dong Gon, broken only by their subdued breaths. Dong Gon stood in stunned silence, while Wenhua and another middle-aged man wore expressions of fury. Xiaoqiao gently spoke to Qin Shuier by the banks of the Weha. "I promised you that once I located your husband, I would ensure he is interred alongside you. Words once spoken cannot be retracted. Return to me, for this day next year shall mark the anniversary of your shared demise. What I have vowed, I shall surely fulfill." Upon hearing this, Qin Shuier reluctantly released Alang's legs, wiping the blood tears from her eyes, which drifted towards Mao Xiaoqiao. She could not fathom why she felt such trust in this seemingly ordinary woman, akin to a simple blade of grass. After Xiao Cao's declaration, her gaze shifted to Dong Gon, who perceived a warning glint in her eyes, a clear message that should he attempt to strike, she would not hesitate to retaliate. It was truly amusing. Did he dare to confront the 3 of us? It has been many years since we last offered a living sacrifice. Today, you have stumbled into our midst, and with no one around, I shall utilize you to replace the corpse that was previously incinerated." Dong Gon directed his words at the 2 middle-aged men, Wenhua, Qiuxing. "Eliminate him." Xiaoqiao raised her chin defiantly and proclaimed, "The ancient Miao clan of Xiangxi specializes in nurturing corpses, capable of transforming a body into a zombie, subsequently utilizing it for the benefit of those on the brink of death within the clan. They expel the soul from the corpse and transfer their own 3 souls and 7 spirits into it, allowing them to prolong their existence for several years before continuing the cycle of nurturing corpses. However, the souls inhabiting these nurtured bodies cannot reincarnate in the netherworld. They are destined for utter obliteration. I have never disguised my actions under the pretense of righteousness against your kind, but should you provoke me, I shall not be courteous. I ask you one last time, do you still possess any sense of shame?" Wenhua and Qiuxing were momentarily taken aback by her inquiry. Dong Gon, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "What are you still dawdling for? If she questions your dignity, why not simply mar her face? After all we desire is a lifeless body. The appearance is of no consequence." In an instant, both Wenhua and Qiuxing lunged forward, each extending a hand towards the delicate Mao Xiaoqiao. With a gentle tap of her toes against the ground, she gracefully floated backward, and as she landed, a soul-retrieving lamp appeared in her hand. With a snap of her fingers, a flicker of flame erupted from the lamp, causing Dong Gon's expression to shift dramatically as he stuttered. "How do you possess such an object?" Once uttered, a glimmer of avarice flickered across Dong Gon's face, as if he were profoundly intrigued by the lamp held by Mao Xiaoqiao. With a disdainful huff, she retorted, "How shameless." This soul-retrieving lamp had previously made an appearance by the banks of the Wei River, intriguing Wang Jingjia, though he failed to recognize its significance. However, the moment Dong Gon laid eyes upon it, understanding dawned upon him. What a remarkable artifact. This object was ancient. So ancient that its origins were shrouded in mystery, known only to have first appeared in the possession of Zhang Daoling, accompanying him throughout his path to enlightenment, a genuine magical tool. Magical tools are imbued with an essence akin to the creation of heaven and earth, predominantly owned by enlightened masters of Buddhism and Taoism. Each item is not to be regarded as mere antiquity, for the extraordinary capabilities of many magical tools cannot be quantified. In these modern times, such artifacts are exceedingly rare. With the passage of history, most have been lost or buried alongside their owners, leaving only a scant few, primarily utilized by the major sects of Buddhism and Taoism for their protective might. The soul-retrieving lamp in Mao Xiaoqiao's possession had the power to capture all manner of wandering spirits and ghosts, confining them within its glow. When ignited, it emitted the fiercest, most radiant yang fire, reminiscent of the legendary true fire of Samadhi in Taoist lore. A fleeting glimmer of greed flashed in Donggon's eyes, while a look of scorn briefly crossed Ma Xiaoqiao's face. With a gentle puff, Ma Xiaoqiao kindled the flame of the lamp, causing the fire to leap energetically. Donggon's heart raced. He recognized the lamp's lineage but was less informed about its applications, aware only of its ability to subdue souls. Suddenly, the 5 carefully nurtured corpses tilted their heads back and let out piercing shrieks, the talismans affixed to their foreheads fluttering away. As they lowered their heads in unison, elongated fangs protruded from their mouths. Death renders a body lifeless, and if it remains uncorrupted, it becomes a zombie. Zombies are not mere fabrications of novels and films. Reports of their existence have emerged repeatedly across various regions in recent years. The nurtured corpses bore no distinction from zombies. Both possessed consciousness and mobility, with the most crucial aspect being their capacity to kill. "Are you gentlemen so foolish?" she taunted. "When bullying a fragile maiden like me, did you ever consider the folly of your actions? A delicate girl like myself, what chance do I stand against you? Am I to await your assault without any means of defense?" Mao Xiaoqiao disdainfully mocked, and then shook the soul-calling lantern in her hand, saying, "I believe you recognize this item. Now let me demonstrate its true power. Seize her quickly," Donggon urged, as Wenhua and Qiuxing prepared to lunge at her once more. With a smirk, she scoffed lightly, flicking her wrist, causing the flame atop the lantern to drift toward them. Suddenly, several zombies turned and, without bending their legs, propelled themselves toward this direction with startling speed. In an instant, the distance of several meters vanished, and the foremost zombie spread its arms, revealing its dark, emaciated hands. The nails stained with a deep brown hue, evoking a sense of dread. Wenhua swiftly dodged to the side, rolling on the ground for 2 revolutions before reaching for the red string that had been tied around the zombie's finger, shouting, "Qiuxing, extinguish your flame." During their earlier summoning of the corpses, each zombie had a red string tied to its finger, which could bind the souls within. The flame ignited by Qiuxing was meant to guide the way. With a puff, Qiuxing blew out the flame in the lantern, and as the light extinguished, Wenhua yanked the string forcefully toward himself. Instantly, the 5 corpses became still as if frozen in place, all toppling to the ground in unison. Donggon, not far off, remarked, "Her soul-calling lantern can extract the souls from the corpses, so be cautious. First, seal the jade stones in the mouths of the zombies to prevent her from enacting her plans." "Understood," Wenhua and Qiuxing responded, each drawing a talisman, biting their tongues to let their blood drip onto the paper, and then swiftly lunged toward the zombies, pressing the talisman against the jade stones in their mouths. With a stern expression, Mao Xiaoqiao did not attempt to stop them. Instead, she gently twisted her fingers over the flame, causing it to flare up. The zombies trembled violently, their bodies shaking as the fire grew more intense. At that moment, a fierce struggle ensued between Mao Xiaoqiao and the others, each vying for control over the souls within the zombies. Donggon, Wenhua, and Qiuxing aimed to seal them, while Xiaoqiao sought to summon the 3 souls and 7 spirits within the corpses to turn the zombies against their adversaries. As the tug-of-war commenced, thick, dark vapor began to rise from the corpses, the noxious essence of the zombies. Any ordinary person who inhaled it would likely succumb to the poisonous miasma, either dying on the spot or transforming into a zombie themselves. The location was not far from Chang'an City, and as the black vapor ascended into the air, it caught the attention of several individuals within the city, who gasped in astonishment. The eerie miasma lingered in the skies above the vast fields of the eastern suburbs, gradually drawing the gaze of more and more observers. Those who witnessed it were no ordinary folk. They sensed that something unusual was unfolding in the eastern part of Chang'an City. The talented scholars of the south, the generals of the north, and beneath the lusts of Chang'an lies the emperor. This ancient capital is a city imbued with nobility, surrounded by countless imperial tombs that draw innumerable visitors each year. Among the ordinary tourists, there are those who come seeking fortune. Beneath the imperial mausoleums lie not only emperors, but also countless opportunities, though few are fortunate enough to grasp them. Nevertheless, this does not deter those who aspire to ascend to greatness from seeking their fortunes here. As the malevolent energy from 5 corpses was unleashed into the air, several groups hastened toward the eastern outskirts. Upon witnessing this, Donggon was incensed, berating loudly. The cult of corpse raising was despised and reviled, akin to a rat scurrying through the streets. No one wished to associate with them. as the practice of nurturing corpses had become widely condemned, both officially and among the populace. The Chinese honor the belief that the deceased should rest in peace, holding a deep respect for the departed, while Dong Gan and his cohorts acted in direct opposition to this ethos. "Stop, stop, stop!" Dong Gan exclaimed in frustration, cursing vehemently. "You madwoman, cease your actions immediately." Mao Xiaoqiao smiled sweetly, narrowing her eyes. "If you want me to stop, then how could I maintain my dignity? Why didn't you come sooner? Have you lost your mind?" Dong Gan retorted. "What will you do if you attract attention? If I meet misfortune, do you think you'll fare better? That soul-retrieving lantern in your hands is coveted by many. Are you not afraid of being robbed?" "Well, it must be possible to steal it first," Mao Xiaoqiao replied with a grin, her expression suddenly serious. She took a deep breath and blew forcefully at the lantern. The flames surged dramatically, rising nearly a meter high, and beads of sweat adorned her brow. Simultaneously, the 5 corpses, sealed and restrained, trembled violently before falling eerily still. From their heads, souls began to emerge. "Gather," Mao Xiaoqiao commanded, gesturing toward the wandering spirits. They swiftly flew towards her. Dong Gan, Wen Hua, and Qiu Sheng were momentarily taken aback, their expressions turning despondent. "It's over, it's over. The 100 years spent nurturing these corpses have come to naught." They had initially intended to return the corpses to the Miao village in Xiangxi, but they had not anticipated encountering Mao Xiaoqiao so soon. If it were an ordinary person, it might have been manageable, yet, with the soul-retrieving lantern in her possession, she could effortlessly extract the souls from the 5 corpses. It was akin to a mouse meeting a cat, an unfortunate turn of fate. As the 5 souls were captured within the lantern, Dong Gan and his companions wore expressions of defeat and frustration, soon replaced by grimaces of hatred. After a century of effort to nurture 5 corpses, they had been rendered useless, akin to discovering that one's savings had been stolen overnight. How could they not feel enraged? Dong Gan ground his teeth and said, "If we cannot survive, neither will you, especially with that soul-guiding lamp in your possession." Mao Xiaoqiao remained silent, tacitly acknowledging his words. There exists a term, rare treasure, which implies that she bore the weight of a crime simply by holding it. The item in her grasp was indeed a coveted treasure sought by countless individuals. And the crux of the matter was that this treasure was unique, with no other like it in the world. There existed but this one soul-guiding lamp. On the banks of the Wei River, it was the first time Mao Xiaoqiao had revealed the lamp, knowing that Wang Jingzhou would not covet what she held. This time, however, she was compelled to summon the spirit from the corpse to ensure the proper burial of Qin Shui'er and her husband. She was bound by her promise and would see it fulfilled. Bending down, Mao Xiaoqiao retrieved the pair of embroidered shoes from the ground and prepared to tuck the soul-guiding lamp away. Just then, she heard several vehicles approaching swiftly from outside the field, followed by the abrupt sound of tires screeching to a halt. The clanging of car doors echoed several times, and soon someone was hastily making their way toward her. The 3 from Dong Gan watched her with a sense of schadenfreude, astonished at how quickly others had been drawn to the scene. In no more than 10 minutes, a crowd was converging, and it was certain that more would follow. The first to arrive was clad in a Taoist robe, with long hair tied at the back by a wooden hairpin, revealing the scabbard of a wooden sword on his shoulder. His attire was remarkably traditional, embodying the quintessential Taoist garb, even more so than Wang Jingzhi's. In the present day, only the priests from the Celestial Master sect, Longhu Mountain, and Maoshan maintained such attire, having preserved their ancient garments without alteration for millennia. After the initial arrival, a few others followed. Their outfits varied, some in plain clothes and others in Taoist robes. Yet, without exception, every gaze fell upon the soul-guiding lamp in Mao Xiaoqiao's hand, particularly that of the foremost Taoist. With a quivering voice, he extended a hand and proclaimed, "Is this not the soul-guiding lamp of my Jingyi sect? Since the passing of our esteemed ancestor, Zhang Daoling, its whereabouts have been unknown. We believed it to be buried alongside the Celestial Master, yet it appears we were mistaken. Dear lady, may I inquire as to how you came into possession of this lamp?" As soon as the Taoist spoke, those beside him cast him incredulous looks. He had audaciously claimed ownership of the lamp, asserting it belonged to his sect, without allowing others to interject. Mao Xiaoqiao replied softly, "I found it." She understood that no matter how she explained, it would be futile. She was already deemed guilty by association. Whether she offered 100 excuses or 101, the ultimate retort would always be, "This lamp belongs to our celestial master, Zhang Daoling." And indeed, The world recognized the soul-guiding lamp as the personal item of Zhang Daoling, who had wielded it to vanquish demons and subdue malevolent spirits. As for how it ended up on Mount Fanjing, Mao Xiaoqiao was unaware. It had been entrusted to her by her master when she descended from the mountain, who had stated that only the holy maidens of each generation from Tiandao Peak were worthy of such an artifact. I am the humble Taoist, Qiu Qingzi, a disciple of the Jingyi sect. The young woman, Mao Xiaoqiao, responded with a nonchalant murmur, and then, the soul-guiding lamp in the lady's hand. A treasured artifact of the Jingyi sect has been fervently sought after by successive leaders throughout history. It is a testament to the celestial order that I have finally located it. I kindly ask the lady to return it to us. The entirety of Jingyi will be eternally grateful. Mao Xiaoqiao, with a hint of melancholy in her tone, replied, I did not steal it. I found it. And thus it rightfully belongs to me. Qiu Qingzi was momentarily taken aback, his irritation palpable as he retorted, What sort of reasoning is that? Mao Xiaoqiao, brushing her hair aside, calmly remarked, Who is discussing reason with you? Spare me the naivete. What is reason worth, and how much does it weigh? Whatever you possess, I shall claim. Qiu Qingzi, perhaps faltering in his eloquence, pointed at Mao Xiaoqiao, struggling to articulate his thoughts. She continued, If you have the ability, come and retrieve it from my hands. Then it shall be considered yours. Very well, very well. Qiu Qingzi nodded emphatically. Such obstinacy, such sheer audacity, compels me to ensure your mentor provides you with a thorough lesson. The surrounding onlookers remained silent, observing the exchange with quiet intrigue. The soul-guiding lamp in Mao Xiaocao's possession was not something one could simply lay claim to. The multitude present would undoubtedly assert that it rightfully belonged to whoever seized it. As more and more individuals gathered in the expansive eastern outskirts, it felt as though a wilderness had suddenly awakened, albeit lacking the vibrant allure of revelry. All these individuals converged around a singular focal point, a maiden dressed in a flowing white gown, her long hair secured with a crimson ribbon. She held an antiquated copper lamp, embodying the undeniable essence of a queen at a grand ball, captivating the gaze of all present, their eyes gleaming with greed and desire. Among the throng, only Qiu Qingzi boldly introduced himself, while the others remained reticent regarding their origins. This was because only Qiu Qingzi could legitimately demand the return of the soul-guiding lamp. As a disciple of the illustrious Zhang Tianshi, the intentions of the others, however, could only lead to blatant theft. Mao Xiaoqiao lifted the lamp in her palm, turning it to face the crowd, and inquired, Do you wish to possess it? The air filled with heavy breaths, for to these individuals, the significance of such a magical artifact equated to that of a gold mine. While they held a keen interest in wealth, their fascination with the lamp was far more profound. With a fervent gaze, Qiu Qingzi exclaimed, That is our Jingyi sect's soul-guiding lamp, the legacy of our ancestor, Zhang Daoling. Mao Xiaoqiao, with a scornful laugh, retorted, Do you truly believe they would acquiesce to your claim? Spare yourself the delusion. They would snatch it from my grasp just as easily as they would from yours. Are you familiar with the concept of murder and plunder? Qiu Qingzi's expression turned to one of shock as he perceived the avarice and naked desire in the eyes of many around him, coupled with a hint of malevolence. It was evident that ill intentions had taken root within the hearts of all present. Mao Xiaoqiao then declared, for the sake of argument, Let us assume this soul-guiding lamp indeed belongs to your Jingyi sect. Should I return it to you? Do you have the means to safeguard it? He. Do not speak of whether you can retain it. I fear for your very lives. Unless the entirety of the Jingyi sect comes to your defense. What further need is there for my words? However, I can assure you of one matter. Qiu Qingzi furrowed his brow and inquired, What is it? I promise you, should the soul-guiding lantern remain in my possession after today, I shall personally return it to the Jingyi sect. At once, Qiu Qingzi's gaze sharpened with intensity. Is that true? You truly intend to return the soul-guiding lantern to us? I assure you, if the lantern remains with me after today, I will personally return it to the Jingyi sect. The earnestness of Mao Xiaocao's declaration resonated as she reiterated, provided, of course, that we can safely endure the night, yes? Perhaps none realized that, ensnared in a dire predicament, Mao Xiaoqiao had deftly drawn Qiu Qingzi closer to her side with mere words, capturing the attention of all present with her promise to return the lantern, particularly igniting a spark of gratitude and excitement in Qiu Qingzi's eyes. Thank you, he expressed sincerely with a respectful gesture. Mao Xiaoqiao smiled radiantly. We are all kindred spirits here, no need for formalities. With a swift motion, Qiu Chengzi unsheathed his peach-wood sword from behind, standing resolutely before Mao Xiaoqiao. In turning, he failed to notice the slight upward curl of the lips of the girl who had just opened her heart to him. Is he so easily deceived? Donggon, witnessing the scene, gritted his teeth in frustration. Qiu Chengzi, have you lost your senses? She is merely using you as a pawn. Do you not see it? Mao Xiaoqiao replied coolly, as practitioners of Taoism, our words hold weight. I would not jeopardize my integrity for such trifles. Qiu Chengzi nodded in agreement, declaring, this young lady speaks wisely. Since she has made her word, she shall not go back on it. Come, let us see who dares brazenly seize the sole guiding lantern of our Jingyi sect. The onlookers furrowed their brows. Recognizing that the Jingyi sect is a legitimate sect of Taoism, founded by Zhang Daoling, and that few such as Mao Shan, Long Hushan, and Tianqijiu could rival its stature. To provoke such a prominent sect without cause is certainly not a prudent choice. Mao Xiaoqiao scanned the crowd, noting the stillness, and took 2 steps back. Hearing her footsteps, Qiu Chengzi also retreated, as they gradually maneuvered towards the exit. Donggon, unwilling to accept the inaction of the crowd, exchanged glances with Wenhua and Qiu Sheng, stating, in such darkness, the identity of the culprit is uncertain. Why do we hesitate? Let us seize it. Who will know who did it? When mischief is afoot, it only takes one leader to spark action. Once one steps forward, the rest will follow suit. Just as Chun Sheng and Wu Guang succeeded in their uprising, for they led the charge. Donggon exchanged a glance with Qiu Sheng and Wenhua, prompting the two to take swift action. Although Qiu Chengzi possessed a somewhat dull demeanor, making him susceptible to deception, he was resolute when it came to combat. After performing a flourish with his peach-wood sword, he directed it towards the 2 assailants. Simultaneously, at least 7 or 8 others, having witnessed the escalation, rushed into the fray, igniting a fierce melee. At that moment, Wang Jingzhe, who had recently disembarked from the train station, noticed the sudden surge of necromantic energy rising above the eastern outskirts. However, upon his arrival, he did not anticipate encountering the very person he sought, the petite maiden, Mao Xiaoqiao. Initially, Wang had intended to consult divination to ascertain Mao Xiaoqiao's whereabouts before seeking her out. Yet, the peculiar happenings in the eastern outskirts of Chang'an City piqued his curiosity. He found himself drawn to the commotion, eager to discern the source of such heavy corpse energy. As Wang Jingzhe hailed a taxi to the eastern fields, he had scarcely exited the vehicle when he beheld the chaotic skirmish unfolding before him. The taxi driver, taken aback by Wang's eccentric appearance, inquired, friend, is that a shootout? Are the gangs negotiating? Uncertain of the situation, he added, it looks like sparks are flying. If that is not a shootout, what is? Straining his neck to get a better view, he caught a glimpse of figures wielding long swords and remarked, they're really going at it. Reminiscent of the fierce clashes between Hong Kong's triads. Inside the car, Wang Jingzhe spotted a diminutive figure amidst the tumult and felt an immediate rush of urgency. He flung open the door and leapt out. Be careful, he cautioned. Blades are unforgiving. Dismissing the driver's reference to the triads, Wang had only eyes for Mao Xiaoqiao, charging towards her as if propelled by a fiery tail. The phrase, a man would go to great lengths for a woman, echoed in his mind. Though he was uncertain if Xiaoqiao truly qualified as his beloved, given her consistently aloof demeanor tinged with playful teasing. Yet, such matters were trivial compared to the pressing sight of her being besieged. By the time Wang arrived, Qiu Chengzi was already in dire straits, overwhelmed by the relentless assault. The consequence of being besieged was evident. His fists were no match against the multitude, and his peachwood sword had been knocked from his grasp. He could only shield Mao Xiaoqiao with his bare hands. Mao Xiaoqiao, however, had not engaged in the fray. Her demeanor conveyed an impression of a delicate woman unfit for violence, which led none to consider the potential ferocity she could unleash if provoked. Yet, it seemed there would be no opportunity for her to act, as Wang Jingzhe had arrived. As Mao Xiaoqiao and Qiu Chengzi found themselves retreating under pressure, she unexpectedly stumbled back into someone. A familiar scent wafted into her nostrils as she collided with the soft warmth of Wang Jingzhe's chest, accompanied by his hurried breaths. The memory of their previous encounter lingered, as it had only been a few days since they last met, making it all too easy for her to recall who he was. Then, the young girl, Xiaoqiao, naturally inquired, what brings you here? Wang Jingzhe, straightforward and candid, replied, I happen to be here. I never anticipated encountering you. Xiaoqiao rolled her eyes and remarked, what else could it be? seeing so many people bullying me. Do you dare to offer any assistance? Wang Jingzhe puffed out his chest, about to say that since yesterday, he had nearly offended all the sects in the world, and offending a few more wouldn't matter. He felt like a piece of Tang Seng's meat that everyone wanted to take a bite of. However, he swallowed his words, thinking that such a declaration lacked emotional depth. At a moment meant for a heroic rescue, wouldn't it require some stirring words to enhance the atmosphere? For you, I would not fear offending the entire world. If given another chance, I would likely do the same, willing to stand against everyone for you, Wang Jingzhe said. Lowering his head, his face flushed. Xiao Qiao stared at him, dumbfounded, before finally exclaiming, "Are you a pig?" Wang Jingzhe's face turned even redder. He felt that his previous statement lacked coherence, a clear sign of an incurable case of overly masculine bluntness. Whether Wang Jingzhe was a pig remained debatable, but at that moment, Qiu Chengzi was nearly struck senseless, his Taoist robe torn in several places, and his hair, once secured by wooden hairpins, now fell loose. "You too. Could you help me out? Why must I fight alone?" Qiu Chengzi cried out, feeling aggrieved. Wang Jingzhe tugged at Xiao Qiao, pulling her behind him. She felt uneasy with his grip on her wrist and attempted to break free, but upon reaching behind Wang Jingzhe, she was struck by a sudden realization of safety. Recalling the term that evoked a sense of security. No matter how strong or intelligent a woman might be, the concept of safety is universally compelling and profoundly sensitive. Wang Jingzhe released his right hand, delving into his bag, and when he emerged, he held a stack of yellow talisman paper. His calm gaze swept across the circle of people before him. In confrontations among practitioners of the Tao, there are primarily two approaches. One is the physical confrontation, testing whose martial skills are superior, akin to the adept practitioners of Tai Chi on Wudong Mountain. The other is the contest of magical arts, relying on the purity of one's Taoist techniques. For demons, malevolent spirits, and adversaries, the encounters are quite similar. His previous match against Cui Xuanzi from the southern Kunlun had significantly bolstered Wang Jingzhe's confidence. He could easily handle the brightest star of this generation, Cui Xuanzi. Now, facing these individuals, he felt assured and was eager to test the effectiveness of the Taoist techniques from the Shadao lineage in combat. The art of Qimeng, within the realm of Duanjia, is particularly adept at countering adversaries. Upon witnessing Wang Jingzhe open his palm to reveal a stack of yellow paper, the surrounding crowd's expressions grew solemn. Earlier, Qiu Chengzi wielding a peachwood sword had merely relied on physical prowess. But what Wang Jingzhe was about to employ was clearly a manifestation of Taoist magic. Everyone understood that those who dared to confront their foes with magical arts possessed unwavering confidence in their skills. Wang Jingzhe suddenly pinched a talisman paper between his two fingers, flicking it away with a deft motion. Swiftly, he tapped the talisman paper several times with his fingers. Banners suspended, treasures abound. May the gods protect, transgressions be swiftly dispelled. Ignite. Wang Jingzhe chanted a rapid incantation, and in an instant, a symbol appeared upon the flying talisman paper. The expressions of several individuals across from him suddenly changed, exclaiming in astonishment, a spell drawn from a distance. Traditionally, talismans inscribed with Taoist symbols were crafted using brushes dipped in cinnabar or other substances to ward off evil. However, it was said that those who mastered the art to its pinnacle could conjure symbols out of thin air, requiring an exceptionally pure mastery of Taoist principles. No one anticipated that Wang Jingzhe would initiate with such a formidable display of remote spellcrafting. Just as the talisman paper was about to touch the crowd, it suddenly erupted with a loud pop, igniting into fierce flames that scattered sparks in all directions. Those nearest to the source immediately recoiled in panic, desperately seeking refuge. As the banner fell and the clouds returned to the heavens, adhering to the mandates, Wang Jingzhe flicked out a second talisman paper, revealing a complex symbol upon it. This was the thunder symbol, which, once unleashed, could summon a flash of lightning. With a thunderous roar, a bolt of white light burst forth from the talisman paper, followed by a crack of thunder resonating in the air, culminating in a serpent of lightning, as thick as a thumb, that coiled outward. This lightning was not of the heavenly kind. Rather, it was an imitation conjured by the practitioner's own Taoist energy, coaxing the essence of heaven and earth. While it instilled fear in spirits, its lethality to humans was not overly severe. A strike could char a person, leaving them singed but not fatally harmed. One unfortunate soul, unable to evade in time, was struck directly, his hair standing on end, face scorched, and the acrid scent of burnt flesh wafting through the air. As Wang Jingzhe unleashed 2 talisman papers through remote symbol drawing, the crowd immediately scattered in all directions. Their initial desire for the soul-holding lantern in the possession of Mao Xiaoqiao was eclipsed by fear. They had no intention of uniting against him. Witnessing Wang Jingzhe's decisive and ruthless actions left them unsettled. "Friend, are you truly willing to offend so many of us?" One voice shouted in anger. "We may not match your strength, but do consider that none among us stands alone. We all have our own sects and allies. Should we cross paths again, it may not bode well for you." Wang Jingzhe mused that just days prior, his sister and he had made their presence known in Longxi. It seemed inevitable that he would offend these individuals repeatedly in the future. "Well, I truly do not mind this encounter," he thought. "In the future, when you see me, will you not be like a rat scurrying across the street, shunned by all?" Wang Jingzhe felt that he should simply proceed without hesitation, unleashing a formidable display of power that would instill fear in those who encountered him henceforth. With an air of icy aloofness, he cast aside the remaining talismans, uttering a series of enigmatic incantations. "Jiao Yao Shun Xing, Yuan Shi Pai Hu, Jing Ying Ming Yuan Ling, disperse as per the command. Lu Pan Wu Kong, descend my radiance, rise and dispel the stagnation as per the command. Xian Ling Jie Rong, eternally safeguard longevity. Tai Xian San Yi, preserve its true form, as per the command." As several talismans were released, he swiftly reached into his bag once more, emerging with a kitchen knife in hand. Before the talismans had fully unfurled, Wang Jingzhe charged boldly into the crowd, brandishing the knife with valor. In a sudden motion, he thrust the knife into the chest of the man who had spoken earlier, the impact causing the individual to feel as if his ribs were shattering, his face turning a ghastly shade of green. Grasping the man's hair with his left hand, Wang Jingzhe raised his right hand and struck the man's face with the flat of the knife. "Are you threatening me? You asked if I was afraid. I wonder if you are trembling," he declared, delivering emphatic slaps to the man's face. "Do you yield? I ask you, do you yield? The next time we meet, will you be able to speak with your head lowered?" The man's face became swollen after several strikes, visibly bruising. "Speak. I ask you. Will you lower your head next time?" Yes, I yield, I yield," the man replied, humiliation evident in his voice. Releasing his grip, Wang Jingzhe turned and decisively charged toward another individual, just as a talisman he had previously thrown detonated nearby. The resulting shockwave sent the person staggering backward, ultimately falling to the ground. With a flick of his wrist, Wang Jingzhe hurled the kitchen knife, which landed with precision, embedding itself just beside the man's ear. The individual's face drained of color as he swallowed hard, glancing nervously at the knife. Wang Jingzhe surveyed the 2 individuals who had previously seemed eager to engage, stepping closer with an intimidating demeanor, causing them to recoil in fear. "Here's an opportunity for you. Crouch over there and sing conquer until you can channel Yang Kuan's essence with your voice. Will you cherish this chance?" Though the 2 men gritted their teeth, desiring to salvage their pride, reality proved they were no match for him. Wang Jingzhe cast a disinterested glance at them. Sensing their defeat, he raised his hand, gesturing broadly, and proclaimed with an air of grandiosity, "Who else?" His words echoed with the commanding presence reminiscent of Feng Xiaojiang, resonating powerfully and leaving the crowd in a state of stunned silence. Cold sweat trickled down the forehead of Mao Xiaoqiao as she covered her face and exclaimed, "Goodness! How pretentious!" Wang Jingzhe chuckled softly, his demeanor understated yet arrogant, as he strode towards her, grasping her wrist and saying, "Let us depart." Years later, whenever the incident surfaced in their reminiscences, Xiaoqiao would tell Wang Jingzhe, "You have no idea how foolish you appeared back then, believing yourself to be invincible on the battlefield. In truth, you resembled a complete simpleton." Wang Jingzhe, taken aback, responded, "So, does this imply that I have become a blemish on your life? It seems I cannot wash away this stain." Mao Xiaoqiao, pulled along by Wang Jingzhe, hurried away, leaving a group of onlookers stunned, their eyes wide as they watched the 2 depart. Especially Qiu Chengzi, who, slow to react, finally exclaimed, "Where's my lantern?" As Mao Xiaoqiao scurried behind Wang Jingzhe, her petite steps quickened. She tilted her head to gaze at the back of his head and inquired, "What brings you to Chang'an? Do not speak. Simply savor this moment of tranquility. Do you not find the night to be beautiful?" Wang Jingzhe had more to say, a sentiment unvoiced. "The night is lovely, yet the person beside me is even more so." After emerging from the vast fields of the eastern outskirts, Wang Jingzhe and Mao Xiaoqiao hailed a taxi back to the city center of Chang'an. The hour was nearing midnight, and as Mao Xiaoqiao leaned against the car window, resting her chin in her hand, her eyes wandered over the flickering streetlights and neon signs, lost in thought. Sensing a palpable tension in the air, Wang Jingzhe, seeking to break the silence, asked, "What occupies your mind?" With a sigh, Mao Xiaoqiao replied, "I was wondering if you might try to deceive me shortly." Huh? Wang Jingzhe feigned ignorance, momentarily bewildered. Mao Xiaoqiao sighed again. "If you were to trick me, I ponder whether I should deliver a kick that would render you incapable of self-sufficiency for the rest of your life, or simply walk away." Why would you strike me?" Wang Jingzhe questioned, perplexed. The taxi driver, glancing at the young couple through the rearview mirror, shook his head in resignation, a look of nostalgia on his face, reminiscent of his own youthful exploits. After 20 minutes, the taxi arrived at a hotel, and as Mao Xiaoqiao opened the door to exit, Wang Jingzhe, having settled the fare, was about to follow when the driver called out to him, "Hey, brother, let me share a piece of advice. When you present your ID at the hotel front desk, draw a circle on it with your index finger, ensuring it faces away from that girl." "What does that mean?" Wang Jingzhe raised an eyebrow in confusion. The driver winked. "It's just experience. This trick works in every hotel in Chang'an. Just trust me, and when things go well, remember to thank me in your heart. That is all I can do for you." With a hint of skepticism, Wang Jingzhe exited the vehicle. Upon entering the hotel, he found Mao Xiaoqiao standing at the counter, idly humming a tune while fiddling with her fingers. "Good evening, sir, madam. Are you here to book a room?" "Yes, indeed. May I see your ID?" Wang Jingzhe retrieved his identification and turned to Mao Xiaoqiao, inquiring once more. Upon receiving the identification card from the young woman, Wang Jingzhe handed it to the front desk attendant. Suddenly, he recalled the driver's parting words before he alighted from the vehicle, and in a moment of whimsy, traced a circle around the ID with his index finger. The attendant immediately smiled, her expression conveying an understanding that seemed to say, "Do not worry, I comprehend." Wang Jingzhe, bewildered, thought to himself. After a brief moment, the attendant glanced at her computer screen and said, "I apologize, sir, but our hotel is fully booked. The only room available is a large double." With a bewildered blink, Wang Jingzhe's mind momentarily faltered, only to be interrupted by a grinding sound behind him. "Are you trying to deceive me? I considered you a brother, and yet you would use this trick on the young lady." Ma Xiaoqiao, gritting her teeth, seized Wang Jingzhe by the collar and yanked him forward, her finger jabbing at his chest as she exclaimed, "Ha! With your intellect, you dare to play tricks? If our IQs were in a race, I could let you start 200 meters ahead and still overtake you on a curve. What leverage do you have to deceive me, you foolish bird?" Wang Jingzhe, still in a daze, protested, "No, the hotel is indeed fully booked. That is not my fault. Who calculates fortunes before checking into a hotel? Do you still deny it? Are you still being stubborn? Why did you draw a circle on the ID then? Do you think I am unaware of your tricks?" In an instant, clarity dawned upon Wang Jingzhe, and he covered his forehead, speechless. "Stop talking. This is too embarrassing." 10 minutes later, Wang Jingzhe and Ma Xiaoqiao arrived at their hotel room, which, of course, consisted of 2 adjacent rooms. With a creaking sound, he pushed open the door and hastily entered, resembling a startled rabbit. Outside, Ma Xiaoqiao smirked, "Foolish bird, truly a pig." Upon entering his room, Wang Jingzhe flopped onto the bed, burying his face in the quilt and kicking his legs back and forth, exclaiming, "So awkward, so awkward." In the room across, Ma Xiaoqiao shut the door and made her way to the bathroom, turning on the tap for warm water while humming a cheerful tune. This time, the melody was much clearer. A girl's thoughts, boy, do not guess, do not guess. A girl's thoughts, boy, do not guess, for your guessing will lead to her love. After a night passed and the sun rose high, having gone to bed rather late, Wang Jingzhe woke up late as well. He called for Ma Xiaoqiao twice, only to be met with her retort, "I need my beauty sleep. Are you a pig?" It was not until nearly noon that Ma Xiaoqiao finally emerged after grooming herself, and upon seeing Wang Jingzhe, her expression had not changed, as if the previous day's incident had dissipated with her slumber. Wang Jingzhe, feigning calmness, asked, "Did you sleep well?" Ma Xiaoqiao rolled her eyes in response. As they left the hotel, Ma Xiaoqiao inquired, "Have you eaten? What shall we have for lunch?" "There's a place that serves delicious palma. I've been there twice before in Chang'an," Wang Jingzhe interjected, not allowing Ma Xiaoqiao a chance to object. as he pulled her into a vehicle and instructed the driver to head to the old city of Chang'an. They ventured into a narrow alley and found an old establishment. 2 bowls of palma, with plenty of chili, Wang Jingzhe called out. Moments later, 2 bowls of bread soaked in broth arrived. Wang Jingzhe picked up his chopsticks and, after uttering a few enthusiastic prompts to eat, plunged into his meal, shoveling a mouthful of the dish into his mouth. Meanwhile, Mao Xiaoqiao delicately lifted a piece of beef with her chopsticks, savoring it slowly and chewing thoughtfully. After Wang Jingzhe swallowed his food with a soft gulp, he curiously inquired, "Don't you find it delicious?" Mao Xiaoqiao regarded him earnestly and replied, "I implore you, next time you invite a woman to dine, could you kindly consult her preferences first? With all these chilies, do you wish to leave me with a face full of blemishes? And with this excessive oil, how much weight do you intend for me to gain? Shouldn't you first ask whether I prefer Western cuisine, Chinese fare, or perhaps Sichuan or Cantonese dishes?" Wang Jingzhe blinked innocently, responding with utmost sincerity, "I simply believe that this place serves wonderful food." Mao Xiaoqiao sighed deeply, feeling somewhat resigned, her mind echoing a single thought. There is ample time ahead. He requires refinement. A moment later, Wang Jingzhe suddenly noticed that Xiaoqiao was actually enjoying her meal even more than he was, as her bowl of bread rapidly diminished before his eyes. "I thought you didn't like it," he remarked. "It's not that I dislike it. I was merely imparting a lesson," she clarified after finishing her meal, delicately wiping her mouth. "What do you plan to do next?" Wang Jingzhe pondered for a while before replying, "I'm not quite sure. And you?" After a lengthy silence, Wang Jingzhe hesitantly opened his mouth, struggling to articulate his thoughts without success. Xiaoqiao, glancing askance at him, queried, "Are you trying to suggest that I accompany you on a quest to roam the world?" Wang Jingzhe, his gaze flickering, replied, "I once dreamed of such adventures, but alas, I failed to pass security checks." "Are you a fool?" Mao Xiaoqiao lamented with a sigh. "If you wish to embark on such a journey with me, it may not be so convenient. My current situation is precarious. I fear it might attract numerous adversaries. Many individuals covet what I possess, and their eyes turn green with envy upon seeing me. Thankfully, due to the darkness last night, some of my news did not circulate. Otherwise, many in Chang'an would likely seek to apprehend me." Tilting her head in surprise, Xiaoqiao questioned, "What kind of heinous deeds have you committed to earn such a notorious reputation?" Wang Jingzhe pointed to his own nose and earnestly responded, "With my disposition, do you truly believe I could commit any reprehensible acts?" Mao Xiaoqiao reflected on this, realizing that this young man struggled even to book a room. His courage and intellect hardly aligned with the capacity to perpetrate any disgraceful deeds. "So what now?" she inquired. Wang Jingzhe contemplated for a moment, then stated, "For now, I believe I am safe. News about me will not spread rapidly, and we can still wander together for a while. As for the long term, that remains uncertain." Mao Xiaoqiao smiled. "Then let us meander for a bit." Wang Jingzhe, taken aback yet filled with a sense of joy and curiosity, asked, "Why do you not inquire why so many people are after me? Aren't you the least bit curious? Women should never harbor excessive curiosity towards a man. Have you not heard the adage that curiosity killed the cat? It may not lead to my demise, but it certainly poses a perilous risk." Wang Jingzhe persistently inquired, "What dangers are you referring to?" Mao Xiaoqiao, cradling her head in her hands, felt a wave of headache wash over her. It was not as if she could openly confess that when a woman becomes curious about a man, it often entraps her in a web of emotions. A woman's feelings for a man typically ignite from novelty and intrigue, leading her to gradual entrapment. The most critical aspect of this trap is its inescapability. Once ensnared, escape becomes impossible. After finishing their meal, the sun had already reached its zenith as they strolled side by side through the streets of Chang'an. Wang Jingzhe queried whether she had visited Chang'an before and suggested they explore the city together. Mao Xiaoqiao retorted, "You are remarkably carefree. At such a time, you still wish to wander?" "I merely want to accompany you on a stroll," Wang Jingzhe replied. "Very well," Mao Xiaoqiao conceded, though she had visited Chang'an numerous times prior. In the afternoon, they ventured to the Qinling, explored the terracotta warriors, and admired the big wild goose pagoda and Huaqing pool. Time flew by as they meandered, and dusk approached swiftly. The two young souls, despite their tender years, seemed to cast all their worries aside, their eyes solely reflecting the joy of exploration. They sampled delectable street food, played with intriguing artifacts, and paused to capture stunning vistas and photographs. Although they had both traversed Chang'an on multiple occasions, They still exhibited genuine delight and curiosity, a sentiment that flowed effortlessly from their hearts. Chang'an remained the same, yet the company was different. That evening, as they returned from the terracotta warriors, Wang Jingzhe remarked, "I may need to meet someone. I require information." He mentioned a certain individual known as Master Qing, a man of approximately 50 years, who, though neither a government official nor a businessman, held considerable renown in certain circles of Chang'an. To put it plainly, Master Qing was known by all walks of life in Chang'an and its surroundings. From common laborers to affluent merchants, there were few who were unaware of him. He resembled the character by Shaoxing from Gu Long's novels, possessing an uncanny ability to know the happenings of Chang'an without ever stepping outside. Wang Jingzhe had encountered Master Qing years ago when he accompanied Wang Xinji to Chang'an. It was said that Wang's father and Master Qing had been acquainted for many years. Despite infrequent meetings, their bond remained intact, a relationship where years might pass without a call, but upon reunion, they could converse as if no time had elapsed. Wang Jingzhe sought to inquire with Master Qing about the current attention he was garnering and whether rumors had begun to swirl throughout the city. In the early evening, Wang Jingzhe and Mao Xiaoqiao arrived in the old district of Chang'an, not far from the bell and drum tower. Qingye's residence was situated in a courtyard within the alley, reminiscent of a traditional Sihiyuan in the capital. This ancestral home had been passed down since the era of his grandfather. Upon their arrival at Qingye's abode, they stood outside and knocked on the door. A young man in his 20s appeared, opening the door just a crack. Upon seeing the couple, he frowned and inquired, "Who are you looking for?" Wang Jingzhe replied, "Is Qingye at home? If he is, please tell him that a friend of the Wang family from Chaoga wishes to meet him." The young man acknowledged with a brief "oh," then told them to wait while he closed the door again. Mao Xiaocao's gaze shifted from the young man's hand, which rested on the door crack, as she remarked, "The person you just encountered seems rather extraordinary." "How so?" Wang Jingzhe asked. "The young man who opened the door has calloused hands and notably thick joints, indications of someone who has practiced martial arts for years. It is highly likely he is trained in Bagua, a discipline that cannot be mastered without at least a decade of dedication. He is merely in his 20s, suggesting he has been trained from a young age." After a brief moment, footsteps echoed from within the courtyard, and the door swung open fully. A rugged man clad in a Tang suit appeared, and upon seeing Wang Jingzhe, he exclaimed, "You've grown quite a bit. The last time you visited with your father, you were still wiping your nose." "Qingye, nonsense, call me Qing Shu instead." The robust man pulled Wang Jingzhe inside, saying, "Perfect timing. Dinner is just ready. I prepared it myself, so you're in for a treat." Qingye led Wang Jingzhe inside, while nodding at Mao Xiaoqiao, welcoming them into his home. The courtyard exuded an ancient charm, spacious with ancient trees and vibrant flowers, featuring a stone table and stone stools, lending an air of tranquility. After a while of casual conversation, the sky darkened. "Jingzhe, sit for a moment. I'll check on dinner," Qingye said, patting his shoulder with a smile. "All right, Qing Shu," Wang Jingzhe replied. As Qingye departed, Wang Jingzhe watched his retreating figure and murmured softly, "Chang'an remains the same Chang'an, yet the people may not be the same. Indeed, Chang'an is still that Chang'an, but the people are not who they once were." Wang Jingzhe was naturally referring to Qingye, who remained the same in essence, yet his heart had changed. Mao Xiaoqiao interjected with a thoughtful "oh," furrowing her brow and asking, "Have you discerned anything amiss?" Wang Jingzhe remarked, "Observing the fluctuations of a person's inner self is, in truth, quite a simple endeavor. Regardless of how adept a master of disguise may be, or how exceptional the performance of an actor, or even if one is a quintessential hypocrite, it may often be challenging to discern their true intentions. However, when they lie, no matter how deeply they conceal their thoughts, their inner turmoil becomes apparent, particularly reflected in their countenance. Just moments ago, as Qing Yi and I engaged in conversation that seemed entirely ordinary, when he rose to check on the kitchen, a sudden crease appeared between his brows, and a minuscule bead of moisture formed at the tip of his nose. In that instant, I realized he was deceiving me. He had no intention of visiting the kitchen, but rather sought to send a warning. It is also plausible that he was simply going to the restroom or attending to some other matter without explicitly stating so, said Mao Xiaoqiao softly. Wang Jingzhe pointed to his own eyes and declared earnestly, "If they could not discern accurately, our lineage would have ceased to exist long ago, drowned in the currents of history." Sometimes, what the eyes perceive may not be entirely precise, but when coupled with intuition, it becomes undeniably accurate. I require no explicit reasons for suspicion. I merely need to sense it. Often, whether through divination, calculation, or inquiry about the future, one cannot truly glimpse the essence of things. Otherwise, it would become a prophecy of the future, a feat only the heavens can accomplish. 3 parts observation, 3 parts calculation, and 3 parts intuition. This intuition is what we refer to as feeling. And what of the remaining part? Wang Jingzhe continued. That part pertains to fate, to whether the heavens indeed favor you. Mao Xiaoqiao gazed at Wang Jingzhe, who spoke with such certainty and confidence, and sighed. Since you are already aware that he is sending a warning and that he is lying, it follows that someone will soon come to capture you. I am quite curious. During our conversation, we could have stealthily slipped away far from here, yet you remain. What are you contemplating? Wang Jingzhe lowered his head and replied. I recall my first meeting with Qing Yi, when he was inebriated, patting my head while speaking to my father, expressing his desire for me to become his godson. At that time, my father declined, citing my tumultuous fate, suggesting that it would not be wise to acknowledge anyone as a father. It was evident then that Qing Yi held great affection for me. My reason for staying now is to observe what has caused him to disregard our former acquaintance in merely a few years. Mao Xiaoqiao scoffed. In truth, there is something I wish to counter in your previous statement. The most inscrutable entity in this world is, indeed, the human heart. Wang Jingzhe closed his eyes, remaining silent, yet internally muttered, especially the heart of a woman. In the courtyard, after Qing Yi emerged, he tilted his head back, sighed, and gazed at the sky with a complex expression. Father, are you still hesitating? Inquired the young man who practiced the iron sand palm. Zhengkuan, do you believe what I am doing is right? Qing Yi frowned as he posed the question. Qi Zhengkuan chuckled. In this world, where is there a clear distinction between right and wrong? What you intend to do, in Wang Jingzhe's view, is erroneous. Yet, from my perspective, it is indeed correct. In essence, it is merely a matter of conflicting interests and differing stances. Much like the resentment harbored by the Han people towards the Manchus upon their entry into the realm, longing for the restoration of the Ming dynasty. The Manchus themselves perceived this event as the genesis of a magnificent Qing dynasty. While the Han people undoubtedly condemned the Manchus, the latter basked in their perceived glory. If you deceive Wang Jingzhe, it is only natural for him to harbor animosity towards you. However, as your son, I would undoubtedly express my gratitude for your actions, as they are ultimately for my sake, dear father. Qing Yi gazed at him in silence, contemplating the essence of parenthood, which, in its purest form, is driven by the desire to provide for one's offspring. After a brief moment, Qing Yi returned to his usual demeanor, accompanied by the unchanged expression of Qi Zhengkuan. The father and son settled across from Wang Jingzhe and Mao Xiaoqiao, with Qing Yi cheerfully announcing, Today, I shall personally prepare the meal. Jingzhe, you are in for a treat. Let us enjoy a drink together later, for it has been many years since our last reunion, and your father has not visited Chang'an in quite some time. Wang Jingzhe replied, I do not even know where he is. My father is incredibly irresponsible, leaving us siblings unattended for years. There was a tinge of melancholy in Wang Jingzhe's voice as he spoke. Since Wang Xianji's departure, he had remained silent for many years. Were it not for Wang Dongji's support, Wang Jingzhe could hardly fathom what his life would have become. Yet, despite his grievances, he bore no real resentment, for he understood the reasons behind his father's absence. Qi Zhengkuan glanced at Qing Yi and remarked, In comparison, you are indeed far behind. My father shows me unwavering affection. Wang Jingzhe chuckled softly, and Qing Yi interjected, Well then, let us dine and converse. We have ample time ahead of us. We can talk throughout the night. Jingzhe, you must stay here and spend the night. Wang Jingzhe looked at Qing Yi, then at Qi Zhengkuan, and suddenly said, I fear that even if I wished to leave, it would no longer be an option. Qing Yi was taken aback, his expression growing slightly uncomfortable, while Qi Zhengkuan regarded him with a calm demeanor, inquiring, How did you discern that? Your ability to pose such a question suggests that Qing Yi has yet to divulge the origins of our father-son relationship. Wang Jingzhe sighed, turning to ask, Uncle, why is that? Qing Yi averted his gaze, his lips trembling slightly, and Qi Zhengkuan narrowed his eyes, stating, Naturally, it is for my sake. I am his son, he is my father, everything he does is inherently for me. And what is your motivation? Qi Zhengkuan shrugged, and replied with a smile, Of course. It is for the treasures of Lianshan and Guizhong. Who would not desire such fine possessions? Wang Jingzhe, perplexed, asked, What does practicing Baguazhang have to do with this? My martial arts training involves the Baguazhang of the Wandering Dragon, yet my lineage stems from the Xianmen Shanzi vein. The Xianmen Shanzi vein is the most revered among the 5 veins of the Xianmen, excelling in alchemy, magic, and talismans, and it yearns most fervently for Lianshan and Guizhong. This is akin to the encounters I had in the capital with Yi Tianyi, Yi Susu, and Master, who belong to the Xiangzi vein, specializing in divination and observation. Qi Jinkuan's demeanor naturally reflects the stance of the Xuanmen's lineage. Previously, the Grandmaster and Yi Tianyi had already received news regarding a meeting of the Xianmen headquarters. At that time, the Xianmen lineage had been unable to reach a consensus and intended to observe the situation at the headquarters, where the directive was unequivocal. The acquisition of the Lianshan, Guizhong, and the art of Qimen Duanjia was imperative. The significance of these texts to the 5 lineages of Xianmen is profound, akin to the importance of the Nine Manual to Guijing and the Qian Kuan de Na Yi to Zhang Wuji, both of whom soared to greatness upon mastering them. Should the 5 lineages of Xianmen obtain these 3 texts, it would be an understatement to say they would merely take flight. It would be akin to ascending to the heavens. Xianmen embodies the Taoist tradition, with a heritage that spans nearly several millennia, far surpassing the more recent orthodox sects like Maoshan, Longhu, and the Heavenly Master sect. It is said that the founder of Xianmen is a direct disciple of the Taoist 3 purities. The yearning for these 3 texts is akin to a parched soul on the brink of death in a desert spotting a pool of clear water. One would long to plunge into it. Securing Lianshan, Guizhong, and Qimen Duanjia would restore the former glory of the Xianmen orthodoxy. Wang Jingzhe gazed at Qi Jinkuan and Qingye with a puzzled expression, stating, "Given the relationship between our families, I would likely agree to a borrowing arrangement if asked. Why resort to this method?" Qingye's expression stiffened, turning his head away, unsure of how to respond. Qi Jinkuan interjected, elucidating, "To borrow implies a monumental favor. Should you lend it to us, I would be burdened with a debt I might never repay. Conversely, if you refuse, it would damage our relationship. Even if you were to lend, you wouldn't part with everything. Surely you must keep something in reserve? I find it hard to believe you would selflessly divulge the entirety of Lianshan, Guizhong, and Qimen Duanjia to me. You may as well turn to Buddhism. Isn't that tantamount to the Buddha cutting flesh to feed the eagles? Humanity is inherently greedy. Officials aspire to higher positions, businessmen to greater enterprises, and we, too, yearn for more. Thus we must act accordingly. Do not blame us for our pragmatism. It is merely human nature to be avaricious." Wang Jingzhe responded with a wry smile. "You articulate this beautifully, yet it is undeniably cruel." Qi Jinkuan then inquired, "However, I am somewhat puzzled. Since you have perceived this, why did you not leave earlier?" Wang Jingzhe looked at Qingye and said, "Uncle, you are a friend of my father. If a conflict were to arise between us resulting in injury to you or him, it could lead to fatalities. I must have a justification to present to my father, correct? Now, it seems I have that justification. Yet, I also wish to ask, if I were to be harmed by you, how would you explain it to my father?" Qi Jinkuan restrained Qingye, sneering, "Since the mask has been torn away, what need is there for justifications? Even with explanations, can we truly settle our grievances with a smile? It would be far better to shatter the faade entirely. Whether you are in our hands or the 3 texts are in our possession, does your father's stance still hold any significance? You have stated he has not appeared for many years. Perhaps he may never reappear again." Wang Jingzhe furrowed his brow and remarked, "Your last utterance has shattered the scant feelings I harbored for you." "Huh. Isn't it rather juvenile to speak of feelings at such a moment?" Suddenly, Qi Jinkuan's palm came crashing down on the table, and a cacophony of footsteps echoed from beyond the courtyard gate. Ever since Wang Jingzhe and Wang Dongzhi had made their appearance in Longxi, news of the siblings had been disseminated by the southern Kunlun, akin to a bird taking flight. Those involved in the northern horse knew, as did the disciples of the 5 branches of the Xianmen, along with the sects of Maoshan, Longhu, and Tianshi, among others. Yet, none moved with the alacrity of the disciples from the 5 branches of the Xianmen, who had even uncovered that Wang Jingzhe had already arrived in Chang'an. Disregarding the orthodox disciples, the number of external disciples associated with the Xianmen was staggering, extending beyond belief, akin to the sprawling branches and veins of a great tree, permeating the vast expanse of 9.6 million square kilometers of Huaxia. The Xianmen encompasses the practices of medicine, destiny, and divination, with the medical aspect referring to the healing arts. Nearly all figures regarded as masters within traditional Chinese medicine are intricately linked to the medical lineage. Similarly, the realms of destiny and divination are adept in the art of fortune-telling, forging close ties with these disciplines. While many renowned feng shui masters are predominantly associated with the divination lineage, the Xianmen may very well be the most colossal institution throughout history. Once this organization mobilizes its full potential, its power is likely to exceed everyone's expectations. The influence of the Xianmen even drew attention from higher authorities several decades ago, particularly during the widely known Four Olds campaign, which compelled the Xianmen to fragment into disarray, losing its unity. Each of the 5 branches began to govern themselves, significantly diminishing the cohesion and directive power of the central hall. Few are aware that this was the outcome of deliberations between the Xianmen and the authorities, who deemed the existence of such an organization untenable. However, dissolution was not an option due to the multitude of individuals involved. Thus, the Xianmen evolved into its current form, with the 5 branches operating autonomously while designated personnel were dispatched to monitor the activities within. Some members of the Xianmen also served the nation, resulting in a somewhat harmonious arrangement. Nevertheless, despite the fragmentation, an adage holds true: a dying camel is larger than a horse. Even in separation, the collective term for the practices of medicine, destiny, and divination remains Xianmen. When confronted with matters intertwined with profit or survival, they still opt to unite. This time, in light of the emergence of the 3 extraordinary texts, Lianshan, Guizong, and Qimen Duanjia, the once fragmented Xianmen remarkably reached a consensus. In the unassuming alley of Chang'an, within a cramped courtyard, 6 or 7 individuals suddenly crowded in, among them the fastest members of the Xianmen to arrive in Chang'an, with others still making their way. Qi Zhengkuan slowly rose to his feet, and Qing Yi, with a complex and tormented expression, also stood up. He looked at Wang Jingzhe and said, "Jingzhe, I advise you to yield. From now on, you are no longer permitted to address me so familiarly," Wang Jingzhe replied. Before him stood 7 individuals, not counting Qing Yi. At the forefront was Qi Zhengkuan, flanked by 2 young men of similar age, both in their 20s, tall and clad in ordinary Zhongshan suits. Their starry eyes and sword-like brows complemented by prominent noses, exuding an exceptional aura. Behind these 2 stood 3 middle-aged men, dressed in plain long coats, holding folding fans, resembling performers on a comedy stage. Wang Jingzhe's gaze traversed the group until it landed on the last individual. As he looked over, the other party was also observing him. Their eyes met without any sparks flying. Neither exhibited hostility. Their expressions remained remarkably calm, akin to 2 strangers brushing past each other on the street. However, this tranquility did not signify a lack of concern. Both Wang Jingzhe and the other man instinctively heightened their vigilance. The circumstances of that night were far more daunting than the previous day's encounter in Chang'an, where he rescued Mao Xiaoqiao from an ambush. The assailants from the prior night were a ragtag group too cowardly to even reveal their names, whereas the current assembly needed no introduction. They were undoubtedly members of the 5 sects of the Xianmen, though their specific lineage remained uncertain. What transpired the previous night barely constituted an appetizer. Tonight was the main course, and indeed a grand feast. Opposite Wang Jingzhe stood 7 adversaries, while only 1 ally, the young lady Xiaoqiao, remained at his side. After a brief silence, the final member of the group quietly retreated a few steps. His silent departure seemed to sound the battle horn. Qi Zhengkuan was the first to strike, as he was closest to Wang Jingzhe, separated by merely a table. Suddenly, Qi Zhengkuan raised his hand. His palms bore calluses, and all 10 fingers were rough with dead skin. Upon closer inspection, one could see that his fingertips had been so worn down that they no longer bore fingerprints, and the lines on his palms were indistinct. This scene vividly illustrated the dedication Qi Zhengkuan had devoted to mastering the 8-trigram dragon palm. With a sharp crack, he brought his hand down upon the table between them, a redwood structure approximately 7 to 8 centimeters thick and weighing around 100 jin. Despite its age, it was evidently sturdy, yet Qi Zhengkuan's strike shattered its 4 legs, causing it to collapse. Wang Jingzhe gently pushed Mao Xiaoqiao aside, then calmly raised his arm to meet the oncoming force. However, he swiftly pulled downward, dissipating the strength behind Qi Zhengkuan's attack. In their initial clash, their styles became apparent. Qi Zhengkuan's strikes were fierce and aggressive, while Wang Jingzhe's responses were light and fluid, akin to using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds. leaving the outcome of their encounter unresolved. Qi Jinquan pressed his lips together and let out a cold snort through his nose. He stepped forward with his right leg, retracting his arm before striking his elbow forcefully towards Wang Jingzhe's head. However, Wang Jingzhe seemed to have anticipated this move. Before Qi Jinquan's elbow could connect, he subtly leaned to the left. Just as Qi Jinquan's elbow swung through the air, Wang Jingzhe swiftly thrust his fist forward, his thumb pressing sharply into Qi Jinquan's elbow. A sharp intake of breath escaped Qi Jinquan as a wave of numbness coursed through his body, rendering him momentarily paralyzed. There exists a sensitive point on the elbow joint that, when inadvertently struck, can cause excruciating pain in the arm. A forceful blow to that spot is indescribable in its intensity. In the art of combat, even the slightest miscalculation can lead to dire consequences. With barely a second of numbness, Qi Jinquan found himself at the mercy of Wang Jingzhe, who seized the opportunity to deliver a powerful kick to his chest. With a resounding thud, Qi Jinquan stumbled backward, nearly losing his balance, as the two companions behind him rushed to steady him. Enraged and humiliated, he bellowed, "Let go of me. Come at me again." Yet, it was not Qi Jinquan alone who charged forward. His two companions, recognizing the futility of a solo attack against Wang Jingzhe, joined him in the assault. Upon witnessing their advance, Wang Jingzhe extended a hand to gently push Mao Xiaoqiao to the corner, ensuring her safety. The young lady observed him quietly, suddenly recalling a saying, "When a man is careless, he is like a bear clumsily peeling corn, discarding one after another. Yet when he is attentive, he resembles the astute detective Sherlock Holmes, leaving no detail overlooked." As Qi Jinquan and his two associates pressed in from three sides within the confines of the modestly sized room, it appeared that they could easily encircle Wang Jingzhe, rendering him helpless. However, the reality was astonishingly contrary. Each time they struck, just as their fists were about to connect, Wang Jingzhe skillfully evaded their attacks, seemingly by coincidence. For instance, when one assailant aimed a punch at Wang Jingzhe's face and another attempted a double strike, Wang Jingzhe executed a precise contraction of his neck and deftly leaned back, leaving his face unscathed and his ears untouched. His timing and angles were impeccably executed. A slight miscalculation would have resulted in a direct hit, while excessive force would have been wasted. Everything was executed with exquisite precision. Wang Jingzhe furrowed his brow slightly, defending himself against the onslaught from three directions. As he maneuvered deftly, he found himself cornered against the wall. Qi Jinquan smirked, relishing the prospect of finally cornering him. Yet, unexpectedly, Wang Jingzhe kicked back with his heel, striking the wall with a sharp thud, and suddenly rolled to the ground in a manner reminiscent of an awkward donkey's tumble. Seizing the moment, he darted through the gap between his three opponents and swiftly turned. His body arched away from the floor as his right foot delivered three rapid kicks to the ankles of Qi Jinquan and his two associates. With a sudden thud, one person fell while another stumbled back, colliding against the wall. Qi Jinquan, reacting swiftly, shifted his ankle back and staggered to evade. Wang Jingzhe pushed off with his left foot, instantly regaining his balance, retracting his right foot, and striking the leg of a nearby shattered table with his toes. Grasping a wooden leg, he swung it forcefully. A muffled thud echoed as the table leg struck Qi Jinquan's hand, who grimaced in pain, beads of cold sweat forming as he rubbed his arm and hurriedly sidestepped. Wang Jingzhe squinted, lifting the wooden leg once more to rain blows upon the other two individuals. After several resounding impacts, the two cornered adversaries crumpled to the ground, clutching their heads in defeat. Claps sounded from the courtyard, followed by a sigh. "Enough. You're only embarrassing yourselves. Every strike you make falls perfectly within their calculated plans. How can you hope to contend? Can't you see this is a precise art of prediction? Every move you make, he's already anticipated. What's the point of fighting?" In martial arts lore, it is said that speed is invincible. However, besides sheer swiftness, there exists a strategy of foresight, akin to Wang Jingzhe's earlier maneuvers. He accurately calculated every technique and position of his opponents, preemptively blocking their attacks, as though he possessed foresight. Yet, this method of combat demands immense mental energy, and Wang Jingzhe could not sustain it for long. Prolonged engagement would wear him down unless he could swiftly subdue his foes, leaving them unable to retaliate. The onlooker outside clapped a few times, clearly expressing admiration for Wang Jingzhe. The skirmish had lost its necessity. No matter the outcome, victory was assured for Wang Jingzhe. His gaze fell upon the applauding figure, who wore a radiant smile, brimming with excitement as if reveling in the spectacle. Suddenly, he snapped his fingers, prompting two middle-aged men in long coats to step forward, while Qi Jinquan and the others rose from the ground, glaring menacingly at Wang Jingzha's back. Shuangguan. The art of divination, one of them intoned. After a brief exchange of gestures, they extended their palms, saying, "After you." Mao Xiaoqiao let out a sudden laugh, uttering a few words. "A wheeled battle, is it?" The individual outside remarked, "I have heard that you and Cui Xuanzi engaged in a contest of geomantic prowess in Longxi, with neither of you emerging as the clear victor. This has led him to believe that you indeed possess knowledge of the Lianshan and Guizhong. However, what he asserts may not be wholly credible. Some matters must be observed personally to be truly understood. I have come today to assess your depth and determine whether my journey here is warranted. It could be argued that it would be more expedient and straightforward for us to collectively confront you. Yet we, as a proud group, adhere to the principle that cultivating one's spirit requires a tranquil mindset. Relying on numbers to gain an advantage would only destabilize one's resolve, which is not beneficial for anyone. If you are amenable, shall we proceed with our trial?" Wang Jingzha, maintaining his composure, waved his hand dismissively and lifted his chin, affirmatively stating, "Let us proceed." The individual acknowledged Chang Zijin and Sun Yang with a nod before falling silent. Chang Zijin extended his right hand, rolled up his sleeve, and began to calculate, murmuring, "Sun has 8, representing wood. The number is 17. Suddenly, Qi Jinquan picked up a wooden block from the ground and hurled it toward a nearby elm tree. Upon striking the leaves, a flock of birds that had been resting took flight, revealing precisely 17 in number. Sun corresponds to the southeast, wood to trees, and the flight of 17 birds. In his rapid calculations, Chang Zijin accurately determined the number of birds resting upon the elm tree in the southeast of the courtyard. This exemplifies the divination arts of the Xianmen, where every aspect of existence can be calculated to perfection. However, the toll of such precision is often severe, draining one's spirit and vitality. Fortunately, this form of divination does not pertain to the secrets of heaven. Otherwise, one would risk incurring the 5 debilities and 3 deficiencies, leading to a shortened lifespan. Should Chang Zijin endeavor to ascertain the direction in which these 17 birds would fly, he would likely have to pay a considerable price. Hence, he chose to refrain from further calculations, raising his gaze to Wang Jingzha across from him, implying it was time for him to respond. Wang Jingzha extended a hand, spreading his palm open, retracting the 3 middle fingers, and raising his thumb and little finger. Chang Zijin furrowed his brows slightly, puzzled. The young man outside, however, looked up at the recently departed flock of birds. After taking to the air, the birds did not ascend high, gliding over houses and courtyards, when suddenly a series of barks erupted from below. Woof, 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 woof. Chang Zijin's expression shifted dramatically, his brows knitting together in deep concern. Wang Jingzha's action had clearly overshadowed him. While Chang Zijin had calculated the presence of 17 birds resting on the old elm tree, Wang Jingzha had, with a mere gesture, deduced that the bird's flight startled a dog from an unknown household, resulting in precisely 6 barks. Not one more, not one less. Any deviation would have rendered his calculations erroneous. This method of divination, while seemingly miraculous and unfathomable, becomes comprehensible when one delves into its underlying principles. Those who keep dogs in their homes tend to possess a stronger vital energy. Upon entering this alley, Wang Jingzha perceptively sensed that one household owned a dog. The avian creatures, embodying a yin attribute, would undoubtedly startle the dog with their sudden flurry at night. As for why the dog barked exactly 6 times, it was merely a consequence of the 17 birds passing through that particular courtyard, creating just enough time for the dog to bark 6 times. Had the flock circled back and flown past the household again, the dog would have barked several more times. Wang Jingzha's victory over Chang Zijin by a margin was due to the latter employing divination, which required considerable mental effort, while Wang Jingzha utilized deduction, relying on a quickened intellect without expending much energy. The 2 methods they employed were akin to the most common fortune-telling practices found in the marketplace. If you were to consult a fortune teller, there is a 40% chance that their insights stem from genuine skill and knowledge, while another 40% relies on experience and observational reasoning. The remaining 20% can be succinctly described with a single word: guesswork. From the moment a fortune teller sees you seated before their stall, Their keen eyes have already scrutinized your entire being, often arriving at a remarkably accurate portrayal. As you converse with them, they skillfully extract information, leading you to believe their predictions are astoundingly precise. In essence, what the fortune teller shares consists of half common sense, a portion of substantial knowledge, and for anything they cannot discern, they conveniently declare it to be a secret of the heavens, something that cannot be divulged. After Chang Zijing's reading, the outcome became evident. Sun Yang retrieved a few copper coins from his robe, gently shaking them in his hand before revealing them. After a brief glance, he inquired, "Shall I divine your fortune?" Wang Jingzhe, taken aback, nodded with significance. "That's acceptable." Sun Yang repeated, "Shall I divine your fortune?" Wang Jingzhe smiled and nodded. "That's acceptable." Mao Xiaoqiao, standing beside him, caught a glimpse of Wang Jingzhe's profile, his smile reminiscent of a cunning little fox. When a reserved man decides to be mischievous, there's truly no defense against him, Mao Xiaoqiao mused inwardly. The 64 hexagrams, also known as the 6 lines and 8 trigrams, are renowned for their ability to assess fortune and misfortune. In ancient times, generals from Jiangxia to Zhuge Liang would consult the 6 lines and 8 trigrams for guidance, with unwavering success. If a dire hexagram emerged, they would sound the alarm, retreat, and remain indoors. Conversely, if the hexagram indicated neutrality, they would proceed cautiously, and if it foretold great fortune, no further explanation was necessary. It is said that before executing the empty city ruse at Jieting, Zhuge Liang consulted the hexagrams and received a favorable reading, prompting him to confidently ascend the city tower to orchestrate the ploy against Sima Yi, causing him to retreat in doubt without a battle. One might wonder why Zhuge Liang was so astute, aware that Sima Yi, upon seeing him burning incense and playing the lute atop the tower, would suspect an ambush within the city and withdraw. Beyond his courage, the foundation of Zhuge Liang's confidence stemmed from his consultation of the 64 hexagrams, which solidified his resolve to open the city gates. Otherwise, he might not have dared to take such a risk. Sun Yang held 6 copper coins in his hand, each of considerable value, all of them 5 emperor coins. If a collector were to catch sight of them, their eyes would surely widen in astonishment. Shaking the coins gently, Sun Yang laid them out in a neat row, contemplating the divination for a moment before speaking. The hexagram indicates a state of denial. The tiger has fallen into a deep pit, its might no longer visible, foretelling more misfortune than fortune. As he interpreted the hexagram, Qi Jinquan and the others felt a sense of relief. Chang Zijing nodded at him, clearly confident in his interpretative skills. Sun Yang smiled and advised, "I suggest you surrender without further struggle today." These 6 5-emperor coins have emerged from the palace, imbued with immense auspiciousness. Even worn on one's person, they can ward off evil and misfortune, keeping wandering spirits at bay. They are exceptionally effective for divination. I have never faltered in my readings. Your situation today is already unclear, and my interpretation only reinforces your predicament. The tiger in the deep pit indeed signifies that even the king of beasts is at a loss. "Oh," Wang Jingzhe inquired softly, "are you certain of your reading? Shouldn't you take a closer look before concluding?" "I require but a glance for my interpretation," Sun Yang replied with pride. "I have immersed myself in this art for 23 years. Wang Jingzhe pointed at the copper coins in Sun Yang's hand and remarked, "That glance may have led you astray. I advise you to examine it more thoroughly and discern the true meaning of the hexagram." Sun Yang furrowed his brows, snorted dismissively, and declared, "If that is the case, I shall disabuse you of your hopes." He lowered his head once more to scrutinize the hexagram. At first, Sun Yang's expression conveyed disdain, as if the outcome were self-evident. However, his brow soon furrowed deeply, forming a pronounced crease. After swallowing hard, he murmured in confusion, "No, that's incorrect. This is a hexagram within a hexagram. Not the state of denial. It is the hexagram of wind over earth, signaling the drought-stricken lotus receiving water. Initially perilous, it ultimately transforms into safety. A pond of lotus flowers is parched, their waters depleted, but suddenly, rain descends, and a benefactor comes to aid. Could it be a favorable hexagram?" As he pondered this perplexingly, he raised his head to speak, but Wang Jingzhe interjected with a pointed finger, calmly stating, "I sense you may be jumping to conclusions. Perhaps you should take a closer look." Sun Yang retorted angrily, "A hexagram within a hexagram is a rare occurrence. For you to encounter it now is indeed fortuitous. Do not quibble with me. I assure you my interpretation is correct." Wang Jingzhe waved his hand dismissively, saying, "You just claimed it was correct. Does that mean it cannot be wrong? Trust me, and please interpret it once more." Sun Yang swallowed hard, instinctively lowering his head again in response to Wang Jingzhe's words. Outside, a figure narrowed their eyes, showing no overt reaction but casting a deep gaze at Wang Jingzhe. When they looked back at Sun Yang, an ominous feeling began to stir within. As Sun Yang gazed at the hexagram once more, his expression grew increasingly puzzled. He exclaimed in astonishment. The hexagram of mountain over earth, indicating the hawk and sparrow sharing the same forest. This is an ominous sign? This hexagram signifies great misfortune. In the presence of both eagle and sparrow, one is destined to fall victim to the eagle's beak. Such dire predictions indeed. Wang Jingzhe shook his head once more and remarked, No, reconsider your interpretation." Sun Yang's breathing became labored, his eyes reddened, and beads of cold sweat began to form on his forehead. He licked his parched lips and cast a downward glance at his palm, recoiling in astonishment as he staggered back several paces, exclaiming, "The hexagram! How has it changed again? This is fire over heaven, a line. And yet it is a favorable sign? How can this be? Just moments ago it was undeniably ominous." Wang Jingzhe advanced a step, commanding, "No, re-examine it." Sun Yang wiped the cold sweat from his brow, feeling his vision blur. It has changed again to water beneath the moon, an empty hexagram? No, that cannot be right. Are you even capable of this? How can you produce so many interpretations, none of which are accurate?" Sun Yang, pressed by Wang Jingzhe, retreated further, while Qi Zhenkuan and Chang Zijing exchanged glances, sensing an unsettling atmosphere as Sun Yang exhibited signs of confusion. Mistaken? How could this be another mistake? Sun Yang sank to the ground, grasping his hair in despair, stammering as he attempted to interpret the hexagram once more. Wang Jingzhe scoffed, "Have you lost your way? Not a single interpretation you have made is correct. Impossible, this cannot be." Sun Yang murmured vacantly as he sat on the ground. "Let me look again, just once more. This time, it must be right. It is a neutral hexagram. No, reconsider." All right, I shall continue." Sun Yang nodded fervently. But as his gaze fell upon the hexagram yet again, he was rendered motionless. Outside the courtyard, a figure shook his head, sighing inwardly. Suddenly, Sun Yang expelled a mouthful of blood, gasping violently for breath before collapsing to the ground, unconscious. Chang Zijing was taken aback and hurriedly crouched down to check his pulse, discovering it had become erratic. His eyes were tightly shut, blood lingering at the corners of his mouth, with his breathing severely obstructed. "What have you done to him?" Chang Zijing demanded angrily, pointing at Wang Jingzhe. Wang Jingzhe coldly replied with a smirk. "What have I done? Have you ever seen me lay a finger on him?" He insisted on interpreting the hexagram for me, and in doing so, he has become entranced. What does that have to do with me? A shallow practitioner straying into the world. Chang Zijing rose, gritting his teeth. "My senior brother has shallow skills?" He entered the mystical realm at the age of 8, studying hexagram interpretation, and has been out in the world for 23 years, having interpreted countless hexagrams. You dare to say his skills are shallow? What a jest! Wang Jingzhe shrugged. At a loss for words, he became entranced by his own interpretations. What does that signify? At that moment, the figure outside the courtyard stepped forward. Becoming clearer, it is not that he cannot, but rather that he is unable to interpret your hexagram. Wang Jingzhe regarded the figure and replied coolly, "I too wish for someone to assist me in deciphering a hexagram, but alas." Wang Jingzhe's sentence trailed off. His generation of debtors had already transgressed the heavenly mechanism and faced divine retribution. Who in the world would dare to divine for him? Any attempt at fortune-telling or hexagram interpretation would surely result in backlash. Sun Yang was merely advocating for his fortune. Should anyone truly dare to gamble his fate, the consequences would be far graver than mere confusion. One could be rendered utterly incapacitated on the spot. In this world, there exist certain individuals whose fates remain inscrutable, and whose destinies cannot be foretold. The foremost among them are emperors, for they are believed to be ordained by heaven. Whether it be Yuan Tiangang, Li Chunfeng, Giguzi, or Zhuge Liang, none dare to interpret the fortunes of emperors, as their fates transcend mere calculations, unless one is willing to risk their own life in the endeavor. This is akin to the proclamations made by emperors, which customarily commence with the phrase, "By the mandate of heaven, the emperor decrees," signifying that the emperor's will is recognized by the celestial realm, and no mortal can decipher the emperor's destiny beneath heaven's gaze. Historically, there has been but one individual audacious enough to prognosticate for an emperor, a figure shrouded in anonymity known only as the Mud Buddha. He once ventured to divine the fate of an emperor, only to suffer dire consequences, afflicted with festering sores and bodily decay, his vision impaired and his features grotesquely altered. Since that fateful moment, he has lived a life of wretched survival, in addition to the fates of emperors. Another category beyond the realm of divination encompasses those on the brink of death, often referred to as the dead man's fate. Such individuals are destined to depart this world, their fates already decreed by the King of Hell. To attempt to divine their fortunes would be tantamount to defying the will of the underworld. If the King of Hell decrees that one shall perish at the stroke of midnight, it is folly to expect survival until dawn. This adage is not spoken lightly. Should any fortune teller dare to unravel the fate of a soul destined for the grave in a bid to extend their life, they would swiftly learn a harsh truth. Beyond the fates of emperors and the dying, there exists yet another category, those who are punished by heaven, unworthy of divination. At this moment, Sun Yang lies on the ground, his breath faint and his pulse erratic, a trace of blood lingering at the corner of his mouth, clearly teetering on the brink of life. After examining him, Chang Zijing furrows his brow and remarks, "The physician should have arrived by dawn. Old Sun's condition will likely remain stable until morning. His life is not in danger, but his spirit seems wounded and his heart is weary." Upon uttering these words, Chang Zijing gazes at Wang Jingzhe with a visage of dread, incredulously stating, "The divination is chaotic, rendering it impossible. Old Sun's desperate attempt to interpret the oracle has cost him dearly. You are certainly not a figure of imperial destiny, and you do not appear to be on the verge of death. Thus, there remains but one possibility. You are a person condemned by heaven, and if the heavens do not permit you, then none can divine your fate. This cannot be. Who are you truly?" Wang Jingzhe stands with his hands clasped behind his back, tilting his head at a 45-degree angle, his words dripping with arrogance. "I fear not even heaven. So why should I fear your divination? To contend with heaven is a delightful challenge, is it not? Though we may not triumph over the heavens, contending with you is entirely feasible." Qi Jinquan and the other two, along with Chang Zijing, who had assisted in moving Sun Yang aside, now encircle Wang Jingzhe. Suddenly, a man from outside gestures towards Qi Jinquan and strides over, introducing himself. "I have yet to introduce myself. My name is Hu." Wang Jingzhe has discerned that this group is led by the young man from outside, who, despite his youth, consistently assumes a dominant role in their interactions. "My name is Hu, and I am the master of the Xianmin Mountain, which is governed by the lineage of the mountain characters." Upon hearing this, Wang Jingzhe furrowed his brow. Each of the 5 lineages of Xianmin has a leader who oversees a particular sect, much like the 5 permanent members of the United Nations. While they are affiliated with the Central Hall of Xianmin, they possess considerable autonomy, holding a status comparable to that of the heads of Maoshan and Longhushan. It is indeed remarkable that someone so young has ascended to the position of a mountain master, certainly rivaling the illustrious Cui Xuanzi, often regarded as the brightest star of southern Kunlun. In fact, his standing may even surpass that of the latter, as Cui is merely the designated leader of southern Kunlun, whereas he has already attained the title of mountain master. Hu pointed to the bag slung over Wang Jingzhe's shoulder and remarked, "If I am not mistaken, your bag likely contains a collection of scissors or kitchen knives. The debt collector has not appeared for many years, yet you boldly present yourself now. You must be the legendary debt collector who, every 3 generations, faces divine retribution. Let me hazard another guess. Since you have made such a grand entrance, it is probably not merely for the sake of experiencing life, but rather to seek a resolution to the curse that plagues you. Otherwise, it is unlikely you would survive to the age of 30. The age of 30 is a significant threshold, a pivotal moment, particularly for your generation of debt collectors, as it marks a crossroads of reincarnation. If you can pass through it, you may finally cast off that curse. If not, everything will fade into oblivion. Am I correct?" Wang Jingzhe squinted, neither confirming nor denying her words. "You certainly possess considerable knowledge," he acknowledged. Standing behind them, Mao Xiaoqiao gazed at Wang Jingzhe's back with astonishment, her heart racing. It was known that Mount Fanjing's Tiandao Peak also held records about the debt collectors. "No wonder he appears so foolish," Mao Xiaoqiao murmured, furrowing her brow. Hu smiled and replied, "The history of Xianmin is not vastly inferior to that of the debt collectors. In fact, it may even be more ancient." Xianmen texts have recorded that the lineage of the debt collectors is destined to face divine retribution every 3 generations. Alas, you have acquired too much knowledge. And I am aware that, to this day, the vast majority of debt collectors remain unable to lift their curse. It is akin to a heavenly shackle placed upon you, exceedingly difficult to remove. Then what do you propose? Wang Jingzhe asked, his brow furrowed. There are 5 lineages in Xianmen, while the debt collector tradition is a singular transmission. The disciples of our 5 lineages do not even know how many of us there are, nor does anyone truly comprehend the depth of our heritage. Even my understanding of Xianmen is limited to a mere fraction. History has traversed millennia. Who knows how many stories are inscribed in the annals of Xianmen? Perhaps there exists something within that could resolve your debt collector's curse. Who mused. You wish to live beyond 30, while we yearn for the mountains and the return to the fold. What say you? Wang Jingzhe sighed. You have indeed painted a tantalizing picture for me, quite tempting. I cannot help but feel inclined to take a bite. Who responded, I offer you no mere empty promises. The texts of Xianmen are numerous, and no one has truly comprehended them all. Who knows what possibilities lie within? Your words may hold truth. Will you consider it? I have no intention of considering it. The cake is sweet, yet I have never indulged in desserts, Wang Jingzhe said with a faint shake of his head. Hu's expression changed abruptly as he inquired once more, Are you truly not considering it? The conversation had reached an awkward juncture, but given their unfamiliarity, there was no real embarrassment to speak of. Hu asked, Would you be willing? Wang Jingzhe replied, No, leaving only one inevitable conclusion. Before the words take action could escape Hu's lips, Wang Jingzhe suddenly smiled knowingly, reminiscent of how Mao Xiaoqiao had previously described him, grinning like a cunning little fox. In such a scenario, how could you still smile? Hu frowned and remarked, Shouldn't you be concerned about how you will escape this courtyard? Despite your impressive fighting skills and keen intellect, and although Old Sun failed to predict today as fortune, the reality stands before you. How will you leave? Wang Jingzhe extended 2 fingers and gestured towards the ground. Of course, I shall walk out. Qi Jinquan looked at him with disdain. How do you plan to walk out? Time is life, and wasting it is disgraceful, Wang Jingzhe suddenly blurted out, leaving everyone bewildered. He then addressed Hu. You just said I wouldn't live past 30. So shouldn't my time be more precious than all of yours combined? Shouldn't I cherish my time even more? Have you not considered why I would waste my time bickering with you, squabbling, and counting the birds and the barks of dogs? Good heavens, am I really so idle? I am not going to waste my time. Qi Jinquan and Chang Zijin were taken aback, while Hu's expression darkened. He took a deep breath and nodded, saying, What a clever calculation, truly a clever calculation. Wang Jingzhe replied softly, The reason we have squandered so much time here is in hopes that someone might come along. Qi Jinquan pinched his fingers, and despite his delayed reaction, he grasped Wang Jingzhe's intent. It was merely a matter of delaying, as it was evident that others could find their way here, just as they from the Xianmen could find Chang'an. The previous inability to locate this alley was due to Qing Ye's timely warning, but considerable time had now passed, and anyone with a modicum of ability should be arriving soon. The Xianmen was not the sole power. Besides them, there were the southern Kunlun and northern Chuma, along with many other legitimate Taoist sections. No one would stand idly by while the Xianmen absconded with Wang Jingzhe. Too many sought to claim that coveted prize. Take action, and resolve it swiftly, Hu urged hastily. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to them, Wang Jingzhe had already conjured a talisman in his hand, and with a sudden snap of his fingers, he sent it soaring into the air. The talisman paused momentarily before erupting into a burst of flames, exploding with the effect of a single arrow piercing through 1,000 troops. However, while the arrival might be numerous, they were not necessarily allies. The young maiden of the grass bit her lip and remarked, The cunning little fox. When that talisman burst into the air, to the ordinary eye it appeared as a firework in the night sky. Yet, to some discerning individuals, it was instantly recognized as a manifestation of yang fire. Those in Chang'an who beheld that firework found themselves frowning in an instant. The most indignant among them were Hu and his companions, for they were the ones who had first discovered the fruit. Is it not vexing, one might ponder, if the fruits of victory were snatched away? How is it that Wang Jingzhe appears with a protagonist's aura? Hu muttered in disbelief. As the residual light of the talisman faded, Qi Jinquan and Chang Zijing, among others, simultaneously charged at Wang Jingzhe. Surrounded from all sides, Wang Jingzhe was swiftly forced to retreat. He could manage a one-on-one or even a two-on-one encounter, But facing 4 opponents at once was overwhelming. After all, his mind was not a computer, and even the most adept could feel slightly flustered. Wang Jingzhe stepped back repeatedly. Though his retreat was rapid, he exhibited no signs of panic, maintaining a steady gait. Suddenly, after several steps back, his gaze drifted toward the upper right, and he exclaimed, "Why have you just arrived?" Upon hearing Wang Jingzhe call out behind him, Qi Jingquan and the others instinctively turned their heads, expecting someone's arrival. However, upon turning back, they realized there was no one there, and they understood they had been deceived. This statement was akin to the phrase, "Look, there's an airplane." Realizing they had been tricked, Qi Jingquan and Chang Zijing turned back once more. "Huh." Wang Jingzhe suddenly spoke, his voice resonating like the thunder of spring. The utterance reverberated in the ears of those before him, leaving them momentarily dazed and disoriented. Wang Jingzhe extended his right hand to the side and declared, "Let us go." Mao Xiaoqiao reached out her hand, which Wang Jingzhe grasped, and with a pull, she dashed past the blockade of several individuals. Yet, Hu remained outside. Upon seeing Wang Jingzhe leading Mao Xiaoqiao out, his eyes gleamed with intensity. "I say you cannot escape. You will certainly not get away." Hu slowly extended both hands, his fingers interlacing as he swiftly formed several complex gestures. Wang Jingzhe's brow furrowed. He recognized the hand signs Hu had conjured, which were Taoist seals used to exorcise evil, subdue demons, and vanquish malevolent spirits. Such seals were far more sophisticated than wielding a peachwood sword. A hum resonated as Wang Jingzhe felt the air before him tremble, as if a gentle breeze had swept through. Hu's speed in forming the seals was astonishing. Within mere moments, he completed 5 distinct seals, then spat out the character for seal. Wang Jingzhe instantly sensed his 3 souls and 7 spirits quiver, a vague indication of an uncontrollable force emerging. Hu's hand seals were meant to confine his very essence. Each branch of the Xianmen possessed its own unique skills, and the mountain branch rightfully constituted the most formidable combat unit. As the mountain master, could Hu lack the necessary prowess? These seals were poised to confine Wang Jingzhe's 3 souls and 7 spirits, catching him somewhat off guard and leaving him momentarily unresponsive. At this moment, both Wang Jingzhe and Hu, along with others, overlooked one crucial element: Mao Xiaoqiao, who stood quietly beside Wang Jingzhe. Throughout the entire ordeal, all eyes were fixated on Wang Jingzhe, with little regard for Mao Xiaoqiao, who was merely perceived as an ordinary woman or Wang Jingzhe's girlfriend. With no one considering her potential reactions, Mao Xiaoqiao remained silent from the moment she entered. She did not utter a single word. Nor did she scream or cling to Wang Jingzhe like a frightened rabbit during the confrontation. Thus, she was easily overlooked. When Hu took action and constrained Wang Jingzhe, Mao Xiaoqiao performed a seemingly mundane yet significant act. The quiet young woman suddenly extended her delicate hand, and as she opened her palm, a handful of paper ash appeared, seemingly out of nowhere. Hu stood momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend her intention. With a charming smile, Mao Xiaoqiao blew gently towards the ash in her palm. In an instant, the ash was sent swirling into the air, cascading down around the 3 of them. Out of nowhere, a chilling wind swept through the night, and several malevolent spirits materialized, rushing toward Hu. No one anticipated such a sudden turn of events. This silently dressed woman, who had seemed inconspicuous, was indeed of the same ilk as them, and it was unexpected that she possessed such a multitude of vengeful spirits. The spirits released by Mao Xiaoqiao had been previously sealed within her soul-calling lantern. Earlier, when Wang Jingzhe was engaged in battle, she had surreptitiously extracted them and contained them within talismans. When Wang Jingzhe abruptly pulled Mao Xiaoqiao to exit, she realized their escape would not be so straightforward. Thus, at the moment Hu attacked, Mao Xiaoqiao decisively unleashed the spirits to ensnare him. Meanwhile, Wang Jingzhe regained his clarity and, upon witnessing Hu entangled with the spirits, swiftly pulled Mao Xiaoqiao along to flee. "Zheng Kuan, you and Zijing must clear these entities. Do not let them escape," he instructed. "What about them?" "Do not worry. They won't get away," Hu replied darkly. As Wang Jingzhe and Mao Xiaoqiao sprinted from the courtyard, they turned to dash toward the alley. Suddenly, a chill ran down Wang Jingzhe's spine, and a cold breeze crept up behind him. He instinctively yanked Mao Xiaoqiao in front of him, protecting her with his arms as he attempted to evade to the side. However, he was clearly a moment too late. A pair of fists suddenly materialized behind him, striking with a force that shattered the air, aimed directly at his back. Before entering, Hu had laid an ambush outside, knowing that if Wang Jingzhe were not contained, he might seize the opportunity to escape. With a sudden thud, Wang Jingzhe narrowly evaded an attack, only to feel a powerful blow land squarely on the right side of his shoulder. His eyes widened as he coughed up a significant amount of blood. Had he not sensed the impending ambush behind him and shifted his vital spots, this strike could have rendered him incapacitated. After being shielded by Wang Jingzhe, Mao Xiaoqiao turned in terror, only to behold a stoic man standing behind them, his fists calloused and rough, his gaze darkly fixated on the pair. Wang Jingzhe wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, feeling a sweet tang in his throat and an intense burning pain searing through his chest and abdomen. That punch had inflicted considerable damage, leaving his internal organs visibly injured. If I hadn't been on guard against you, you might have actually escaped, Hu remarked as he emerged from within the door, observing the injured Wang Jingzhe. You could have chosen to stay quietly, but it seems you'll have to endure some hardships now. For instance, your injuries are quite severe, aren't they? Not necessarily, Wang Jingzhe retorted, suddenly glancing past Hu and the man beside him. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of hurried footsteps approached from the other side of the alley. 3 men rushed toward them, the foremost being tall with cropped hair and a deep furrow etched between his brows. As Wang Jingzhe looked over, their eyes met, and they both exclaimed in unison, "It's you?" Wang Jingzhe was taken aback to find this individual among those he had inadvertently drawn to the scene. After obtaining a jade hairpin from He Sandao in the capital, he had unexpectedly encountered the man, Wu Qiao, who had barged into his room while he was searching for dark energy. They had exchanged blows briefly before he managed to escape. Hearing the footsteps behind them, Hu turned to see the approaching figures, his expression shifting dramatically as he inwardly cursed. Capturing Wang Jingzhe might prove to be a challenging endeavor. As he recognized the newcomers, the South Kunlun and the North Chariots boasted remarkable figures, and among them were Cui Xuanzi of Kunlun Mountain and Wu Qiao of the Chariots. The latter known for his unpredictable nature, operating solely based on personal whims. Attempting to reason with him would be a futile endeavor. Upon Wu Qiao's arrival, clarity ensued as he surveyed the 2 parties before him, stating nonchalantly, "The presence of the mountain lord capable of wielding the essence of the Xianmen mountain in Chang'an surely signifies a significant matter. I have heard that recently, the treasures of Lian Mountain and Guizhong have fallen into the hands of a pair of siblings with the surname Wang. Those eager to partake in this fortune have already begun to stir, and I hastened to Chang'an, wondering if I had arrived too late. It appears I have not." "What are you talking about?" "I do not comprehend," Hu replied coldly. "This is a private matter for our Xianmen to handle. It has nothing to do with you." At that moment, Wang Jingzhe raised his hand and declared, "My surname is Wang, and my sister also bears the same name." "Damn it," Hu nearly cursed aloud. With a sly grin, Wang Jingzhe looked at Wu Qiao and implored, "You wouldn't just stand by and watch me get apprehended by these Xianmen folks, would you? If that happens, your chance to partake in this fortune might vanish. So what say you, brave man? Isn't it time for you to draw your sword in assistance? And what benefit would I gain from aiding you?" Wu Qiao inquired, frowning. "Should I fall into their hands, I may be subjected to various forms of coercion, perhaps even enduring the infamous tortures of the Qing dynasty. If I were to falter under such duress, I could inadvertently divulge information that ought to remain secret, particularly that which piques your interest. And should they resort to silencing me permanently, all would be lost." Wu Qiao nodded in agreement, remarking, "What you say does seem quite reasonable." Wang Jingzhe, with a shrug of his shoulders, replied, "If I manage to extricate myself now, you will still have your chance in the future. Should I fail to escape, your opportunities will vanish entirely." "You do make a valid point," Wu Qiao admitted. Hu, in a fit of exasperation, retorted, "Do not heed his nonsense. Wu Qiao, you can ally with us. We can extract what we need from him and share the spoils equally. Forgive me, but I prefer to keep the bounty for myself. I cannot share with you." Wu Qiao replied firmly. Turning to Wang Jingzhe, he continued, "I will hold him off. You make your escape. But remember my words. You owe me a personal favor this time, and should we meet again, you must offer something of equal value in return." Wang Jingzhe nodded decisively, affirming, "It must be trustworthy."